Haha mm. The muffled sounds drifted over from the neighboring room. In the next room, He clamped his hands over his ears and buried his head under the quilt, trying his best not to hear any of it. A few minutes later, He grew even more irritable. He yanked the quilt away and rubbed his still groggy head. What a damned pair of demons, he muttered. They don't even treat a single dog like a human being. He let out an angry low roar. He pounded his fist hard against the wall a few times. The sounds next door immediately softened, yet soon a few faint giggles floated over again. Seeing that there was no way to sleep anymore, He had no choice but to get up and wash. He ate some bread for breakfast, then turned on his computer to continue writing the code he had not finished yesterday. He was originally a fourth-year computer science student at Chutang University. Because his family's finances were average and his parents ran a lukewarm little restaurant, he had never planned on attempting the postgraduate entrance exams. He had found an internship in Chutang City that paid 2,000 yuan a month, but the company was far from the university. Helpless, he could only rent a place outside, and to save money he chose a shared apartment, which was why the current scene kept happening. This sort of thing had happened many times. Ye's roommate in the shared apartment, Ye Chutang, was a veritable playboy, changing girlfriends almost every month. What was most incomprehensible was that Ye Chutang was just as poor as he was, yet he could always bring home women he had only known for a few days, and the two of them would then engage in their intimate games. Without comparison, there would be no sting. Ye's looks were fairly handsome and his grades ranked near the top of the faculty, yet at 22, about to graduate from university, he had never once experienced a passionate romance. Unable to taste the bitterness of love, He could only pour all his time into work and making money. It was Saturday. He had originally planned to get a good rest, then hurry to finish the online project he had taken on to earn some extra cash and patch up his almost shriveled bank balance. He put on his headphones to block out external noise and focused on typing code. Before long, however, the noise grew louder and louder. Unable to endure it any longer, he grabbed the stick leaning beside his computer desk and headed for the door. Damn it, I really can't take this. If I don't break your dog legs today, Ye Chutang, you must be blessed by fate. He cursed as he walked, needing less than a minute to reach the door next door. Just as he was about to kick it open, he discovered that they had not even bothered to close it. No wonder the sounds last night and this morning were far louder than usual. He had even suspected that this bastard Ye Chutang had taken something. He suddenly felt as if he had become part of this shameless couple's game, and his anger flared all the more violently. He lifted the stick and without another word kicked the door fully open. Just as he was about to step inside, a figure lunged out at him. Fortunately, though his anger was boiling, he still retained basic reason. Reacting quickly, he dodged to the side. Once he steadied himself and looked properly, he saw that this bastard Ye Chutang had completely changed. His body was twisted and deformed, his skin deathly pale, his eyes cloudy and lifeless. He no longer resembled a living person at all. Most horrifying of all, there was a chunk of meat clenched between his teeth, fresh blood dripping down from the corners of his mouth, making him look like a man-eating demon. He stared at this scene in terror, an involuntary cry bursting from his lips. A ghost. Hearing his own shouts, he saw the ferocity in Ye Chutang's eyes intensify. Twisting his warped body, Ye Chutang hurled himself towards Yi. Cold sweat broke out on Yi's forehead. He gripped the stick in his hands with all his strength, and just as Ye Chutang was about to crash into him, he swung hard and sent Ye Chutang flying. Yet the flung away Ye Chutang climbed back up as if nothing had happened and continued to pounce towards Yi. The two of them struggled like this for several minutes. The wooden stick in Yi's hands snapped, a segment broken off, while Ye Chutang's body was beaten into a bloody mess. Yet he could still stand up. Seeing this, Yi discarded the broken stick, hoisted up the nearby table, and smashed it down onto Ye Chutang's head. Ye Chutang was knocked to the floor at once, yet he still tried to struggle up again. Yi hurriedly pressed down on the table, with all his strength pinning Ye Chutang in place, while his eyes darted around the room in search of some tool he could use. Lowering his head slightly, he saw a fruit knife by his feet. Yi quickly snatched it up and gripped it in his hand, then drove it viciously toward Ye Chutang's forehead. Afraid that this bastard Ye Chutang might not die, Yi clenched his teeth and tightened his grip on the knife, raining blow after blow down on his head. Only when he felt the body beneath him fall completely still did he finally stop. After finishing, he seemed to deflate, slumping down onto the floor and gasping for breath. How did this bastard Ye Chutang turn into a mad dog like that? And why did he look so much like a zombie from an apocalyptic movie? Still shaken, he patted his chest and whispered to himself. At that moment, he was in utter panic, because he had killed someone. He was only 22, about to graduate from university. With something like this happening, did he still have any future? As Yi trembled in fear and thought wildly, he vaguely noticed something white inside Ye Chutang's skull. Suppressing his nausea, he used the fruit knife to pry it out, then wrapped it in a plastic bag and rinsed it under the tap. Yi picked up the object and examined it. It was a smooth white crystal about the size of a soybean, something he had never seen before. This crystal was in a person's brain. Could it be some kind of brain crystal? Just as Yi was about to look more closely, he heard a sound from inside Ye Chutang's room and instantly remembered that there was still a woman inside. Yi pocketed the crystal, then hurried to the kitchen, gripping a kitchen knife in his right hand and picking up a table leg from the earlier battleground with his left. The fright that Ye Chutang had given him just now was far too great. Though he could not be completely certain, the likelihood that Ye Chutang had turned into a zombie was very high. The chunk of meat in his mouth just now was highly likely to have come from that woman's body. Sue now vaguely guessed why the woman had screamed earlier. She had probably already become a zombie like Ye Chutang. The room door had been opened by Sue earlier, but later it had been inadvertently shut by Ye Chutang. Sue could only kick it open once more. Inside, Ye Chutang's new girlfriend Sun Li had indeed turned into a zombie, just as he had suspected. A chunk of flesh was missing from her face, likely the piece Ye Chutang had bitten off after he turned. Sue used the table leg to knock Sun Li to the floor, then yanked the quilt from the bed and threw it over her, finally bringing the kitchen knife down on her again and again. After only a few swings, Sun Li stopped moving. Sue delivered a few more blows to be sure before lifting the quilt with relief. Having just gone through the ordeal with Ye Chutang, he took up the fruit knife again and began searching for a white crystal in Sun Li's skull. After about 2 minutes, he indeed found another white crystal. Sue washed it clean, put it away, and then looked around at the ravaged room. When he first killed Ye Chutang, Sue had been extremely panicked. It was his first time killing someone. But once he realized that the other party had likely turned into a zombie and Sun Li's condition confirmed this, the panic in his heart vanished in an instant. Killing a person was a crime, but killing a zombie was not. They were no longer human. Sue looked at Ye Chutang's mangled, bloody flesh, and an icy, sinister smile unconsciously surfaced on his face. Then he picked up a wooden stick from the floor and swung it hard several times at Ye Chutang's legs. "You bastard, always changing girlfriends, always fooling around late at night, and disturbing my rest. I said I would break your legs today, and I will break your legs." Sue did not stop until the wooden stick snapped in his hands, only then, fully venting the resentment in his heart. An immediate sense of relief washed over his whole body. He raised a hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead, then took a bottle of iced water from the refrigerator, slumped onto the sofa, and gulped it down. Sue had only rested on the sofa for a short while when several violent explosions suddenly sounded from outside. Startled, he immediately ran to the windowsill, wanting to see what was happening. What entered his sight were several billowing plumes of thick smoke. Multiple large traffic accidents had occurred, and the explosions just now had all been caused by crashing vehicles. The outside world had completely fallen into chaos. On the streets, many zombies like Ye Chutang and Sun Li were chasing people everywhere, biting at them. Everyone who was bitten collapsed to the ground wailing, and in only about 10 minutes, they would completely transform into zombies. Sue was so terrified that he involuntarily staggered back 2 steps, bracing a hand against the wall to keep himself from collapsing onto the floor. Could the end of the world really have arrived? Seeing all of this, Sue immediately thought of his parents and hurriedly grabbed his phone to call them. Yet no one answered, even after he waited for a long time. Unwilling to give up, Sue kept calling again and again. By the 8th call, there was still no response. Sue's eyes instantly reddened. He knew that his parents were most likely in grave danger. His family ran a small restaurant. Although the customer flow was not huge, it was mealtime now, so there would certainly be quite a few people inside. As long as even one person there turned into a zombie, his parents would find it almost impossible to escape. Afterward, he tidied up the apartment, throwing all the broken items out of the window. He also wrapped the corpses of Ye Chutang and Sun Li in quilts and tossed them outside as well. The cause of the zombification was still unclear. The only thing certain was that anyone bitten by a zombie would become one. According to what films portrayed, the fundamental reason people turn into zombies should be some kind of virus. Whether that was true or not, Sue had to throw the corpses out. Keeping them inside filled the air with stench and might even cause him to become a zombie as well. He had no intention of taking that risk. Sue spent the entire morning cleaning the apartment. He even used a mop to scrub the floors, removing all traces of blood. Only after everything was done did he make a packet of instant noodles for himself as lunch. Because Sue was a computer science major who often coded late into the night, he habitually kept instant noodles on hand as a midnight snack. And since his food reserves had been low, he had bought a whole box of beef-flavored instant noodles after work last night and brought it home. Now it seemed this had been a truly wise decision. With that box of instant noodles plus the half bag of rice and other food he had scavenged from the apartment, he could hold out for 10 days to half a month without stepping outside. The outside was still far too dangerous. If he went out now, there would be no way to guarantee his own safety. Having watched many post-apocalyptic films, he knew all too well that in such circumstances zombies were not the greatest threat. People were. When people were on the brink of starvation, even cannibalism was possible. Who would still care about law? Who would still care about morality? What Sue needed to do now was simply wait a few days. Once things outside stabilized, he would go out to gather supplies lest his current stock run out, especially long-lasting food. Next came the problem of water. The zombie outbreak had only just begun. The water and power were still functioning. But in just a few days, the supply of both would almost certainly be cut off, and by then water would become an incomparably precious resource. Sue had already filled every container in the apartment that could hold water. Even if the tap was cut off immediately, he would still have enough to last for a while. After finishing his packet of instant noodles for lunch, Ye took a short nap, then resumed rummaging through the apartment because he still lacked a weapon that suited his needs. From his fight with Ye Chutang, he had realized that ordinary attacks could not kill zombies. Only by destroying their heads would they truly die. His current weapons were merely a kitchen knife and a fruit knife. Both weapons were far too short. Facing zombies with them made it easy to be bitten or scratched. What he needed now was a weapon with more reach. Ye remembered that the bastard Ye Chutang had loved outdoor hookups the most, so he had bought all sorts of camping gear, such as a tent, a hiking backpack, and trekking poles. Among them, the trekking pole was currently the most suitable weapon for Ye. As long as he sharpened the bottom tip a bit more, it would be able to pierce a zombie's skull with ease. After searching for quite some time, he finally found the gear under Ye Chutang's bed. Delighted, he gripped the trekking pole firmly. Both its weight and length suited him perfectly. Previously dissatisfied with how slowly the kitchen knife cut he had bought a small whetstone from a nearby hardware store. Now it could finally serve its purpose. He took the trekking pole into the living room, sat down on the floor, and began to grind its tip. He worked at it until evening at last, turning the bottom of the pole razor sharp. He stood up and flexed his somewhat sore and numb arms, then walked to the door and peered through the peephole at the outside situation. The corridor was deathly silent, not a single figure in sight. Seeing that night was falling, he began preparing dinner for himself. Since the power was still on, and some of the fresh ingredients could not be stored for long, he decided to cook them as soon as possible. After all the exertion today, he indeed needed a good meal to replenish his strength. As night descended, he prepared 3 dishes and a soup for himself, then contentedly ate every last bite before returning to his own room. Sitting at his computer desk, he took 2 white crystals from his pocket and examined them closely for a long time without understanding their nature. According to what I've read, these should be called corpse crystals, but how are they supposed to be used? Could it be that you're supposed to swallow them? Staring at the 2 corpse crystals, he found himself at a loss, unable to decide. Such crystals would never appear in a human brain. They existed only in the brains of zombies. No one knew what would happen if one ingested them. The level of danger was far too high, and he did not dare to experiment. Forget it, I'll figure it out later. If I swallow them and turn into a zombie, wouldn't all my efforts be for nothing? Since it was already night and the room was quite dark, he did not dare to turn on the lights, fearing that others might notice him. His nerves had been taut all day. Placing the 2 corpse crystals back into his pocket, he climbed into bed to sleep. Right now, conserving his strength was what mattered most. In the dark room, he was fast asleep, completely unaware of the faint glow emanating from the 2 corpse crystals in his pocket. The light gradually seeped into his body, unnoticed by him. As the clock struck midnight, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his eyes, as if someone were digging at his eyeballs. He rolled on the bed in agony, his hands pressed against his eyes, feeling warmth seeping through. Blood was flowing from his eyes. This was the only explanation he could think of. His mind raced as he sought a way to alleviate his suffering, for the pain was unbearable, so intense that even a man like him could not endure it, especially in such a vulnerable area as the eyes. Finally, he steeled himself and slammed his head directly against the headboard. In the next moment, his consciousness began to blur, and he faintly heard a mechanical broadcasting sound before losing complete awareness. At noon the next day, He slowly awoke, his complexion pale, as if he were a person recovering from a long illness. He walked to the bathroom mirror to look at himself, only to be startled by his reflection. His face was pale, his eyes dark, and his cheeks sunken, resembling someone suffering from kidney deficiency. What on earth happened? Last night nearly killed me, and today I look like this. Am I turning into a zombie? Frustrated, he slammed his hand against the sink, causing it to shatter instantly, and crashed to the floor. He stared at his hands in disbelief, then gripped the doorknob and yanked it. To his astonishment, the entire knob came off, and the wooden door cracked slightly. Is this still me? When did I become this strong? Before he could ponder further, a wave of hunger hit him. He hurried to the living room and stuffed his mouth with the food he had gathered the day before, too hungry to care about the taste, whether raw or cooked. After eating for a full half hour, he finally felt satiated and sat back on the sofa, patting his belly with satisfaction. As he patted his belly, he suddenly remembered his pocket. To his dismay, he found nothing inside. He turned the pocket inside out, but still could not find the 2 corpse crystals from yesterday. Unwilling to accept defeat, he returned to his room and turned the bed upside down, yet there was no trace of the corpse crystals. The corpse crystals are gone, and yet I have this anomaly. Could it be that all of this is caused by the corpse crystals? He speculated. Although he looked somewhat frightening, it did not seem like he was turning into a zombie. After thinking for a long time, without finding an answer, he lay down on the bed feeling despondent. Honestly, why is there no one here to tell me what happened? Even in a game there are rules. I should at least be able to see the game interface. Just as He finished this thought, a faint blue interface truly appeared before his eyes. He sat up in disbelief, trembling hands reaching out to touch the interface, only to find his hand pass right through it, as if it were non-existent. He slapped both hands against the interface, but felt nothing, yet his eyes told him the interface was indeed real. Then he focused intently on the interface. Host Sue E age 22 rank, first level physique, 25 average for adults, is 10 note strength body strength endurance agility, 21 average for adults, is 10 note speed reaction spirit 22 average for adults, is 10 note attention focus perception ability Eye of the Star God. The interface displayed Sue E's name, age, and his 3 attributes along with his rank, and most importantly his ability, Eye of the Star God. Upon seeing this information, Sue E quickly deduced that the pain he endured last night was the awakening of his ability, and the final mechanical voice signified that he had bound to his system. Collecting his thoughts, Sue E quickly began reading the system introduction. System name: Apocalypse Lottery System. System introduction: the host can participate in a lottery once a day with random prizes. Each time the host levels up, the prize pool will also upgrade, and the host can randomly obtain a new ability. Moreover, Sue E discovered that he did not need to speak to summon the system interface. A mere thought would suffice. Additionally, the interface was visible only to the host, and others could not see it. At this moment, Sue E's face radiated joy, his excitement barely containable. With this system, what do I have to fear? Even in the apocalypse, I am bound to thrive, especially now that I have awakened my ability. Moreover, each time I level up, I will gain a new ability. By the time I become a 10th level ability user, I will have 10 abilities. Eager to test the system's capabilities, Sue E immediately initiated today's lottery. Prize: a personal space containing 100 billion cubic meters of space. Sue E eagerly claimed the system prize, finding it immensely appealing. With a personal space, he could gather ample supplies to ensure his survival in the apocalypse. After claiming the reward, Sue E quickly received instructions on how to use the personal space. Sue E placed his hand on the blanket, and with a thought, the blanket vanished instantly into his personal space. When he thought to retrieve it, the blanket appeared back in his hand. Moreover, the personal space lacked air, meaning no living beings could be stored within. Therefore, items placed in the personal space would not decay and would remain in their original state. This personal space is incredibly useful. Ooh, I can hardly wait to clear out the local supermarket. Sue E exclaimed excitedly. However, he soon remembered that his current appearance and spirit were not in good shape, and he had yet to figure out how to use his ability. Setting out now would be somewhat rash. I should take another day to rest and familiarize myself with my abilities. Tomorrow I will head to the supermarket to gather supplies. Thereafter, Sue E began to practice using the Eye of the Star God. An hour later, he could already skillfully utilize the ability. The Eye of the Star God is a detection ability that when focused at the eyes can perceive everything within a maximum range of 50 meters, disregarding terrain and obstacles. Furthermore, the range is adjustable. Since using the ability consumes energy, the smaller the range, the less energy is expended, allowing for longer detection duration. Through testing, Sue E discovered that the maximum duration for the extreme detection range was 10 minutes, while reducing the range to 25 meters could sustain detection for half an hour. Additionally, this ability need not be activated continuously. If used intermittently, the usable time would be significantly extended. With this ability, Sue E need no longer worry about being ambushed or walking into a horde of zombies. With the Eye of the Star God activated, exquisite maneuvers took center stage. After Sue E completed the ability test, night fell again, and he could only hastily prepare a simple dinner for himself. Perhaps due to the massive energy expenditure from awakening his abilities, Sue E's appetite today was enormous, nearly several times that of usual. He consumed a third of the food that would normally last him half a month. If he did not go out to gather supplies tomorrow, the remaining resources would last at most a few days. To ensure that tomorrow's operation went smoothly, Sue E went to bed early to rest. On the morning of the second day, Sue E happily got out of bed. There was no pain from the previous night, nor any disturbance from those two despicable people. He had a particularly restful sleep. As a new day began, Sue E activated the system's lottery function, once more eager to see if he could win something good. Prize: 3-dimensional attributes 2. Seeing the reward, a smile spread across Sue E's face. An increase in 3-dimensional attributes would greatly enhance his survival and combat capabilities, bringing his physique to 27 points, nearly the level of 3 adults. After claiming the reward, he walked to the bathroom mirror and looked at himself, only to find his complexion rosy, his eyes bright and spirited. He appeared much more energetic than he did before the apocalypse. It really was due to awakening my abilities yesterday. Now my body has fully recovered to its peak condition. It's time to go out and gather supplies. If he wanted to develop steadily, Sue E would have certainly targeted the neighbors on the same floor first, but could anyone wealthy enough to live here really be found? Sue E deeply understood the struggles of the impoverished. Merely being able to eat in this neighborhood was already quite difficult, let alone finding any useful supplies. At present, the community supermarket was the most concentrated place for resources in the entire neighborhood. Once the survivors used up their supplies, their attention would surely turn to the supermarket. By then, it's possible that the supermarket would have been completely emptied. It was only the third day of the apocalypse now. There should be few brave enough to venture outside, making it the perfect time for Sue E to seize supplies. Before heading out, Sue E placed everything he might need into his spatial bag, then gently opened the door with his climbing stick in hand and stepped outside. The room Sue E rented was on the 6th floor, the top floor of the building. It was the cheapest, which explained why there were so few inhabitants on the 6th floor. Aside from Sue, only 2 other families remained. The family across from Sue consisted of 2 elderly people. Sue had already used his abilities to check yesterday, and there was no one in their apartment. They must have gone out for a morning walk and were unable to return due to the outbreak. The other household had only one occupant, a single-wage slave like Sue, who was likely still working overtime when the apocalypse hit. Sue quietly walked through the corridor, trying to make no sound, while keeping his star god eye activated to scan the surroundings. As he reached the stairway, Sue sensed a zombie aimlessly wandering in the corridor on the 5th floor. Sue peeled a piece of wall plaster off and tossed it to the other side. Hearing the noise, the zombie immediately twisted its body and ran toward it. Sue quickly descended the stairs, not wanting to kill the zombie there. Gathering enough supplies was the priority. If he accidentally made too much noise during the fight and attracted other zombies, it could become problematic. Using a similar method, Sue successfully made it downstairs. The community was quite chaotic at this point, with plenty of bloodstains on the ground, and he even saw several severed limbs already beginning to darken. The supermarket was approximately 800 meters away from Sue, and at his current speed, he could reach it in just a few minutes. Sue took a deep breath, tightened his grip on the climbing stick, and dashed toward the community supermarket. He kept his abilities activated, though not at full power, covering about a 30-meter radius around him. Along the way, Sue avoided several zombies, but 2 zombies could not be dodged. He could only use his climbing stick to stab them to death, without even taking the time to extract their crystal cores before continuing toward the supermarket. Finally, Sue successfully reached the supermarket, slamming the large door shut behind him to avoid detection. After checking, he found that there were quite a few zombies inside, likely those who had been shopping when the apocalypse broke out. Due to the noise from closing the door, several nearby zombies came rushing towards Sue. Sue was well aware of this. He had already seen the majority of the situation inside the supermarket before entering. These few zombies were no match for him. The climbing stick had been sharpened by Sue, easily penetrating the zombies' heads. In no time, he dispatched all the zombies that lunged at him. Thanks to the supermarket shelves obstructing the zombies, Sue had ample time. Thus, he managed to stab all the zombies inside the supermarket to death with his stick. Once he confirmed that there were indeed no zombies left in the supermarket, a smile instantly appeared on Sue's face. The presence of so many zombies in the supermarket indicated that no one had come to compete with him for resources. Sue counted. He had just killed 14 zombies, a considerable number. He then took a rubber glove from his spatial bag and began retrieving the crystal cores one by one. Having dealt with these, he finally reached the zero-cost shopping phase he had thought about all night. Before, when he had no money, he had to check prices before buying anything. Now, he could freely select everything without spending a dime. It felt incredible. Sue started filling his spatial bag shelf by shelf. Since this community was quite dilapidated, the supermarket wasn't very large, only about 70 or 80 square meters, and the products were not very expensive. But Sue didn't care about that. He grabbed anything useful. His spatial bag had plenty of room, and he could discard these items later when he found better ones. He also collected all kinds of seasonings like oil, salt, and vinegar. These items could not be produced anymore, so the less he used, the better. Hoarding more wouldn't hurt. Later, Sue found several large freezers in a corner. Since the power was still on, the meat inside had not spoiled, and there was a large warming cabinet full of fruits beside them, which Sue directly moved into his spatial bag. After collecting the supplies, when he opened the supermarket door, there was not a single strand of hair left inside, just a lonely checkout counter standing there. Sue looked at the empty supermarket, nodding in satisfaction. In this world, if one does not fend for oneself, one will be doomed. After collecting the supplies, Sue hurried back. He still had to clean out all the zombies in the building he lived in, otherwise he wouldn't be able to sleep soundly at night. In truth, the place where Sue currently resided was hardly ideal. Poor environment, limited space, and few supermarkets around. It was not suitable for long-term stay in this apocalyptic world. However, with no clear destination in mind, Sue could only continue living there. He planned to move as soon as he found a more suitable place in the coming days. Just as he finished thinking about this, Sue arrived at the entrance of his building. He locked the front door on the first floor and took out 2 large empty shelves from his spatial storage to block the door. This was also one of the reasons Sue had just taken the large shelves. Having completed these tasks, Sue felt relieved. With the door blocked, zombies could no longer enter easily. After all, they lacked intelligence and acted solely on instinct. Now he could finally begin to clear out the zombies in the entire building. Starting from the first floor, Sue intermittently activated his powers, checking each room to ensure not a single zombie was overlooked. There were 8 households on the first floor, 3 were empty, while 3 others had turned into zombies. Sue kicked open the door and dispatched them one by one, taking their crystal cores before leaving. 2 households were occupied by survivors, a couple and a mother with her child. Sue ignored them. After all, he would be leaving in a few days, so there was no need to wipe them out. However, if they were to trouble him, it would be a different story. Sue never showed mercy to his enemies. After clearing the first floor, he continued to the second floor, where things began to feel a bit different by the time he reached the third floor. Outside one of the doors, Sue heard the heavy breathing of a man. This sound was all too familiar to him as he had heard it on many nights. Su-yi remembered that this household belonged to a young couple in their 20s. He had no real interaction with them, having only seen them a few times. He recalled them because the wife had an incredibly attractive figure. She often jogged in the neighborhood in the mornings, and Su-yi would see her on his way to work. As a young man full of vigor, it was hard for him to forget. Hearing the sounds from inside, Su-yi's face flushed slightly, feeling embarrassed to activate his powers to check the situation in the room. Originally, Su-yi intended to walk away, but he recalled that he hadn't heard the woman's voice. In his memory, Ye Chutang and his girlfriend would always make sounds when they were engaging in such activities. This seemed a bit abnormal. Su-yi assured himself that he only felt it was abnormal with no other intentions. Su-yi quietly activated his powers to look into the room, only to see the male occupant stabbed in the chest lying on the living room floor, while a yellow-haired man had appeared in the room. Su-yi frowned. He recognized this yellow-haired man, or rather no one in the neighborhood didn't know him. He was a street punk, always idle, and fond of peeping at couples. Moreover, this yellow-haired man often bullied Su-yi, blocking his path for no reason, causing him to be late several times. If it weren't for the sympathy of the female boss, he might have lost the internship he had struggled to find. Now seeing an enemy made Su-yi's blood boil. He kicked open the door, gripping his trekking pole as he walked in. Hearing the noise, the yellow-haired man immediately jumped out of bed, hurriedly putting on his pants and grabbing a kitchen knife from the bedside before stepping outside. Seeing Su-yi, the yellow-haired man was first startled, then shouted while raising the knife, "Damn it, Su-yi, you dare to ruin my fun." He charged at Su-yi with the knife raised. Su-yi did not dodge, swinging his trekking pole to knock the knife from the yellow-haired man's hand, then delivering a kick to his stomach. With Su-yi's current strength, the yellow-haired man was sent flying, crashing into the sofa, which moved several steps back before stopping. In pain, the yellow-haired man clutched his stomach as he stared at Su-yi in terror, wondering when Su-yi had become so strong to kick him so far. "Eagle, let's talk this out. Don't kill me. If you like that woman, you can have her. Though she's dead, she just died, and her body is still warm. You really are a beast. Not only did you violate her, but you also killed her. What you did is truly inhumane," Su-yi said through gritted teeth in a cold voice. "I didn't want to do it. I just wanted to grab something to eat, but that bitch wouldn't give it to me and kept cursing at me. I accidentally killed them." The yellow-haired man wailed, clutching his leg. Su-yi had nothing more to say to such scum. He simply used his trekking pole to stab him to death, too lazy to listen to any more nonsense. Feeling somewhat unlucky, Su-yi walked out. He had expected a lively scene, but instead encountered a disturbing sight, ruining his good mood for the day. Previously, Su-yi had some fantasies about that woman. With his current strength, she might even take the initiative to approach him. Perhaps he could finally shed his status as a virgin in just a few days. It was truly unacceptable to still be a virgin in this apocalypse. If he didn't get to experience a woman's touch before dying, he would feel even more aggrieved. Every time he thought of this, Su-yi felt a wave of frustration, causing him to speed up his clearing of zombies. By around 4 in the afternoon, he had cleared all the zombies from the entire building. Returning to the 6th floor, Su-yi took out several large shelves from his spatial storage to block the stairway, preventing any remaining survivors from disturbing him. Once back home, Su-yi hurriedly grabbed a can of cola from the fridge and drank it. After a whole day of work, he hadn't even had lunch. The next moment, his stomach immediately grumbled. Su-yi took out a self-heating hot pot from his spatial storage. This was something he had only dared to look at before, but never bought, since a single portion cost at least dozens of yuan. After paying rent from his 2,000 yuan salary, he had hardly any money left. Today, Su-yi chose the most expensive option in the supermarket, a portion that cost nearly 100 yuan. He was determined to satisfy his curiosity. After preparing the self-heating hot pot, Su-yi noticed it would take a while to cook, so he took out a snack shelf from his spatial storage and set it in the living room to nibble on some snacks. Eating something for free felt fantastic, giving him a strong sense of accomplishment. After about 10 minutes, the self-heating hot pot was ready. Su-yi immediately set aside the snacks he hadn't finished and began to eat the hot pot. After just one bite, Su-yi experienced the joy of the rich. There was a reason why expensive things were valued. No wonder wealthy people love to buy expensive items. The apocalypse wasn't so bad, at least it allowed him to experience the joy of the wealthy. If only he could end his virginity as well, it would be even more perfect. Since he hadn't eaten lunch, Su-yi ate quickly, and halfway through his mouth was already greasy. Just then his phone, which had been silent for a long time, rang with a video call. Su-yi picked up the phone and was met with a very familiar name. The person video calling Su-yi was his high school classmate Ye Chutang. She and Su-yi had a decent relationship and both excelled academically, being admitted to Tsuling University after the college entrance examination. From her name, one could tell that Ye Chutang was quite beautiful. She was the school belle in high school and remained the same in university, receiving love letters throughout her life. Su-yi had harbored a crush on her, but he was realistic. Ye Chutang's parents were renowned entrepreneurs with substantial wealth, making her unattainable for someone like him. Not being able to be in a romantic relationship was still okay, as being desk mates was a consolation for Su-yi during his high school days. After entering university, although they were alumni, one was in the computer science department, while the other was in finance, making it difficult for them to interact. Recently, they had begun to reconnect. Ye Chutang planned to pursue a master's degree, but she was often harassed by confessions at school. Additionally, her younger sister Ye Chu Yao was attending Tsuling No. 2 high school, so their parents bought her a villa in Tsuling City. Furthermore, this villa was not far from where Sui worked, and he could see it on his way to work. That was how they met again and began to message each other frequently. Sometimes when Ye Chutang encountered trouble, Sui would go help her. After his phone had been ringing for a while, Sui quickly wiped his hands and answered the video call. As soon as the video connected, Sui saw Ye Chutang's stunning face, her fair skin delicate, like mutton fat jade, though there was a hint of melancholy in her eyes. She wore a light pink spaghetti strap nightgown, quietly leaning against the headboard, her long hair cascading loosely over one shoulder. Sui, are you there? A serene and pleasant voice came from the phone. Sui quickly grabbed some tissue to wipe the grease off his mouth before responding. I'm here. Chutang, is there something you need? Sui asked. Ye Chutang hesitated, biting her lip slightly. I'm a bit scared. I tried calling my parents, but I couldn't get through, so I wanted to talk to someone. Do you have time now? Sui nodded at the phone. Of course I have time, but I'm a bit hungry. Do you mind if I eat while we talk? Upon hearing this, Ye Chutang immediately smiled. Of course you can continue eating. Just keep the video on while we talk. Then Sui continued eating his self-heating hot pot, as he hadn't finished half of it and was still hungry. Sui, I can't reach my parents by phone. Do you think they? Hearing Ye Chutang's words, Sui paused in his meal. Actually, I can't reach my parents either. I suspect they might not be around anymore. I went out today and saw that many of the zombies were older people. They probably couldn't withstand the infection of the zombie virus. Even those who managed to escape infection find it hard to evade the zombies' attacks. After hearing Sui's explanation, Ye Chutang couldn't help but cry. Sui, do you think the army can clear out these zombies? Can we return to normal life? Sui looked steadily at Ye Chutang on the video screen. Do you want to hear the truth? Ye Chutang nodded with red eyes. I want to hear the truth. Sui sighed. You should be able to access the internet and have seen those news articles. This catastrophe is global. No country is spared. The common people are like us, and the armies of all countries are similarly unable to help. Do you think they have the capability to save us? Hearing this, Ye Chutang's face turned pale. Then, what should we do? Little Yao is still at Tsuling No. 2 and hasn't come back. I called her, and she said a teacher is protecting her, and that she is relatively safe. But what will happen if there's no rescue? Ye Chutang cried as she spoke. Upon hearing this, Sui frowned. Wasn't the day of the zombie outbreak a Saturday? Why was little Yao at school? Ye Chutang sobbed. Little Yao is about to take the college entrance examination, and Tsuling No. 2 has extra classes every Saturday. She only gets 1 day off on Sunday. Another round of damned extra classes. Sui couldn't help but curse under his breath. Ye Chutang tightly grasped her phone with both hands. Sui, can you help me? My parents are gone and little Yao is my only family. I've asked many people, and either they couldn't be reached or were unwilling to help. You're my only hope. Hearing Ye Chutang's request, Sui hesitated. On one hand, he wanted to help her, but on the other hand, it was too dangerous now. Rushing to Tsuling No. 2, several kilometers away to rescue Ye Chu Yao alone would be quite challenging. Seeing Sui hesitate, Ye Chutang blushed and continued, Sui, you're the closest one to me and little Yao. If you're willing to help me, I would be willing to be your woman. Upon hearing this, Sui widened his eyes, staring at Ye Chutang on the screen. What are you talking about? Do you think I'm the kind of person who would take advantage of you in this way? What do you take me for? Seeing Sui angry, Ye Chutang quickly shook her head. No, that's not what I mean. It's just because I can't offer any other compensation. The food at home is almost gone, and all I have left is myself. Don't you have the habit of stocking up on food? How could you finish it so quickly? It's only the 3rd day. Sui couldn't help but ask. Ye Chutang grimaced. My parents hired a nanny to come and cook for me regularly, so we usually don't stock up on food. If it weren't for little Yao's love for snacks, I probably wouldn't have made it through today. As Ye Chutang complained, she glanced at the steaming hot pot in front of Sui, starting to swallow. Sui observed everything and then asked, how many days can your remaining food last? Only 2 days left. Ye Chutang replied somewhat shyly. Sui thought for a moment, and then said, Chutang, if I say I want to move into your home, would you be willing? Upon hearing this, Ye Chutang's face lit up with joy. Are you saying you're willing to help me rescue little Yao? Sui nodded slightly. I can try to save your sister, but I can't guarantee it will be successful. That's fine. As long as you're willing to help me, little Yao is my only family. I really can't lose her. Thank you, Sui. Ye Chutang said gratefully, tears streaming down her face. Sui waved his hand. The place I'm currently living in is very inconvenient whenever there's a water or power outage. So I'm also looking for a suitable place to stay. Your villa has solar energy and underground water, so even if there's a power or water outage, we won't have to worry. We can consider it an exchange. Ye Chutang kept nodding her head. Yes, my house is very convenient, and there are many rooms. You can choose any of them. Sui smiled slightly. Aren't you worried that I might have ulterior motives? Upon hearing this, Ye Chutang's face immediately turned red and her ears flushed. I just said that as long as you're willing to save little Yao, I would be willing to be your woman. If you really want to, I wouldn't. Mine. Su Yi suddenly laughed. You're such a silly girl. After all, we've been desk mates for 3 years. I would never force you into such things. Don't worry. Ye Chutang smiled. Yes, I believe you're not that kind of person. After all, you saved me before. The life-saving grace Ye Chutang mentioned was actually when she was harassed by a few delinquents on her way home from school in her second year of high school, and Su Yi happened to intervene to help her, significantly strengthening their bond. Su Yi looked at Ye Chutang and said, Chutang, I will come to your house in 2 days. Also, please call Xiao Yao to reassure her not to be afraid. Once I arrive at your place, I will rescue her as soon as possible. Ye Chutang smiled and nodded. All right, I will tidy up the room and wait for you. You continue eating. I've disturbed you while you were eating, so I'll hang up now. After the video call ended, Ye Chutang, several kilometers away in her villa, gleefully rolled on her bed, her 2 delicate little feet shaking non-stop, making it hard to look away. Su Yi is indeed as kind as he was in high school. He has helped me once again. At this moment, Su Yi was also smiling at the phone that had just hung up, not expecting to find such a good place to live in such a short time. The villa where Ye Chutang lived was one he had entered before. It was a gated community, surrounded by fences and iron gates with excellent security. Moreover, there were very few people there, so there would be fewer zombies, making it safer compared to other places. Of course, Su Yi had his own thoughts about Ye Chutang. He was not a saint who could remain unmoved by a beauty in his arms. He was not a petty person who would do something unreasonable. In this apocalyptic world, Su Yi had a spatial storage for supplies, powerful strength, and formidable abilities. With the capital he had now, he did not believe Ye Chutang would remain indifferent. As long as the two spent some time together, their relationship would naturally develop. Then Su Yi happily finished the remaining self-heating hot pot, and after putting the shelf he had just taken out back into his spatial storage, he went to take a shower. After his shower, Su Yi lay comfortably on his bed, suddenly remembering that he hadn't cleaned the corpse crystals he had collected today. These crystals were dug out from the heads of zombies, and he was unwilling to touch them without cleaning. Furthermore, Su Yi still hadn't figured out how to use the corpse crystals, and he was also confused about his ability awakening. He hurried to the bathroom to wash all the corpse crystals before returning to his room. Su Yi placed all the corpse crystals on his computer desk and counted them. There were a total of 32, with 14 obtained from the supermarket and the remaining 18 acquired while clearing the floors. Looking at these corpse crystals, Su Yi felt a bit troubled. What was the method of using these crystals? Previously, I put those 2 corpse crystals in my pocket while sleeping, and then I awakened my abilities rather confusingly. Could it be that I need to come into contact with the crystals? But I've also come into contact with the corpse crystals and felt nothing. Su Yi's mind was racing, but he decided to try again. He held 1 corpse crystal in his palm, calmed his mind to sense it, and then was pleasantly surprised as he truly felt a surge of power flowing from his palm into his body. Su Yi then tried to activate his abilities while making contact with the corpse crystal, resulting in the crystal rapidly dissolving. In just about a minute, he completely absorbed 1 corpse crystal. With this discovery, Su Yi was extremely delighted and quickly began to absorb the other corpse crystals using this method. After more than half an hour, Su Yi had absorbed all the corpse crystals. He clenched his fist and immediately felt that his strength had increased somewhat. Then Su Yi opened the system panel to check his attributes. Rank: first level physique, 39 agility, 33 mentality, 34 ability, Eye of the Star God. Su Yi smiled. After absorbing all the corpse crystals, although his rank hadn't increased, his attribute improvements were significant. His physique increased by 12 points, agility by 10 points, and mentality by 10 points, totaling 32 points in attributes. It seems that each corpse crystal can increase an attribute point. I need to collect more corpse crystals in the future. Su Yi lay on his bed very excited. Not only had he gained a lot of supplies today, but his strength had also significantly increased, and soon he would be cohabiting with the campus beauty. He believed it wouldn't be long before sparks of love would ignite. Perhaps because he had expended a lot of energy today, Su Yi quickly fell asleep. The next morning he woke up and the first thing he did was open the system lottery to prepare to claim his reward. Prize: Flowing Fireblade, first level. Seeing the prize, Su Yi couldn't help but smile. What he needed now was a handy weapon. Su Yi took out the newly acquired Flowing Fireblade, which looked quite similar to a tang knife. The blade was about 1 meter long, straight and slender with smooth lines. The blade shimmered coldly, incredibly sharp, and the spine of the blade was thick, giving a sturdy and reliable impression. Su Yi gripped the handle and swung the Flowing Fireblade, feeling it was incredibly easy to handle. Most importantly, the weight of the blade was just right. Su Yi's physique had now reached 39 points, almost 4 times that of an adult. When he went out yesterday to collect supplies, Su Yi felt that the climbing stick was a bit too light. He didn't expect that the system would provide him with a suitable weapon the next day. Su Yi glanced at the chair beside his computer desk, swung the Flowing Fireblade, and instantly cut the chair in half. The hollow iron pipe in the middle was similarly cut, leaving only a smooth cut. Su Yi looked at the Flowing Fireblade and found that there was not a single mark on it, which made him even happier. This really is a great treasure. It can easily cut through iron. If I use it on a zombie's head, wouldn't it be a one-hit kill? He stored the flowing fire blade in his spatial storage, then went to wash up in the bathroom before starting his breakfast. He planned to head to Ye Chutang's villa today, familiarize himself with the surrounding environment, and then formulate the next plan. The place where Sui lived was about 3 kilometers away from Ye Chutang's. He couldn't drive there now as the noise would easily attract zombies and other survivors. So Sui could only walk there. With his current attributes, it would probably take him only about an hour to arrive. Along the way, he could also continue to collect some usable supplies and kill some zombies to gather corpse crystals. Now, there might be very few people aware of the existence of corpse crystals, let alone those who have awakened abilities. As long as Sui could collect a large number of corpse crystals, he could stay ahead of everyone else, ensuring he had a place even in this apocalypse. After finishing his breakfast, Sui packed all the usable items in his home into his spatial storage and then prepared to set off. Due to the existence of a personal space, Sui didn't need to carry a backpack when going out. He only needed to take the Liuhuan knife to protect himself. Sui walked out of the house, moved aside the shelf that had blocked the corridor yesterday, and proceeded downstairs. Since he had already cleared all the zombies in the entire residential building yesterday, Sui didn't need to worry about danger. However, just in case, he activated his Star God Eye ability to scan the surroundings. Sui walked to the first floor without encountering any trouble. He then moved the shelf at the entrance of the first floor, and just as he finished moving it, the door of one of the apartments opened. A man appeared, looking to be in his 30s. He wasn't particularly tall, but he had a lot of muscle. Sui recognized him as the husband from the couple of survivors on the first floor yesterday. As soon as the man came out, he saw Sui, who was about to open the door, and approached him to greet him. "Hello, little brother. How can you dare to go out in such a dangerous situation?" the man asked with a smile on his face. Sui tightened his grip on the Liuhua knife, his expression cold. "That seems irrelevant to you." Seeing Sui holding the long knife in his right hand, the man instinctively took a few steps back, a bit frightened. "Brother, I mean no harm. It's just that we've run out of food at home, and I wanted to ask if I could borrow some." "What does your lack of food have to do with me? Why should I lend you anything?" Sui replied with a cold sneer. "I'm just asking to borrow a bit of food. Why are you being so stingy? I can pay you back," the man retorted, now slightly angry. "Get lost, or don't blame me for taking action." Sui showed no mercy in his tone. In the apocalypse, being overly compassionate was taboo. There was no need to give others any benefits. Letting those survivors live yesterday was already his biggest concession. Then another woman walked out from inside the house holding 2 kitchen knives. She handed one to the man as she approached him. "Honey, don't waste your breath with him. Yesterday, I heard someone going out. It must have been him going to that supermarket to gather supplies. I also heard someone kicking doors one by one in the afternoon. Oh, it must have been him looking for resources," the woman said sharply. Hearing this, the man tightened his grip on the kitchen knife, saying, "Kid, if you give me some food now, I'll let you go. Otherwise, don't blame us for not giving you a chance." Intrigued, Sui looked at the two of them. "Oh, I would like to see what you can do to me." The man gritted his teeth and charged at Sui with the kitchen knife raised. Sui swung his long knife, severing the man's arm. Blood gushed out like a fountain, and the man rolled on the ground, clutching his severed arm and howling in agony. The woman was so frightened that she sat on the ground, her pants soaked, a stench of urine filling the air. Sui took 2 steps forward, his eyes gleaming with cold light. "Now tell me what you can do to me." The man immediately covered his arm, his face pale, as he knelt on the ground. "Big brother, we were wrong. We are just too hungry. Please don't kill us." The woman, though terrified, mustered a bit of courage and spoke up. "This is a society governed by law. You secretly possess controlled weapons, and now you've even attacked someone. Do you want to go to prison?" Sui chuckled, looking at her. "A society governed by law. Look outside. Who still cares about the law? Here, I am the law." The next moment, Sui swung his knife down, decapitating the man. Blood splattered all over the woman's face, and she immediately screamed in terror, "You've killed someone. Help! Someone save me." Sui continued to step towards the woman, intending to finish her off as well. Seeing she couldn't escape, the woman immediately began to tear off her clothes, revealing large areas of her snowy white skin. "If you spare me, I can make you comfortable. They'll do whatever you say, just don't kill me," the woman pleaded humbly. Sui, losing patience, swiftly severed her neck with a single stroke. "I will soon see my Chutang, who would want you," Sui muttered softly. After ending this little episode, he opened the main door on the first floor and walked out towards the community. The community gate was in the direction of the supermarket, so Sui proceeded along the path he took yesterday. Halfway there, Sui noticed the 2 zombie corpses he had impaled yesterday. He walked over, intending to retrieve the corpse crystals he hadn't collected, but after rummaging for a long time, he found nothing. These zombies don't seem to have been looted. Could it be that if the corpse crystals aren't taken in time, they disappear? Sui couldn't find an answer at the moment, so he decided to experiment later. For now, it was better to leave. Soon Sui reached the vicinity of the supermarket and could already see the community gate. However, there were quite a few zombies wandering at the entrance, at least a dozen. Sui cautiously approached the community gate and made a very faint sound to attract a few nearby zombies for slaughter. This was a tactic Sui had summarized from yesterday's experience. Zombies had poor eyesight and could only see a few meters ahead, but their hearing was excellent, and they could hear even the slightest noise provided it was at a sufficient distance. So Sui planned to eliminate the zombies at the community gate in several batches, each time attracting only a few at most. After half an hour, Sui finally killed all 17 zombies at the entrance and obtained 17 corpse crystals in the process. Sui opened the community gate and walked towards the street. Along the way, he saw many abandoned vehicles and buildings, and the streets were littered with blood and debris. Looking at the scattered limbs and severed arms, Sui felt a chill run down his spine. It was too gruesome. Even though he had already killed many zombies, he felt a bit shaken. Sui took a deep breath, choosing not to dwell on those chaotic thoughts. Gripping the Liuhua knife, he continued forward. While walking, he activated his ability to scan the surroundings to avoid inadvertently walking into a horde of zombies. As he walked, Sui detected a group of zombies blocking the road a few dozen meters ahead and decided to bypass them. At that moment, Sui sensed a gaze upon him. He quickly turned his head and found an older woman in her 40s or 50s watching him from the second-floor windowsill of a nearby residential building. Sui hurriedly put his finger to his lips, signaling the woman to be quiet. However, the woman thought Sui wanted to give her food, and she immediately responded, "Happily, young man, if you want to give me food, just throw it up to me. I'm starving." Sui's face turned beet red from anger as the nearby gathering zombies heard the noise and quickly rushed over. "Damn it, go eat shit. I've really hit rock bottom running into you. Don't let me catch you next time." Sui cursed angrily and quickly ran towards a side alley. The woman was also red-faced from her angry outburst. Today's young people really lack any manners. Not only do they not respect the elderly and love the young, but they also curse right away. What a decline of morals and distortion of humanity. Sui was running for his life and didn't hear the woman's words behind him. Otherwise, he would have definitely gone back to argue with her, letting her see what true distortion of humanity was. Sui unleashed the full power of his star god to scan the surroundings, not slowing his steps even a bit. Damn it, in this lifetime, I will never be on good terms with that old hag. Sui cursed inwardly. That old hag had caused him immense suffering, and now he was being chased by over 50 zombies. If there were fewer zombies ahead, it wouldn't be a problem, but if there were many, he would be quickly overwhelmed. Sui felt like crying without tears. His bad luck was off the charts. As he ran, he discovered that there were also a lot of zombies ahead, and panic set in. He quickly looked around for a way out. Upon seeing that the door of a nearby residential building was open, he rushed inside, quickly closing the door and using 2 shells from his spatial storage to block it. The zombies outside clawed at the door, emitting eerie howls. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Sui calmed himself. This door was iron, and he wasn't worried about the zombies breaking in. Having only covered half the distance, Sui found himself stuck here. It seemed he wouldn't reach Ye Chutang's villa today. He planned to find a side door or window to escape, but discovered that this building had only one door, and all the windows were barred. Sui's flowing fire blade could carve a hole through the bars, but that would make a loud noise and attract the zombies. With no other choice, Sui sat down to rest, then decided to find a room to use as a place to sleep for the night. Activating his abilities to investigate the conditions of the building, Sui found that there were quite a few zombies inside, and he began to happily clear the floors to collect zombie crystals. After spending 2 hours exterminating all the zombies in the building, he found a relatively clean room on the 5th floor to use as his resting place for the night. Sui cleaned the 46 zombie crystals he obtained today and began absorbing them, taking nearly an hour to finish. Level 1st stage Constitution, 55 Agility, 48 Spirit, 49 Ability, Star God Eye. Sui's 3 attributes had significantly increased with his Constitution nearing 60. As dusk fell, Sui casually took out a self-heating hot pot from his spatial storage to prepare dinner. After waiting for a dozen minutes, the hot pot was ready and the rich aroma wafted towards him. Sui devoured the self-heating hot pot, greedily tossing the empty container towards the door. At that moment, a small figure quickly picked up the discarded hot pot and ran off. Sui recognized her at a glance. She was the child of a survivor from the apartment next door, a girl who looked around 7 or 8 years old. In addition to her, there was her mother in the room, but she appeared sick, her complexion pale. The little girl was likely drawn by the aroma of the self-heating hot pot. She had quietly taken the container with just a bit of soup left, probably because there was no food left at home. Sui didn't want to be overly generous, but being kind in this apocalypse usually didn't lead to a long life. He wanted to live a long life. After resting for the night, Sui woke up early. He hadn't dared to sleep soundly last night, as being outside was still not safe enough. A new day meant he could receive rewards again. Sui immediately activated the system lottery. Prize Agility 1. He gritted his teeth as he accepted today's reward, hating that old hag even more. After that, Sui didn't want to stay here any longer. After all, a school beauty was waiting for him in the distance. After a night, the zombies downstairs had mostly dispersed, with only a dozen remaining wandering around. It was still easy for Sui to deal with them, given his strength. As Sui was about to go downstairs, he noticed the door of the nearest apartment slightly ajar, and the little girl from last night peeked her head out to look. Seeing that Sui had noticed her, the little girl immediately withdrew her head and quickly closed the door. Watching this scene, Su Yi hesitated. In this apocalypse, kindness was the least valuable trait, and the one that should not exist. However, seeing the little girl made Su Yi feel empathy. He had experienced helplessness himself and understood what that feeling was like. The little girl's mother was sick and there was no food at home. The two were practically already dead. With a wry smile, Su Yi thought, "Let this be my last good deed. From now on I will live only for myself." Slowly walking to the little girl's door, Su Yi took out 3 bags of rice, some daily necessities, and some medicine from his spatial storage. This was the greatest help he could offer them. Whether they lived or died would depend on their fate. Su Yi gently knocked twice on the door before leaving. He wasn't doing this to seek gratitude. After Lin Hao left, the little girl peeked outside through the peephole to ensure no one was around, then gently opened the door a crack to look out, only to see the supplies Su Yi had left. She was surprised and couldn't believe it. She quickly closed the door again and reopened it, confirming the supplies were still there before rushing back to her room to call her mother. At this time, Su Yi had already reached downstairs. He retrieved the 2 shelves back into his spatial storage, as moving them might create a lot of noise. It was best to store them away, and who knows, he might need them again later. Su Yi activated his abilities before gently twisting the doorknob to step outside. The dozen or so zombies around immediately lunged at him upon seeing him emerge. Seeing the zombies rushing toward him, Su Yi remained calm. His attributes had significantly improved yesterday, and with the flowing fire blade in hand, he could easily take down a zombie with a single strike. Su Yi moved swiftly. With his current agility attribute, he could cover 100 meters in just 4 to 5 seconds, while the zombies' speed was laughable. With every strike aimed at the heads of the zombies, Su Yi sought to eliminate them as quickly as possible, for attracting more zombies would be counterproductive. In just a few minutes, Su Yi had slain all 14 zombies and quickly retrieved the zombie crystals before fleeing the scene. Su Yi was quite familiar with this route to work. In the past, he had run to work to save a few bucks on bus fare, which served as a morning workout. As he proceeded, Su Yi became even more cautious. He was now only about a kilometer away from Ye Chutang's villa, and he didn't want any unforeseen mishaps. Su Yi ran while slaying his foes, finally arriving outside the villa area at noon. At that moment, 5 guards turned zombies were wandering at the gate of the villa area. Without a hint of fear, Su Yi brandished his knife and swiftly dispatched all 5 zombies. After extracting the corpse crystal, Su Yi proceeded into the villa area, not forgetting to close the iron gate behind him to prevent other zombies and survivors from entering. Having been brought in by Ye Chutang before, Su Yi knew the way to her villa. Throughout his journey, Su Yi saw no zombies at all. It seemed that there were indeed not many people wealthy enough to live in villas. Despite the vast area of the villa district, it was remarkably sparsely populated, a clear mockery of nature. As Su Yi internally complained, he remained vigilant, activating his special ability to assess the surroundings. Just as he was nearing Ye Chutang's villa, he faintly heard voices. Focusing his gaze, he saw 5 men standing at the door of Ye Chutang's villa knocking. One of them, clad in a suit and bearing an arrogant expression, was accompanied by 4 others dressed in security uniforms, likely the former guards of this villa area. Su Yi observed the 5 men with interest, opting not to approach, immediately curious about their intentions. At the entrance of Ye Chutang's villa, the suited man impatiently said, "Zhao Chang, just break down the door. Already you've been knocking for ages." The tallest and most robust of the 4 security guards hesitated, responding, "Young Master Lu, won't this be a bit inappropriate? That woman is quite wealthy. Oh, I've heard from others that her father is the president of the Ye Group." "What are you afraid of?" Young Master Lu sneered. "My father is Lu Gang. My Lu Group is no less than her Ye family. Besides, in this situation, can her father really come to save her? Once we break down the door, that woman will be at my mercy. After I, Lu Yuan, take the first bite, you all can have a taste too." Hearing this, the 4 security guards swallowed hard. They were the guards of this villa area, and Ye Chutang often strolled around the community. Each time they saw her slender waist and her long fair legs, they couldn't help but swallow. Now, with a chance to have fun with such a stunning beauty, who could resist? "Young Master Lu, are you serious? After you're done, can we brothers have a go too?" Zhao Chang asked excitedly. Lu Yuan smiled slyly. "Of course. Since you all have become my little brothers, good things should be shared with you. Moreover, once the military clears out these zombies, you can continue to follow me. They'll take you to enjoy the good life." "Thank you, young Master Lu. The 4 of us brothers will definitely stick close to you," Zhao Chang said with a flushed face filled with excitement. Lu Yuan waved his hand. "Enough chatter. The internet's down today, so that woman can't contact anyone, nor can she spread the word. We need to act quickly." Upon hearing this, Zhao Chang and the 4 security guards ceased their chatter and immediately began to smash the door. Su Yi listened to their conversation, disdain evident on his face. What scum! To think they want to force themselves on a beautiful schoolgirl without a shred of chivalry. Why can't they be like me and win her over with genuine feelings? Recalling Lu Yuan's mention of the internet being down, Su Yi quickly took out his phone to check, only to find it indeed had no signal. If the internet hadn't gone down, Ye Chutang would likely have called him for help. Watching this scene, Su Yi couldn't help but smile. Lu Yuan is quite the dedicated pawn, creating a perfect opportunity for me to be the hero who saves the beauty. When I display my astonishing strength, how could Chutang not be moved? With an evil grin on his face, Su Yi began to fantasize about Ye Chutang sweetly clinging to him, praising his strength. In the distance, Xiao Chang and his 4 little brothers continued to smash the villa door, while Lu Yuan stood by eagerly watching. Xiao Chang used some tools. This door is too sturdy to break down easily, Lu Yuan reminded. Hearing this, Xiao Chang's eyes lit up as he called his little brothers to move a nearby stone lion that wasn't too large. The 4 of them heaved the stone lion to smash against the door, and soon the villa door was dented in several places, the doorknob on the outside having already fallen off. Inside the door, Ye Chutang was terrified, her pale face showing her fear. She barricaded the door with several stools, struggling to close it tightly. Since the day before yesterday, Lu Yuan had been knocking on the door periodically, but Ye Chutang had ignored him, pretending she wasn't home. This was also why Ye Chutang had called Su Yi for a video chat the day before yesterday, but she was truly scared, and furthermore her sister, Chu Ling Er, needed someone to rescue her. This morning the internet had gone down and Lu Yuan had come with 4 security guards to smash the door. At this moment she was terrified. If Su Yi didn't come to save her, she might truly lose her purity today. If that were to happen, she might as well die, but she couldn't let go of her sister. If she committed suicide now, her sister would really have no one to save her. All she could do was hope that Su Yi would keep his promise and come to find her. At that moment, Su Yi frowned deeply. Aren't these guards fed? How can 4 of them not even break down a door? My legs are about to cramp up, let me do it. After another 5 minutes, the door was finally smashed open. At the moment it broke, Ye Chutang fell to the ground, her face streaked with tears, glaring at the 5 men with red eyes. Finally catching sight of the long-awaited beauty, Lu Yuan's face revealed a greedy smile. Haha, I told you this little beauty must be home. Trying to pretend she's not home to trick me. How naughty. Just wait and see how I'll teach you a lesson. Lu Yuan sneered. Ye Chutang's face turned pale with fear. Don't come any closer. I've got help coming, Yi. He'll be here soon. If you leave now, you might still escape unscathed. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chang couldn't help but snicker. Escape unscathed? I think you're worried that we 5 won't satisfy you and you want to call a few more people, right? Don't worry, we brothers will definitely do our best to please you. Get out of here. This is a society governed by law. What you're doing is illegal, and my dad is Ye Chutang. If he finds out, he won't let you off. Ye Chutang threatened, her voice trembling. Lu Yuan laughed coldly. So what if it's illegal? No one will know. What of your father being Ye Chutang? My father is Lu Gang. I haven't been flaunting my power, and yet you're already doing so. Saying this, the 5 men prepared to advance and enjoy the beautiful girl before them. Ye Chutang trembled in fear, her face as pale as paper, continuously retreating, trying to escape. Just as the men were about to grab Ye Chutang, Su Yi's cold voice came from behind them. Who gave you the courage to lay a hand on my woman, Su Yi? Who gave you the courage to touch the woman of Su Yi? Su Yi's voice echoed from behind the 5, instantly sending chills down their spines. Lu Yuan turned his head and saw that Su Yi was just a young man in his 20s, immediately becoming arrogant. Damn it, are you looking for death, you broke fool? You dare to ruin my plans? Lu Yuan exclaimed angrily. Xiao Chang was also furious, clenching his fists as he was about to succeed when his good fortune was spoiled, which no one would take lightly. With your poor appearance, you dare to claim that this beauty is yours. Take a look at yourself. Xiao Chang mocked, crossing his arms. Hearing this, Su Yi remained unfazed, a smile on his face as the flowing fire blade in his right hand sparked against the ground. What does it matter that I'm poor? After all, the campus beauty, Yi is fond of someone like me. We were classmates in high school and alumni in college. What's strange about becoming a couple? Su Yi said with a faint smile. Lu Yuan had just been focused on observing Su Yi and had not noticed the cold gleam of the long knife in his hand. Seeing it now, he couldn't help but feel a bit afraid. Lu Yuan's face immediately broke into a smile. Brother, your words make sense. I see you are quite the handsome man. It wouldn't be strange for you two to be a couple. Hearing this, Su Yi coldly laughed. How do you plan to resolve the fact that you are bullying my girlfriend in broad daylight? Although Xiao Chang was also afraid of the long knife in Su Yi's hand, seeing his brothers nearby gave him some courage. Lu Xiao, let's not be afraid of this kid. He's alone, and we have 5 people. How could he take us all down? Xiao Chang whispered to Lu Xiao. Lu Yuan smirked, his smile returning. Brother, I believe you heard what my little brother just said. If we start fighting, you won't have much chance of winning. How about I take the lead and let you join us? We can have fun together later, and you can be my little brother, enjoying the good life together. What do you think? Su Yi pretended to look troubled, rubbing his chin, but she's my girlfriend. What does it mean to let you play with her? If this gets out, where will I put my face? Seeing Su Yi hesitate, Lu Xiao's confidence grew. After all, he had done this sort of thing many times before, and every time the other party showed such a face, it meant they wanted more. Brother, you must have seen the situation outside. The zombies are everywhere, and a moment of inattention could cost you your life. But this villa area is very safe with water and electricity. If you join us, you won't have to worry about those things anymore. You've probably suffered quite a bit alone, right? As a man, you should be more open-minded. Women are just for fun. Oh, why get emotionally invested? As long as you recognize me as your big brother, you can have any woman I've had. What do you say? Listening to Lu Xiao's words, Su Yi occasionally nodded, smiling. What you say makes sense, but this woman is the love of my life. How could I possibly use her to gain benefits? Ye Chutang had been quietly listening to their conversation, afraid to interrupt. The only one who could save her now was Su-yi, but when she saw the hesitation on his face, her hope felt like it was shattering. However, when Su-yi mentioned the love of his life, Ye Chutang was so moved that she was on the verge of tears. Although she had known Su-yi for many years as an old classmate, their feelings had not been very deep. Now she could gain immense benefits just by not saving herself, yet Su-yi was able to resist the temptation and still wanted to save her even when facing 5 people. At this moment, Ye Chutang felt a strange affection for Su-yi, as if she really liked him. However, it was quite conflicting. She wanted Su-yi to save her, but also hoped he would abandon her and escape. After struggling for a while, Ye Chutang shed tears of humiliation. Su-yi, you should leave quickly. I am very grateful for your help, but you are no match for them. If possible, please help me save Xiaoyao. I will definitely repay you in my next life. Lu Yuan burst into loud laughter. Kid, even your girlfriend thinks you're no match for us. But I am a man who appreciates talent. I will give you one more chance, so I hope you can make the right choice. Su-yi sighed with a bitter smile. It's truly disheartening that even my beloved girlfriend doesn't believe in me. It seems I have no choice but to. As he spoke, Su-yi's gaze turned cold, and he swiftly swung the long knife, slicing across Lu Yuan's neck. Time to end you. Feeling the intense pain in his neck, Lu Yuan tightly gripped it with both hands, but blood still poured out from between his fingers. Lu Yuan stared at Su-yi in disbelief, crimson blood gushing from his mouth, then his legs weakened, collapsing to the ground lifeless. The remaining 4 bodyguards, Zhao Chang and the others, looked at Su-yi in terror, having not even seen how he made his move. All they saw was Lu Yuan clutching his neck and spitting blood. Su-yi glanced at Zhao Chang with amusement. Are you all planning to let me choose? Or will you choose for yourselves? Zhao Chang swallowed hard. How about you choose yourself, big brother? Well, leave right now. How does that sound? Su-yi frowned impatiently. I hate it when others make me choose. Hearing this, Zhao Chang quickly corrected himself. Big brother, I misspoke. I meant we choose for ourselves. No need for you to choose. Su-yi casually picked at his ear with his pinky, speaking somewhat absent-mindedly. I've always hated people who say the wrong thing. The 4 men were terrified and knelt down. Big brother, just tell us what kind of people you don't hate. We're those kinds of people. Su-yi stepped towards Zhao Chang. I also hate people who ask me questions, so it's best you all just die. As soon as he finished speaking, Su-yi swiftly dispatched all 4 men with a single stroke each. Looking at the 5 corpses, Su-yi nodded in satisfaction. Job well done. Su-yi, you aren't going to kill me too, right? Ye Chutang asked in a low voice. Then Ye Chutang remembered that Su-yi had said he hated people who asked him questions, so she quickly covered her mouth, looking at him with fear in her doe-like eyes. Su-yi sheathed his knife, looking at Ye Chutang with some confusion. Is this girl really scared silly? I wonder why would I kill you? I came to save you. Upon hearing this, Ye Chutang sighed in relief and let go of her mouth. You just said you hate people who ask you questions, so I thought you wanted to kill me too. Ye Chutang said somewhat aggrievely. Su-yi chuckled helplessly. I was just giving them a reason to die. Plus, didn't I just say you were the love of my life? Upon hearing Su-yi's words, Ye Chutang's face instantly flushed red. Don't say such things, we aren't even a couple yet. Ye Chutang said in a voice barely above a whisper. But I remember someone said they wanted to be my woman. Does that not count after just 2 days? Su-yi teased. Ye Chutang's gaze began to flicker, her ears flushed red. But didn't you refuse? You said you wouldn't force me. At this moment, Su-yi was so angry that he wanted to slap himself a few times. Why was he trying to be a good person? Wouldn't it be better to just be a rogue? Clearing his throat awkwardly, Su-yi replied. I was just joking. If I were to force you, what kind of person would I be? My 9 years of compulsory education would have been for nothing. Upon hearing this, Ye Chutang's face broke into a radiant smile. I knew you weren't that kind of person, Su-yi. I thought you were a gentleman back in high school, and when we met again, you helped me. I felt even more that you are a good person. Su-yi wished to slap himself even harder now. Good person. He didn't want to be a good person. All right, let's clean up. They lying here are a bit of an eyesore. Su-yi said helplessly. Looking at the pool of blood on the ground, Ye Chutang instantly felt nauseous, but since her stomach was empty, she couldn't vomit anything. Su-yi directly pulled Ye Chutang to sit on the nearby sofa. He'll take care of it. You just sit here for a while. Then Su-yi dragged the bodies of the 5 men out of Ye Chutang's villa and tossed them out at the entrance of the neighborhood before returning. Su-yi grabbed a mop and wiped away all the bloodstains, spraying some air freshener until the smell of blood was finally gone. By now it was already past 2 in the afternoon, and Su-yi suddenly remembered that he hadn't eaten yet. Just as he was about to ask Ye Chutang if she was hungry, he heard her stomach grumbling. Ye Chutang shyly covered her stomach and lowered her head, not daring to look at Su-yi. I haven't eaten all day, that's why my stomach is growling. Su-yi chuckled. Come over here and eat. I'm hungry too. Hearing this, Ye Chutang's face lit up. All the food in her house had been consumed, so Su-yi's words indicated that he had brought food. Ye Chutang hurriedly ran to the dining table and sat down quietly watching Su-yi. But when she saw that Su-yi seemed to have brought nothing, a look of confusion appeared on her face. Su-yi, there's nothing to eat at my home. What can we eat now? Su-yi smirked. It was time for him to show off his abilities. He raised his hand and waved in front of Ye Chutang, and a self-heating hot pot appeared out of thin air, nearly causing Ye Chutang's jaw to drop. Ye Chutang stared wide-eyed at the self-heating hot pot, then looked at Su Yi, her lips trembling, unable to say a complete sentence. This? Hot pot. You. Su Yi pulled out another self-heating hot pot and placed it in front of himself, taking out 2 bottles of mineral water, placing 1 bottle in front of Ye Chutang. It's just some food, what's so strange about that? Hurry up and add water to cook the hot pot. Aren't you hungry? Su Yi said nonchalantly. Only then did Ye Chutang come back to her senses, quickly starting to unwrap the self-heating hot pot and add water. As the hot pot began to heat up, Ye Chutang hesitated and asked, Su Yi, how did you suddenly take out the self-heating hot pot? It's like magic. Su Yi smiled proudly. It's not difficult. It's just a matter of waving my hand. Then Su Yi waved his hand again and took out another self-heating hot pot from his personal space, waving to the side, and a shelf filled with snacks immediately appeared next to the dining table. Ye Chutang's eyes sparkled with excitement, looking like a little girl who had never seen the world, constantly circling around the snack shelf. Su Yi, you're amazing. You can summon so much delicious food with just a wave of your hand. If I follow you, won't I have endless food? Ye Chutang exclaimed excitedly. Su Yi wore a proud smile. Of course. I've always remembered you, my deskmate. Upon hearing this, Ye Chutang happily hugged Su Yi's arm. You're so great, Su Yi. Teach me how to do it. I want to learn how to summon food with a wave of my hand. Su Yi shook his head. This can't be taught to you. Ye Chutang instantly realized she had crossed a line. How could such a magical thing be casually given to an outsider? I'm sorry, Su Yi. I was overstepping just now. I won't do it again. Ye Chutang immediately apologized. Su Yi patted Ye Chutang's head. I'm not mad at you. It's just that you can't learn this, that's why I can't teach you. If you could learn, I would definitely teach you. Ye Chutang looked at Su Yi in surprise. Really? You're willing to teach me something so important? Su Yi's hand slowly moved from Ye Chutang's head to her face, his fingertip gliding across her smooth skin. A heat surged in his heart. Of course. With our relationship, what's wrong with teaching you this? Ye Chutang's attention was entirely focused on Su Yi's incredible technique, not even noticing that he was touching her face. Since I can't learn, can you tell me how you make these things appear? I'm so curious about how it's done. Su Yi kept his hands moving. Of course, this is actually my special ability. I have a personal space to store items. All of these things were taken from the supermarket in my neighborhood. Ye Chutang's mouth opened wide, momentarily forgetting to close it, as Su Yi's answer was too astonishing. Special ability. How is this any different from cultivation techniques? Su Yi, have you become a deity? Such a miraculous ability. Plus your strength has increased so much. You just dragged the bodies of 5 men by yourself. Ye Chutang asked curiously. Su Yi proudly raised his head. Not quite a deity, but I guess I'm a superhero. And what is this little strength? I have even more strength. Do you want to see? Ye Chutang quickly nodded. I want to see. Su Yi, show me. Su Yi grinned mischievously, licking his lips with his tongue, then directly picked Ye Chutang up and tossed her into the air, catching her immediately. After a few times like this, Ye Chutang was scared and screamed loudly. Su Yi, I don't want to see anymore. Put me down. Ye Chutang pleaded tearfully. Upon hearing this, Su Yi did not continue to go too far. He held Ye Chutang in his arms, quietly watching her pale face from fear. Ye Chutang immediately wrapped her arms around Su Yi's neck, terrified that he would throw her up again. Su Yi's head slowly leaned towards Ye Chutang's snow-white neck, sniffing the fragrance of her body. A meaningful smile appeared on his face. After holding her for a while, Ye Chutang finally recovered and hurriedly jumped down from Su Yi's embrace. Su Yi, you almost scared me to death just now, Ye Chutang said with a grievance. Su Yi shrugged. But you said you wanted to see. You? Ye Chutang tried to continue, but the words got stuck in her throat, unable to speak. Seeing the aggrieved expression on Ye Chutang's face, Su Yi decided not to tease her any further and shifted the topic. The self-heating hot pot is ready. Let's eat quickly. Aren't you hungry? Su Yi pointed to the self-heating hot pot on the dining table. Hearing this, Ye Chutang immediately threw everything else out of her mind, sat back down at the table, and began to eat the hot pot. As she ate, tears of happiness streamed from the corners of Ye Chutang's eyes. It's so delicious. I haven't had anything this good in days. I've only been eating the snacks that Xiao Yao left for me, and I've almost forgotten what real food tastes like. Su Yi was also eating the hot pot heartily. Don't worry, as long as you stick with me, you'll be able to enjoy delicious food like this every day. Ye Chutang nodded repeatedly. I will definitely follow you closely, Su Yi. Su Yi affectionately patted Ye Chutang's head. So obedient. At this moment, Ye Chutang didn't care who was touching her head. She only knew that she was starving and wanted to eat heartily from her own bowl. The two of them enjoyed the self-heating hot pot together, eating for nearly 20 minutes before finishing. Ye Chutang even drank the soup, unwilling to waste any after enduring hard times. After finishing, Su Yi and Ye Chutang sat on the sofa digesting while chatting. Chutang, have you been in contact with your sister recently? Su Yi asked. Hearing her sister's name caused Ye Chutang's expression to droop. I spoke with Xiao Yao yesterday. She said she's safe for now, but the food at their school won't last much longer, so we need to rescue her soon, Su Yi interjected. Ye Chutang looked at Su Yi with a hint of shyness and finally asked, how strong are you now, Su Yi? Do you have the confidence to rescue Xiao Yao? If not, then please don't take any risks. I don't want to see you throw your life away. Su Yi stroked his chin and said, with my current strength, facing a dozen zombies heated is not a problem. So I have a decent chance of rescuing Xiao Yao. The only issue is that the network is down and I'm unfamiliar with the roads near her school, which makes it a bit troublesome. Upon hearing Su Yi's concerns, Ye Chutang's eyes lit up, and she immediately got up and ran back to her room to fetch a map to hand to Su Yi. Su Yi, this is a prize from a lottery when Xiao Yao and I went out to play. It's a map of our area and it clearly shows every road, so it should help you a bit. Su Yi quickly took the map and started looking at it, a smile gradually appearing on his face. Great. With this map, I won't have to worry about getting lost. Let's prepare and set off to rescue Xiao Yao tomorrow. Su Yi declared. Ye Chutang was slightly taken aback. We're going tomorrow. Don't we need to prepare anything? Su Yi looked at Ye Chutang's silly expression and smiled helplessly. What else do we need to prepare? Ye Chutang pouted. It seems there's really nothing to prepare. I just need to follow you. Su Yi lightly tapped her forehead with his finger. Smart. Quickly take me to the room to rest. I ran quite a distance to get here today. Hearing Su Yi's words, Ye Chutang quickly led him upstairs to the room she had prepared for him earlier. Once in the room, Su Yi first took out the zombie crystals he had collected on his way and counted them, discovering he had 36 in total. Among them, he had collected 14 from the building where he stayed last night, 17 on his way to the villa area, and 5 at the entrance of the villa area. Then Su Yi began to absorb the zombie crystals to enhance his strength. After absorbing 22, he felt his powers boiling within him, gradually concentrating around his eyes. A sharp pain only lasted a moment before disappearing, which left Su Yi puzzled. Level 2nd tier physique, 83 agility, 75 mentality, 77 power, eye of the star god telekinesis. Su Yi was pleasantly surprised to find that his level had actually upgraded to 2nd tier, and his three-dimensional attributes had also greatly improved. Seeing this, Su Yi quickly began to experiment with the changes in his powers. After exploring for more than an hour, Su Yi found that his exploration range had increased from the previous limit of 50 meters to 100 meters, and the duration had also extended. Now he could maintain full-scale exploration for over 20 minutes. Not only that, but after becoming a 2nd-tier ability user, Su Yi also received a new power, telekinesis. Now Su Yi could use his powers to control objects within 20 meters of his body, but doing so consumed his abilities quickly. The larger the object and the farther away it was, the faster the consumption. Despite this, Su Yi was still very happy. Upgrading to 2nd tier and gaining a new ability was a significant boost for him. Su Yi looked forward to upgrading to 3rd tier, or even higher in the future, to possess more abilities. After enjoying his gains, Su Yi continued to absorb the zombie crystals, but he found that continuing to absorb them did not provide a noticeable increase in attributes. He only felt his powers becoming more abundant. Even after absorbing 4 more, it was the same. Su Yi opened the system panel to check and found that absorbing those 4 zombie crystals did not add any attribute points. This is ridiculous. These zombie crystals can no longer enhance my attributes, but they seem to only replenish my power. They'll save them for tonight to see if Chutang can awaken her abilities. If she does, she might be able to help me in the future. Then Su Yi began to recall the process from when he started absorbing the zombie crystals to now. Since my awakening, aside from the 2 zombie crystals I awakened with, I have absorbed a total of 104 zombie crystals, of which 4 were absorbed after breaking through to 2nd tier. That means 100 zombie crystals can break through to 2nd tier. Does that imply there are higher tier zombie crystals? Is it also 100 crystals to upgrade to 3rd tier? Su Yi felt a bit troubled. He had already slain over 100 zombies, but had not encountered any other types, nor obtained different kinds of zombie crystals. The previous thoughts were merely speculation. Fortunately, he had already broken through to 2nd tier. Now his physique attribute had reached 83, surpassing the total of 8 adults. With the flowing fireblade in hand and an agility attribute of 75, he could easily fight and retreat, even when facing a group of zombies. He no longer had to flee as he did before, unable to create distance. Su Yi felt more confident about rescuing Ye Chutang. As long as he was careful along the way, he could ensure the safety of both her and her sister. Perhaps he could even collect some supplies along the way. After all, there was still a vast amount of space in his personal storage. After absorbing the corpse crystal, Su Yi lay on the soft bed to rest. I must say, this bed from the wealthy girl Yi is truly comfortable. I wonder if her bed feels the same as mine. I kind of want to try hers out. Su Yi lay on the bed, half closing his eyes, and sighed. Suddenly a mischievous thought arose in Su Yi's heart. He activated his ability to peek into Ye Chutang's room, only to see her in a pink spaghetti-strap nightgown, lying on the bed, her delicate feet swaying adorably. Her ample bosom appeared even more enticing due to the pressure, and in front of her was a laptop open to a note-taking application where she was writing a diary. Day 5 of the apocalypse. Today, I almost lost my innocence thanks to Su Yi arriving just in time to save me. When he said I was his one true love, my heart raced incessantly. Is this what it feels like to like someone? I can't seem to find the answer, but Su Yi is truly impressive. He's like a superhero now, with strength and power that surpasses ordinary people. Along with an ability like that, I won't have to worry about going hungry anymore, and we are about to save Xiao Yao. I hope everything goes smoothly on the way. Su Yi admired Ye Chutang's diary, marveling at his own astonishing acting skills. If he had gone back to before the apocalypse, why not become an actor instead of a programmer? It is a pity that the world has lost yet another exceptionally skilled actor. While lost in thought, Su Yi also fell asleep. After all, he hadn't rested well the night before due to the unsafe conditions, and this morning had been spent rushing and acting, which was exhausting work. Su Yi finally woke up as the sun set. He slowly made his way downstairs and saw Ye Chutang on the sofa munching on some snacks. Seeing Su Yi come down, Ye Chutang immediately put down her snacks and walked over to him. Su Yi, how was your rest? That bed was specially prepared for you. It's the same model as mine. It must be comfortable, right? Ye Chutang asked cheerfully. Su Yi nodded. It was indeed very comfortable. Thank you for your hospitality. I'm glad you liked it. I was worried you wouldn't. Seeing Su Yi satisfied, Ye Chutang finally felt relieved. Su Yi walked over to the sofa and pointed to the seat next to him, saying, "Come sit. I need to tell you something." Ye Chutang obediently sat beside Su Yi, quietly waiting for him to speak. "Chutang, do you want to awaken your ability?" Su Yi asked. Ye Chutang was slightly surprised. "Awaken my ability? Can I also have powers?" Su Yi nodded. "It should be possible. I can't guarantee it, but we can give it a try." Ye Chutang's face lit up with excitement. "I want to awaken my powers. I want the ability to store lots of things like yours." Su Yi chuckled helplessly. "You can't choose your ability, it's random." Ye Chutang didn't get discouraged. "Then I want to awaken a stronger ability, so when we set off to save Xiao Yao tomorrow, I can help you too." Su Yi then handed her the remaining 10 corpse crystals. "These are corpse crystals. Hold them tightly in your palm. Once you absorb them, you should be able to awaken your ability." Ye Chutang curiously examined the corpse crystals in her palm. "Su Yi, where did these corpse crystals come from? I've never seen them before." Su Yi casually opened a snack pack and replied, "They were taken out from zombie brains. How else would they be called corpse crystals?" Upon hearing this, Ye Chutang screamed and almost threw the corpse crystals away. "Don't let go," Su Yi said coldly. Ye Chutang quickly tightened her grip on the corpse crystals, looking nervously at Su Yi. "Su Yi, I've already cleaned these corpse crystals. You don't need to be afraid," Su Yi explained. Hearing his words, Ye Chutang stopped being so disgusted as before. 2 hours later, all the corpse crystals in Ye Chutang's palm disappeared, and an icy chill began to surge from her body. Su Yi quietly stepped back a few paces, watching Ye Chutang awaken her ability. 10 minutes later, Ye Chutang finally successfully awakened her ability. Su Yi couldn't know the exact name of her awakened ability, but he knew it was ice type. Beyond that, he was unsure. After all, the system was bound to Su Yi, and he could only see the name of his own ability. However, seeing Ye Chutang in her state after awakening Su Yi seemed to understand the pain he had endured during his own awakening. At that time, he only had 2 corpse crystals, and the energy was insufficient for awakening. He must have directly drawn energy from within his body to assist the awakening, leading to the pain he had to endure, and when he woke up the next day, he was completely exhausted. For surviving, Su Yi could only be grateful for his good fortune. Night had fallen, and the two of them had some food before starting to rest, preparing to regain their strength for the next day's actions. Under the tranquil night, hidden crises lurked. No one dared to venture out in the dark. The apocalypse seemed quieter than ever. On the second day, as dawn broke, Su Yi was already up. He immediately activated the system lottery to claim today's rewards. Prize: Basic Zombie Virus Immunity. Basic Zombie Virus Immunity, able to be completely immune to zombie viruses of level 3 and below. After upgrading the prize pool, the value of the prizes has indeed improved. Who knows, I might draw something even better in the future. With the ability of Basic Zombie Virus Immunity, Su Yi no longer had to worry about turning into a zombie if bitten by one. His combat error tolerance and survival rate had significantly increased. Su Yi got dressed and went downstairs, having some bread and milk for breakfast with Ye Chutang. "Chutang, how are you mastering your ability?" Ye Chutang replied, "I've basically mastered it. I can now create ice spikes to shoot, but I can only shoot a maximum of 10 ice spikes at a time." Su Yi nodded. "That's enough. You just need to protect yourself. You don't have to do anything beyond that." Then Su Yi searched the villa for useful items and stored them all in his personal space. "All right, let's set off now. We aim to reach Chuling No 2 before nightfall." Ye Chutang nodded in agreement. "All right, let's go." After successfully awakening her abilities, Ye Chutang's attributes had also seen significant improvements, though not comparable to Su Yi. She was certainly not someone ordinary people could match. So Su Yi gave Ye Chutang the climbing stick he had previously used for self-defense, planning to replace it once they found a better weapon. Su Yi led Ye Chutang out of the villa area. When they reached the gate, he opened the iron door he had previously closed. After the two of them exited, Su Yi closed the iron door again. This place was a nice resting spot, and Su Yi didn't want to give it up easily. After rescuing Ye Chu Yao, he planned to use this place as a base to gather supplies from the surrounding area, starting a joyful life in the apocalypse. As soon as Su Yi stepped out of the villa area, he immediately became alert, holding a map in his left hand and a long knife in his right with his Star God's Eye ability activated. After scanning the surroundings, Su Yi found nothing unusual, so he led Ye Chutang towards the direction of Tsuling to middle school. Along the way, He only actively killed zombies when he encountered routes that were difficult to navigate, mainly to avoid disturbing nearby zombies. Chutang, go dig out the corpse crystals from the zombies' brains, He instructed, pointing at the few zombies he had just decapitated. Hearing Ye's words, Ye Chutang's face paled a little. I'm scared. Ye's expression turned cold. If you can't even do this, then why am I bringing you along? Listening to Ye's icy tone, Ye Chutang immediately held back her nausea and used the fruit knife He had given her to extract a few corpse crystals, handing them over to Ye. Ye nodded in satisfaction. From now on, when I say something, you must do it immediately, without hesitation. This is no longer the time before the apocalypse. If you want to survive, you must obey, understand? Ye Chutang promptly nodded. I understand. I will follow your orders from now on. Then on this journey, besides protecting yourself, you also need to collect corpse crystals. This is your task. All right, I will do it, Ye Chutang replied immediately. Continuing on their way, He intermittently activated his ability to scout ahead, progressing in the same manner as before. During this time, after He killed zombies, Ye Chutang would obediently retrieve the corpse crystals and hand them to He. Watching Ye Chutang, who was clearly disgusted yet enduring her nausea to extract the corpse crystals, He revealed a faint smile. Although she was somewhat useless, at least she was obedient. Due to Ye's caution, the two encountered no dangers over the 3-kilometer journey, and by 3 in the afternoon, they had already arrived at the entrance of Tsuling to middle school. At this moment, there were quite a few zombies here, most of whom were high school students, as evident from their school uniforms. You stay here while I take care of those zombies at the entrance, He said softly to Ye Chutang. Ye Chutang nodded her head and carefully shrank behind a car. Then He brandished his blazing knife and charged in. There were more than 30 zombies here, but with many cars as obstacles, He had no difficulty in slaughtering these zombies. In less than 5 minutes, He had eliminated all the zombies. He shook off the black blood from his knife and called out to Ye Chutang. Chutang, you can come over to collect the corpse crystals now. Upon hearing Ye's shout, Ye Chutang immediately jogged over her mouth agape at the sight of the ground covered in zombies. You're so strong. You killed so many zombies in less than 5 minutes. Ye Chutang exclaimed. Hurry up and collect the corpse crystals. This isn't a place for chatting. Afterwards, He helped Ye Chutang retrieve all the corpse crystals before immediately heading into Tsuling to middle school. You should know where your sister is now, right? He asked. Ye Chutang thought for a moment and replied. When I called Xiaoyao earlier, she said she was in the classroom. Do you know where her classroom is? Ye Chutang nodded. I took Xiaoyao to school before, and she is in class 1 of the 3rd year on the 4th floor of that building to the north. Afterwards, He led Ye Chutang towards Ye Ziweo's classroom. Due to the dense population at the school, there were more zombies, and if Yi were alone, he could easily move about as the normal zombies would not be able to catch up to him. But now with a burden beside him, Yi could only choose to proceed cautiously. It took them half an hour to finally reach the teaching building Ye Chutang mentioned. At this time, there were more than 10 zombies standing at the entrance of the stairs on the 1st floor of the building. If they didn't kill them all, they wouldn't be able to go upstairs. Therefore, Yi could only opt for a swift resolution. He unleashed his speed to the limit, swinging his long knife continuously, with each swing bringing down a zombie. At this moment, Ye Chutang finally realized Yi's true strength. Although she had also awakened, she was still far weaker compared to Yi. Perhaps in front of Yi, she was no match for even a single zombie. Seeing that Yi had killed all the zombies, Ye Chutang quickly followed him, intending to go upstairs. However, when they reached the 1st floor, they found the door locked. Yi didn't waste any words and directly swung his knife at the door lock, breaking it with a single strike. At that moment, zombies in the distance also came rushing over. Yi immediately pulled Ye Chutang into the door, then took out a few shelves from his spatial storage to block the door. The two made their way to the 4th floor, with Yi occasionally using his ability to scout each floor and classroom, finding that there were very few zombies in the teaching building. Only some empty classrooms had a few zombies inside. Yi speculated that those teachers and students had cleared out some zombies, otherwise they wouldn't have been able to survive in this teaching building. Upon reaching the 4th floor, Ye Chutang led Yi to her sister's classroom in class 1 of the 3rd year. The classroom door was tightly closed, but faint voices could be heard inside. Yi kicked open the door and walked in, only to see a male teacher with his shirt off pressing a female student to the ground, while other students cowered in a corner. The girl was Ye Chutang's sister, Ye Xiaoyao. Upon witnessing this scene, Ye Chutang instantly felt furious and raised her hand to condense an ice spear, aiming it at the male teacher. The male teacher fell to the ground with a cry, sounding like a pig being slaughtered. Ye Chutang rushed over to help her sister up. Xiaoyao, are you okay? He didn't do anything to you, did he? Ye Xiaoyao with red eyes leaned against Ye Chutang's chest and cried, Sister, help me kill him. He wanted to tarnish my purity. If you hadn't come in time, Upon hearing that her sister was unharmed, Ye Chutang finally felt relieved. Okay, I'll help you kill him. Ye Chutang stood up, her eyes cold, glaring at the male teacher. Teacher Yang, you are Ziweo's homeroom teacher. How could you do such a thing? The ice spear had struck Yang Shueshan in the abdomen, not enough to kill him instantly. He gritted his teeth and slowly stood up. What's wrong with wanting to play with her? If it weren't for me, she would have died long ago. She wouldn't be alive today. Even if I played with her once, it's a repayment. Yang Xueshan clutched his abdomen and gritted his teeth. Hearing this, Ye Chutang condensed another ice spear and aimed it at one of Yang Zushan's legs. Yang Xueshan immediately fell to his knees, unable to suppress his cries again, crimson blood flowing out. Fear began to show in his eyes. Don't kill me. I hadn't bullied her yet when you arrived. For the sake of me saving her, spare my life. Yang Xueshan knelt on the ground, his face incredibly pale. Su Yi frowned as he watched from the side and walked over, striking with his knife. Stop dragging this out, it makes me uncomfortable. Just shoot him in the head or heart. Seeing Su Yi's impatient expression, Ye Chutang felt a bit embarrassed and lowered her head, saying, I have never killed anyone, so am not very skilled at it. Let's go. Your sister has been found. Now let's find a place to rest. We'll stay at the school for the night and return to the villa at dawn. As Su Yi walked towards the door, Ye Chutang immediately took her sister's hand and followed him. At that moment, several students in the classroom rushed towards Su Yi. Big brother, take me with you. I can give you money and my family has plenty of it. Just tell me how much you want, pleaded a slender male student. The other students immediately chimed in. I can also give you money and my family has money too. Su Yi turned back, casting a cold glance at them. Get lost, or else you'll die. Seeing Su Yi's harsh demeanor, the students stepped back, but one female student angrily said, Aren't you here to rescue us? I'm even willing to pay you. Why won't you save me? Why are you a big man being so stingy? Su Yi revealed a smile full of intrigue, his eyes shimmering like stars as the female student suddenly levitated towards him. Su Yi grasped the female student's neck with one hand, her complexion turning pale immediately. Are you teaching me how to do things? The girl was still struggling, frantically grabbing at Su Yi's iron-like grip. Su Yi dragged the girl towards the door and then threw her off the railing. How dare you approach me looking so ugly? You really brought this on yourself. Without even glancing at the female student who had turned into a pulp, Su Yi returned to the classroom and looked at the remaining students. Who among you still wants me to save you? Speak up now, and I will send you away from this apocalypse forever. Hearing such demonic words, all the students immediately ran back to their corners, not daring to speak. Su Yi looked at these obedient students with satisfaction. This is the downside of being a student. They only listen once they've been beaten. Afterwards, Su Yi took the two sisters to an empty classroom to rest. He took out some food and handed it to the sisters while he also began to eat. Ye Chutang was still in tears. Sister, you finally came to rescue me. I thought I would never be able to call you again. Ye Chutang patted her sister's head softly, saying, I told you I would come to save you. You don't have to be afraid anymore. Hurry up and eat. You haven't eaten for a few days, have you? Ye Chutang immediately took the food and started eating heartily while curiously looking at Su Yi. Sister, who is he? Could he be my brother-in-law? Ye Chutang asked softly. Ye Chutang's face turned slightly red. He is my friend. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have been able to rescue you this time. Thank you for saving me, brother-in-law. Ye Chutang said gratefully as she looked at Su Yi. While eating, Su Yi raised an eyebrow at Ye Chutang. You're quite obedient. Now tell me how you managed to survive. I see there are few zombies in this teaching building, but there is no food at all. Ye Chutang swallowed the food in her mouth and said, when the zombie outbreak happened, we were in class. Suddenly a few classmates went mad and kept biting the people next to them. Teacher Yang led a few male students to slowly push those who had turned into zombies out of the classroom with desks. That's how we survived. What about the food? Su Yi continued to ask. Because we are in our third year of high school, the principal required each high school teaching building to have delivery personnel to bring food to every class to help us save time. That day, they just happened to deliver the meals we needed for that day to our building, so we've been relying on that food to survive these days. Ye Chutang explained. Why did your homeroom teacher suddenly want to do that to you? If he wanted to do something like that, he would have done it much earlier, right? Su Yi asked curiously. After all, these two sisters were both extremely beautiful, and if that male teacher wanted to have some fun, he shouldn't have waited several days. Ye Chutang lowered her head slightly. Because we finished the food yesterday, but there was still no rescue today. So Teacher Yang suddenly went mad and tried to bully me. Su Yi couldn't help but smile faintly as he listened. Indeed, everyone has a beast hidden in their heart. Those who appear humble will eventually reveal their fangs. How interesting. Ye Chutang mustered her courage and looked at Su Yi cautiously, asking, Su Yi, why did you kill that female student earlier? Su Yi glanced at Ye Chutang. I didn't kill her as she fell to her death herself. But you did throw her down, didn't you? Ye Chutang retorted. She had seen Su Yi kill before, so she wasn't frightened when she witnessed him kill that female student. Su Yi gently stroked the flowing fire blade. She could have fought back, you know. I did give her a chance. Who told her to come out and pretend when she looked so ugly? Hearing this, Ye Chutang touched her own face, feeling very fortunate that she was beautiful, otherwise she might have been dead by now. You should be full now, right? It's time to clean out the zombies in this teaching building, so we won't have to worry while resting tonight, Su Yi said as he stood up looking at the two sisters. Ye Chutang immediately made a sad face. Brother-in-law, do we really have to actively kill zombies? That's too dangerous. Ye Chutang quickly covered her sister's mouth. Just listen to Su Yi, don't say anything recklessly. Seeing her sister's warning gaze, Ye Chutang quickly nodded, not daring to speak. This teaching building had a total of 5 floors. The top floor housed some extra desks and other teaching equipment, and it was also where meals were stored. For the past few days, the people in this building had been surviving on the food from the 5th floor. The 1st to 4th floors were classrooms, with 6 classrooms on each floor, making a total of 24 classrooms in the entire building. Sue-yi led the 2 sisters to sweep through each classroom on the 4th floor, killing the zombies and extracting their corpse crystals. Ye Chutang was forced to join the corpse crystal collection team. After finishing the 6 classrooms on the 4th floor, Sue-yi found that only 2 classrooms still had students, adding up to less than 30 people. Sue-yi turned to Ye Chutang and asked, "Xiao Yao, how many people are there in each of your classes? How many have turned into zombies?" "Each of our classes has about 40 people. At first, not many turned into zombies, but anyone bitten by them would quickly turn into a zombie. In the end, only we survivors were left on the 4th floor. Teacher Yang and another teacher Li divided us into 2 groups and placed us in 2 classrooms." Ye Chutang answered slowly. "That's strange. There are so few zombies here, and the survivors are also few. What happened to the rest?" Sue-yi frowned. Ye Chutang hesitated, but finally spoke up. "On the day of the outbreak, we pushed down those classmates who had been bitten, but had not yet turned into zombies." These questions puzzled Sue-yi for a moment, but his intuition told him that this was not simple. However, Sue-yi still had confidence in his current strength, as having over 80 points in physical attributes was no joke. Then Sue-yi and the others continued down the stairs, and when they reached the 2nd floor, Sue-yi seemed to discover something interesting. He kicked open the door to a classroom and walked in. The students inside were immediately startled and screamed, but they fell silent upon realizing that the person entering was alive. A tall female teacher, Lin Shiyun, dressed in seductive black stockings, approached Sue-yi. Her face was somewhat pale with dark circles under her eyes, clearly indicating she hadn't rested well. "Hello, are you here for rescue?" Lin Shiyun asked cautiously. Sue-yi shook his head, saying, "I'm just here to find someone, not to rescue anyone." Lin Shiyun's expression suddenly turned sour. "Then can you help us find a rescue? Our food has run out, and we can barely hold on any longer." Sue-yi looked at the seductive female teacher with amusement. "Do you think there will be a rescue in this situation? The outside is in complete chaos, and everyone's survival is at stake. Who do you expect to rescue you?" Upon hearing Sue-yi's words, Lin Shiyun's body went limp, and she sat down on the ground, subsequently placing her hopes on Sue-yi. "Handsome, since you were able to come here to find someone, you must be very strong. Can you help us?" Lin Shiyun asked with hopeful eyes. Sue-yi squatted down to look at her. "Why do you think I would want to take you and your group of burdens along?" You, Lin Shiyun was so angry that she couldn't speak. "I can give you a chance to come with me. Do you want it?" Sue-yi changed the subject. Lin Shiyun's hopes immediately rose. "Are you willing to save me? What about my students? They are all burdens. Why would I save them?" Sue-yi said, feeling speechless. "So you are only interested in my looks, right?" Sue-yi slightly curled his lips. "Quite clever. I, Sue-yi, never force women. I am handing the choice over to you. What will your choice be?" Seeing Sue-yi being so straightforward, Sue-yuneo couldn't help but glance at her sister. She couldn't understand why Sue-yi, who was clearly her brother-in-law, would directly say he was interested in other women. Sue-yuneo gently pushed her sister a few times, but she received a warning glare from her sister and immediately dared not move again. "But if I go with you, my students won't survive," the female teacher said with great conflict. Sue-yi understood her choice when he heard her words. "That's your business. It has nothing to do with me." Just as Sue-yi was about to leave, he heard a timid voice behind him. "Can you take me away? I am willing to be your woman." Sue-yi turned to look at the speaker, and his eyes lit up. The girl's clothing was faded, but her appearance was no less than Ye Chutang, and she had a refreshing aura about her. However, she did not seem to be a student here. Earlier, when Sue-yi was using his supernatural ability to scan outside the classroom, he had overlooked this little beauty. He beckoned her over, and the girl immediately walked in front of Sue-yi. "Why do you want to come with me? Aren't you afraid it will be even more dangerous to follow me?" Sue-yi asked curiously. The girl's eyes were slightly red. "If I stay here, I have no chance of surviving. On the first day of the zombie outbreak, I called my mom and heard her scream until I could no longer hear her voice. She was my only family. No one else would come to rescue me. So the only way for me to survive is to follow you. You don't seem to be a student here. What are you doing here? Also, are you of age?" "My name is Ye Chutang, 19 years old, a freshman at Tsinghua Normal University. My mom delivers vegetables to this school. I happened to have free time this weekend, so I came with her only to run into the zombie outbreak. I ran here in a panic, and it was Shiyun Jie who saved me." Ye Chutang wrung her hands nervously as she spoke. Sue-yi nodded in satisfaction, and then directly took out some food and a bottle of milk from his spatial storage and handed it to Ye Chutang. "From now on, you are my woman. From now on, call me Ego. Have some food. You must be hungry." Ye Chutang looked at Sue-yi as he conjured food out of thin air, further affirming her decision. "Thank you, Ego." Ye Chutang reached out to take the food and sweetly thanked Sue-yi. Sue-yi couldn't help but pat Ye Chutang's head. "Don't worry, I will definitely feed you well in the future." Ye Chutang nodded as she ate. "I promise to listen to everything Ego says." Very obedient. Su-yi was pleased and pinched Li Qianqian's cheek. In the classroom, the others watched enviously as Li Qianqian devoured the food. Even the female teacher felt the same. They had only eaten a little food in the past few days, and today they hadn't eaten anything at all. Immediately, several other girls stepped forward, wanting to emulate Li Qianqian. I also want to be your woman. Can you take me with you? Several girls said in unison. Su-yi casually glanced at them, and then withdrew his gaze. You don't meet my requirements. I don't want just anyone. The girls suddenly blushed in embarrassment. Although they were slightly inferior to Li Qianqian, they were still somewhat attractive. After that, Su-yi was about to take a few of them away, but Li Qianqian gently tugged at the corner of Su-yi's clothing. Igu, can I talk to Shiyunjie for a few moments? Li Qianqian requested. Su-yi did not refuse. Go ahead. Li Qianqian walked up to Lin Shiyun. Shiyunjie, you can't expect to wait for rescue here. Our food has also run out, and in your condition, you can only hold out for a few more days at most. Following Igu is your only choice. Lin Shiyun showed a struggle. But what about them? I am their teacher. If I leave, they won't be able to survive either. But what can you do if you stay? What can you help them with? Li Qianqian asked loudly. Lin Shiyun was momentarily at a loss for words. Shiyunjie, you saved me, so I am saying these things to you. Would you really be willing to die here? Hearing Li Qianqian's words, Lin Shiyun bit her lip and looked at Su-yi. I can go with you, but can you do me a favor? What kind of favor? Su-yi was curious about the Black Stockings teacher's intentions. Help me take my students to the cafeteria? There must be food there, and they can hold out for a while longer. It would be my last help as their teacher. Su-yi stroked his chin. Where's the cafeteria, and how far is it from here? Lin Shiyun immediately pointed east. It's just east of this building, only a few hundred meters away. All right, I can take your students to the cafeteria? Su-yi nodded in agreement. Lin Shiyun's face lit up with joy. Thank you. I will also fulfill my promise to you. You all wait for me in this classroom for a moment. I will clear the remaining 2 floors of zombies, and then send them to the cafeteria, Su-yi said to Lin Shiyun. Lin Shiyun nodded. Okay, well, wait for you here. Then Su-yi asked Li Qianqian to wait in the classroom, as well, while he took the 2 sisters Ye Chutang and her sister to clear the remaining zombies on the 2 floors. By the time the 2 returned to the classroom, half an hour had passed. Li Qianqian excitedly walked over and hugged Su-yi's arm. Brother, you're back. Su-yi smiled at her, then scanned the others. Now I want to explain my plan. As long as you follow my orders, I can guarantee your safe arrival at the cafeteria. However, if anyone disobeys my commands, I will send them directly out of this world. Do you understand? Understood. All the students cautiously replied. Afterwards, Su-yi led everyone to the first floor. The shelf he had used to block the door was still there, and no zombies had entered. Su-yi activated his ability to probe outside the door and found 3 to 4 dozen zombies gathered outside. I will go out first. You all wait for me here, and only come out when you hear my command. Su-yi said solemnly. The group of students immediately nodded obediently. Su-yi turned to Ye Chutang and said, You watch over them here. Remember, don't let them make any noise to avoid attracting more zombies. I understand. You also be careful. Ye Chutang knew her power was too low to be of any help following Su-yi out, so she said no more. With everything ready, Su-yi placed his hand on the shelf, and in an instant several shelves vanished into thin air. All the students watched Su-yi in shock, but no one dared to speak. When they saw Su-yi open the door and step out, they looked back at their teacher Lin Shiyun. Teacher, didn't you tell me to believe in science? What's going on now? Lin Shiyun was also baffled. Years of higher education had taught her that there are no deities in this world, and that magic is a lie. Yet now several tall shelves had just vanished before her eyes. It was simply unbelievable. Could it be that all those years of books were wrong, and that celestial arts really exist? Su-yi paid no attention to the astonishment of the crowd. He had deliberately performed this feat to intimidate them. As he stepped out of the teaching building, the zombies immediately lunged at him. However, Su-yi paid them no mind. With his combat strength and immunity to the zombie virus, killing them was as easy as slicing through vegetables. Su-yi moved like a startled swan, his knife like a long rainbow. In just 7 or 8 minutes, he had killed all the zombies outside the teaching building. Moreover, nearly all the zombies were struck in the head without any hesitation or mess. The recently adult students looked at their teacher with resentful eyes once again. Can an ordinary person kill dozens of zombies in 7 or 8 minutes? This is like an alien. Chutang can come out to collect the corpse crystals now and take them out as well, Su-yi said to Ye Chutang. Upon hearing Su-yi's words, Ye Chutang immediately led everyone out of the teaching building and then quickly collected the corpse crystals with her sister to hand over to Su-yi. After collecting the corpse crystals, Su-yi led everyone towards the cafeteria. On the way, Su-yi kept activating his abilities to scout ahead, avoiding encounters with zombie hordes. He was naturally unafraid, but the students behind him were. The distance of a few hundred meters was not far, as Su-yi took less than 10 minutes to see the cafeteria door. There were naturally zombies at the cafeteria entrance. According to Lin Shiyun, there were plenty of food inside the cafeteria, and after the apocalypse began, a large number of students and teachers must have rushed in here. Thus, it was not surprising to find zombies wandering at the cafeteria entrance. Su-yi was not afraid of ordinary zombies. Even if dozens or hundreds of them lunged at him at once, he wouldn't lose his life. Unless he were surrounded with 3 layers of zombies outside and 3 layers inside. Although he was immune to the zombie virus, he still couldn't withstand being bitten by each zombie a few times. The reason Sue agreed to Lin Xian's request was that he was quite satisfied with this female teacher, with her enchanting figure and alluring black stockings who wouldn't like her. Moreover, she looked like she was only 25 or 26 years old, which made Sue like her even more. Secondly, this task was not difficult for Sue. He could easily complete it with a little time. Why not do something that would make a woman willingly submit to him? After all, Sue was a man who never forced women. Just like before, I will deal with the zombies, and you all wait here. As soon as Sue finished speaking, he dashed out like a gust of wind. With a flurry of knife-light zombies fell to the ground, and soon the once empty cafeteria entrance was left with only Sue. Sue waved at Ye Chutang from afar. She immediately made an O gesture and led everyone over to quickly collect the corpse crystals. Sue raised his hand and knocked on the cafeteria door. Previously, Sue had already used his abilities to probe the cafeteria's interior. The sound of his battle with the zombies had been heard by the people inside, and they were now just behind the door. Knocking on the door was also a form of respect towards them. If he were alone, he would have kicked the door open without so much as a word. After waiting a few seconds without anyone opening the door, impatience began to show on Sue's face. I will give you 3 seconds to consider. If you do not open the door by then, I will kick it open. You know I can do it. 1, 2. Just as Sue was about to count to 3, the door was suddenly opened. Sue looked up and saw that the people in the cafeteria had rosy complexions, but they were somewhat dirty and had a stench. Sue wrinkled his nose in disgust, then led the group inside. Once everyone was in, the cafeteria door was quickly closed again. Walking at the front, Sue activated his abilities to observe the interior of the cafeteria. At that moment, more than 200 people were inside, mostly students, with fewer than 50 teachers and cafeteria staff. It was to be expected, as the zombie outbreak occurred on a Saturday, and only the senior year was attending supplementary classes. The number of people at the school was already not many, with all of them combined being just over 1,000. Now those who had survived until the 6th day of the zombie outbreak were already quite fortunate. A female teacher cautiously walked up to Lin Shiyun and asked, "Is this the one you found to save us?" Lin Shiyun shook her head bitterly. Seeing this, the female teacher immediately lowered her head helplessly. Sue observed all the small movements of everyone, waiting for someone with authority to speak up. The next moment, a man in his 50s stepped forward wearing a smile as he looked at Sue, appearing very amiable. "Hello, young brother. I am Zhang Yuan, the principal of Chuling No. 2 School. Thank you for helping me rescue these students." Sue waved his hand. "No need for thanks. I was just fulfilling a transaction, and now that it is complete, I must leave." Zhang Yuan immediately became anxious. "Young brother, don't rush. I haven't finished speaking yet." Sue raised his chin, gesturing for him to continue. Zhang Yuan organized his thoughts before speaking. "Little brother, you can see the situation outside right now. It's too dangerous to go out directly, and our cafeteria still has plenty of food, enough to sustain us for a long time. I believe it won't be long before the army sends someone to rescue us. Isn't it better for you to stay here?" Sue wore a cold smile on his face, saying, "Do you think someone of my strength would lack food?" Zhang Yuan immediately recalled Sue's godlike strength at the cafeteria's entrance. "Since little brother is so powerful, you should definitely stay here. You can see that this place is filled with students, and we teachers don't know how to fight. Only if you stay can they be safe. Are you trying to morally bind me?" Sue said with a playful smile. Zhang Yuan quickly shook his head. "Little brother, you misunderstand me. I didn't mean it that way. I see that you are a top student from a prestigious university. You must understand how these students feel. They will be the pillars of society, the elites. They shouldn't sacrifice their lives here." Sue looked at Zhang Yuan speechlessly. "You still say you're not morally binding me?" Zhang Yuan's face turned pale and flushed. "I really didn't mean that. What I meant was that young people should take on responsibilities and stand up to protect the weak in times of crisis." Sue grabbed Zhang Yuan by the neck and lifted him up. "Old man, if you can't speak properly, just shut your mouth." Sue frowned and asked Lin Shiyun, "How did he become the principal?" "I can't believe he did it through ability." Lin Shiyun lightly bit her lip. "Everyone says he became principal because he has several relatives in the education bureau." Sue looked at Zhang Yuan, whose face had turned the color of a pig's liver in disgust. "I hate people like you the most in my life. You lack ability, but like to rely on connections, yet you claim it's for the students. Continue. What bad things has he done? I'm curious to see what kind of good principal he is." Sue said coldly. Lin Shiyun's face flushed, feeling a bit shy. "He previously tried to threaten me to be his mistress, but my family has some power. He didn't dare to act recklessly after he found out." Sue coldly slapped Zhang Yuan's face with a cold blade. "You old bull, still want to eat tender grass. You really have some guts. You've done this kind of thing often, haven't you?" Zhang Yuan was nearly unable to breathe, but still shook his head frantically. "He also collects miscellaneous fees from students, always asking them to pay under the guise of tutoring. That's what others told me." Li Qianqian said angrily. Hearing this, Sue was immediately infuriated. Indeed, all these principals are the same. His previous school also charged random fees, causing his parents to sigh often. You old dog are truly a beast. You've done nothing but inhumane things, and not a single good deed. Su-yi slammed Zhang Yuan to the ground, causing several cracks to appear in the tiled floor, and a scream like that of a slaughtered pig came from Zhang Yuan's mouth. Little brother, don't listen to their nonsense. I haven't done any of that. I've done many good deeds, or I found people to repair the roads in the school. Zhang Yuan explained while enduring the pain. At that moment, a faint voice came. The money for the road repair was allocated by the government. The construction team you brought in was from your wife's company, and the two of you embezzled quite a bit of money. The road was only covered with a thin layer and broke down within half a year. Su-yi looked in the direction of the voice and saw that the speaker was the female teacher Zhao Xiaoxue, who had just been talking secretly with Lin Shiyun. Speaking of which, that female teacher was quite attractive, wearing a denim skirt and having a pair of long legs that were dazzlingly white. You've done so many bad deeds that you can consider this a good deed. Su-yi lightly flicked his long knife, looking coldly at Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan shook his head vigorously. No, these two women tried to seduce me to elevate my position. After I rejected them, they held a grudge and framed me. Those things weren't done by me. Su-yi was too lazy to listen to any more nonsense. He raised his foot and kicked Zhang Yuan in the chest. Zhang Yuan instantly fell silent and collapsed on the ground. With your bare appearance, if those two actively seduced you, you would probably have already had a passionate battle, right? Su-yi complained in silence. He walked to Lin Shiyun's side and leaned down to whisper, which teacher here is more responsible? Lin Shiyun pointed to a tall male teacher nearby. He is our physical education teacher and treats the students very well. He is also very responsible in his work. Su-yi glanced at the male teacher. Is this the legendary sickly high school physical education teacher? From now on, you will be in charge here. Let me give you a piece of advice. Merely hiding can only lead to survival. Only by taking up arms can you stand tall. Su-yi said to the physical education teacher. He wore a thoughtful expression but quickly nodded. Thank you for your guidance, little brother. I will protect these students well. Then Su-yi was about to leave with Ye Chutang and the others. Zhao Xiaoxue saw Lin Shiyun and Li Qianqian following Su-yi and immediately grabbed Lin Xiyun's hand. Shiyun, why are you and Qianqian leaving with him? Zhao Xiaoxue asked in confusion. Lin Xiyun's face turned red, feeling a bit embarrassed as she looked at Zhao Xiaoxue. I and Qianqian are both his women now. If you are willing, why don't you come with us? His strength is very formidable. Zhao Xiaoxue's face showed shock. Just now seeing Su-yi's fierce and vengeful demeanor towards Zhang Yuan, she thought Su-yi was a young man with a strong sense of justice. She didn't expect him to be no different from Zhang Yuan. Did he force you? We've been best friends for so many years. I don't believe you're that kind of person, Zhao Xiaoxue asked softly. Lin Shiyun shook her head. He didn't force me, it was my own choice. The situation outside is chaotic and hiding here won't lead to survival. Following him is the only chance to live well, and he is indeed very strong, much stronger than you think. Will he be willing to take me with him? Zhao Xiaoxue asked hesitantly. Lin Shiyun didn't answer, but directly pulled Zhao Xiaoxue to Su-yi. Su-yi, this is my best friend. She definitely meets your standards in appearance, and she can cook. Can you take her with you? Hearing about cooking, Su-yi immediately became interested and looked at Zhao Xiaoxue with surprise. You can cook. Zhao Xiaoxue nodded awkwardly. Su-yi smiled in satisfaction. Do you know what it means to follow me? Zhao Xiaoxue continued nodding, indicating she understood. In that case, I will take you with me. After all, you are best friends, there will be more to talk about together. Su-yi said with a smile. Thank you, Su-yi. Shiyun has told me everything. I will follow your orders and won't hold you back. Zhao Xiaoxue said gratefully. Su-yi stroked his chin, a mysterious smile appearing on his face. I do like beautiful women to hold me back. You will be glad for the decision you made today. Su-yi was quite disgusted by the unpleasant smell in the cafeteria, so he directly took 5 women and left the cafeteria, heading to an office building, which was where Lin Xiyun's office was located. The reason for choosing the office building instead of the teaching building was that the teaching building only had desks and no place to rest, while the office was much more comfortable than the classroom. Since the office building was generally where the teachers worked, there were fewer zombies, and Su-yi and the others quickly arrived at Lin Xiyun's office. It was already 6 in the afternoon, and the sun was about to set. Dusk was approaching. Su-yi took out a pile of snacks and several self-heating hot pots along with drinks and mineral water from his spatial storage, placing them all on the desk. Su-yi pointed at the food, saying, take whatever you want. If it's not enough, I have more here. Zhao Xiaoxue widened her eyes and shook Lin Xiyun's arm. Shiyun, is he a deity? How can he produce so much food? Lin Shiyun replied, while eating, calm down, okay? It's not the first time we've seen this. Don't disturb me while I'm eating. Ew, I haven't eaten properly for several days. Zhao Xiaoxue pouted, but this is really my first time seeing it. The education I've received doesn't support believing what I see. Lin Shiyun rolled her eyes at her best friend and stuffed a big drumstick into Zhao Xiaoxue's mouth. Just eat, stop talking nonsense. Zhao Xiaoxue finally quieted down and started eating, taking nearly half an hour to finish. After eating her fill, Zhao Xiaoxue contentedly patted her small belly. I finally had something tasty. Although the cafeteria had a lot of food after the power outage, the fresh vegetables spoiled within days, and the meat was the same. For the past few days, I've only been drinking porridge and my tongue is almost losing its sense of taste. Su Yi leaned back in the office chair with a smile on his face. In a few days, I will go to the mall outside, or at that time you can take whatever you want. The women looked at Su Yi with surprise, their faces full of smiles. Su Yi took out dozens of zombie crystals and placed them on the table. You've all seen my abilities, they are actually supernatural powers. Since you have become my women, you need your own self-defense abilities, so I will help you awaken your supernatural powers. Then Su Yi explained some knowledge about supernatural powers and the method of awakening them. 2 hours later, all 4 women had successfully awakened their supernatural powers. Ye Chutang awakened a healing supernatural power, possessing a strong ability to heal and could visibly see wounds healing when using her power. Lin Shiyun awakened a lightning-type supernatural power, able to shoot electric currents to attack enemies with great strength. Zhao Xiaoxue awakened an ice-type supernatural power similar to Ye Chutang's, but it seemed to be slightly weaker. Su Yi speculated that even the same type of supernatural powers could vary in strength. Li Qianqian awakened a cloning supernatural power, which could create a clone. While the clone existed, it would continuously consume supernatural energy, with the maximum existence time being 20 minutes at the first level. Su Yi called Li Qianqian over, and she immediately understood and activated her supernatural power sitting on his lap, along with her clone. Su Yi curiously examined Li Qianqian, touching her hair and rubbing her small hands, only to find that the clone was almost indistinguishable from her real self, and even had body temperature capable of speaking as well. Qianqian, you truly are gifted. I really like your supernatural power, but 20 minutes is too short. I need to quickly help you upgrade it to extend the clone's existence time to over an hour. Su Yi said joyfully. Li Qianqian shyly leaned against Su Yi's embrace. As long as he likes it, Qianqian will work hard to upgrade her supernatural power and strive to reach guest standards as soon as possible. Su Yi kissed her fair cheek. You're so obedient. When you behave, it truly makes one unable to resist loving you. The other 4 women were originally practicing their supernatural powers, but upon seeing Su Yi's actions and hearing his words, they couldn't help but blush. Zhao Xiaoxue leaned closer to Lin Shiyun and whispered, how come this Li Qianqian you saved knows how to please men so well? You didn't teach her, did you? Lin Shiyun's face instantly turned even redder, and she glared fiercely at her best friend. I haven't even dated a boyfriend myself. How could I teach someone to please men? Zhao Xiaoxue's surprise deepened. Then she truly is gifted. Lin Shiyun looked at Zhao Xiaoxue disdainfully. You used to love watching that kind of stuff in college. Oh, why don't you use it now? Clearly you're single, like me, yet you understand it better than anyone. Zhao Xiaoxue hurriedly covered Lin Shiyun's mouth, her face a mix of green and white. Lin Shiyun, don't think just because you're my best friend you can casually spread rumors. I didn't do that, those weren't me. Seeing the 2 friends quarrel, Su Yi suddenly became interested. Quick, tell me more, I want to hear some more stories. Seeing that Su Yi wanted to listen, Lin Shiyun immediately pushed Zhao Xiaoxue's hand away. Xiaoxue is just a fujoshi. When we were in college, she always dragged me to watch those videos and liked to sneak into her room to cosplay some anime characters. Sometimes she would even pose and ask me to take photos of her. I still have those photos on my phone. Quick, bring them here. I want to see if her cosplay looks like anything. Su Yi said excitedly. He never expected that the seemingly dignified and serious Zhao Xiaoxue was like this behind the scenes. Zhao Xiaoxue glared at Lin Shiyun through gritted teeth, feeling that their years of friendship had been eaten by a dog. Even at this moment, she didn't forget to stab her in the back, and what's more, she had tricked her into believing that all the photos had been deleted. Lin Shiyun unlocked her phone and handed it to Su Yi proudly, saying, each time I finished taking photos, she always asked me to delete them. Luckily, I was smart and uploaded them to the cloud, otherwise you wouldn't be able to see these things. Su Yi took the phone and opened the album and indeed saw dozens of cosplay photos. His eyes sparkled as he carefully looked at each photo, from Rim Hatsune Miku to Asuna the Empress and finally Qianrenxua, Xiao Wu, and Medusa. Su Yi finished looking at all the photos without blinking and returned the phone to Lin Shiyun. When we get back to the villa area, remember to upload the photos to my computer. I need to appreciate them again. Su Yi said to Lin Shiyun. Lin Shiyun signaled back that it was no problem. Then Su Yi looked at Zhao Xiaoxue. Xiaoxue, I have an important task for you. At that moment, Zhao Xiaoxue was squatting in a small corner, not wanting to lift her head. Today she felt like she had lost all her dignity from the past 20 years, all because of Lin Shiyun. But since Su Yi called her, she could not listen. At this moment, she had a very bad premonition. What task? When we go to collect supplies at those malls, you just need to collect those cosplay outfits. Remember, you can ignore the others, but you must find the outfits of Qianrenxua and Xiao Wu. If you can't find them, you'll cut your rations in half. Zhao Xiaoxue immediately wanted to cry. Can we change the task? Or let Lin Shiyun go find them? Look, her legs are longer than mine, as she would definitely look better in them. Su Yi glanced at Lin Shiyun's long legs and black stockings and nodded in agreement. You're right, but your task cannot change. Shiyun has her own task too. Lin Shiyun felt a vague, bad premonition rising in her heart and cautiously asked, what task do I have? I see you wear black stockings every day, you must be tired of them. When we go to the mall, you should collect some other types of stockings. I'm sure others will need them too, right, Qianqian? Li Qianqian and Su Yi's arms gently nodded. If Yi Ge likes it, he'll wear it. Su Yi smiled slightly, and then looked at Lin Shiyun and Zhao Xiaoxue. This is a task for you both, and it must be completed. Zhao Xiaoxue looked at Lin Shiyun with a smug expression. Since you chose to stab me in the back, you must bear it with me. At this moment, Lin Shiyun regretted it immensely. She knew very well that Zhao Xiaoxue was the type to repay favors and grievances. She had been too proud just now and forgot, and now she was pulled into the mess. It was truly an eye for an eye. But Lin Shiyun suddenly thought that since she wore black stockings every day, it was just a change of style and color, while Zhao Xiaoxue had to change into cosplay outfits. The embarrassment would still depend on her. The next day quickly arrived, and as Su Yi woke up, he saw Li Qianqian still sleeping in his arms, her saliva dampening his chest. Of course, under such circumstances, Su Yi definitely did not engage in anything inappropriate, as it was neither safe nor comfortable. However, things might be different once they returned to the villa. Seeing that the others were still asleep, Su Yi lay there quietly preparing to start today's lottery. Reward: heartfelt subservience ability. Su Yi hurriedly claimed the reward, as he never expected that saving a few girls could yield such a fantastic reward, especially since the system reward included an ability. After claiming the reward, Su Yi immediately felt a surge of inspiration, and he instantaneously understood the capabilities of this ability. Heartfelt: active whenever engaging in deep communication with the opposite sex. Both parties' attributes are set to 1, usable 3 times a day. Subservience: passive: all members of the opposite sex who engage in deep communication with you will be bound to you, granting 10 attributes for each binding. With this ability, Su Yi smiled even more broadly. It truly was a perfect ability. After all, as long as he continuously sought out beautiful young ladies, wouldn't he become invincible? Su Yi joyfully planted several kisses on Li Qianqian's face, waking her up in a daze. Igu, is it already bright outside? Li Qianqian asked with half-closed eyes. Su Yi pinched her fair face gently and replied softly, yes, it's bright outside. Time to get up. Li Qianqian stretched lazily, saying, Igu, it's so comfortable sleeping in your arms. I used to sleep directly on the floor. Su Yi took out some toiletries and several bottles of water, smiling. What is this? They'll make you even more comfortable in the future. Ye Chutang stood silently aside, watching the intimacy between the two, feeling a bit regretful for not having submitted to Su Yi sooner. If she were to leave Su Yi, she could not guarantee her and her sister's safety, thus it would have been better to establish a relationship earlier. Having known Su Yi for over 7 years, she had developed feelings for him. If she had become Su Yi's woman before coming here, she wouldn't have to worry about her position. But now a mere 19-year-old girl like Li Qianqian could win Su Yi's affection so easily. If she continued to hesitate, what would happen if Su Yi grew tired of her? How could she survive in this cannibalistic apocalypse with her sister? After washing up and finishing breakfast, Li Qianqian curiously asked, Igu, where are we going today? To the villa area you mentioned, or to the mall to collect supplies? Upon hearing the word mall, Lin Shiyun and Zhao Ziox's expressions immediately turned unnatural. Su Yi shook his head, saying, we aren't going to either of those places today. Instead, we will stay at the school and deal with zombies. Ye Chutang looked puzzled, asking, Su Yi, isn't it safer to return early? Why do we need to deal with zombies here? Because your current abilities are still too weak and you don't know how to use your powers in combat. This is the apocalypse. Although I can ensure your safety, you also need some self-defense capabilities, and this school is a great place for that. Those zombies in the classrooms will be your opponents. Su Yi explained slowly. The women nodded, understanding that he couldn't always be there to protect them. Now that they had awakened their abilities, they indeed needed to develop basic self-defense skills. Su Yi led the group to the base of a teaching building and then closed the main entrance. This teaching building will be your training ground today. Your task is to eliminate all the zombies inside and retrieve their corpse crystals. I won't be assisting you as I need to go find some supplies elsewhere. Ye Chutang and the others nodded. This task was not difficult for them. As 5 awakened abilities users with attack and healing capabilities, they would be safe as long as they were cautious. Well managed, but Su Yi, please be careful too, Ye Chutang replied. Su Yi waved his hand, saying, don't worry, these zombies are not a threat. They'll be back by afternoon at the latest. The women began to clear out the zombies from classroom to classroom, starting from the first floor. They coordinated well and took turns digging for corpse crystals, quickly becoming familiar with the task and increasing their efficiency. Watching them, Su Yi was quite satisfied with their performance, although it was clear they still didn't know how to utilize their physical strength and had attributes without knowing how to employ them. The lack of good weapons was also a significant reason. Once we reach the mall, I should find each of them a suitable weapon. Our relying solely on abilities cannot hold up for long. With that, Su Yi left in peace, planning to check other areas of the school. Yesterday, Ye Chuyu mentioned that they had thrown their classmates who were about to turn into zombies off the building, yet there were no zombies downstairs, which was quite strange. Su Yi was very sure that he could find the stronger zombies he had speculated about here. Since the zombie outbreak happened on a Saturday, only the senior students were present at the school, making the teaching buildings the most densely populated areas. Thus, Su Yi first went to explore a few other teaching buildings. However, he found nothing of value, only collecting a few corpse crystals. If the teaching buildings yielded nothing, the playground was the next most likely place, as it was spacious and large enough. The students often went there during their breaks. He made his way to the playground, casually dispatching a few zombies he encountered along the way. However, the closer he got to the playground, the more frequently he encountered zombies, and their numbers increased, further confirming his suspicion about the playground. By the time Sui arrived at the playground, he could see hundreds of zombies wandering about, with the three most prominent zombies standing at the center. One was robust, one had claws for hands, and the last had fists glimmering with a silver sheen. So this is what a second-tier zombie looks like. They certainly appear much stronger than regular zombies. With hundreds of zombies present, Sui naturally wouldn't charge in alone. Doing so would lead to a disastrous outcome. Sui touched his phone in his pocket, and a plan suddenly formed in his mind. Sui walked towards the equipment room next to the playground. After entering, he closed the door and filled the room with cooking oil. Previously, there had been plenty of cooking oil in the supermarket of his community, and now it finally came in handy. After finishing all this, Sui used the fire blade to cut a hole in the window, making it convenient for him to escape, and ignite it after attracting the zombies. Then Sui opened the door and stepped outside. He turned on his nearly 4-year-old phone. Although this imitation phone was not impressive in many aspects, its external speaker was particularly powerful, ensuring that the song would definitely be heard by the zombies nearby. Sui selected his longest ringtone, Roaring Life. I want a roaring life, just like soaring in the vast sky. In an instant, most of the zombies on the playground heard it and began to rush towards Sui. Sui immediately became excited because he saw a few second-tier zombies running over, and their speed was noticeably faster than that of ordinary first-tier zombies. Sui slowly walked into the equipment room and threw his phone on the ground before crawling out through the hole he had made earlier. Since cooking oil was not as easy to ignite as gasoline or diesel, Sui directly took a blanket, poured some Jinlongju oil on it, and stuffed it into the window. To be honest, this blanket had accompanied Sui for quite some time, and it pained him a bit to burn it, but he had to sacrifice it to obtain the second-tier corpse crystal. Sui used a lighter to ignite several spots on the blanket to ensure it would catch fire. Once he confirmed it was burning, he hurried back to the equipment room's entrance, killed a few bothersome zombies, and quickly closed the door, locking it securely. At this point, most of the zombies had already entered the equipment room, and the 3 second-tier zombies were also among them, with very few zombies remaining on the playground. As Sui continued to kill the remaining zombies, he kept an eye on the situation inside the equipment room. At this moment, thick smoke was already billowing from the room, and he could hear thumping sounds from the walls, likely caused by the zombies crashing around inside. In half an hour, Sui had killed all the zombies outside the playground. He walked to the equipment room and activated his special ability to observe the scene inside. Inside the equipment room, hundreds of zombies were packed together, engulfed in raging flames. The 3 second-tier zombies, due to their speed, were constantly banging on the wall, since they had seen Sui crawl out through the window, and they were roaring incessantly. Sui was taken aback when he saw that a part of the wall had actually been broken through. If he didn't burn these zombies to death soon, the wall would likely be breached. Damn, these second-tier zombies are so much stronger than the first-tier ones. They can even break through walls, and after burning for nearly half an hour, they still haven't died. Sui cursed angrily. Sure enough, a few minutes later, the wall crumbled, and the 3 second-tier zombies burst out from the equipment room. However, they were not unscathed. They were charred all over, and the zombie with claws had even lost several of its claws. Fortunately, the other zombies did not come out. They had all been burned to death, and those that survived were flopping on the ground. Sui drew his long knife and charged at the 3 zombies. With only these 3 weakened ones left, he had nothing to fear. Sui first attacked the zombie with the silver glimmering fist, as that zombie had one of its legs burned off. Its movements were quite awkward while attacking, and Sui enjoyed taking advantage of such vulnerabilities. As the long knife clashed with the zombie's silver glimmering fist, Sui heard a metallic clang. The fire blade in his hand emitted a vibrating sound. Sui looked at the zombie's fist in disbelief. His fire blade could even chop through steel pipes, yet it had only managed to carve a dent in the second-tier zombie's fist. At that moment, the clawed zombie also lunged at Sui. He quickly used his long knife to block, taking a few steps back to disengage. In the instant of contact, Sui had already grasped the clawed zombie's details. Its claws were long and powerful, but their strength was inferior to the iron fist of the previous zombie. Just blocking the attack left several scratches on its claws. Sui continued to attack them. The burly zombie swung a punch at Sui, which he countered with his long knife. Upon contact, the long knife severed the burly zombie's fist, but Sui couldn't help but take a few steps back. Why is this zombie so strong? Sui muttered under his breath. After figuring out its weaknesses, Sui felt confident and unleashed a full-force attack, quickly slaying the burly zombie within a few minutes. This was mainly because the burly zombie was too weak in all aspects except for its strength. After severing its 2 arms, it couldn't resist any longer. Soon Sui had also slain the remaining 2 zombies. He used the fire blade to retrieve the corpse crystals from the brains of the 3 zombies, and then washed them clean with mineral water. To his surprise, the second-tier zombie crystals were black, unlike the previous white first-tier crystals. Sui held the 3 second-tier corpse crystals in his hand to absorb them. After absorbing, he opened the system panel to check. Tier 2nd tier physique, 85 agility, 77 spirit, 79 ability, eye of the star god telekinesis, heartfelt submission bound 0. The 3 second tier corpse crystals helped Sue increase his attributes by 6 points, which pleasantly surprised him, as this was twice that of the first tier crystals. However, there are still too few second tier zombies for now. Who knows how long it will take to advance to the 3rd tier. At least for now I am ahead of most people. As long as my strength continues to rise, I won't be weaker than others in the future. After that, Sue looked into the equipment room from outside, and found that it was nearly burnt out, and all the zombies had been burned to death. What Sue wanted to know most was whether those corpse crystals would be burned away. If they were lost, he would be very saddened, as that was hundreds of corpse crystals. If he could give them to Ye Chutang and her group, he could elevate a few of them, or even all of them to the 2nd tier. Sue waited for over an hour until the fire inside was completely extinguished. He pulled out a zombie that was left with only half a head from the broken wall, poked it with his long knife, and found the corpse crystal still intact, unable to contain his smile. Sue immediately headed towards the teaching building, where Ye Chutang and the others were. It was already noon, and he believed they had cleared out the zombies in that building. Sue primarily wanted them to help collect the corpse crystals, as that was hundreds of them, and he would be exhausted if he did it alone. When Sue arrived at the teaching building, he indeed found them waiting for him downstairs. "Iga, you are back so soon," Li Qianqian said happily. Sue smiled and nodded. "Have you all finished clearing up?" Li Qianqian raised her small fist excitedly, saying, "Of course. We finished over an hour ago." After saying that, she handed a plastic bag to Sue. Sue directly stored the corpse crystals in his space. "Since that's the case, let's go collect the corpse crystals together. I just killed quite a few zombies and need your help to gather the crystals." Upon hearing Sue's words, Ye Chutang couldn't help but slightly open her mouth. "Sue, how many zombies did you actually kill? You still want us to help you collect the corpse crystals?" "About 300 or 400, Sue casually said, while handing out bottles of water to the others. Hearing this number, everyone else was stunned, wondering if there was an extra 0 added. "Did you accidentally add an extra 0, brother E? It's only been one morning. How could you have killed so many zombies?" Li Qianqian asked cautiously. Sue gently tapped her head. "You'll understand once you get there." He led them to the equipment room, where they were met with a heap of charred zombie remains. "No wonder we saw such thick smoke earlier. It turns out it was you burning the zombies," Ye Chutang guessed instantly upon seeing the scene before her. Sue nodded. There were too many zombies, and there were also 3 second-tier zombies. This was the only way to quickly eliminate them. "These corpse crystals are meant to help you upgrade your abilities, so hurry up and start searching for them," Sue said with a smile. Hearing his words, the others immediately sprang into action. This morning they had already experienced the thrill of using their powers, and now hearing they could soon upgrade their abilities made their movements even faster. The group spent over 2 hours finally collecting all the corpse crystals, piling them together. Sue took out a large bucket, placed all the corpse crystals inside, and poured in water to wash them clean. After counting, he found there were more than 400, and combined with the crystals in his spatial storage, it was enough for all 5 of them to upgrade to second-tier abilities. "Brother E, can we take a shower? We're all so dirty. How can we sleep tonight without bathing?" Li Qianqian pouted. "I do have many buckets of water in my space for bathing, but I don't have your clothes. What will you wear after you shower?" Sue said helplessly. Lin Shiyun immediately stepped forward. "I have a few spare clothes in my office. They should be enough for us." "Then let's go back to that office building. You can upgrade to second tier this afternoon," Sue said. The group then returned to Lin Shiyun's office, where she found clothes for them, and Sue took out several buckets of water for them to bathe. Sue also took a shower himself and waited for them in the office. However, the girls took a long time bathing, making him wait for half an hour before they finished one by one. Lin Shiyun, Zhao Xiaoxue, and Ye Chutang appeared as mature women. But Li Qianqian and Ye Chuyu looked like daughters wearing their mother's clothes. The pristine women's shirts hung loosely on them, resembling dresses. "Sister Shiyun, your clothes are way too big. Do you have anything smaller?" Li Qianqian couldn't help but ask as she looked at the clothes she was wearing. Lin Shiyun covered her mouth and chuckled lightly. "There aren't any smaller ones. These are the only spare clothes I have. And it's not that the clothes are big, it's that you're too small." Li Qianqian immediately got angry. "How am I small? I'm already in college." Lin Shiyun and Zhao Xiaoxue simultaneously pushed out their proud curves, but said nothing. Li Qianqian glanced at the two, and then at herself, feeling wrong to the point of tears. It was silent at that moment, yet it was more hurtful than saying it out loud. Sue hurriedly soothed her. "It's all right, Qianqian. You're just small for now, but later I'll help you grow to be just like them." Li Qianqian looked at Sue in surprise. "Brother E, you can do that too." Sue confidently nodded. "Of course, it's a family heirloom skill passed down for 1,000 years, guaranteed to satisfy you." "That's great. Brother E, once we return to the villa area, you must help me properly," Li Qianqian said excitedly. Sue patted her little head. "Don't worry, you'll be the first." Nearby, Ye Chuyu looked at Li Qianqian with envy, then turned to her sister and whispered, "Sister, can you ask brother-in-law to help me too? I think mine is a bit small as well." Ye Chutang's face instantly flushed red. "Such matters shouldn't be taken lightly. You're still young and will grow up later." Ye Chuyu pouted angrily. I'm already 18, not small at all. Qian is only a year older than me. Oh, why can brother-in-law help her, but not me? Ye Chutang directly pinched her sister's constantly pouting mouth. If you dare to speak carelessly again, I'll hit you. Ye Chuyu immediately lowered her head in grievance. Her sister was too stingy, unwilling to help with such a small matter. Subsequently, everyone had some food to fill their stomachs. Su-yi took out 500 corpse crystals and placed them on the table. Here are 500 corpse crystals. Each of you take 100. Once you fully absorb them, you'll successfully upgrade to second tier. They immediately rushed forward to take 100 corpse crystals and began absorbing them. The temptation of enhancing their abilities was too great. After absorbing for more than an hour, they finally finished absorbing all the crystals, and everyone successfully upgraded to second tier. Ye Chutang and Zhao Xiaoxu's second-tier ice abilities could freeze a small area, but they needed water. Without water, they couldn't freeze, everything relying solely on the moisture in the air. Lin Xian's second-tier ability could shoot out an electric arc attack much stronger than the electric attacks at first tier. Li Qianqian's clone ability at second tier could last longer. It could now exist for 40 minutes, just a bit shy of Su-yi's 1-hour target. As for Ye Chuyu's healing ability at second tier, she could now heal 2 people simultaneously with an increased healing speed. Brother Yi, did you already upgrade to second tier earlier? Li Qianqian asked. Su-yi nodded. Indeed, I had already upgraded to second tier before coming here. Then Ye Chutang seemed to remember something and asked Su-yi, I recall you mentioned encountering second tier zombies in the equipment room. Yes, I encountered 3 second tier zombies, and their strength was quite impressive. If you come across them, it's best to run away quickly. What do they look like? Lin Shiyuan asked curiously. They don't have a fixed appearance, but among many zombies you'll be able to recognize them at a glance. The 3 second-tier zombies I encountered had one that was large and strong, one with claws on its hands that had strong attack power, and the last one had fists shimmering with a silver sheen like metal. Su-yi slowly said, What about the corpse crystals from the second-tier zombies? Can you show us? Li Qianqian asked. Su-yi shrugged. I used the corpse crystals as soon as I got them, so I can't show you, but I can tell you that second-tier corpse crystals are black. You should be able to see them soon. All right, brother, you make sure to let me see the next time you find second-tier corpse crystals, Li Qianqian said. Su-yi rubbed her head. Understood, I'll let you see it the next time I find one. The zombies in Sealing know. 2 middle school have mostly been cleared, so I plan to take you to the large Walmart and Ginza shopping mall tomorrow to gather supplies. Make sure to rest well tonight. Upon hearing that Su-yi would be collecting supplies tomorrow, everyone immediately became excited. The Walmart is the largest supermarket here, filled mostly with food and daily necessities. The Ginza shopping mall is the largest luxury goods mall in the area, selling items such as shoes, clothes, cosmetics, and more. Su-yi's personal space is as large as 10 billion cubic meters, but it mostly contains supplies he collected from the supermarket in his previous neighborhood, which are still too few in variety and quantity. Now this team has grown to 6 members, and there may be more in the future, making it essential to gather a substantial amount of supplies. After a night passed, the first thing Su-yi did upon waking was to start the system lottery. Reward Flowing Fireblade second tier. After reaching the second tier of abilities, most rewards in the prize pool are related to the second tier, and this time, he directly obtained the second tier Flowing Fireblade. Without absorbing second tier zombie crystals, Su-yi's attributes had not changed significantly. The system rewards were minimal each time, requiring gradual accumulation. Su-yi looked forward to the second tier Flowing Fireblade, as he was quite adept at using this long sword, but he still felt somewhat constrained when facing second tier zombies. With the second-tier Flowing Fireblade, Su-yi no longer had to fear second-tier zombies. After acquiring the new weapon, Su-yi gave the first-tier Flowing Fireblade to Lin Shiyuan, as her combat skills were superior to the others, making it more suitable for her. The others were not upset about this, as they were about to head to Walmart, where there would be plenty of weapons to choose from. After having some breakfast, Su-yi and the others set off, as they were already second-tier ability users and had no need for hiding. The group walked directly out of Sealing No. 2 middle school, and before leaving, Lin Shiyuan made sure to close the school gate. After all, she used to be a teacher here and did not want the zombies to enter and harm the students. Su-yi led the way, checking the map for the location of the Walmart. He believed food was more important, and they could go to the Ginza shopping mall for needed supplies after collecting enough from Walmart. This time he planned to raid the place like a bandit, taking everything he saw without leaving anything behind. The Walmart is located just 5 kilometers from the school, as this area has a higher population density, leading to greater demand for daily necessities and food. The Ginza shopping mall is even closer to the villa area, as it sells luxury goods which ordinary people cannot afford to buy in large quantities. Its proximity to the villa area makes it easier to attract wealthy customers. The group killed zombies along the way and reached Walmart in just over an hour. There was not a single person in sight, but there were quite a few zombies, all of which were first-tier zombies with no second-tier zombies in sight. At Su-yi's command, everyone dashed out immediately, as they were all second-tier ability users, and killing these first-tier zombies was as easy as chopping vegetables. After exterminating the zombies, Su-yi collected the zombie crystals. Although these crystals would not help them further enhance their abilities, they could restore their powers quickly after consumption. Moreover, future recruits might still need first-tier zombie crystals to upgrade their abilities. After collecting the crystals, Sue-Yi led everyone into Walmart, where they were dazzled by the array of products. As far as the eye could see, there were shelves laden with goods, snacks, daily necessities, seasonings, and rice. Sue-Yi missed none of them. Although there were also mini-zombies inside Walmart, Sue-Yi did not have time to deal with them. He assigned this task to Ye Chutang and the others while he focused on collecting the shelves into his personal space. After over an hour of collecting, Sue-Yi cleared out the entire first floor of thousands of square meters of supplies, leaving behind only a few shelves of rotten vegetables and meat looking desolate. Then the group went up to the second floor, which mainly dealt with daily necessities such as clothes, shoes, furniture, and appliances. Sue-Yi and the others truly embodied the bandit principle, taking everything they saw without considering whether they needed it, even taking all the beds. During this time, Sue-Yi also found dozens of boxes of condoms in one room containing various brands like Baleo, Durex, Sixth Sense, and Okamoto. He took them all without missing a single one. The girls felt a bit frightened seeing the mountain of condoms, wondering if they would ever use them all in 10 lifetimes. Condoms are now a rare commodity. With the apocalypse here, no manufacturers can produce them anymore, meaning every one used is one less, making them essentially limited edition. In the future, they could be valuable items for trading with others. After that, the group went to the appliance store and took some appliances. Sue-Yi even found himself a new phone, as his previous one had met a tragic end. Not far ahead were clothing and shoe products. Naturally, Sue-Yi took everything, but to his disappointment, all the items were regular clothes and shoes, none of which he wanted. It seems he could only place his hopes on the Ginza shopping mall and hoped it would be more generous. The second floor was cleaned out and Sue-Yi continued to the third floor, but there was really nothing to take there, as it consisted of leisure and entertainment places like cafes, cinemas, and restaurants. However, to Sue-Yi's delight, there was actually a weapons store here which had been non-saleable items before the apocalypse, but now it was a good fortune for Sue-Yi and the others. Ye Chutang and the others immediately began selecting their favorite weapons, while Sue-Yi packed away the remaining weapons into his personal space. After collecting the weapons, their trip to Walmart was nearly complete, but Sue-Yi was puzzled that he had not found the location of the warehouse. Under normal circumstances, a supermarket this large could not possibly lack a private warehouse, otherwise how could it meet such a large customer flow? Moreover, the warehouse would likely be larger than the supermarket to supply a vast area for a long time. Suddenly, Sue-Yi slapped his forehead, realizing he had forgotten to use his ability to investigate while focusing on collecting supplies. He quickly activated the probing ability of his star god eye to the maximum, and indeed spotted a massive underground warehouse over 50 meters down. Sue-Yi walked around the first floor of Walmart before finally finding the entrance to the underground warehouse. In truth, Sue-Yi wanted to scold those architectural designers for not placing the underground warehouse entrance inside. Instead, they designed it outside and even built a room that looked just like a storage room. However, it couldn't be entirely blamed on the designers. They did create an entrance inside for convenience in transporting goods, but it was just a large freight elevator that couldn't be activated due to a power outage. After unlocking his abilities, Sue-Yi had already seen a few figures, but due to the dim lighting in the warehouse, he couldn't see clearly. Sue-Yi kicked open the large door to the underground warehouse and let a few people inside. There was also a massive freight elevator here, but it was out of service due to the power outage, so they headed to the nearby staircase going down. Sue-Yi took out 6 flashlights and handed one to each person, which he had just found on the second floor. To stay alert, he did not deactivate his abilities. After walking for 7 or 8 minutes, they finally reached the underground warehouse, and with their flashlights, they couldn't see the end. This place is huge, way larger than above ground. Ye Chutang exclaimed. Sue-Yi chuckled lightly. Indeed, it's quite large. Once we clear out all these items, we won't be short on supplies. Li Qianqian immediately looked at Sue-Yi in admiration. Brother Yi, you're amazing. You managed to fit so much stuff in here. Little girl, just wait until you see me at my best. Sue-Yi smirked. Li Qianqian blushed instantly. Brother Yi, please don't say things like that anymore. I can understand what you mean now. Surprised by Li Qianqian's words, Sue-Yi asked, how did you suddenly understand? Who taught you? Li Qianqian immediately pointed at Zhao Xiaoxue beside her. Zhao Xiaoxue, feeling pricked once again, quickly dodged to the side. Qianqian, I only taught you these things for your own good. How could you betray me? Sue-Yi gritted his teeth. Zhao Xiaoxue, you've ruined a lot of my fun. If you can't find those clothes today, you're in for it when we get back. Hearing this, Zhao Xiaoxue was about to cry. No, brother Yi, I only taught Qianqian a little bit. She's still that innocent little girl. You must be joking. The rubbish in your head could easily corrupt several people. Where would you find an innocent little girl? Lin Shiyun commented sarcastically. Lin Shiyun, you truly are my good friend. Zhao Xiaoxue glared at her with resentment. Lin Shiyun wore a smirk. I told you to watch less of that stuff, but you never listened. Not only did you ignore my advice, but you also corrupted others. It's truly a heinous crime, brother Yi, you must punish her. Zhao Xiaoxue quickly walked over and hugged Sue-Yi's arm. Brother Yi, I promise you'll find those clothes. Can this time be forgiven? Feeling the touch on his arm, and seeing Zhao Xiaoxu's pitiful expression, Su Yi decided not to press her further. This time he'll let it slide, but if I catch you again, no amount of pleading will help. Zhao Xiaoxue quickly nodded, raising 3 fingers in a vow. I promise I will never corrupt other innocent little girls again. Su Yi tapped her forehead lightly and continued walking. Zhao Xiaoxue rubbed her head in pain, glaring fiercely at Lin Shiyun. Just wait, I will definitely find a way to drag you down with me. Lin Shiyun playfully stuck out her tongue. You should focus on finding those clothes. Don't expect me to help you. After all, I really want to see you punished. You? Zhao Xiaoxue was so furious that her chest heaved, yet she couldn't find the words. Stop putting on that froggy act, Brother Yi and the others have already left. Lin Shiyun continued walking forward while turning back to critique. Zhao Xiaoxue was so mad, she kept stomping her feet, now considering her best friend as her #1 enemy. Su Yi continued walking forward, also collecting supplies into his spatial pocket. He saw a lot of rice and bottled water here. Such a massive quantity could sustain them for a lifetime. Su Yi's main purpose for moving forward was still to find those people he had seen earlier, since he spotted an alluring woman in the dim light. However, this underground warehouse was too vast, likely due to the damage to the connections with the ground above, which caused the lights to be unusable. After collecting for more than an hour, Su Yi had only finished a third of the underground warehouse. Just as he was about to continue, he saw several men approaching him. Who are you and why are you taking our stuff? The burly man at the front questioned. Su Yi raised an eyebrow. Your stuff? Who can prove it's yours? We are employees of this Walmart, so of course it's ours. The burly man clenched his fists. Hearing the commotion, 5 women who had been looking around immediately walked towards Su Yi. The burly man and the 4 men behind him immediately showed lewd expressions, their aggressive gazes sweeping over the women. A cold light flickered in Su Yi's eyes. If you don't want your eyes, take them out. Some people are not for you to see. The 5 men instantly flew into a rage. Kid, we haven't even asked for compensation for stealing our stuff, and you dare show off in front of us. You must be looking to die. Compensation? What do you want as compensation? The burly man stared greedily at Lin Shiyun's beautiful legs. As long as you return the stolen items and leave these women with us, we will let you go. Su Yi let out a cold laugh and gave the women beside him a look. The women understood and activated their abilities, sending out ice spikes and electric arcs. The 4 men behind the burly man collapsed instantly, not even having time to scream. The burly man stared in shock at his fallen brothers and immediately tried to flee, only to find he couldn't move an inch. Su Yi's eyes sparkled with starlight. His telekinetic abilities rendered the burly man incapable of escaping. Do you still want compensation now, eh? The burly man shook his head frantically. No, big brother, take whatever you want. If you can't carry it, my little brothers will help you. Please just don't kill me. Su Yi smirked. I preferred your earlier defiant expression. This submissive demeanor is truly annoying. As soon as Su Yi withdrew his abilities, the burly man immediately knelt on the ground. Big brother, I have an elderly mother to care for and a 2-year-old child to support. Please spare me, I've never done anything bad. Lin Shiyun angrily said. You were just staring at my legs and wanted us to stay. Oh, wasn't that ill-intentioned? How can you say you haven't done anything wrong? The burly man continued to keep his head down, not daring to speak. Let's go. Take me to the others, Su Yi said calmly. If I take you there, will you spare me? The burly man asked cautiously. Su Yi shook his head. The burly man's temples throbbed with visible veins as he abruptly sprang to his feet. If you're going to kill me anyway after I lead you there, then what's the point of taking you at all? Su Yi clapped appreciatively. Exactly, this fierce, unyielding spirit. Remember to keep it intact. The man's face turned ashen. What do you really mean? If you refuse to guide me now, you die immediately. If you comply, you merely postpone your death. So think carefully. Leading me to the others is the only sure path to survival. You stand to gain, not lose. The burly man's eyes flooded with bloodshot fury, but then a flicker of hope surfaced. Perhaps his boss, a formidable figure, could rescue him. Fine, I'll take you to them. Don't regret this. Su Yi tilted his chin upward. Lead the way. And remember, take one wrong turn and my blade will slit your throat. Goose flesh rose along the man's arms as he stared paralyzed with dread at the long sword in Su Yi's hand. All he could pray for now was salvation from his boss, and once freed, he vowed to crush Su Yi utterly and humiliate each of Su Yi's women without mercy. After roughly 15 minutes of walking, Su Yi and his companions indeed spotted flickering firelight ahead and heard muffled voices drifting through the air. As they drew nearer, the burly man cried out desperately to his leader, Boss, save me. These people are robbing us, and they've already killed 4 of our brothers. Lin Shiyun instantly loosed a crackling arc of lightning that struck the man squarely in the base of his skull, ending him in an instant. At the commotion, a group surged forward from the shadows. At their forefront stood a man bearing a jagged scar across his face. Boy, you dare slay my underling right before my eyes. I see you have metahumans among you. Leave now and I'll let bygones be bygones. The scarred man spoke coldly. Hearing the word metahuman, Su Yi's interest sharpened. You have awakened metahumans here too. Naturally, I, Yang Ba, am destined to reign supreme over this chaotic age. Awakening metahuman abilities is but a trivial matter. You've slain my men, yet since I see kindred souls among you, I'll overlook it. Take some supplies and depart. No further consequences. Yangba declared arrogantly. Truly? Sui asked. Yangba crossed his arms, thick serpentine veins coiled across his biceps. Truly. My word is absolute. I never break a promise. A subordinate patted Yangba's back and whispered, Brother, look at those women beside that boy. They're absolutely stunning. Perfect matches for you. The sovereign of chaos deserves no less than such peerless beauties. Until then, Yangba's full attention had been fixed on Sui and the woman who wielded lightning, so he'd overlooked the others entirely. Now he studied them closely, and indeed they were breathtaking. Among them stood two young girls, his absolute favorites. A sly smile spread across Yangba's face. Young man, what need does one man have for so many women? And sustaining them must devour precious resources. How about a trade? What sort of trade? Give me one woman, and you may take 5 shelving units. Each of those 2 girls. 10 units apiece. Fair enough, isn't it, Brother Ba? Yangba grinned broadly. Sui stroked his chin, feigning hesitation. They're all my wives. I couldn't possibly sell them. Brother, this is the apocalypse. Outside the world is overrun with zombies. Staying alive is hard enough. Why burden yourself with so many women? Hand them over, and you'll walk away with mountains of supplies. What's not to love? I'll even sweeten the deal. Add another 20%. Yangba pleaded earnestly. Sui turned toward the women beside him. Brother Ba has taken quite a liking to you. Tell me, should I sell you, or not? Brother, why bother asking them? Besides, keeping so many women harms your health, and when you're older you'll bitterly regret your youthful excesses. I'm only looking out for you. Sui chuckled and gently nudged the women forward. Ye Chutang and the others rolled their eyes, bewildered yet unsurprised by Sui's penchant for theatrical games. What's the point of this charade? We should resolve this swiftly, and get back to gathering supplies. Then many thanks, Brother Ba. Such exquisite women deserve generous compensation. Yangba beamed. Of course. My stockpiles are endless. Honestly, brother, you're far safer joining us. I'll find you several more wives in no time. I've grown too wild for company. Cooped up in this underground warehouse would suffocate me. Still, may I ask Brother Ba a few questions? Yangba thumped his chest. You just handed over your wives. I owe you honesty. Ask anything. Who is that woman by the distant fire dressed in a tailored suit and possessing such refined features? Sui pointed. She is the regional operations director of this Walmart superstore, and also my woman, Yangba replied with a smirk. Ah, ma'am, did he speak truth? Sui called out to her. The woman gave a gentle, dismissive shake of her head. Yes, I am the regional operations director, but I am not his woman. He's merely a street thug. Had I not misjudged him and allowed him inside, he'd have perished long ago. Sui gazed at Yangba with quiet, knowing irony. Brother Ba, it seems your version of events requires revision. Yangba's smile vanished, replaced by icy menace. That woman's tongue is stubborn. Starve her for 2 days, and she'll yield. Were it not for my sovereign dignity, my image as the ruler of chaos, I'd have claimed her long ago. Sui's expression brightened with genuine delight. So, you haven't touched her yet? Yangba, missing the barb, entirely nodded. Not yet, but 2 more days of hunger will break her will, and then it won't be too late. Sui exhaled in mock relief, patting his chest. Goodness, I nearly fainted. I feared such a radiant beauty had already been defiled by a wild boar like you. If true, I'd be heartbroken, unable to eat for a full day. Yangba erupted in blind fury. Brat, how dare you insult me as a boar while coveting my woman, even as I offer you grace? Sui cracked his neck. Enough acting. Time to end this. At his words, Ye Chutang and the others instantly understood, activating their metahuman abilities and lunging forward, weapons drawn against the encircling mob. Sui unsheathed his Tier 2 flame flow blade and charged Yangba, just as Yangba swung his fire axe downward in a brutal arc. Fool, you chose death over mercy. You're women. I'll enjoy them thoroughly on your behalf. Yangba roared. Sui merely sneered, silent, contemptuous, as the flame flow blade cleaved through the fire axe, splitting it cleanly in 2. The broken halves clattered onto the floor. Yangba stared stunned at Sui's blade. Where did you acquire such a weapon? How can it be this sharp? Sui looked at the long knife in his hand, saying, well, this was given to me by someone who admired my handsome looks. Yangba's face was full of anger, and his scar looked even more menacing. If you have the ability, let's fight barehanded. Using a weapon is not the mark of a true king. Sui retracted the long knife and beckoned to him. His audacity stemmed from his telekinesis ability. Yangba let out a roar and charged at Sui. Their fists collided, and in an instant Yangba was sent flying. Sui nodded appreciatively. Not bad, your physique must have at least 50 points. To have such strength at only the 1st level, it seems you are a power ability awakener. Yangba got up from the ground, looking at Sui in disbelief. You can instantly retrieve items, so you must have a space-type ability. How can you possess such strength even greater than mine as a power ability awakener? Guess. Sui replied with a playful smile. Yangba, undeterred by the previous encounter, continued to attack Sui, but was repeatedly sent flying. Finally, Yang Ba gave up and knelt before Su Yi begging for mercy. Big brother, let's stop fighting. Take whatever you want, I'll even give you the women. If you like that woman, I'll give her to you. Just let me go, or I can be your lackey. Yang Bai's face was bruised as he pleaded loudly. Su Yi tapped the long knife against his face a few times, saying, "You are just too ugly. What if you scare my women away? Big brother, please let me go. You can have everything here, I promise I will never appear before you again." Su Yi smiled. "If you can stand up, I will let you go." Yang Ba's face lit up with joy. "Big brother, you're not lying to me. Of course I, Su Yi, am a man of my word." Su Yi declared secretly, using his telekinesis to pin Yang Ba to the ground. Yang Ba hurriedly tried to get up, but it felt as if two mountains were pressing down on his shoulders, making it impossible. He pushed against the ground, trying to lift his knees, but as soon as he raised them slightly, Su Yi pressed him down again. Su Yi looked at Yang Ba with pity. "It seems you don't want to leave. Don't worry, I will take good care of your sister-in-law." With a terrified look in Yang Ba's eyes, Su Yi swung down the long knife, and in an instant the head rolled off. Su Yi disdainfully wiped the blood from the blade on Yang Ba's clothes, and then looked toward the other side where Ye Chutang and the others had already subdued the rest. "Su Yi, what should we do with these people? Should we kill them, or just leave them here?" Ye Chutang asked. Su Yi rubbed his chin. "The world is too dangerous now. I think it's better to send them away from this world." Ye Chutang rolled her eyes at him again. "You really are a good person." Ye Chutang and the others didn't dwell on it too much. After spending these few days with Su Yi, they had come to understand what kind of person he was. Sometimes childishly naive, and at other times a cold-blooded butcher, yet most of the time he resembled a lecherous ghost. It was like someone who hadn't been with a woman for decades who, upon seeing a beautiful woman, would say he wanted to give her a chance. It was utterly shameless. They felt it was better to eliminate all these little rascals to avoid future troubles. In this apocalypse, only the ruthless could survive longer. Su Yi walked over to the campfire and sat next to the elegantly dressed woman. "What's your name, beautiful?" "Wang Muyan," the woman replied in a somewhat hoarse voice. Seeing her dry lips, Su Yi took out a bottle of mineral water and handed it to her. "Have some water, your lovely lips are chapped." Wang Muyan hadn't had water for almost 2 days. Previously, Yang Ba had starved her and denied her water to force her into submission. Wang Muyan looked at Su Yi with a hint of pleading. "Can you give me some food? I haven't eaten in 2 days." Su Yi nodded happily and then took out a lot of food to give to her. Wang Muyan took the food and began to eat heartily. Su Yi even helped her open the bottle cap so she could drink water. After eating a considerable amount, she finally felt full and happily rubbed her belly. "Muyan, can we talk about you now?" Wang Muyan pointed to herself, her face filled with confusion. "Talk about what?" "About your identity and why you are here," Su Yi replied. Upon hearing this, Wang Muyan's expression began to darken. "My father is the general manager of Walmart in the entire South Province. After graduating from college, my father appointed me as the regional operations director of this supermarket. On the day of the zombie outbreak, I was in the underground warehouse counting goods with my secretary when I felt the ground tremble. We thought it was an earthquake, so we ran outside only to see many people turning into biting monsters. In the end, I and some supermarket employees hid in this underground supermarket." "And what about Yang Ba and the others?" "They ran into the underground warehouse entrance for refuge on the 3rd day of the zombie outbreak. Seeing them in despair, I let them in, but unexpectedly, as soon as he entered, he ordered his subordinates to control us. He forced my employees to recognize him as the boss and wanted me to be his woman. I never agreed, so he refused to let me eat or drink. Moreover, he would occasionally go out to kill zombies to obtain a type of white crystal, which is what made him an ability user." Su Yi nodded. "All right, I've heard your story. Now tell me how you plan to repay me." Wang Muyan looked at Su Yi with confusion. "What do you want me to repay you with? I have nothing on me right now." "Muyan, I saved you. Isn't it fair to offer yourself in return?" Su Yi chuckled lightly. "Are you going to force me to be your woman like Yang Ba did?" Wang Muyan said bitterly. Su Yi shook his head. "I never force anyone to be my woman. You can choose to refuse. If you don't believe me, you can ask them." Wang Muyan looked hopefully at Ye Chutang and the others, but they all nodded. "What if I refuse you?" Wang Muyan asked softly. "Then you will have to face the endless zombies outside all by yourself, and you may encounter people like Yang Ba again, and you will end up as a plaything or a discarded object." Su Yi said flatly. "But what's the difference between being your woman and this? Don't you also treat me as a toy?" Wang Muyan's eyes streamed with humiliating tears as she spoke. "Of course it's different. If you become my woman, I will protect you, help you become stronger, provide you with a safe environment and plenty of food, and you will belong only to me. Will you force me to do things I don't like?" Wang Muyan asked. "Of course not. If you don't believe me, ask them. I never force them to do things they dislike." Wang Muyan turned to Ye Chutang and the others, asking, "Does he really not force you?" Ye Chutang coughed lightly. "He indeed hasn't forced me to do anything I dislike, and he even helped save my sister. It's just that he's staying in my family's big villa." Su Yi suddenly turned his head and glared at them. "What do you mean by that? Chutang, if I hadn't rushed to your house to save you that day, would you still be standing here in good shape? And you, Xiaoxua, it was clearly you who liked cosplaying. Shurian still has dozens of your photos on her phone. If I hadn't rescued you, you'd still be drinking thin porridge. The most irritating is Ye Chutang. I worked hard to save you, yet you don't appreciate a good-hearted person. Su Yi pulled Li Qianqian to the front. Qianqian, tell them how good Yi Gu is to you. Li Qianqian wore a pure and lovely smile, wrapping her arms around Su Yi's. Yi Gu is really good to me. He helped me awaken my abilities and enhance my strength, and he gives me lots of delicious food. If he hadn't saved me, I would definitely be starving now. Plus, Yi Gu has ancestral skills, and he said he could help me. Su Yi hurriedly covered Li Qianqian's mouth, afraid she would continue. That's enough, no need to say more. Su Yi sat back beside Wang Mayan. See, I didn't lie to you. You won't regret being with me. Wang Mayan rolled her eyes at Su Yi. You're quite hypocritical, but I can tell from how they play with you that you are indeed good to them. I can be your woman, but I hope you can keep your promises. Su Yi patted his chest in assurance. Don't worry, Su. You have been an exemplary student since childhood and a model citizen as an adult, excelling in all aspects. I will definitely treat you well. What should we do now, and where should we go next? Wang Mayan asked. Su Yi smiled. Of course, we should empty your family's supermarket first, and then go to live in Chutang's big villa. That sounds a bit strange, doesn't it? Wang Mayan looked at Su Yi with a peculiar expression. There's nothing strange about it. Hurry up and gather supplies. If we don't hurry, we won't finish collecting today. Wang Mayan asked in shock. You want to take all these supplies? Su Yi nodded. Of course. Why else would I come down? I've already emptied everything upstairs, and you still have another floor down here. After I finish this floor, remember to take me to the next one. Wang Mayan was already stunned to the point of numbness. The supplies from the entire Walmart supermarket were enough for this area to last 2 to 3 months, and they were almost emptied by Su Yi. This meant they wouldn't lack food in the future. Your supermarket is really big, we must empty it this time, Su Yi remarked. Wang Mayan's face turned red with embarrassment. Hurry up and gather the supplies, there are plenty on the next floor too. Su Yi quickly collected all the supplies from this floor into his space, spending nearly 2 hours to finally finish. Mayan, how big is your underground warehouse? Wang Mayan thought for a moment and said this floor is about 10,000 square meters, and the one below is probably 6,000 square meters. This number immediately drew gasps from the others. Sister Mayan, that's too big. With so many supplies, we wouldn't finish even if we ate for 8 lifetimes. Li Qianqian exclaimed in surprise. Wang Mayan smiled slightly. The population in our area is relatively large. If the underground warehouse isn't built bigger, it wouldn't support the consumption of so many people. And in this apocalypse, the more supplies, the better. That's right, let's go to the next floor to collect supplies. We might have to stay here for the night, and it's already 6 in the evening, Su Yi said quietly. Li Qianqian immediately deflated. Is it already so late? I thought I could still go to the Yingzhou Mall to find some pretty clothes today. Wang Mayan patted her head. Don't worry, there are definitely plenty of zombies at Yingzhou Mall, and they mainly sell luxury goods, so there isn't much food. Therefore, clothes, shoes, and bags should still be there. I often go there, it'll take you tomorrow to find pretty clothes. Li Qianqian jumped up excitedly. That's great. Sister Mayan, you have to pick a few outfits that suit me. Xian's clothes are too big. They make me uncomfortable. Isn't it because you're too small? What does that have to do with my clothes? Lin Shiyun said softly. I'm just young, and Iga said he could help me grow. Li Qianqian retorted. Wang Mayan immediately looked at Su Yi, her face filled with inexplicable doubt. Su Yi remained unperturbed. Ancestral skills, a millennium of heritage passed down to males only. You deserve it. Wang Mayan led Su Yi and the others to the lowest level of the underground warehouse, where all the vegetables, meats, fruits, and other items requiring low-temperature storage were placed. The reason Walmart chose to build here was not only due to the dense population, but also because the soil temperature underground is very low, making it a natural cold storage, greatly reducing costs. Su Yi looked at the endless food with gleaming eyes and immediately began to collect supplies into the system space. After more than an hour, Su Yi finished taking all the supplies and brought everyone back upstairs. It was just too cold downstairs. Even Ye Chutang, who was already a second-tier ability user, felt cold, let alone Wang Mayan, who was still an ordinary person. Su Yi's three-dimensional attributes were slightly higher than others, so he didn't feel too cold. By now it was already 8 in the evening, and Su Yi took out some food for dinner. Su Yi took out several large beds and blankets from his space and laid them on the ground for sleeping. Su Yi, you really have what it takes to be a bandit, even taking beds from my family's supermarket. Wang Mayan said speechlessly. If I don't take them, they'll spoil outside. But if I put them in my space, they won't spoil. Besides, if I don't take the beds, where will you sleep tonight? On the ground. Su Yi continued to defend his point. Wang Mayan just gave him a thumbs up and stopped talking. At this moment, Zhao Xiaoxue cautiously walked up to Su Yi and asked, Iga, you said I should find those clothes today, but we didn't go to Yingzhou Mall today, so you can't blame me, right? Su Yi frowned. You're putting me in a difficult position. I always say one thing and mean it. Since that's the case, I should fulfill my promise whether we win or not. Zhao Xiaoxue suddenly hugged Su Yi and cried, Iga, you can't do this. If I don't eat enough, my chest will shrink. Do you really have the heart to see me unable to wear beautiful clothes? Su Yi pondered for a moment and felt it made sense. All right, then I'll make an exception this time. You can go find them tomorrow. Su Yi, look, everyone else has already awakened their abilities. Can you help me awaken mine as well? Wang Muyan pleaded. Wang Muyan immediately looked at Su Yi with a resentful expression, feeling forgotten after he had just promised to treat her well. What a jerk. Su Yi gently touched her delicate little face. From now on, call me Yi Ge, and I will help you awaken your ability right away, even promote you to the second level. Wang Muyan's face instantly lit up with joy. Since she had already become Su Yi's woman, calling him Yi Ge wasn't a big deal. Yi Ge, please help me awaken now. I want to know what my ability is, Wang Muyan said in a sweet voice. Su Yi was indeed quite taken by this, as he immediately took out a pile of corpse crystals for her to absorb. 2 hours later, Wang Muyan successfully became a second-level ability user. Her awakened ability was fire. At the first level, she could throw small fireballs, and at the second level, she could spit out a stream of fire. Su Yi was quite satisfied. Not bad, our team finally has a fire attribute. After resting for a night, Su Yi started the system lottery early the next morning. Prize Locust Crossing title. This was the first time Su Yi had seen such a title prize, and he immediately claimed it to understand its effects. Locust Crossing, when wearing this title, all lifeless objects within 100 meters of the host can be collected into the host's personal space at their will. Seeing this effect, Su Yi felt somewhat disinterested. If only it had come sooner. He spent so much time collecting supplies yesterday, and receiving this title reward after collecting was a bit too late. However, better late than never. He might still need to continue gathering supplies in the future. Then Su Yi and his group exited the underground warehouse. Having spent so long in the darkness, the sunlight felt exceptionally warm on Wang Muyan's face. I really haven't seen the sun in a long time. Yi Ge, thank you for rescuing me. Wang Muyan expressed her gratitude. Su Yi kissed her cheek, saying, next time remember to give me something tangible. Oh, verbal thanks aren't that meaningful. Wang Muyan's face instantly flushed red. Got it, Yi Ge. Let's hurry, we'll collect supplies at the Ginza Mall, and then return to the villa area to rest for a few days. It's really uncomfortable sleeping outside these days. The Ginza Mall is quite far from the large Walmart, about 4 to 5 kilometers away. Su Yi wanted to find a car to drive there, but after the zombie outbreak, many accidents and explosions had occurred, making many roads impassable for cars. Now relying on their legs was actually the fastest way. Now the team had 7 members, and all were second-level ability users, so they didn't need to worry about first-level zombies along the way. Even if they encountered a horde of zombies, they could run and wouldn't face significant trouble. After an hour and a half of walking, Su Yi and his group finally arrived at the Ginza Mall. It was indeed a hub for luxury goods, evident from its architectural style. The Ginza Mall was somewhat smaller than the large Walmart, but looked much more exquisite. Su Yi activated his ability to scout, and to his surprise, there were actually 4 second-level zombies present. There are 4 second-level zombies ahead. You all need to be careful, Su Yi warned the others. Upon hearing Su Yi's words, Ye Chutang and the others perked up, but deep down they were more excited. This was their first encounter with second-level zombies, and their first time in combat with them. Inside there are 2 claw zombies, 1 strong zombie, and another one I haven't seen before. Remember the information I shared with you earlier? Su Yi reminded. The girls nodded, each readying their weapons for battle. Su Yi charged out first, directly engaging the 2 second-level zombies in combat. The 2 zombies battling with Su Yi were a claw zombie, and another he had never seen before, so he didn't want to leave it to the others to handle. The one he hadn't seen before looked quite strange, as it had a pair of wings. Unlike bird wings, these had no feathers, just bones and decayed flesh. For a moment, Su Yi wasn't sure if it could actually fly, but he quickly found out, because that zombie really came flying towards him. Damn, it can fly with hairless wings. If I wave my arms, can I fly too? Su Yi cursed inwardly. Su Yi had no time to think more, and could only quickly eliminate these zombies. His second-level flowing fire blade posed a significant threat to them. With one slash, he severed several claws from the claw zombie, without any hesitation. Without its claws, the claw zombie was not much different from an ordinary first-level zombie, and Su Yi swiftly crushed its brain with a single blow. Then he used his ability to immobilize the flying zombie on the ground, and killed it with his blade. The ability to fly was indeed a troublesome skill for others, but it wasn't much of a problem for Su Yi. After dispatching the 2 second-level zombies, Su Yi helped eliminate the remaining ones. Since the others didn't have weapons like Su Yi's, their damage to the second-level zombies was very limited, and true damage relied on the power of their abilities. The other claw zombie was killed by dazzling abilities, while the strong zombie was eliminated with Su Yi's assistance. Quickly finish off the remaining first-level zombies so we don't attract more. Su Yi spoke in a deep voice. Upon hearing the order, the girls moved faster, as the beautiful clothes and shoes were right in front of them, and they wanted to get inside quickly. A few minutes later, all the zombies were slain. After quickly retrieving the corpse crystals, Su Yi led them into the interior of the Ginza Mall. Inside the Ginza Mall there were some zombies, but far fewer than outside. Su Yi spent some time clearing them out before he began to formally assess the internal environment. The Ginza Mall had a total of 7 floors, 1 underground and 6 above ground. The underground was a parking lot, and many vehicles were still parked there. The first floor above ground housed cosmetics, jewelry service areas, and resting areas. The second floor was for women's clothing, the third for men's clothing, the fourth for home goods and children's supplies, the fifth for dining and entertainment, and the sixth for arcades, gyms, yoga studios, and more. Ladies, start your big sweep now, or should I just take everything for you? Su Yi asked with a smile. Ye Chutang thought for a moment and said the items here are too scattered, unlike yesterday at Walmart, where everything was concentrated. It would take a lot of time to collect everything right. Today I unlocked a new skill, so taking everything won't take long at all, Sui replied. Why even think about it? Of course we'll take everything. Zhao Xiaoshui exclaimed excitedly. Upon hearing this, Su Yi immediately began to collect all the cosmetics and jewelry within 100 meters into his spatial storage. Wow, Sui, your ability is incredible. You've gathered a large area of items in an instant. It won't take long to finish that layer, Ye Chutang said in delight. Indeed, it's much faster than yesterday. Once we finish this layer, let's head to the second floor. I still want to see if there are any clothes that Xiaoshui used to wear. Zhao Xiaoxue once again took the hit. Iga, how can you still remember that? Can't you just forget it quickly? Su Yi turned to look at Zhao Xiaoxue and reassured her, don't worry, I could never forget. Yu Igu has always kept it in his heart. The items on the first floor were quickly gathered and Su Yi and the others soon ascended to the second floor. Upon reaching the second floor, they encountered some zombies, which they swiftly dealt with before starting to browse. Su Yi glanced around, seeing all kinds of clothes, shoes, and bags. What surprised him the most was that there was a shop specializing in unique clothing, offering various styles and colors, even with letters. Shuyun, it seems you won't be able to wear all of these in the future, Su Yi said with a smile. Lin Shuyun blushed and said nothing. Xiao Shui, have you found your clothes yet? Su Yi asked Zhao Xiaoxue. Zhao Xiaoxue in a huff walked ahead, continuously glancing at each store. Not yet. Why are you in such a hurry? How can I not be in a hurry? We've already gone through a third of this place, and I still haven't seen those items. Su Yi murmured. After a few more minutes, he finally heard Zhao Ziox's shout. Iga, come quickly. I found a shop with loads of cosplay outfits. Su Yi and the others immediately rushed over, and upon arrival they indeed saw a plethora of cosplay costumes. They included not only those Zhao Xiaoxue had worn before, but also many character outfits from games like Honor of Kings, Genshin Impact, and On Myoji, as well as numerous anime and Chinese animation female characters. Su Yi nodded in satisfaction at the clothes. Xiaoshui, you really did a great job this time. I will definitely reward you when we get back. I wonder if the reward is for you or for me. Zhao Xiaoxue secretly complained. Su Yi quickly gathered all the clothes into his spatial storage without leaving a single piece behind. The group continued to walk and collect until they reached a shop at the very end of the second floor, which was a traditional Hanfu store. I almost forgot about Hanfu. It seems you all are in for a treat, Su Yi said with a mischievous smile on his face. Just as he was about to collect all the clothes, he suddenly heard a timid voice. Could you please not take my clothes? A woman dressed in Hanfu emerged nervously from behind the shop's door, standing before Su Yi and the others. Her hair was elegantly styled, trembling with each step, with jade hairpins and beaded strings shimmering gently. She wore a beautifully crafted Hanfu, whether it was the flowing short dress or the elegant long shirt, both accentuated her graceful form. Who are you? Why are you here? Su Yi asked curiously. My name is Gu Yafei, and I am the owner of this Hanfu shop. After the zombie outbreak, I've been hiding in the back room of the shop. Today I came out after hearing your voices. Please don't take my clothes. After graduating from university, I used all my savings to buy these clothes and open this shop. If you take them, I'll go bankrupt. As Gu Yafei spoke, tears welled up in her eyes, clearly feeling wrong that someone was trying to take her clothes in broad daylight. Su Yi immediately felt a bit embarrassed. It was indeed inappropriate to rob a girl's clothes in the daytime. I can refrain from taking your clothes, but with the zombie outbreak, those clothes are of no use to you. How about I make you a suggestion? Gu Yafei looked at Su Yi with confusion. What suggestion do you have? Su Yi smiled. Come with me, and I'll help you keep these clothes safe. What do I need to do if I go with you? And will you return all the clothes to me? Gu Yafei asked cautiously. Going with me means becoming my woman, and I will definitely return your clothes. Upon hearing this, Gu Yafei immediately showed a look of rejection. We just met, and you want me to be your woman. Aren't you being a bit too frivolous? I'm not being frivolous, I'm just asking you. Plus, with the zombie outbreak, do you really think a girl like you can protect these beautiful Hanfu? Can you protect yourself? If you were with me, none of these would be problems. Why does he always want to make beautiful girls as women? Is he addicted to this kind of thing? Wang Mu Yin whispered to Ye Chutang. Ye Chutang also felt helpless about this. I don't know either. I met Su Yi in high school. He used to be quite honest. I don't know why he has become so lecherous after the apocalypse. Not a single beautiful girl has escaped his clutches along the way. On the other side, Gu Yafei frowned in anger. What you said is true, but since you already have so many women, why do you still want me to be your woman? Su Yi immediately made a heartbroken expression. I'm doing this all for your own good. Just think about how dangerous it is for a pretty girl without self-defense in the apocalypse. Now that I've gathered you together, not only can you have company, but you also have my protection. Isn't that a wonderful thing? You? Gu Yafei was rendered speechless by Su Yi's rogue logic. What I said is true. Look at the women around me. Some were about to be bullied and were saved by me. Some were trapped in classrooms by zombies for days without food, and some were coerced by gangsters. In the end, they were all rescued by me. Now they not only have enough food to eat every day, but also don't have to fear zombies. Don't you want to join this? Su Yi spoke earnestly. Gu Yafei's expression changed constantly. The zombie outbreak had been going on for nearly 10 days. She had seen numerous people bitten by zombies while hiding here, which was why she had not dared to go outside. However, the food she had stored in that small room was also running out quickly, and she could only last a few more days at most. If she didn't go with Sue-yi, what would she do in the future? Gu Yafei gritted her teeth and looked at Sue-yi. Can you guarantee that everything you just said is true and that you are not deceiving me? Sue-yi nodded. Of course I'm not lying. If you don't believe me, you can ask them. Gu Yafei looked at Ye Chutang and Wang Muyin, and when she saw them nodding, she finally relented. All right, I can be your woman, but you must protect my clothes. These are all my treasures, and not a single piece can be damaged. Seeing Gu Yafei agree, Sue-yi smiled. Don't worry, I will definitely protect your clothes. After all, I really like these clothes of yours. Then Sue-yi instantly collected these clothes into his spatial storage, which startled Gu Yafei. Where did you hide my clothes? Gu Yafei asked in surprise. Sue-yi raised his hand, and a piece of hanfu appeared in his hand. Look, it's still here. I just put it into my space. When you come back home with me, I will return it to you. Space? Do you know magic? Gu Yafei asked curiously. Sue-yi smiled helplessly. Every time he found a beautiful girl, he had to explain this, which was somewhat tiring. Afterwards, Sue-yi and his companions completed the remaining floors, not only taking all the men's clothing, but also moving several gaming consoles and movie projectors. When they exited the Silver Plaza, everyone let out a heavy sigh. 0 yuan shopping was indeed exhilarating, but it was also exhausting, overwhelming the senses. Had it not been for Sue-yi's ability to quickly gather supplies, they wouldn't have been able to carry everything. With these supplies, we won't have to worry about food for a long time. It's time to head home, Sue-yi said with a smile. The group began making their way to the villa area where Ye Chutang's house was located. Upon arriving at the villa area, Sue-yi activated his abilities to check the surroundings and felt relieved when he found no signs of anyone having been there. He wasn't worried about conflicts arising from anyone coming by, or rather he feared that the villa area might get dirty as he already viewed it as his own property. When Ye Chuyu reached her front door, she saw that it had been smashed, causing her to immediately become furious. Sister, who was the fool that broke our door? I must give them a good beating, Ye Chuyu said angrily. Ye Chutang helplessly replied, those people have already been killed by Sue-yi. There's no way for you to beat them now. It's good that they are dead, saves me the trouble of doing it myself. Breaking my door deserves death. Sue-yi patted her head. Little girl, stop grumbling and hurry inside. As soon as they entered the villa, Li Qianqian, Lin Shiyun, and Zhao Xiaoxue immediately displayed expressions of astonishment. It was their first time entering such a villa. Chutang, your family must be very wealthy. This villa looks so beautiful. Li Qianqian exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she surveyed the surroundings. Ye Chutang smiled slightly. The money was earned by my parents, and now that we are in the apocalypse, money holds no value. Li Qianqian nodded in agreement. Chutang is right, now we can live wherever we want. This villa has many rooms. Sue-yi's and my rooms are on the second floor. The rest of you can freely choose whichever room you like. Ye Chutang pointed to the second floor. Upon hearing this, Li Qianqian and the others immediately began selecting their favorite rooms. After choosing Sue-yi took out some daily necessities from his spatial bag and distributed them to everyone, while also setting up a few snack shelves in the hall. Sue-yi placed a small pile of corpse crystals in front of Gu Yafei. Yafei, these are corpse crystals. They can help you awaken your powers and enhance your strength. Gu Yafei looked at Sue-yi with some surprise. I've only been with you for a day, and you're giving me such a precious thing. Sue-yi pulled her onto his lap, gently holding her small hand. Since you've become my woman, I naturally won't treat you poorly. You look great in this outfit. I remember to wear it often. Gu Yafei blushed and nodded. I understand, but can you let me down? Sue-yi cleared his throat. Being my woman means you have to listen to me. I didn't say you could leave, so sit still. Gu Yafei could only continue sitting on Sue-yi's lap while absorbing the corpse crystals to awaken her powers. As it was nearing noon, Sue-yi called Zhao Xiaoxue to start preparing lunch and to test her culinary skills. An hour later, Zhao Xiaoxue finished making lunch, and Gu Yafei successfully awakened her powers. Yafei, what kind of powers did you awaken? Sue-yi asked. Gu Yafei clenched her fist, and a green light flickered in her palm as a vine instantly shot out. I seem to be able to conjure vines to attack, and can also cause them to grow from the ground to entangle enemies. Gu Yafei pondered before speaking. Sue-yi nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, it can restrict enemies and also attack. Lunch is ready, come and eat. Hurry and taste Zhao's culinary skills. This is my proudest specialty, Zhao Xiaoxue said proudly. Hearing this, everyone immediately sat down to sample Zhao Xiaoxue's cooking. As soon as he tasted it, Sue-yi was somewhat surprised. He had previously heard Lin Shiyun mention that Zhao Xiaoxue could cook, and thought she could only manage, but he didn't expect it to be so delicious she could make a living as a chef. Xiaoxue, if your cooking is this good, why not become a chef? Why did you choose to be a teacher? Sue-yi asked in confusion. While eating, Zhao Xiaoxue explained, being a chef is too dirty and tiring, while being a teacher is much more relaxed. Cooking is just a hobby for me, like cosplay. I see, no wonder you look good in cosplay. I mentioned I'd reward you, so you need to quickly pick out some clothes to come find me for your reward in the next couple of days. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiaoxue dropped her chopsticks in surprise. Iga, can't you keep such things private? We're still eating, Zhao Xiaoxue said with a flushed face. Su Yi was unconcerned. Talking about this while eating doesn't affect anything. Besides, you should know which one I like the most. Don't guess wrong, or there will be consequences. Zhao Xiaoxue pouted. What's the difference between this reward and a punishment? Why are you always picking on me? Can't you bully Shiyun instead? Su Yi's eyes lit up. You're right, I can't favor one over the other. Shiyun, you should prepare well too. There will be punishments for guessing wrong as well. After saying this, Su Yi finished eating and put down his chopsticks. Don't forget what I just said. I'm going to take a shower now, he instructed. The dining table fell silent and no one spoke. Ye Chutang quickly put down her chopsticks as well. I'm full too, I'm going to take a shower. Li Qianqian looked puzzled at Su Yi and Ye Chutang, who were heading upstairs. It's only noon, why are they showering? And it's not even hot today. Zhao Xiaoxue patted her head. You'll understand in a few days. In Su Yi's room, as soon as he entered, Ye Chutang followed closely behind. Su Yi sat on the edge of the bed smiling as he looked at Ye Chutang. Chutang, have you thought this through? Ye Chutang's face turned crimson, her hands tightly gripping her fingertips, which had turned slightly pale. Yes, I have thought it through. Su Yi pulled her into his embrace. I won't let you down. Su Yi, did you have feelings for me all along? Ye Chutang asked softly. Su Yi's chest heaved slightly with beads of sweat still lingering on his forehead. He touched Ye Chutang's fair little face with a mischievous smile. Why would I save you if I didn't have feelings for you? I'm not a great person. Ye Chutang, embarrassed and angry, slapped Su Yi lightly. You weren't like this before. When I was blocked by those thugs, you always came to rescue me. Why have you changed now? Su Yi chuckled. What does it matter if I saved you? You never became my girlfriend. Besides, honest people are easily bullied, so I've chosen to be the one who bullies the honest ones. Su Yi lifted Ye Chutang's chin, locking their gazes. Don't you like this? Ye Chutang shyly met his eyes. I do like it. Su Yi was pleased with Ye Chutang's answer. Since you like it, let's continue. I still haven't leveled up my attribute points enough. Afterwards, Su Yi opened the system panel, eager to see if his three-dimensional attributes had indeed increased. Level 2nd stage, physique 98, agility 90, mental 92, abilities Eye of the Star God, telekinesis, absolute obedience, bound 1, title locust crossing. Seeing the binding count change to 1 and confirming the increase in his attributes, Su Yi was elated. As long as he could continue increasing the binding number, he would keep getting stronger no matter how dire the post-apocalyptic world became. Su Yi glanced at Ye Chutang, who had completely fallen asleep, gently covered her with a blanket, then got dressed and left. Downstairs, several women were engaged in a heated discussion. What was that noise from Igu just now? Lin Shiyun asked. Zhao Xiaoxue counted on her fingers. It's been several hours. I bet Chutang is still lying down. Ye Chuyu immediately interjected. Impossible. My sister is a 2nd stage ability user. Her physical attributes are equivalent to the combined strength of 5 or 6 adults. There's no way she can't handle it. I bet she's fine. Zhao Xiaoxue, intrigued by this statement, suggested. Let's bet on whether Chutang is lying down or not. If I win, you'll have to clear out the zombies in the villa area and patrol 3 rounds. If I lose, I will. How about it? I'll bet. I have confidence in my sister. She used to be a top student. Ye Chuyu declared defiantly. Lin Shiyun awkwardly coughed twice. Xiao Yao, this has nothing to do with being a top student. Even if she's a genius, she still needs to rest when it's time. I also support Sister Chutang. Since her voice was so loud just now, she must be fine. If we lose, both Xiao Yao and I will go. Li Qianqian said, clenching her little fist. Hurry, hurry, everybody pick a side. I've never lost a bet in my life. Zhao Xiaoxue shouted. Immediately the women formed 2 teams, but no one stood with Ye Chuyu except for Li Qianqian. Ye Chuyu frowned at Gu Yafei. Sister Yafei, don't you believe in me? Standing on my side is definitely the right choice. Gu Yafei shook her head, remaining beside Zhao Xiaoxue. Gu is too fierce. Chutang definitely can't handle it. Just as Ye Chuyu was about to retort, she saw Su Yi come down from upstairs and rushed over. Gu, is my sister still awake? Ye Chuyu asked with eager anticipation. Su Yi, momentarily confused by the question, replied. Your sister is already asleep. What's wrong? Ye Chuyu's face darkened instantly. Impossible. My sister is capable of punching a zombie to death. How could she possibly not last a few hours? She must be pretending to sleep. With that, Ye Chuyu dashed upstairs, bursting into the room to find Ye Chutang. She pushed her sister with her hands. Sister, don't sleep. Get up, though I can't afford to lose. You have to give me some face. After several minutes of pushing, since she couldn't wake her up, Ye Chuyu could only walk down with her head hanging low. Zhao Xiaoxue, arms crossed, looked at Ye Chuyu with smug satisfaction. I'm the betting queen. I've never lost a bet. Xiao Yao, you're still too young. If a bet is a bet. I'll go clear the villa area now. Ye Chuyu angrily stormed out of the villa, followed by Li Qianqian. Su Yi, perplexed, watched as they spoke of various chaotic matters. What are you all talking about? I haven't understood a word. Hearing Su Yi's question, Zhao Xiaoxue sat back on the sofa, opened a bag of snacks, and said while eating, we bet on whether Chutang could last after your 3-hour bombardment, and the result is that I won. Upon hearing this, Su Yi's face turned dark. I'm not comfortable with Xiao Yao and Qianqian going to clear that villa area alone. You all should go help as Xiaoxue stays. After hearing this, Lin Shiyun and the others looked at Zhao Xiaoxue with glee, then quickly fled the scene. Zhao Xiaoxue immediately stood up looking somewhat anxious. Iga, how about I go help too? I think they'll definitely struggle. If they can't handle it, they can continue tomorrow. I haven't given you the reward I promised. Upon hearing the word reward, Zhao Xiaoxue's hand trembled, causing snacks to fall to the ground. Sui approached and grasped Zhao Xiaoxue's hand. You're wasting food in front of me. It seems you're eager for your reward. Saying this, Sui pulled Zhao Xiaoxue towards her room. Iga, don't do this. What exactly do you want to do? Zhao Xiaoxue asked with a long face. You know what I mean. By 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Ye Chutang and the others finally returned. At this time, Sui was sitting on the sofa enjoying a drink. Lin Shiyun unceremoniously sat down next to Sui, took the drink he was having and started to drink from it. I'm exhausted. This villa area is so vast, I must have lost a pound just walking around. After finishing the drink, Lin Shiyun said weakly. Li Qianqian glanced at the dining table and found nothing. Why didn't Sister Xiaoxue cook? It's already mealtime. Sui pulled out a few bottles of drinks from his storage space and handed them to the others. She fell asleep, but we're having self-heating hot pot tonight. Why did Sister Xiaoxue eat and then sleep? It's only a bit after 6. How can she sleep? Li Qianqian quietly complained. Have you considered that she might not be asleep, but rather being slept? Lin Shiyun reminded. Li Qianqian glanced at Sui and instantly understood, then closed her mouth and stopped talking. Sui placed the self-heating hot pot on the dining table. Let's eat quickly. After dinner, I need one of you to keep me company tonight. Iga, could you please not mention this before dinner? It makes me feel like it's a headless meal. Lin Shiyun hesitated to touch the self-heating hot pot on the dining table. Sui ate on his own. Since you said that it's you, it saves the trouble of choosing. Lin Shiyun regretted slapping her mouth, wondering why she couldn't control her tongue. Soon Sui finished eating, but he saw Lin Shiyun still nibbling her food deep in thought, and he immediately took her hand and stood up. Lin Shiyun glared at Sui, flustered and angry. Igu, I haven't finished eating yet. Wait for me to finish. I guessed you'd already finished. The other people at the dining table watched Sui take Lin Shiyun away, trembling with trepidation. Igu seems different today. Does he have something on his mind? Li Qianqian quietly asked. Wang Mian shrugged. Who knows? Maybe he's just savoring the moment. For 3 consecutive days, Sui did not leave the villa, and this time allowed his 3-dimensional attributes to undergo significant changes. Level 2nd tier physique, 169 agility, 162 spirit, 164 abilities, Eye of the Star God telekinesis, heartfelt submission bound 7, title Locust Crossing. The number of heartfelt submission bindings has increased to 7. Combined with the active abilities from his powers, the 3 attribute points gained are substantial. During these 3 days, he never left the door, and all the rewards from the daily lottery were attribute points. Sui also absorbed the 4 second-tier corpse crystals he obtained from the Silver Plaza. Now Sui's 3-dimensional attributes have significantly improved, surpassing his previous self. These 3 days brought Sui not only the thrill of enhanced power, but also physical pleasure. He previously could not understand why Ye Chutang changed girlfriends every day. Now he understood. From hating Ye Chutang to understanding him and finally becoming like him, he took only 3 days. I never enjoyed the joy of being human before. Now the apocalypse feels like heaven to me. I not only want to become an invincible existence, but also to establish my own sanctuary. What Sui lacks now is people to be more specific women. The opportunities provided by the system cannot be wasted. Currently, the places with the highest concentration of survivors are universities and shelters, which are also where Sui needs to go next. As he pondered, Guya Fei quietly sat down next to him. Igu, I feel something is off with my body, Guya Fei said with some concern. Sui looked her up and down and found she was still as beautiful as before. What seems to be off? You look the same to me, Sui replied nonchalantly. Seeing Sui's indifference, Guya Fei immediately held his hand. Igu, there really is something wrong. I'm also a 2nd-tier ability user now, and I've noticed that my strength has increased a bit over the past 2 days, but I haven't absorbed any 2nd-tier corpse crystals. Could it be that I'm turning into a zombie? Sui patted her head. It's fine, this is a normal phenomenon. If you really turned into a zombie, I would be the first to put you down. Guya Fei almost cried upon hearing Sui's words. Igu, please don't joke about that. I don't want to die. Please save me. I'll listen to you from now on. Sui looked at Guya Fei with a smile. In that case, answer me a few questions first. You ask, I'll answer anything. Sui stroked his chin. You said you opened that Hanfu shop after graduating from university. Which university did you attend? How long ago did you graduate? Guya Fei answered with slightly red eyes. I graduated from Tsuling University, majoring in fashion design. I've been graduated for 2 years. Hearing this, Sui's expression brightened. You graduated from Tsuling University? Guya Fei nodded. Igu, are you also a student of Tsuling University? Sui stroked Guya Fei's smooth little face. Yes, so you are my senior. I like seniors. Upon hearing this, Guya Fei immediately held Sui's mischievous hand on her face. Igu, in that case, you should save me even more. Being in the same university is fate. You can't waste this fate. Don't worry, you won't have any problems. I have an ability that can help you enhance some three-dimensional attributes, Su Yi explained. Upon hearing this, Gu Yafei instantly felt relieved. You scared me. I'm not even 25 yet. If I died this soon, that would be too much of a loss. Then Gu Yafei seemed to think of something and immediately looked at Su Yi. Ego, can you use your ability today? Su Yi pulled her into his arms. What? Do you want to enhance your attributes? Gu Yafei nodded her little head. If there's a good thing I want, pass it up. There are still 2 chances today, but what if I give them to someone else? I'm in a dilemma. How about this time I wear your favorite hanfu? Gu Yafei said in a very soft voice. Su Yi shook his head gently, not enough sincerity. Gu Yafei looked thoughtful and then bit her lip and whispered something in Su Yi's ear. Really? As night fell, Zhao Xiaoxue had prepared a feast, and Su Yi and Gu Yafei had just come out of their room. Igu, if you don't come out soon, the dishes will be cold, Zhao Xiaoxue complained softly. Su Yi directly sat down. Let's eat. I have something to say. Everyone immediately sat down eating while listening to Su Yi. We have been in the villa area for a few days, and it's time to go out to kill zombies and collect corpse crystals. Therefore, I plan to leave the villa area tomorrow and head to Tsuling University. Upon hearing Su Yi's decision, Ye Chutang and others were somewhat surprised. Igu Tsuling University is the best university in Tsuling City with over 50,000 students. After removing those in their 4th year on internships, and those who are out, there are at least over 40,000 students on campus. Won't it be too dangerous for us to go there? Ye Chutang asked. Su Yi shook his head. With my current strength, I am not afraid of large numbers of zombies. I am looking for places densely populated with zombies. Currently, there are too few 2nd-tier zombies, and it would take too long to collect 100 to upgrade my ability to the 3rd tier. Only in schools where there are more people is it most appropriate. I think you just want to find beautiful students, right? Gu Yafei, whose face was still flushed, muttered softly. Su Yi did not refute her words, as he indeed had this idea, but he was serious about collecting corpse crystals. At this stage, there are hardly any zombies stronger than him, let alone humans. Going to a school, a gathering place for beautiful women, might allow him to find a few that match his taste. Igo, what about this villa area? If we leave, someone might occupy it, right? Lin Shiyun asked. Su Yi waved his hand. That's not a problem. If someone dares to take my territory, I'll just kill them all and take it back. Lin Shiyun nodded. Ooh, she had already guessed this answer. Su Yi was definitely someone who would repay grievances. I initially planned to go alone, but I was worried that if I took too long, you would starve to death here, so I decided to bring you along. Upon hearing Su Yi's words, the several women were immediately very touched. Igu, so you can't bear to leave us? Zhao Xiaoxue asked with emotion. Su Yi thought for a moment and nodded. What you said is indeed a bit reluctant. Being outside, I inevitably think of you, so it's better to keep you by my side. The several women were instantly petrified, realizing that in the end, he was just greedy for their bodies. The next morning, Su Yi activated the system's lottery, and to his delight, he finally won another ability. Prize flight ability. After claiming the reward, Su Yi immediately tested his new ability. His body rose gently into the air, fully responsive to his will, its maximum speed reaching 50 meters per second. With this ability, he could drastically reduce time spent walking. Moreover, the energy cost proved far lower than expected. His Tier 2 ability reserves were sufficient for over half an hour of sustained flight. Haha, finding people will be even faster now. Su Yi exclaimed, elated. Refreshed and radiant, he strode out of his room and descended the stairs for breakfast. Li Qianqian noticed his beaming smile and asked, puzzled, Yaij, did you win the lottery? Why are you so happy? After swallowing his bite, Su Yi replied, today I awakened a new ability, flight. Anyone want to try it? At that, the others froze in astonishment. They had no idea how many abilities Su Yi truly possessed. He'd begun with a spatial ability to store supplies, followed by detection and telekinesis. Now flight, just 10 days into the apocalypse. Was he awakening a new ability every 2 or 3 days? Yaij, are you secretly an alien? No human should possess so many abilities at once. Why do we each have only one? Li Qianqian said flatly. Su Yi shrugged helplessly. Perhaps it's just innate talent. After all, without such power, how could I possibly keep all of you safe? Hearing this, the women blushed. Lately, Su Yi had grown fond of speaking with startling candor. Yaij, take me for a flight. I've never experienced flying. Li Qianqian pleaded. Wang Mian, seated beside Su Yi, leaned forward eagerly. Yaij, please take me too. I'd love to try it as well. Only one slot available. Bid for it. Su Yi crossed his arms and declared coolly. Instantly, the women exchanged glances, their expressions fierce with unspoken rivalry. Lin Shiyun gritted her teeth. I'll offer a Balenciaga set, plus a Valentino ensemble. Zhao Xiaoxue scoffed defiantly. I'll bid a Qianringsha cosplay outfit. Wang Mian added, my professional suit also deserves consideration. Su Yi tapped the table and turned to the others. Why stay silent? Yafei, I recall you still have one outfit you haven't worn. Care to enter the bidding? Startled by her name, Gu Yafei shook her head vigorously. No, I've already lost 2 outfits to you. That one's my favorite. I won't risk it. Su Yi cleared his throat. Since no further bids have been made, Xiaoxue wins this round. I'll take her up for a flight shortly. Lin Shiyun shot upright, incredulous. Yaij, since when did you become an otaku? I offered Balenciaga and Valentino, and you weren't even tempted. Blame it on my particular tastes. Next time I'll fly you too, Su-yi said with feigned regret. Zhao Xiaoxue leapt up thrilled. I knew it, you're a true otaku. Hurry, take me up. I can't wait to feel what flight is like. She seized his hand and dashed toward the door, the others trailing behind, envious and wide-eyed. At the main gate, Su-yi swept Zhao Xiaoxue into his arms and launched skyward. Zhao Xiaoxue clung tightly to his neck, shrieking with exhilaration midair. Yaj, higher. Take me even higher, she cooed. Su-yi smiled and pushed his ability further upward. Below, Lin Shiyun glared upward, watching the pair vanish into the distant sky, already over a kilometer high. I should have left Xiaoxue in the cafeteria surviving on kanji. Why did I rescue her at all? That chance was mine. Lin Shiyun groaned in bitter regret. Ye Chutang patted her shoulder. It's all right. We'll have other chances. No, it was the first chance. Missing it means I've lost to Zhao Xiaoxue. I refuse to believe Yaj only likes otaku culture. One day, I will discover something that captivates him even more. Lin Shiyun clenched her jaw. The others fell silent, stunned that such fierce rivalry could exist between two close friends. How then had they ever become friends at all? Then Lin Shiyun's gaze snapped sharply toward Ye Chutang. Ye Chutang shivered under that intense stare. Why are you staring at me like that? I can't help you either. Lin Shiyun flashed a flattering smile. Chutang, you've known Yaj for 7 or 8 years. You must understand him deeply. Surely you know what he loves most. Ye Chutang grimaced. We were high school deskmates, but our only shared passion was academics. For 3 years I rarely saw him speak to any girl. In university, we pursued different majors, and only reunited when his internship placed him at a firm nearby. Lin Shiyun stroked her chin, then concluded, so Yaj is a classic case of quiet charisma, reserved in daily life, yet revealing his true nature when passion stirs. Ye Chutang frowned. How did you reach that conclusion? To me, Yaj seems perfectly ordinary. What young man wouldn't choose Balenciaga and Valentino over an otaku cosplay? That's not quiet charm. That's quiet obsession. The group instantly raised thumbs in agreement. Well said. Yaj's already interning professionally, yet he passed over my sharp business suit. If I hadn't tested it myself, I'd suspect he's gay. Wang Mayan quipped. Lin Shiyun nodded emphatically. Mayan's right. No one could resist such a lure. Clearly Yaj is young, deeply immersed in otaku culture, and hopelessly addicted. We must guide him away from this unhealthy habit, and especially away from Zhao Xiaoxue, that certified otaku. Just as they finished speaking, Su-yi landed beside them, with Zhao Xiaoxue still clinging to his arm. I thought I heard my name just now. He asked, puzzled. Lin Shiyun flushed faintly. We were saying how handsome you look in flight, and how much we'd love a turn with you. That answer pleased him immensely. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll take each of you for a flight. Line up one by one. Zhao Xiaoxue instantly gripped his arm. No, this was my bid. If you give it to everyone, my purchase means nothing. Lin Shiyun chuckled and patted Zhao Xiaoxue's cheek. Little sister, daring to contradict Yaj. Your courage grows bolder by the day. Exactly. Yaj's word is law. Would you really make him a man who breaks promises? Wang Mayan added swiftly. Su-yi ruffled Zhao Xiaoxue's hair. Mayan's right. I honor every promise. Today everyone will taste the thrill of flight. Su-yi gently cradled each one and turned soaring through the air in a full circle before landing smoothly after the final descent and exhaling softly. I originally intended to take you all with me to Tsuling University, but now that I've awakened my flight ability, it's far more efficient for me to go alone. You can clear the zombies around the villa instead. Su-yi spoke slowly. Hearing his words, the others were stunned. Just yesterday, he had promised to bring them along. Today, he withdrew the offer. Had he abandoned them? Brother Yi, please take us with you. We can help you. Li Qianqian whispered timidly. Su-yi shook his head. Tsuling University is only a dozen kilometers away. A round trip takes me less than 15 minutes, but bringing you would only slow me down. The women dared not object, yet trembled at the fear of truly being cast aside. Before they could react, Ye Chutang suddenly seized Su-yi's hand and pulled him toward the house. Su-yi, please don't abandon us. Please. We'll obey you forever no matter what you ask of us. I beg you, don't leave us. Ye Chutang pleaded tearfully. Only then did Su-yi realize why she had acted so out of character. Gently stroking her head, he murmured, when have I ever said I'd abandon you? You are all my women. So long as you obey me, I will never forsake you. A radiant wave of joy instantly flooded Ye Chutang's face, her bright eyes fixed unwaveringly upon him. Is this true? As long as we obey, you'll never abandon us. A faint smile touched Su-yi's lips. Of course. My word as Su-yi remains unbroken. Then why won't you take us to Tsuling University? Is it because our strength is too weak? Ye Chutang asked cautiously. Su-yi sighed faintly. My current flight speed is extraordinary. I can complete a round trip in under 15 minutes. Taking you would only hinder that pace. And besides, I return every day. If I didn't, how would you survive hunger? The gloom vanished instantly from Ye Chutang's face and her arms tightened around him. All right, we'll wait for you here at home. Be careful, please. She urged him gently. You know my strength. Do you really doubt me so little? Su-yi teased. Ye Chutang's cheeks flushed rose pink. I only fear you'll be harmed. Not that I doubt your power. Su Yi patted her bare shoulder. I planned to head to Tsuling University today, but now it must be postponed. Ye Chutang slowly loosened her embrace, her expression apologetic. Su Yi, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to disrupt your plans. I hold no grudge. Just keep doing exactly as you did just now. Downstairs, Zhao Xiaoxue had already prepared lunch, and the women sat quietly around the dining table, awaiting Su Yi. Seeing him finally descend, Zhao Xiaoxue wore a sullen expression. Brother Yi, the dishes are growing cold. Su Yi shot her a sharp glance. Too many words. Ye Chutang coughed, lightly flustered. It's my fault this time. Everyone's hungry. Let's eat. Thereafter they ate in silence. No one asked how things had gone with Ye Chutang. They'd already read the answer in her face. That was the unspoken understanding between women. After the meal they rested briefly on the sofa. Then Su Yi rose. We haven't left the villa in days. I'll scout the vicinity and see if any second-tier zombies remain. Ye Chutang nodded gently. Yes, take care of yourself. With a soft hum, Su Yi soared upward and vanished in an instant. Flying several hundred meters above ground, Su Yi scanned the landscape below. In just a few days the villa district had grown even more desolate, utterly devoid of human presence save for shambling zombies wandering aimlessly. He flew and observed seeking second-tier zombies to test his newfound strength and gather spirit crystals. Suddenly 3 second-tier flying zombies burst from a nearby high-rise, streaking toward him. A flicker of delight lit Su Yi's eyes. I wasn't hunting you, yet you came to me. Su Yi descended calmly, standing motionless as the 3 drew near. His second-tier flowing flame blade materialized in his grip. When they closed to within 5 meters, he lunged. 3 flashes of frosty light cleaved the air, and the zombies collapsed lifeless and silent. Su Yi shook his head, gazing down at the fallen creatures with wry disappointment. Too weak. Even second-tier zombies can't withstand a single strike from me, not even at half strength. Utterly useless. He extracted the spirit crystals and continued onward. Yet something about the area felt oddly familiar, as though he'd been here before. Young man, it's you again. Hurry, give this old Annie some food. I'm starving to death. At that unmistakable voice, Su Yi whirled sharply, staring up in disbelief at the familiar figure framed in the second-floor window. His eyes widened. Old hag, you're still alive. What kind of youth are you? Cursing me to death from the first word. Have all your years of schooling been wasted? Did your teacher's lessons on respecting elders and cherishing the young vanish into thin air? Her brows knotted fiercely, her eyes bulging like bronze bells, her voice lancing forth like barbed thorns. If you don't hand over food right now, you won't leave this place. Su Yi clenched his teeth, fury simmering. Fine, fine. Old hag, wait right there. I'll deliver you quite the gift. As Su Yi turned to leave, her rage erupted anew. Hey, you rotten brat. Where do you think you're going? Bring food now. Don't you dare walk away. Su Yi strode briskly down a side street, commanding a first-tier zombie to hover behind him before turning back. After several minutes, the woman had nearly given up, only to see him reappear, igniting a rush of elation. Young man, I admit I lost my temper earlier. I'll apologize, just give me some food. I've barely eaten in days. Su Yi gave a slight nod, a faint mocking smile playing on his lips. You want something? Here it is, catch it well. Her face lit up. Yes, yes, hurry. Today's youth truly possess responsibility. From now on I'll never scold you again. Su Yi had concealed the zombie behind his back. With a swift motion, he seized it and hurled it straight toward her window. To him, tossing a zombie was as effortless as flinging a stone. The zombie crashed into her, knocking her to the floor, and immediately began tearing into her flesh. You monster, you'll suffer for this. Ah! From the second-floor room, the woman screamed in agony as the zombie devoured her. Below, Su Yi stood still, listening unmoved to that exquisite symphony of suffering. Feeding you would only waste food. Sending you off early is a kindness, one you repay with curses. How utterly ungrateful you are. Your mother is a low-born wretch, and you, her spawn, are nothing but a beast, she shrieked between desperate, bloody struggles. Su Yi's gaze turned glacial. In a breath, he soared into the room, kicking the zombie's head clean off before looming over her, towering and terrible. By what right do you slander my mother? Who granted you such audacity? His voice was frigid beyond measure. Even in early summer it froze the marrow. Blood soaked her entire body, half her face had been torn away. You're no human, she gasped, her voice fading. Su Yi's temples pulsed with veins, his psychic ability coiling around her. Her body twisted grotesquely, and a piercing, inhuman shriek tore from her throat. No mercy lingered in Su Yi's eyes, only a chilling, unsettling intensity. Death is your sole destiny. Endure the punishment you have earned, fully and without reprieve. Su Yi did not cast another glance at the filth on the ground and turned to leave. He continued to fly around, searching for the presence of second-tier zombies, and indeed found a few, but they were scattered and not concentrated. It seems that the population here is still too dispersed, or perhaps there are simply very few second-tier zombies at this time. Su Yi felt somewhat helpless. It appears that his advancement to the third tier cannot be accelerated. He looked up and realized he had flown to the front of the company where he previously interned. Although this company is not large, it had given him a good impression before, especially since the female boss took good care of him. He truly did not understand how she became a boss at such a young age. Sui's boss is a woman, and she is only about 26 or 27 years old, named Du Qingwan. She is a graduate student from a prestigious university and started her own tech company just a few years after graduation. Before the apocalypse, Sui was bullied by a punk, which caused him to be late several times. Du Qingwan never blamed him nor deducted his salary, and she also provided him with help when he faced difficulties. Du Qingwan knew that Sui came from an average family, but she recognized his abilities, so she took good care of him. I might as well go in and take a look. If she is still alive, I can save her as a way to repay her kindness towards me. Sui pushed open the company door and walked inside. Since the company operated on a 9-to-5 work schedule, logically, they should not have been working on the day of the zombie outbreak. Sui believed that Du Qingwan might be at the company because he had previously discovered that she occasionally chose to come in on Saturdays to handle some work. He was just taking a chance by entering the company. Sui activated his powers to scan the surroundings, but found no traces of anyone, nor did he see any zombies. When he reached the center of the company, he saw a petite figure in the boss office tightly hugging her legs and sitting on the floor. Sui gently pushed open the office door, and the person inside immediately noticed and became alert. "Who is it?" Sui slowly walked in and replied, "It's me, the boss." Upon seeing that it was Sui, Du Qingwan's face instantly lit up with surprise. "Sui, are you here to save me?" Du Qingwan asked, looking at him with hopeful eyes. Sui nodded. "Yes, I'm here to save you. Let's go now." Upon hearing this, she immediately stood up, but her legs were somewhat numb from sitting for too long, and she looked like she was about to fall. Sui moved like lightning, instantly appearing beside Du Qingwan to support her. "What happened to you?" Sui asked, frowning. Du Qingwan's face looked pale, and her usually neat hair was disheveled. "My legs are numb, and I haven't eaten much for a few days, so I feel weak," Du Qingwan said weakly. Sui picked her up and gently placed her on the office chair. Du Qingwan was somewhat startled by Sui's sudden action, but since she lacked strength, she could only let him do as he pleased. After Du Qingwan settled into the chair, Sui took out a bottle of water and some food from his spatial storage and handed them to her. Du Qingwan took the food in a daze, momentarily forgetting what to do next. Sui waved his hand in front of her eyes. "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Du Qingwan snapped back to reality and began to eat the food in her hands with large bites. Sui helped her open the bottle cap and handed her the water. Du Qingwan did not stand on ceremony and started drinking immediately. Sui sat quietly beside her, watching her eat, and for a moment he thought that the female boss looked quite charming. In fact, Du Qingwan was originally a great beauty, but she had a strong temper at the company, and many employees had been scolded by her. However, she did indeed take good care of Sui and rarely picked on him. Sui was always grateful for Du Qingwan's care. Even though she was beautiful, he had never harbored any other thoughts. After Du Qingwan finished the food in her hands, she looked at Sui cautiously a few times, and he easily noticed. "Are you still hungry?" Sui asked with a faint smile. Du Qingwan blushed and nodded. "I have eaten everything that can be eaten in the company. If you hadn't come today, I might not have been able to hold on any longer. Here, I have more food for you," Sui said, taking out some more food and placing it in front of Du Qingwan. "Now that I've come to save you, you won't have to go hungry again." Du Qingwan's eyes turned red, and she said gratefully, "Sui, I really can't thank you enough. I never expected that the one who came to save me in the end would be you. After the zombie outbreak, the outside is filled with zombies, and I didn't dare to step out of the company at all. I was almost in despair these past few days." Sui raised his hand and gently wiped away the tears on Du Qingwan's cheeks. "You don't have to thank me. You took good care of me before, so my coming to save you is just me passing by and taking a chance." Du Qingwan shook her head. "I don't care whether you came specifically to save me or not. The fact that you came to save me is already wonderful. I have seen your abilities in the company, and it was only right to take care of you." Sui smiled helplessly. "Just eat for now. Aren't you still hungry?" Du Qingwan looked at the food in her hands with some hesitation. "Sui, it's the apocalypse now and food is scarce. I should eat less. Your coming to save me is already the greatest help. If I eat all your food, what will you do?" "Don't worry, even if you eat nonstop for your entire life, you won't finish the food I have on me," Sui reassured her. He had just taken out the food from under the table because he did not want to frighten Du Qingwan. This time, Sui directly took out a large pile of food in front of her to make her feel at ease. Du Qingwan looked at Sui in disbelief, then glanced at the food on the table. "Sui, you haven't mutated, have you? Are you still human?" Du Qingwan asked, trembling. Sui shot her a glance. "I've been working here for a few months. Can't you tell whether I'm human or not? That was merely some small items. I have a space that holds a lot of food that you could never finish in your lifetime." Upon hearing this, Du Qingwan finally felt relieved and continued to eat the food in her hands. A few minutes later, Du Qingwan finally felt full. She slowly stood up and moved around, instantly feeling rejuvenated. "I'm fine now, Sui. Let's go," she said. Sui nodded and walked towards the entrance of the company. As soon as the two reached the company entrance, a few first-tier zombies lunged at them. Su-yi lightly swung his long knife a few times, and all the zombies fell to the ground. Du Qingwan looked at Su-yi in shock. You. How are you so strong? These are zombies. How did you kill them all with just a few strikes? Su-yi shrugged. If I didn't have this level of strength, how could I come to save you? Du Qingwan still could not comprehend Su-yi's strength. Her impression of him remained that of the boy who only ate a bun that morning. Su-yi sheathed his long knife and looked at Du Qingwan. Are you ready? We're about to take off. Huh. Su-yi picked Du Qingwan up and flew towards the villa area. Du Qingwan was so scared that she tightly clutched Su-yi's neck, screaming in fright. Su-yi, you still say you are human? Su-yi flew directly back to the villa with Du Qingwan in his arms. Once they landed, Ye Chutang and the others immediately noticed and walked over. Li Qianqian observed Du Qingwan with a faint, curious gaze. It was Du Qingwan's first time meeting them, and she felt a bit awkward, thinking it impolite not to greet them. Hello everyone, my name is Du Qingwan. I hope to be guided by you in the future, Du Qingwan said somewhat nervously. Seeing her discomfort, Su-yi explained, she is the boss of my previous internship company who took good care of me. You must not bully her. Zhao Xiaoxua smiled. I understand. We're all sisters now, so what's there to bully about? My name is Zhao Xiaoxua, and you can come to me if you have any problems. Du Qingwan smiled gratefully at Zhao Xiaoxua. Soon they introduced themselves and engaged in friendly conversation, allowing Du Qingwan to feel more integrated. As dinner time approached, Zhao Xiaoxua went to start preparing the meal, while Li Qianqian and Ye Chuyu helped out, leaving the others chatting in the living room. Qingwan, Su-yi is really good to you. Not only did he rescue you, but he also specifically warned us not to bully you after bringing you back. Gu Yafei said enviously. Du Qingwan had a hint of confusion on her face. Su-yi just happened to pass by and saved me. He didn't specifically come to rescue me. Besides, what he said earlier wasn't a warning, but merely concern for my discomfort in a new place. Lin Shiyan shook her head. No. Su-yi wouldn't treat just anyone like this. Even for Chutang, he wouldn't show such special care. You're the first. Du Qingwan's expression was slightly startled. No way. Su-yi is very approachable, and he treats me normally. Gu Yafei pouted, expressing her irritation. Nonsense. He called me his woman the first time we met, and even ruined 2 of my outfits. Impossible. Du Qingwan rebutted loudly. Although I've only known Su-yi for a few months, I've seen his character and abilities. He wouldn't do such things. Ye Chutang, Lin Shiyun, and Gu Yafei looked at Du Qingwan in confusion. Qingwan, aren't you also Su-yi's woman? What's so strange about that? Gu Yafei asked in bewilderment. Hearing this, Du Qingwan's face turned crimson. Don't say that. I used to be Su-yi's boss, and now we're friends. We're not in the kind of relationship you think. Huh. If you weren't Su-yi's woman, how could he have saved you? Aside from Chutang, we all agreed to be his women before he rescued us. Gu Yafei asked in confusion. Du Qingwan's face suddenly showed fear. You mean to say you're all Su-yi's women? The 3 nodded simultaneously. Upon receiving the answer, Du Qingwan's face paled slightly, and her fingers trembled slightly. How did Su-yi become like this? How could he engage in such domineering behavior? He used to be the most honest and kind person in our company. I valued him highly and was planning to make him a permanent employee after graduation. Ye Chutang frowned. Su-yi hasn't bullied us at all. He not only saved us, but also helped us become stronger, providing us with a safe place to live and ample food. Becoming his woman was entirely our choice. Du Qingwan opened her mouth in disbelief. All 7 of you did this willingly. That's absurd. Lin Shiyun scoffed lightly. The apocalypse has been going on for over 10 days now. From the looks of you, I doubt you've gone without food for just a few days. You must have experienced the feeling of hunger and the fear of zombies. What's wrong with being Su-yi's woman? Aside from being a bit too affectionate, he has no other faults. Choosing Su-yi as a boyfriend before the apocalypse would have definitely been a good choice. Du Qingwan couldn't bear to meet the eyes of the others, still feeling it was absurd. But now it's not ancient times, we can't have multiple wives. We live in a society governed by law. Does your life not matter? Can't you see how many zombies are out there? Do you know how many poor souls are struggling in dark corners? Even if I were to go out with my current strength, I wouldn't last more than a few days. With Su-yi, I not only don't have to fear danger. I live in a big villa every day enjoying endless delicious food, and I have other sisters accompanying me. In this apocalypse, this place is heaven. Lin Shiyun spoke solemnly. You. Du Qingwan was left speechless. Ye Chutang sighed softly and patted Du Qingwan on the shoulder. In the apocalypse, humanity is the least valuable thing. People can do the most despicable things. Before the apocalypse, the law could protect you, but after all you have are your fists and the protection of the strong. And you know your looks, in this apocalypse they are both a bargaining chip and a ticking time bomb. You are a smart person, you understand better than anyone how to choose your path. Du Qingwan's face was filled with confusion. Before being brought back by Su-yi, she had never thought about this issue. In her heart, she even believed that the zombies would eventually be exterminated and life would return to normal someday. She had always admired Su-yi, and after he saved her, her gratitude grew. But how could she become Su-yi's woman? She was 5 years older than Su-yi and had once been his boss. If they were to become that kind of relationship, wouldn't she feel extremely embarrassed? Gu Yafei's strange expression made the other three women blush. I still need to think about it. I'm 5 years older than Su Yi, and we used to be in a superior-subordinate relationship. It's quite embarrassing. Du Qingwan said awkwardly. Lin Shiyun looked at Du Qingwan enviously. I really envy you for knowing Su Yi before the apocalypse. If I weren't good-looking Su Yi probably wouldn't even spare me a glance. Gu Yafei also felt fortunate, touching her own face, thankful that she was equally beautiful. Additionally, she had to thank Su Yi for his somewhat quirky preference for her in traditional Chinese clothing. Every time she wore beautiful hanfu, Su Yi would tease her. At that moment, Su Yi came down from upstairs after taking a shower, only to see Du Qingwan with a frown, and immediately raised his eyebrows. Did you all bully Qingwan? Why does she look unhappy? Du Qingwan quickly stood up to explain. No, Su Yi, you misunderstand. It's just that the apocalypse has broken out, and I'm feeling a bit down. Just now Chutang, Shiyun, and Yafei were comforting me. Su Yi sat down with a faint smile. Don't worry. What does the apocalypse matter? Wherever I am is a pure land. You can still be as free and carefree as before. Seeing the confidence on Su Yi's face, a sense of inexplicable peace emerged in Du Qingwan's heart. It seemed that becoming his woman could actually be quite good. At this moment, Zhao Xiaoxue had already prepared dinner, and Li Qianqian and Ye Chuyo were bringing the dishes to the dining table. Seeing that dinner was ready, Su Yi stood up saying, Qingwan, let's eat. You must be hungry too. Du Qingwan nodded and followed Su Yi to the dining table. Do you usually eat this well, eh? Du Qingwan looked at the food on the table in astonishment. The table was set with 8 dishes and a soup including vegetables and meat along with a bowl of pork rib soup. Even before the apocalypse, this would be considered a feast, but after the apocalypse, it was simply extravagant. The others looked at Du Qingwan with strange expressions, not quite understanding. Zhao Xiaoxue scratched her head in confusion, saying, Are these dishes not to your taste? Should I go make something else? Du Qingwan hurriedly waved her hands to explain. No, I mean it's the apocalypse now. How can you all eat so well? There are 9 of us. Shouldn't we be saving food? Zhao Xiaoxue covered her mouth and chuckled. Qingwan, you don't know we cleared out the entire Walmart supermarket. Now the food we have could last us 9 people a lifetime. And if it weren't for the fact that eating too much at night can lead to weight gain, I would definitely cook a few more dishes to welcome you. Du Qingwan stared blankly at the others, now beginning to doubt whether the past 10 days were merely a figment of her imagination and that the apocalypse had never truly arrived. However, her empty stomach kept reminding her that everything she experienced was real and that there were indeed people living in such a harsh apocalypse, as if it were paradise. Du Qingwan gazed at Su Yi with fiery eyes, her resolve deepening. Seeing Du Qingwan hesitating to pick up her chopsticks, Su Yi asked, Qingwan, aren't you hungry? You look much thinner than before. You must be starving by now. Hearing Su Yi's words, Du Qingwan snapped back to reality and picked up her chopsticks to begin eating. After just one bite, she felt so overwhelmed that she almost cried. Oh my goodness, this is so delicious. It was the first time in her life that she found food to be this tasty. Previously, she had gathered whatever food she could from the company, but those were just the snacks she usually bought along with some bread and biscuits purchased by employees. In the past couple of days, the food had nearly run out, and she had only been nibbling on cookie crumbs. It was hardly different from not eating at all. After such a long time without hot dishes, her taste buds had almost dulled. Qingwan, why are you crying? Is it not good? My cooking is decent. Ego likes it quite a bit, Zhao Xiaoxue asked in confusion. Zhao Xiaoxue quickly tried some of the other dishes, wanting to see if she had added too much salt to any of them, but after tasting everything she found no issues. Du Qingwan wiped away the tears from her eyes and explained, It's just that the food is so delicious that it moved me to tears. I haven't eaten hot dishes in over 10 days, and the moment I took a bite I couldn't help but cry. Zhao Xiaoxue smiled and comforted her. You're one of us now. You'll be able to eat such delicious food every day from now on. You'll never have to go hungry again. Du Qingwan nodded and started eating heartily. At that moment she wanted to scold herself a few times. Previously she had hesitated about becoming Su Yi's woman, but now as long as she could eat such meals every day, she wouldn't mind being a mistress or even a 4th or 5th wife. After finishing her meal, Du Qingwan collapsed onto the sofa, her belly slightly rounded. Oh, one might think she was several months along. Now she felt a bit sentimental. Just yesterday, she had been hiding alone in her office starving, but today she was lying on a soft sofa contentedly stroking her now full belly. What she regretted the most now was that her company had gone bankrupt. She had invested so much effort into that company, and it had collapsed in less than 2 years, as she felt a bit sorrowful. Du Qingwan secretly glanced at Su Yi, who was drinking a beverage nearby, her heart filled with joy. She had always believed that Su Yi would have a bright future. She just didn't expect him to be this promising. Du Qingwan couldn't know Su Yi's true strength, but with his extraordinary abilities and the endless resources at his disposal, he was like an emperor in this apocalypse. Being his little wife seemed like a great deal for her. Du Qingwan stood up and softly said to Su Yi, can you take me to my room? Su Yi smiled slightly and put down his drink, saying, Are you planning to rest this early? Come with me, the room has already been prepared for you. Du Qingwan followed Su Yi upstairs and walked into a room that had already been tidied up. Su Yi opened the door and walked in with Du Qingwan following closely behind, gently closing the door once inside. Are you satisfied with this room? If not, there are others. Before Su Yi could finish his sentence, Du Qingwan hugged him. Su Yi looked in surprise at Du Qingwan, who was kissing him. He hadn't intended to force her to become his woman, and he was a bit puzzled by her sudden action. After a moment of kissing, Du Qingwan stopped, her face flushed as she looked at Su Yi. Su Yi, what do you think of me? Are you satisfied with me? Du Qingwan asked tentatively. Su Yi raised an eyebrow. Did someone say something to you? You don't have to listen to that. Whether or not you are my woman, I will protect you. Du Qingwan nodded, and then shook her head. They told me some things, but this decision was made by me. You saved my life, so it is only right for me to devote myself to you. Moreover, I have feelings for you. As long as you don't mind my age being greater than yours, I am willing to be your woman, to always listen to you. Su Yi gazed directly into Du Qingwan's eyes, trying to find any hesitation in her gaze, but all he saw was clarity. Are you sure? Once you make this choice, there will be no opportunity for regret. From now on, everything about you will belong solely to me. Whether it's your body or your heart, I will have more women in the future, each of whom will be as beautiful as you. Can you truly endure that? Su Yi asked in a deep voice. Du Qingwan pressed her face against Su Yi's chest, placing her hand over his heart. Will you keep me here forever and never abandon me? Su Yi nodded solemnly. I will. Although I cannot promise you a beautiful future, as long as I am here, you will always be in my heart. No one can replace you. Listening to the steady and powerful beat of Su Yi's heart, Du Qingwan felt extraordinarily content. She looked up into Su Yi's eyes. That's enough for me. Oh, from now on I will listen to you. Remember the name Su Yi and keep it in your heart forever. Everything about you will belong to him, and once you agree, there will be no turning back, and you will have to accept everything that comes after. Su Yi whispered in her ear. Du Qingwan closed her eyes and wrapped her arms around Su Yi's neck. I will always remember this name, the little brat who only ate one bun for breakfast. Su Yi chuckled softly, and the room was instantly engulfed in darkness. Du Qingwan, having starved for several days and in poor health, fell asleep in no time. As dawn broke, light began to filter into the room. Du Qingwan was sweetly asleep, resting on Su Yi's arm. Yet gazing at her cat-like sleeping face, Su Yi felt the beauty of this moment. At that moment, he finally transformed from an inexperienced young man into a mature man. Su Yi gently pecked her cheek, causing Du Qingwan to stir and mumble incoherently. With a helpless smile, Su Yi pulled Du Qingwan into his embrace. Sleep peacefully, I will be right here with you, he gently reassured. Su Yi then began the day's system lottery. Prize True Love Ring. Item True Love Ring. This is a ring blessed by the god of love, said to ensure that when given to a beloved woman, the two will be bound together forever. The male can bind the ring by dripping a drop of blood on it, but once the female wears it, he can always know her location. Additionally, the ring has a storage space of 14 square meters for holding items. After receiving the reward, Su Yi dripped a drop of blood onto the ring, which emitted a pink glow before quickly vanishing. He gently took Du Qingwan's hand from under the blanket and slid the ring onto her left ring finger. He gazed at it for a moment with satisfaction, then placed a kiss on her hand. As if sensing the chill from the ring, Du Qingwan opened her sleepy eyes. Su Yi, what are you doing? Su Yi smiled. Just giving you a little something. Du Qingwan could distinctly feel something unusual on her left hand. She withdrew her hand to look, and to her surprise, she found a ring adorned with a pink diamond on her ring finger, sparkling even in the dim light. Du Qingwan looked at Su Yi in delight. Is this the gift you prepared for me? Su Yi nodded. So do you like it? Du Qingwan sat up straight, unable to contain her excitement. Su Yi, I love you so much. I really like this ring. Du Qingwan said joyfully. Noticing Su Yi's unusual gaze, she looked down at herself and instantly realized, hastily sitting back down with a blush on her face. Don't misunderstand, I was just a bit too excited earlier, Du Qingwan explained, her cheeks flushed. It's getting late, we should get up for breakfast. Du Qingwan replied softly, slowly standing up. Su Yi, dressed and ready, chuckled at the sight. Du Qingwan's face was filled with embarrassment. Stop laughing. It's all your fault. Su Yi teased. Did I do something wrong? Do you need my help? Du Qingwan immediately refused. No, I'll do it myself. You go out. Su Yi chuckled. Why are you shy? I'm not a stranger. Su Yi teased softly. Du Qingwan covered her face and laid down on the bed in silence. Su Yi took out a set of clothes from his spatial storage. Du Qingwan just lay there pretending to be dead. After about 10 minutes, Su Yi finally finished. He wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead and let out a soft sigh. It didn't feel this difficult yesterday. Why is it so troublesome now? How about you just wear skirts from now on? Skirts are so convenient. Du Qingwan blushed. I can manage by myself from now on, no need for your help. Su Yi stroked his chin. That's debatable. Then I'll just ask someone else to help me. Ooh, I need your assistance. Su Yi nodded. All right, as long as you don't feel embarrassed. Du Qingwan constantly complained in her heart, wondering if there was anything more embarrassing than this. Soon Su Yi carried Du Qingwan downstairs for breakfast, where Zhao Xiaoxue had already prepared the meal. Seeing Du Qingwan being carried downstairs by Su Yi, the others couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. After finishing with them, he would generally just lift the blanket and leave, let alone carrying someone downstairs for breakfast. However, he would carry her inside the room first. Du Qingwan could only keep eating breakfast, trying to mask her embarrassment. Li Qianqian, with her sharp eyes, noticed the ring on Du Qingwan's hand. Sister Qingwan, your ring is so beautiful. Where did you buy it? Du Qingwan instinctively looked at Su Yi, and everyone immediately understood the answer. Zhao Xiaoxue glanced at her own bare hand, a hint of sadness appearing on her face. My hands are pretty too, so why is there nothing on my fingers? Truly, every generation has its talented individuals, and the old must give way to the new. Su Yi coughed a couple of times, a bit taken aback. I just got this ring myself. If I win more in the future, you all will have one too. After finishing breakfast, Su Yi gave Du Qingwan all the first-tier corpse crystals he had left, though it wasn't enough for her to break through to become a second-tier ability user. These corpse crystals can help you awaken your abilities. They'll bring you some more tonight when I get back, and that should be enough for you to break through to second tier. Du Qingwan gazed at the white crystal in her hand, her eyes sparkling. Is this the reason you have those special abilities? If I use them, can I also gain special powers? Du Qingwan asked excitedly. Su Yi nodded gently. Yes, everyone's abilities are uncertain. You can only know what they are after awakening. Just stay at home today and awaken your abilities while I need to make a trip to Chuling University. Du Qingwan quickly grabbed Su Yi's hand, reluctant to let him go. Su Yi, it's too crowded at the university. There will be even more zombies. You shouldn't go there. Su Yi helplessly stroked her head. Don't worry. You know my strength, right? Plus I can fly. He'll be back tonight. Du Qingwan could only release his hand. All right, I'll wait for you to come back at home. Before departing, Su Yi filled Du Qingwan's ring space to capacity, ensuring the women would not starve should he fail to return. Having completed all preparations, Su Yi soared into the sky toward Chuling University, simultaneously absorbing the 7 Grade 2 zombie crystals he had acquired the previous day. Within minutes, he arrived at the university's main gate, his absorption complete. Rank Grade 2 Physique, 186 Agility, 180 Mental Acuity, 182 Abilities, Star Gods, I Telekinesis, Loyalty, Forged Bound, to 8 individuals, Flight Title, Scourge of Locusts. Su Yi had now absorbed 14 Grade 2 zombie crystals. Once he exhausted the full quota of Grade 2 crystals, his body could assimilate all 3 core attributes, which surpassed 200. Such figures were staggering. Even newly ascended Grade 3 awakened beings rarely possessed such overwhelming stats. Moreover, his Loyalty Forged ability continuously granted him attribute points, rendering him virtually unmatched at this juncture. Su Yi strode calmly toward the gate. Dozens of zombies clustered there, more densely packed than any he had yet encountered. A mere eastern entrance of Chuling University teemed with over 100 zombies, including 3 Grade 2 specimens. A faint cold smile touched Su Yi's lips. So this place was indeed worth visiting. And those university students must still be trapped inside. Otherwise the gate would not remain sealed by the undead. Drawing his long blade, Su Yi advanced into the horde. With his current physical agile and mental prowess, both Grade 1 and Grade 2 zombies fell before him in a single stroke. Alone amidst the writhing mass, he carved a path of annihilation, slaying every last one in under 10 minutes. After collecting their crystals, he continued deeper into campus. Chuling University was not only the finest institution in Chuling City, but also the preeminent university across the entire southern province, and ranked among the nation's elite. Its sprawling grounds spanned more than 8,000 mo. The campus was renowned for its serene beauty and comprehensive facilities, including an artificial river that once meandered gracefully through its heart. Now, however, the riverbed lay dry and desolate, littered with corpses half submerged in thick, stagnant mud. Su Yi moved swiftly, cutting down zombies as he went, until he stood before the dormitory building where he had once lived. An eerie silence hung over the structure. Not a whisper, not a rustle disturbed the stillness. Yet his awakened ability already revealed several survivors hiding within. He had come here first, not merely to survive, but to settle scores. His former roommate Li Chao, a scion of wealth, had spent 4 years cultivating contempt for ordinary people. Su Yi bore the brunt of his arrogance and cruelty. Even worse, Li Chao's disdain had poisoned Su Yi's other 2 roommates, Zhang Pengfei and Lin Yao, who in turn ostracized him. To live side by side for years without forging even a single bond of friendship. That was the quiet, grinding agony Su Yi had endured throughout university. I hope you're still breathing. You deprive me of so much pleasure if you weren't. Su Yi gazed coldly upon the dormitory, then pushed open its heavy doors and stepped inside. Chuling University's dormitory tower rose 7 stories high. Su Yi's room occupied the 6th floor. Activating his perception ability, he scanned each room floor by floor. The lower levels housed only a handful of survivors, strangers he ignored entirely. By the time he reached the 3rd floor, his gaze had already locked onto Li Chao, 6 floors above. A glacial smile slowly spread across Su Yi's face. You're still alive. My time hasn't been wasted after all. He ascended rapidly to the 6th floor, pausing before the door, curious to hear what Li Chao and the others were saying. Pengfei, how much food do we have left? Li Chao asked, his expression grim. Zhang Pengfei dragged a cardboard box from beneath his bed. Everything remaining is here. If we hadn't raided every neighboring dorm for supplies, we'd have starved weeks ago. Li Chao slammed his fist against the bed frame in fury. Lin Yao demands 20 packs of instant noodles and 40 sausages just to rescue us. And we don't have nearly enough. Zhang Pengfei clenched his jaw. We're all roommates. Yet the moment he awakened, he abandoned us without a second thought. We never should have entrusted those zombie crystals to him. That traitorous worm is no better than Su Yi, both low-born vermin. Damn it. I'll kill them all given half a chance. Li Chao spat the curse, then sighed. What do we do now? Our rations will last only a few more days. The ground floor swarms with zombies. Hardly anyone remains alive in this entire building, and every survivor hoards their food, terrified others will steal it. Zhang Pengfei exhaled heavily. Li Chao tightened his fists and barked, kill them all. All of them. Li Chao nodded. Every last one. Consolidate all remaining food. We already possess 6 zombie crystals. We need just 4 more to reach 10. Then I'll awaken. Once I do, we'll break free and seize control of stores, cafeterias, and everything else we desire. Agreed. Kill them all. I haven't touched a woman in a month. I'm about to explode. Zhang Pengfei snarled. You'll never touch another woman again. Su Yi kicked the dorm door inward and strode in. Li Chao and Zhang Pengfei recoiled in shock, their faces paling. They remembered clearly Su Yi had left weeks ago for an internship, nearly 20 kilometers away. How then had he returned? Su Yi, what are you doing back here? Li Chao sneered, his voice laced with disgust. Su Yi offered a faint, chilling smile. Is that truly your final utterance? How tragically ungrateful you are. Zhang Pengfei lunged, swinging a steel pipe at Su Yi's skull. Su Yi deflected it with effortless grace, severing the pipe clean in two, then sent Zhang Pengfei crashing backward with a single kick. 8 or 9 ribs snapped beneath the impact. Blood gushed from Zhang Pengfei's mouth in violent torrents. Li Chao, poised to charge forward, froze instantly, his legs trembling, his grip slackening on the pipe in his hand. Su Yi, let's talk this through. We've shared 4 years as roommates. We're brothers. Don't act rashly. Li Chao stammered. Su Yi rested one hand lightly on his sword's hilt, studying Li Chao with detached amusement. Roommates. Were we ever truly roommates? Of course we were. I admit, I had a temper and sometimes I hurt you. I apologize sincerely. From now on, Pengfei and I will serve you as loyal underlings. Command us and we obey without hesitation. Su Yi held Li Chao's gaze unblinking. If I ordered you both to die, would you go willingly? Li Chao saw the hatred burning in Su Yi's eyes and gritted his teeth in silent defiance. Su Yi, leave room for reconciliation. There's no need to burn every bridge. Zhang Pengfei groaned, hauling himself upright, his eyes wide with terror. We can make amends for the past. We're classmates, roommates. There's no reason for this to end in mutual annihilation. You've already injured me. Surely our debts are settled now. Su Yi's frigid gaze locked onto Zhang Pengfei, and in the next breath Zhang Pengfei hurtled violently toward him. An awakened being. You're an awakened being. Li Chao and Zhang Pengfei cried out in unison. Su Yi seized Zhang Pengfei by the throat. You always loved playing lapdog, even before the collapse. What kind of life is that? Worthless. With a contemptuous flick of his wrist, Su Yi hurled Zhang Pengfei through the open doorway, sending him plummeting 6 stories. A shriek tore through the air, descending floor by floor, until it ended in a sickening thud followed by absolute silence. Li Chao looked at Su Yi in terror, then directly knelt on the ground, pleading for mercy. I beg you, Su Yi, spare me. I promise I will never look down on you again, nor will I conspire with others to isolate you. From now on, I will be your dog. Woof woof. Do I bark nicely? You can command me however you like, just don't kill me. Su Yi noticed the fear in Li Chao's eyes and felt an unusual sense of pleasure in his heart. You do have potential to be a dog, but the thing I dislike most is dogs. With a clench of his fingers, Li Chao twisted into a bizarre pose, his feet contorted painfully against the back of his head, his mouth clamped shut as he tried to scream, but couldn't, his eyes beginning to glaze over as the smell of urine filled the air. Su Yi looked disdainfully at the lifeless Li Chao. Is this all it takes for you to break? You really can't take a joke. Finishing this, Su Yi stretched his stiff neck and then left the dorm. Upon reaching the ground floor, Su Yi glanced at Zhang Pengfei's body, which had been smashed into a pulp, and then departed. There were many zombies in the school, and Su Yi was quite satisfied with this place, as one of his original purposes for coming here was to collect second-tier corpse crystals. Su Yi wandered quickly around the university, continuously searching for second-tier zombies, and after nearly 2 hours he had already collected over 30 second-tier corpse crystals. It seems I won't have to wait long to reach the 3rd tier. Su Yi continued walking around the campus, wanting to find more second-tier zombies, while also observing the current distribution of power within the school. Even Li Chao and Zhang Pengfei, who had been trapped in the dorm for over 10 days, were aware of the existence of supernatural powers, so there were definitely quite a few supernatural beings at Chuling University, and his last roommate Lin Yao seemed to have become one of them. Chuling University had a total of 8 cafeterias, each accompanied by shops and other establishments, making it the most concentrated area for food, which was surely the first place those supernatural beings would occupy. Su Yi had long since figured all this out, but had not directly sought trouble with those people who today, avenging himself, and collecting corpse crystals had already taken a lot of time. It was already afternoon, so he would go to those places tomorrow. Today, he still had to focus on collecting second-tier corpse crystals and also gather some first-tier corpse crystals to help Du Qingwan advance to the second tier. Su-yi continuously checked each teaching building, dormitory, and office building only to find that most of them had no survivors inside and the doors on the first floor were basically all left open. It seems these people have already started to gather, planning to occupy the cafeterias as much as possible. Su-yi analyzed quietly, knowing that the number of supernatural beings was certainly not large. Having even one in each building would be quite difficult. If they wanted to occupy all the cafeterias, they would need the assistance of ordinary people. Relying solely on supernatural beings would not suffice. As Su-yi walked, he arrived below a girl's dormitory. After activating his probing ability, he discovered a girl with an appearance rating of 85 curled up alone on the bed on the fourth floor. This time Su-yi was too lazy to climb the stairs and instead flew directly up to the fourth floor, then forcefully pushed open the door, breaking the lock in the process. Inside, the girl screamed in terror, "Don't kill me, don't kill me." "Shut up," Su-yi said coldly. Hearing his words, the girl immediately covered her mouth and sobbed silently. "You will answer my questions, understand? Do you know how many survivors are currently in the school at?" "I don't know, I only know that most survivors are in those few cafeterias." "What else do you know?" Su-yi continued to ask. The girl hesitated and said, "I saw some people with incredible strength, and others whose eyes could emit rays just like the superheroes in movies." Su-yi nodded, then grasped her chin to examine her closely. She was passably attractive, but not quite on par with his women. However, she would suffice for boosting his attribute points. "What is your name?" The girl replied softly, "My name is Luya. Your food must be nearly gone. Do you want an opportunity to live?" "What opportunity?" Luya's face showed joy. "Be my woman. I can provide you with food and help you gain extraordinary abilities. You will have the strength to protect yourself." "Is that the kind of ability I've seen before? Can I really have it?" Luya asked eagerly. "Of course." Su-yi used his telekinetic ability to lift a book from the ground, letting it softly land in Luya's hands. Luya stared at Su-yi in shock, then immediately nodded in agreement. "I am willing to be your woman." Before leaving, Su-yi simply took out a pile of food and placed it on a nearby table, then handed Luya 10 first-tier corpse crystals. "Is this what can help me gain superpowers, eh?" Luya asked curiously. Su-yi nodded. "Yes, just hold these corpse crystals tightly tonight, and in 1 or 2 hours you will successfully acquire your abilities." Seeing Su-yi about to leave, Luya got up despite her aching body. "Why are you getting up? Just keep resting," Su-yi frowned. Luya looked at Su-yi with tear-filled eyes carefully, saying, I thought you were leaving me." "I indeed have to leave tonight. Just stay here in this dormitory to rest and awaken your abilities. I've left you some food, and I will come back tomorrow morning to take you away." "Will you really come back?" Luya asked tearfully. "Don't worry, what I Su-yi say, I will definitely do. Once you awaken your powers tonight, you will understand. Just lie down and rest, don't get up." Luya gently nodded, obediently lying down and watching as Su-yi walked step by step out of the dormitory. Can I really trust him? But why is there always a voice telling me that he is always right, that I can trust him unconditionally? Luya couldn't understand this answer, but looking at the abundance of food on the table, she felt reassured. Even if she didn't believe Su-yi, she wouldn't survive for long. Now she had plenty of food and a chance to awaken her abilities. Even if Su-yi was deceiving her, she felt she had gained a lot. After Su-yi left the dormitory, he swiftly took out his weapon and slaughtered all the zombies within the entire building, also locking the front door to prevent anyone from entering. Su-yi continued to search for a while before flying back to the villa area. Inside the villa, several women were sitting on the sofa in the living room chatting. "It's already 5 o'clock. Why hasn't Igu returned yet? Didn't he say he would be back tonight?" Zhao Xiaoxua whispered. Ye Chutang shook her head. "He should be back soon. Igu always keeps his promises. If he said he would return, he will. You understand me well, Chutang." Su-yi's voice came from outside the door. The others immediately stood up to look at Su-yi as he walked in. "Igu, are you hurt? Did you gain anything today?" Zhao Xiaoxua hurriedly asked. Su-yi sat down on the sofa and opened a can of drink, drinking it down. "I had a bit of a harvest. I spent the day looking for second-tier zombies and managed to cover a third of Tsuling University, collecting over 60 second-tier corpse crystals." "Wow, Igu, you are amazing. Finding so many second-tier corpse crystals in a day means you won't be far from becoming a third-tier ability user," Li Qianqian exclaimed with delight. Su-yi smiled and patted her head. "That's about right. I should be able to become a third-tier ability user in a day or 2. Here, Qianwan, with some of these corpse crystals, you should be able to break through to the second tier. By the way, what ability did you awaken?" Su-yi asked. Du Qingwan said nothing but controlled the corpse crystal in Su-yi's hand to fly into her own. Su-yi smiled lightly. "Looks like we have quite the compatibility as a couple sharing the same ability." Du Qingwan's awakened ability was indeed the telekinesis rewarded by the system when Su-yi broke through to the second tier. Su-yi had originally wanted to control flying knives to defeat enemies as written in his imagination. But the fantasy was beautiful while reality was harsh. Firstly, there were no suitable flying knives, and controlling ordinary weapons was quite troublesome with insufficient attack power. Additionally, currently Su-Yi's range of telekinesis was only 20 meters. Once a weapon flew beyond that distance, he could no longer control it. Given Su-Yi's strength, there was no need to rely solely on flying knives, so he seldom used them. This ability is very useful and powerful. You need to practice more. I will find you some suitable flying knives to practice with. For now, just pick some steel needles or something similar to practice with. Su-Yi said. Du Qingwan nodded in agreement. Okay, I understand. I will practice more. Then Su-Yi turned to look at Ye Chutang. Chutang, you and your group should also start clearing zombies around the villa area tomorrow, practicing the use of abilities. Let Qingwan practice killing zombies too, but don't stray too far. Retreat if you encounter danger. However, at your level, there shouldn't be any danger in this area, as I've already explored it thoroughly. Ye Chutang nodded. All right, well, go tomorrow. Su-Yi stretched lazily. Who is it tonight? Du Qingwan immediately blushed and waved her hand. I'm not feeling well. Ye Chutang also lowered her head. Lin Shiyun immediately raised her hand. They'll do it. Iga, you haven't called for me in days. Ye Chuyu also wanted to raise her hand, but was shot a glare by her sister, quickly retracting her neck and daring not to speak. You should sleep more at night. What are you doing stirring up trouble? Ye Chutang said coldly to her sister. I'm already 18, not a child anymore, and I'm also a guess woman. Why can't I? Ye Chuyu retorted softly. Get some proper sleep. If you say anything more, I will hit you. Hearing this threat, Ye Chuyu began to shift her bottom away. Sister is right, I'm still young and should sleep more. Ye Chuyu for some reason felt that her sister always got mad at her over such matters, and she dared not retort loudly, only lowering her head. All right, Xiox's meal is almost ready. Let's prepare to eat. As soon as Su-Yi spoke, everyone immediately sat at the dining table ready to eat. After dinner, Su-Yi digested his food while absorbing the second-tier corpse crystals he collected today. Level second-tier physique, 243 agility, 237 spirit, 239 abilities, Eye of the Star God telekinesis, heartfelt submission, bound 9 flight, tidal locust crossing. Su-Yi collected a total of 66 second-tier corpse crystals today, and adding the 14 he absorbed earlier, he has now absorbed 80 second-tier corpse crystals, just 20 away from breaking through to the third tier. After that, Su-Yi returned to the room with Lin Shiyun, while Ye Chuyu also pulled her sister into her own room. Sister, what do you really mean by that? Ye Chuyu gathered her courage to voice her thoughts. Ye Chutang frowned. What do you mean? Don't pretend to not know. You clearly understand what I mean. Ye Chutang sighed softly. Xiaoyao, you're still young. How about this? When you grow a bit older, I won't interfere anymore. But I'm already an adult. In the past, I listened to you no matter what you said. Now that the world has ended, why do you still want to control me? If you like Igu, you can go after him. Why can't I? Ye Chuyu cried with tears in her eyes. Ye Chutang gently hugged her sister. I'm not trying to control you or restrict you. But we are sisters and you are still too young. Once you grow a few more years, I promise I won't limit you anymore. Just go for it if you want to be E-Guess woman. Do I have to get involved? It's my choice to willingly become E-Guess woman. Just because we are sisters doesn't mean I should be stopped. You always think you know better. Ye Chutang found herself at a loss for words, as she didn't expect Ye Chuyu to think like this. Xiaoyao, I actually already know about you and Su-Yi. Ye Chuyu was immediately astonished. You? How did you know? Ye Chutang looked at her silly sister. Do you think I couldn't tell when you pretended to be sick that day? I've been through it myself, though I just didn't want to expose you. Sister, I also like Ego. I'm already an adult and my physical abilities have greatly improved after awakening my ability. Even adult men can't compare to me. I don't think I've done anything wrong. Ye Chuyu explained. Ye Chutang gently patted her sister's head, soothing her. I never said you did anything wrong. I know one day you will like Su-Yi. He saved you and his strength is exceptional. It's perfectly natural for you to like him. So you don't oppose me being with Ego, eh? Of course not. If I didn't want you two together, I would have told you long ago. Ye Chutang said. Ye Chuyu buried her head in her sister's arms and quietly cried, Sister, I'm sorry. I misunderstood you. He'll listen to you from now on. On the second day, Su-Yi got up and started today's system lottery, but his luck was not great, yielding only a few attributes. After finishing breakfast, Su-Yi flew to Tsuling University, first heading to the female dormitory to find Luya. Iga, you're here. Luya exclaimed with delight. Su-Yi chuckled lightly. I told you I would come back. Did you think I was lying yesterday? Luya quickly shook her head. No, I'm just surprised to see you, and I have awakened my superpower. As she spoke, a ball of fire began to dance in her palm. Su-Yi nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, the power of your fire ability is decent. Iga, you said you would take me out today. Where are we going? Luya asked curiously. Today I need to kill some second-tier zombies to collect some corpse crystals, then I will take you to the cafeteria to find some people. Su-Yi said indifferently. Luya tidied up her things and followed Su-Yi downstairs. This area had already been cleared by Su-Yi, so there were almost no traces of second-tier zombies. He directly took Luya to the teaching building area, which was a place he had not yet cleared. Iga, you can actually fly. You have so many abilities. Luya said somewhat incredulously. Just a small trick, nothing to be too surprised about. Su-Yi replied calmly. Then you really have a lot of small tricks. Su-Yi scanned the surroundings for traces of second-tier zombies. Zombies charged towards him, but he walked leisurely forward, completely unconcerned about these first-tier zombies. You need to extract the corpse crystals from these zombies' brains. Absorb 100 of these crystals, and you will break through to become a second-tier ability user. Upon hearing this, Luya immediately began to act. She had been carefully following Sue-E, knowing that her combat power of 2.5 was not enough to take on the zombies. Her ability could not support multiple uses, and after throwing out a dozen small fireballs, she was exhausted. Hearing Sue-E say that absorbing 100 corpse crystals could lead to a breakthrough to the second tier, Luya instantly became energized. Wearing the gloves Sue-E had given her, she took a knife and started to extract the corpse crystals. After walking for a few minutes, Sue-E finally found a second-tier zombie. He rushed over and killed it to collect the crystal. These second-tier zombies aren't strong at all. They go down just like first-tier zombies with a single blow from Ego. Luya laughed as she looked at the fallen zombie. Sue-E shook his head with a helpless smile. If you encountered a second-tier zombie, you wouldn't even be able to escape, let alone mock it. Luya extracted another corpse crystal and happily said, "But Ego is here, so what am I afraid of? Alright, stop flattering me. I still need a few more second-tier corpse crystals." Sue-E continued searching for second-tier zombies, while Luya quickly collected more than 100 first-tier corpse crystals. By around 11 in the morning, Sue-E finally killed the last second-tier zombie, gathering the crystals needed to break through to a third-tier ability user. Sue-E took Luya into an empty classroom. "Luya, you absorb the corpse crystals to break through to the second tier first. I also need to absorb crystals to break through to the third tier." Sue-E instructed Luya. She nodded immediately. "Okay, Ego, you go break through, and I will absorb the corpse crystals beside you." Sue-E took out all 20 second-tier corpse crystals, cleaned them, and then began to absorb them. In less than half an hour, he had absorbed all the crystals, and his abilities began to surge before stabilizing. Sue-E opened the system panel to check his data. Tier 3rd Tier Physique, 309 Agility, 304 Spirit, 305 Ability, Star Gods, Eye Telekinesis, Heartfelt Submission, Bound 9 Flight, Rapid Regeneration, Tidal Locust Invasion. Seeing his current data, Sue-E was instantly filled with joy. So powerful. This data was already 30 times that of an adult's attributes. Not to mention humans and zombies, even walls could be shattered by Sue-E with a single punch. Additionally, Sue-E had also obtained a new ability, Rapid Regeneration. Rapid regeneration, when sustaining any non-instantly fatal bodily injury, using rapid regeneration can quickly heal wounds or even regrow severed limbs, rapidly restoring combat effectiveness. Now Sue-E's ability to save himself had greatly improved, and his combat power could maintain peak condition. His Star God's Eye ability had expanded its range to 300 meters, the control range of telekinesis had increased to 50 meters, and his flying speed had reached a maximum of 80 meters per second. What puzzled Sue-E was that the ability Heartfelt Submission had not changed at all. Does that mean the uniqueness mentioned in the previous ability introduction cannot be changed? It won't increase with my tier advancement, but if it could, that would be terrifyingly powerful. Sue-E speculated inwardly. After completing his breakthrough, he sat down to eat something while waiting for Luya to advance to the second tier. An hour later, Luya finally finished absorbing all the corpse crystals and broke through to the second tier. "Ego, I have broken through. Now I can definitely defeat first-tier zombies," Luya said proudly. Sue-E chuckled. "What's there to be proud of about a second-tier ability user defeating a first-tier zombie? I couldn't even defeat a first-tier zombie before, and now being able to defeat one is a huge improvement." Sue-E pushed open the classroom door and walked out. "Mission accomplished, it's time to go. Let's check out the other ability users at the cafeteria." Luya hurriedly followed Sue-E out. Now that he had broken through to the third tier, Sue-E directly held Luya and flew to the entrance of the 8th cafeteria closest to him. When he set Luya down, she leaned against a large tree and began to vomit. "Ego, you are flying too fast now. Oh, it's even faster than a high-speed train." "I just threw up," Luya said, her face pale. Sue-E shrugged. "Can't help it, you are too weak." Luya immediately fell silent, unable to refute this answer, since she was indeed too weak. "Ego, should we just go in directly, or do we need to call out to the people inside?" Luya asked softly. Sue-E walked directly to the door. "Why call them? If I want to go in, I will just go in." As Sue-E and Luya walked out, the surrounding zombies immediately pounced towards them, but they could not get any closer than about 10 meters from Sue-E and Luya, remaining only to watch them in impotent rage. When Sue-E reached the main door, he used telekinesis to unlock it from the inside, and then pushed the door open. A large group of people inside the cafeteria instantly looked at Sue-E in terror. They had clearly locked the door tightly. How did this guy get in? Several male college students immediately approached Sue-E. "Kid, who are you, and how did you get in? Don't you know this 8th cafeteria is our territory?" A tall man standing nearly 2 meters spoke in a deep voice. "You are not worthy to know my name. Call out your leader here," Sue-E said calmly. Seeing that Sue-E treated him with utter disdain, the tall man immediately exploded in rage. After awakening his powers, this was the first time someone dared to disrespect him. "You are seeking your own death. Don't blame me, Yang Yu, for not giving you a chance." With that, Yang Yu charged forward, and the others did not stop him, they too wanted to teach Su Yi a lesson. Su Yi moved like lightning, delivering a punch to Yang Ye's chest before swiftly returning to his original position. Yang Yu, on the other hand, flew out like a rag doll, spitting out mouthfuls of blood and collapsing into unconsciousness upon hitting the ground. Everyone couldn't help but take 2 steps back, staring at Su Yi in terror. They all knew Yang Ye's strength. He was ferocious in killing zombies and possessed extraordinary power. Today someone had managed to completely overpower him. One person who had stepped forward slightly turned to his underlings and asked, "Do any of you know who he is?" The several underlings all looked confused. It was their first time seeing Su Yi's face. Suddenly one underling spoke up, "Big brother, I know. His name is Su Yi. He's a senior from the computer science department. His grades are excellent, always among the top in the college. He even had chances for graduate school, but for some reason he chose to intern off campus instead. He has been interning for several months now, so he shouldn't have been at the school during the outbreak." "Are you sure?" The underling nodded immediately. "I'm from the class next door. I've seen him many times." The big brother turned back to Su Yi, displaying a friendly smile. "Hello, brother Su Yi. I am Ye Chutang, the one in charge here. May I ask what brings you here?" "Don't be afraid. I'm not here to cause you trouble. If I were you, all would have been dead by now," Su Yi said with a smile, causing beads of cold sweat to form on Ye Chutang's forehead. "Brother Su Yi loves to joke, ha." Ye Chutang said somewhat awkwardly. Su Yi waved his hand. "Enough with the small talk. I have some questions to ask you. You must tell me everything you know, and if you utter a single lie, you will bear the consequences." As Su Yi spoke, he released his psychic power, causing the group to kneel on the ground. He did not use his full strength. His expression remained calm and indifferent, merely overpowering those ordinary people who had yet to awaken. Ye Chutang and a few others who had awakened their powers felt as if hundreds of pounds were pressing down on their shoulders. Though they could endure, it was extremely uncomfortable. "Please stop, brother Su. Ask anything you want. I swear to tell you everything." Ye Chutang shouted, his face turning crimson. As Su Yi relaxed his grip, the pressure vanished instantly, and everyone began to gasp for breath, staring at Su Yi in fear. It was hard to imagine how such a seemingly frail student could possess such overwhelming power. "Tell me how many survivors are left at Tsinghua University." "We estimate there are about 5,000 survivors left, most of whom are concentrated in the 8 dining halls." Ye Chutang wiped the sweat from his forehead. "How many people do you have here?" "Our dining hall is the smallest, with only about 400 people in total." Su Yi frowned. "400? I see only about 300 at most here," Ye Chutang quickly explained. "Some have gone out, and a few are on the second floor." Hearing about the second floor, Su Yi's psychic power immediately scanned the area, revealing 40 to 50 women, some of whom were in a terribly tortured state. "Women?" Ye Chutang was taken aback. How could Su Yi know that there were women upstairs without even going up? Ye Chutang nodded. "Yes, there are some women upstairs. If brother Su Yi is interested, feel free to choose." Su Yi sneered. "After you have tortured them to that extent, you ask me to choose. How do you know this?" Ye Chutang stammered, shocked into silence. Su Yi stepped towards the second floor, and the others immediately followed. Upon reaching the second floor, Su Yi looked at several women who were on the brink of death from torture, feeling a surge of anger. Among them, he noticed one woman with a pleasing appearance. Su Yi stared coldly at Ye Chutang. "If you want to play with women, then play with them. Why torture them?" Ye Chutang's clothes were nearly soaked with sweat as he hurriedly explained, "It wasn't me, it was that beast Yang Yu. He just loves to torture women. If I hadn't stopped him, he would have tortured them all." Among those women, the one who was the most beautiful was pursued by Yang Yu even before the apocalypse. However, she rejected him. When the apocalypse broke out, he confessed again, but she still rejected him. Out of anger, he forcibly took her and then tortured her daily. "Bring him to me now," Su Yi commanded coldly. Upon hearing Su Yi's order, several people rushed downstairs to bring the unconscious Yang Yu before him. Su Yi pointed at Yang Yu and asked the women, "Is he the one who enjoys torturing women?" The women all nodded, looking at Yang Yu in fear, clearly terrified of him already. After receiving confirmation, Su Yi drew out a long knife and plunged it into Yang Ye's thigh. Yang Yu immediately awoke from the pain, clutching his thigh and howling. Su Yi twisted the knife, blood gushing out. "Please spare me. I can apologize for what just happened," Yang Yu begged. "Why did you force yourself on her and then torture her?" Su Yi asked coldly. Yang Yu suddenly realized why Su Yi was treating him this way. I was just enraged by that wretched woman who kept rejecting me. What was wrong with me? She rejected me before the apocalypse, and after I awakened my power, she still dared to refuse me. Did I lose my dignity? If she dares to reject me, I will make her pay." Su Yi directly severed both of Yang Ye's legs, blood spilling all over the second floor. "If you have the guts, kill me. I've lived enough anyway. That woman is already ruined by me, ha ha ha. Isn't she beautiful? Are you upset because you'll never get her back?" Yang Yu laughed maniacally. Ignoring the pain in his legs, Yang Yu continued to mock Su Yi, seeking a quick death. Su Yi chopped off all his limbs, shattering his teeth and tongue, ensuring he could never speak again. Su Yi turned to Ye Chutang. "Leave him here, and no one is to touch him. Wait until he dies completely before throwing him out. Do you understand?" Ye Chutang nodded quickly. "Yes, I will tell my men not to touch him." On the ground, Yang Ye's eyes widened in terror as he felt the blood drain from his body. Unable to die, he could only wait for his demise. One of the women who had been tortured beyond recognition spoke to Su-yi in a hoarse voice. "Can I ask you for a favor? You want to seek death, right?" Su-yi replied, looking at her. The woman bitterly closed her eyes. "Yes, he has broken all my limbs. The only thing I can move is my head. I can only bite my tongue to die, but that is too ugly, so I want you to help me. Are you sure? No regrets?" The woman with vacant eyes shook her head. Su-yi walked over and swiftly cut her throat, her face showing relief as she closed her eyes for the last time. After completing these tasks, Su-yi showed no change in expression. Death had appeared before him countless times, and many had fallen at his hands. He had long since grown accustomed to it. Su-yi turned to Li Qianyuan, saying, "From now on you are not allowed to force them to labor for food. If someone like Yang Yu appears again, eliminate them directly. Do you understand?" Looking at Su-yi's stern face, Li Qianyuan couldn't help but shiver. "I understand, Ego. Is there anything else you want to command?" "This is not a command, this is an order. Additionally, within a week, I will suppress the entire Tsuling University. At that time, all survivors will gather together." Su-yi spoke in a deep voice. Li Qianyuan was nearly dumbfounded. "Ego, isn't it a bit exaggerated to take on the entire Tsuling University? There are too many zombies here, and among them are even stronger zombies. Those zombies could take down awakened ability users. Beside them," Luya interjected, "are you looking down on Ege's strength? What's the difference between first and second tier zombies before him? They can be defeated with a single strike. Ego has already killed over 20 this morning." Upon hearing this, Li Qianyuan's fear of Su-yi deepened, and he lowered his head, even further, not daring to meet Su-yi's gaze. Su-yi waved his hand, saying, "You don't need to worry about this. I'm just telling you to be prepared. After I finish, I will send someone to notify you." Li Qianyuan quickly nodded. "All right, we will wait here for Ege's news. I'm leaving now." As Su-yi and Luya approached the door, it opened by itself. After Su-yi left, the door closed again on its own. "Is he even human anymore?" a subordinate said with a dazed expression. Li Qianyuan looked at himself, a bitter smile appearing on his face. Perhaps he truly is no longer within the realm of humanity. After leaving the 8th cafeteria, Su-yi flew with Luya to the nearest 5th cafeteria. The 5th cafeteria was somewhat larger than the 8th, certainly accommodating more survivors. When Su-yi arrived, he saw over 20 ability users fighting against zombies at the entrance. Among those zombies, there were 2 second-tier zombies, while the ability users were merely first-tier. Su-yi's eyes lit up when he spotted a woman among the crowd wielding dual knives. He recognized that woman. She was Han Yue, the sports flower of Tsuling University, renowned alongside Ye Chutang. "Sister Yue, let's retreat. Those 2 zombies are too strong. We stand no chance against them." A girl beside Han Yue said anxiously. Han Yue, who had just been knocked back again, looked pale, but stubbornly shook her head. "No, the cafeteria door can't withstand their attacks. If we retreat, everyone inside will die." A man suddenly shouted at Han Yue, "Why should I care about their lives? I barely gained my superpowers, and protecting them for a few days is enough. If you want to die, go ahead." After saying this, the man started to run. He knew there was no way back to the cafeteria, so he headed in another direction. Han Yue gritted her teeth, watching the man run away, her face filled with unwillingness. "I can help you, but you need to pay a sufficient price." Su-yi's voice came from above Han Yue. As she was about to look up, she saw Su-yi descending. Surprised, she asked, "You are Su-yi?" Su-yi frowned in confusion. "You know me. I don't believe we've interacted before." As Han Yue was about to explain, the zombies charged at them again. "This isn't the time for talking. Help me kill these zombies first, and then I'll explain." Su-yi stroked his chin. "If I help you eliminate these zombies, what will you owe me?" Han Yue clearly didn't believe Su-yi could eradicate all the zombies there. She angrily replied, "If you can kill all the zombies here, I'll owe you 10 favors." Su-yi smiled slightly and threw the flowing fire knife. Instantly, the long knife danced like a dragon in the air, shattering the heads of all the zombies before returning to Su-yi. The long knife emitted a few resonant sounds, shaking off the blood, and was then grasped by Su-yi. He winked at Han Yue. "Does what I just said count? You now owe me 10 favors. Han Yue was still in shock, unable to recover. Su-yi crossed his arms, looking at her with some dissatisfaction. "Hey, you're not trying to back out, are you? My debts aren't easily forgotten." Han Yue quickly regained her composure, her dual knives transforming back into hands. "No, I won't back out. Let's talk inside," Han Yue explained. Su-yi nodded and followed her into the cafeteria. He scanned the area and found about 500 people in the 5th cafeteria, predominantly women with fewer than 100 men. "Did you all come rushing from the girls' dormitory?" Su-yi asked. "Yes, most of us are from the nearby girls' dormitories. The boys came later while fleeing," Han Yue replied. Su-yi nodded. Then, as if remembering something, he asked, "By the way, you haven't told me how you know me." Han Yue smiled. "We don't actually know each other, but I've heard of your reputation as a computer genius. You often take on part-time jobs, but consistently rank at the top of the academy, even though you rarely make friends. We've heard of you in other departments." Su-yi was somewhat surprised by this answer. He had always considered himself somewhat of an invisible person and didn't expect to be known by others from different departments. Su-yi smiled. "I can't compare to your fame, Han Yue, one of the 4 campus beauties of Tsuling University. With your exquisite features and graceful figure, seeing you today, you are indeed stunning. Upon hearing Su Yi's compliment, Han Yue's face instantly flushed red. Let's not talk about such things. What are you doing here? Given your strength, escaping should be easy for you. Of course I'm here to find you. Han Yue looked puzzled, but we didn't know each other before. What do you want with me? I think you're quite beautiful, so I want you to be my woman, Su Yi said plainly. Han Yue was momentarily at a loss for words. Countless people had confessed to her, but today Su Yi's straightforward demand for her to be his woman was unprecedented. Han Yue forced a smile. Su Yi, are you joking? We just met. Even if you like me, such words should come after we get to know each other better. Su Yi shook his head. I'm not joking. What I said just now was the truth. Han Yue's expression suddenly turned cold. After taking a deep breath, she said, Su Yi, you just saved us, and I'm grateful, but don't you think your words are excessive? Su Yi shrugged. What's excessive? I like you, so I want you to be my woman. You can choose to refuse, but this is your only chance. What do you mean? Han Yue asked coldly. Because within a week, I will clean out the entire Xiling University. By then, this will be my territory, and only those who obey me can stay here. Everyone else must leave or die. Su Yi's words were devoid of any emotion, causing Han Yue's heart to race with fear. Han Yue gritted her teeth tightly. On what basis do you think you can cleanse the entire Xiling University? There are still over 5,000 survivors here. Su Yi smiled slightly, his mental energy surging forth instantly, and the air around him became heavy. Everyone within 50 meters of Su Yi was pressed down and unable to stand. The ordinary people were reduced to lying on the ground, each casting terrified glances at him. Han Yue was no exception, desperately holding onto the ground to keep herself from collapsing. Stop, she shouted with her last bit of strength. In the next moment, the pressure that felt like an abyss vanished, and everyone began to sit on the ground gasping for air. Now do you understand why I can suppress the entire Xiling University? With your strength, you can't even handle a mere second-tier zombie. How can you possibly resist me? Su Yi's calm voice echoed in everyone's ears. The boys immediately rushed to stand cautiously beside Su Yi. Brother Yi, we are all willing to follow you. You are the boss of Xiling University. 3 male ability users spoke up immediately. Su Yi nodded in satisfaction at them. Following me will not bring you harm. I will find a way to clear all the zombies in Xiling University, and all the food within the university will belong to you. I will not take it away, and I will also assist you when you encounter trouble in the future. With Brother Yi here, the zombies in Xiling University are naturally not a concern. Just give us orders, and we guarantee to execute them. The boys said in unison. Very well, as long as you perform, well, you will all have the chance to become ability users and possess extraordinary capabilities. Su Yi said with a smile. The boys excitedly knelt before him. Thank you, Brother Yi. We will definitely perform well. Su Yi then turned to the more than 400 girls nearby. What about you? Will you obey me, or will you choose to hide here forever, or do you want to be driven out of the university? Luya, seeing how ungrateful these people were, couldn't help but speak up. You really don't recognize good fortune. If it weren't for Brother Yi, you would have to hide here forever. With your insignificant strength, how many days can you survive? Having the opportunity to obey Brother Yi is a blessing for you. Now that the chance is given, why not cherish it? I have only been Brother Yi's woman for 2 days, and now I am already a second-tier ability user. You who have already awakened your abilities are still only first-tier ability users. You can't even beat me. How do you expect to defeat zombies? You dreamer. After saying these words, Luya wrapped her arms around Su Yi's arm and affectionately rubbed her face against him. Han Yue, who had just managed to catch her breath, was enraged by these words and nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. She had worked hard to gather 10 corpse crystals to awaken her abilities and become an ability user, while Luya only had to lie there to not only awaken her abilities, but also break through to the second tier. The important thing was that she wasn't even as pretty as Luya. In the next moment, a large group of women rushed over. Brother Yi, what do you think of me? I have been dancing for many years. My waist is particularly flexible, and I have never had a boyfriend. A girl who looked nearly 90 points gazed at Su Yi with sparkling eyes. Brother Yi, I also want to be your woman. I ranked 7th in the school flower selection. If only 4 school flowers were selected, I would definitely count as one. A girl who looked over 90 points confidently said. Brother Yi, Su Yi looked at them with satisfaction and nodded. As long as you meet the requirements for looks and figure, you can become my woman. After becoming my woman, you can live with me in the Xie Villa area. I will help you awaken your abilities and enhance your strength. All your food will be supplied by me, and you must obey all my orders. Brother Yi, what are your requirements for looks and figure? Am I qualified? A girl with a score above 80 asked softly. Just like in the school flower selection, as long as the looks and figure are both above 80, it's fine. If it weren't for the heart submission ability, Su, you would only choose beauties above 90 points. Choosing those between 80 and 90 was merely to boost his attributes. He found it hard to accept those with too low a score. Upon hearing Su Yi's answer, the girl's face lit up with joy. Thank you, brother. I will do my best to be your woman. Oh, I will learn all the positions you like. Among the group of girls who did not meet the requirements, many looked at her with gritted teeth. Brother Yi, although I do not meet your requirements, I can wash and clean quickly. I can help you with chores. A girl with a low appearance pleaded. Su Yi shook his head. No need. The rest can continue living at Chuling University. This is also a place I protect, and you won't be in too much danger. I will also help you appropriately enhance your strength, and you can gradually explore outside the school to search for food. The girl could only retreat. Not being able to be Su Yi's woman staying at Chuling University was still quite safe, and she could only blame herself for not being good-looking enough. After Su Yi had looked at all the girls, he finally selected 46, who met his requirements. You all wait here, I will come back to take you away within a week. Su Yi said to the selected girls. Everyone nodded, their faces filled with joy. After completing this, Su Yi prepared to leave with Luya and head to the next cafeteria. Han Yue, who had been silent for a long time, immediately called out to Su Yi. Su Yi turned his head to look at her. Do you have something to say? Han Yue looked at Su Yi with flushed cheeks. Why didn't you ask me? Am I not prettier than them? Su Yi smirked. Did you not just refuse? I'm not someone who goes back on my word. Han Yue quickly shook her head. No, I didn't say I wanted to refuse. I just said we should get to know each other for a while before considering these things. Su Yi rubbed his chin. Then aren't you refusing? My options are only yes or no. Since you didn't choose yes, that means it's a no. Even though you are quite good-looking, Su Yi never lack for beautiful women. The school flower of the business school, Ye Chutang, is already my woman. Do you think I need to care so much about you? Hearing Su Yi's words, Han Yue was so shocked that her body trembled. The only thing she could offer was her looks and figure. Now that Su Yi already had one of the 4 school flowers, Ye Chutang, along with dozens of other women, Han Yue felt even more insignificant. Han Yue indeed suited Su Yi's taste, but she was not indispensable. He already had quite a number of beautiful women, and besides, the other 2 school flowers might be waiting for him in other cafeterias. Seeing Su Yi about to leave again, Han Yue hurriedly ran over to grab him. Don't go. I am willing to be your woman. Han Yue pleaded. Su Yi regarded Han Yue with a wry half smile. So now you agree again. I did not force you, did I? Han Yue offered a bitter smile. Becoming yours was the best choice for me. You truly did not force me. We have struck an equal bargain. Su Yi smiled and gently lifted Han Yue's chin. I am pleased with your answer. I will not disappoint you. I will take you away today. Surprise lit Han Yue's face. Really? Luya snorted coldly as she looked at the much prettier Han Yue. Brother, he never tells lies, or what would he gain by deceiving you? Han Yue flushed with embarrassment. Sorry, I was just surprised. Luya rolled her eyes. What is there to be surprised about? I was Brother Yi's woman yesterday, and I didn't boast about it. Su Yi reached out and rapped Luya lightly on the head, then shot her a cold glance. Luya immediately fell silent and said no more. Su Yi led the 2 of them out of the canteen. Seeing the sky dimming, he decided they should return directly to the villa compound. Let's go straight home. We'll come back tomorrow. He spoke plainly. Then let's hurry. The villa compound you mentioned is quite far from here. If we do not hurry, it will be dark. Han Yue hurried forward as she spoke. Su Yi used telekinetic force to draw her back just a few meters, then gathered the 2 women in his arms and soared into the sky. All that remained on the ground was Han Yue's scream. A group of girls at the canteen window watched the departing trio with envious expressions. Brother Yi is too strong. He can even fly. He's not human. Amazing, my man can fly. Mother, I have finally made it. Only minutes later, Su Yi had already returned them to the villa compound. Han Yue and Luya leaned against the wall, nauseous and retching. Was it really that unpleasant? Why did I feel nothing at all? Su Yi asked, puzzled, watching the 2 of them. I feel like my stomach is about to come out. Han Yue said, her face still ashen. Luya scowled as well. I've flown several times and I still feel sick. Su Yi found himself at a loss for words. Perhaps the top speed of 80 meters per second was indeed too swift for them. All right, I'll fly slower next time. At that moment, Ye Chutang and the others returned, having cleared the zombies around the villa, and happened to see the 2 women leaning against the wall. Li Qianqian teased with a grin. Brother Yi, is this your new woman? Why are you vomiting? Could she be pregnant? Han Yue and Luya, previously pale, turned instantly crimson at the remark. Han Yue hurried to explain. No, we just flew back and felt sick, that's all. Seeing a familiar face, Ye Chutang's countenance brightened with delight. Yue? Is that you? Ye Chutang exclaimed with joy. Han Yue immediately saw the genuine gladness on Ye Chutang's face and realized Su Yi had not lied to her. Han Yue ran forward and hugged Ye Chutang. Chutang, I've missed you so much. I thought I might never see you again. Su Yi perplexed asked, are you 2 very close? Ye Chutang nodded happily. Uncle Han is a good friend of my father's. Yue and I have known each other since childhood. Thank you for saving her. Su Yi smiled. Since you already know each other, I need not bother with introductions. After all, you will all be my women, or in a couple of days you will be acquainted enough. Han Yue blushed even deeper and clung to Ye Chutang. Chutang, how did you become Su Yi's woman? Did you know him before? Ye Chutang led Han Yue toward the villa as she explained, Su Yi and I were high school classmates. When the zombies erupted, he saved me, and then I became his woman. What is it like to be his woman? Does he mistreat you? Does he feed you? Does he give you corpse crystals to help you level up? Han Yue asked curiously. Ye Chutang rolled her eyes. Why do you have so many questions? Can't you ask them one by one? Han Yue tugged on Ye Chutang's sleeve. My dear Chutang, tell me. You know I've never had a boyfriend, am a little scared. Ye Chutang comforted her, don't worry. Brother Yi treats us well. Look at us. We're all plump and well fed. Only then did Han Yue relax. All right, I'm relieved. But you have grown a lot. I noticed when I hugged you just now. Did awakening your ability make you grow? Ye Chutang's face flushed crimson. Whether I'm big or not is none of your concern. Oh, it's not yours. Han Yue scratched her head awkwardly. It's just that after the zombie outbreak, meeting you like this made me so excited. We've been best friends since childhood, and you live in a big villa yet never thought to come rescue me. Ye Chutang explained, the network went down a few days after the outbreak. I had no way of knowing whether you were alive or dead, where to go to save you. Han Yue's face remained grim. You have no idea how miserable I've been these past days. Walking on eggshells, unable to get a hot meal, no baths. Ye Chutang raised an eyebrow. How many days has it been since you bathed? Han Yue thought for a moment. About 5 or 6 days, I suppose. I have been rationing water. Where would I get water to bathe? Ye Chutang recoiled in disgust. Then why are you standing so close to me? This is my new dress. If you dirty it, you can wash it for me. Han Yue looked at her longtime friend incredulously. After not seeing each other for so long, you don't show concern, and you even scorn me. Are you really a friend like that? Ye Chutang pointed at Zhao Xiaoxue and Lin Shiyun. Those two are exactly like that. Zhao Xiaoxue and Lin Shiyun exchanged glances, then both turned away and snorted. Neither yielded an inch. Then find me a few clothes so I can bathe, Han Yue said plaintively. Ye Chutang fetched a few garments for her and led her to the bathroom. By the time Han Yue finished bathing, dinner was ready, and everyone began to eat. Su Yi glanced at the freshly washed Han Yue and smiled with satisfaction. You do look much better after a bath. After dinner, come back to my room with me. Han Yue's hand froze mid-bite at Su Yi's words. Brother Yi, must it be so soon? Can't you give me a few days to prepare? She asked cautiously. What is there to prepare? Just lie still and be good, Su Yi said lightly. Han Yue looked pleadingly at Ye Chutang, blinking rapidly to hint for help. But Ye Chutang only kept her head down and ate, ignoring Han Yue's silent pleas. In the end, Han Yue gave up and nodded to Su Yi. Sister Yue, with such a good opportunity, what are you hesitating for? People might think you're about to be led to the scaffold. Ye Chunyao said helplessly. Han Yue gritted her teeth and looked at Ye Chunyao. Would you take such an opportunity if it were offered to you? Ye Chunyao's face brightened with sudden excitement. Of course I would. She began, but then remembering her sister's warning, she shrank back and whispered, no, never mind. Yue, you truly live up to your title as the campus flower, Su Yi said with a smile as he looked at Han Yue beside him. Teased by Su Yi's blunt words, Han Yue could only pull the blanket over her head. Su Yi gently lifted the blanket, revealing Han Yue's head. Why are you not speaking? Your voice was so loud just now that I'm afraid everyone in the villa heard it. Su Yi seemed to find it amusing to tease her and continued. Is it fun to toy with me like this? I've already become your man. Han Yue bit her silver teeth and glared at Su Yi. Su Yi raised an eyebrow. I originally planned to take you back to school tomorrow and help you break through to the second tier by killing some zombies, but your attitude suggests you're quite reluctant. Upon hearing this, the gloom on Han Yue's face instantly disappeared, and she affectionately hugged Su Yi with a pleasing expression. Brother Su Yi, I love it when you say that. Can you help me break through to the second tier tomorrow? Su Yi pinched her soft cheek. This is the you I find adorable. Tomorrow I will help you reach the second tier. Han Yue immediately brightened. Brother Su Yi is the best. I like you the most. So are you going to sleep or sleep? Su Yi asked teasingly. Han Yue looked at Su Yi with confusion. Aren't they the same? Then I choose to sleep. Su Yi lay down and pulled the blanket over both of them. Then you should just keep me company while I sleep. The next morning, Su Yi got up full of energy while Han Yue seemed utterly drained. Are you still going to school like this today? Su Yi asked. Han Yue gritted her teeth and replied yes. Then with great effort, she put on her clothes and supported her waist as she went downstairs with Su Yi. As soon as they reached downstairs, they saw Ye Chutang sitting on the sofa. Haha Yue, why do you look so exhausted? Aren't you known as the athletic campus flower? Ye Chutang teased. Han Yue's chest rose and fell in anger. You're the one who looks exhausted. Your whole family is exhausted. Du Qingwan covered her mouth and chuckled. Yue, you really do look quite worn out. Han Yue covered her already flushed face with a pillow. Impossible, why is it that none of you look like this? Su Yi coughed lightly and explained. I became a third-tier superhuman yesterday, so you know. The others immediately understood. Brother Yi, you're already at the third tier. Han Yue said in surprise. Su Yi nodded. Yes, I just broke through yesterday. Why didn't you say so earlier? If I had known, I would have pretended it was my time of the month, Han Yue said, nearly in tears. Su Yi shrugged. You never asked me. At that moment, Zhao Xiaoxue brought over breakfast and invited everyone to eat. Sister Xiaoxue, can you make something nourishing for me tonight? I feel like my energy has been completely drained. Han Yue lay on the dining table looking sickly as she spoke to Zhao Xiaoxue. Zhao Xiaoxue laughed awkwardly. Okay, I'll make sure to nourish you well tonight. After finishing his meal, Su Yi put down his chopsticks and said to Han Yue, you should rest at home today. I'll take Luya back to school to collect some zombie crystals, and tonight, I'll help you break through to the second tier. Han Yue's previously lethargic face instantly lit up with joy. Brother Yi, you finally have some humanity. Then Su Yi took Luya to fly to Tsuling University. As soon as they landed, Su Yi remembered that he hadn't used today's system lottery yet, so he decided to draw before taking action. Prize: a set of vibranium flying knives. Third tier. Su Yi took out the prize and found a total of 9 flying knives, each identical, in design shimmering with a silver luster. Each flying knife was quite heavy, weighing about 9 pounds each, which meant that the total weight of the 9 knives was 81 pounds. Su Yi skillfully controlled the flying knives with his telekinesis, making them incredibly smooth to use. Wherever the flying knives passed, there were only cracks left behind, even piercing through steel. What a great treasure. While using a blade is convenient, these flying knives are evidently more suited to me. Su Yi took Luya to an area densely populated with zombies and simultaneously released all 9 flying knives. In an instant, silver light flashed as the 9 flying knives shot out at high speed, directly piercing through the heads of several zombies ahead. Luya watched in astonishment. Brother Yi, these flying knives are too powerful. Su Yi smiled slightly. These are third-tier vibranium flying knives, so their power is naturally formidable. However, using them against these ordinary zombies is just overkill. As he spoke, he again controlled the flying knives to dance in the air, harvesting the surrounding zombies. In no time, the ground was piled high with zombie corpses. Su Yi put away the flying knives and looked at Luya. Quickly collect the zombie crystals. We still need to make rounds in the other 6 cafeterias. Luya swiftly collected all the zombie crystals and handed them to Su Yi before following him away. After some time, they gathered enough zombie crystals for Han Yue's breakthrough and flew to the entrance of the 2nd cafeteria. The 2 largest cafeterias in Tsuling University are the 1st and 2nd cafeterias, and Su Yi estimated that there should be around 700 to 800 survivors here. The 9 flying knives hovered around Su Yi and Luya, and whenever a zombie approached, a flying knife would take its head off. Soon Su Yi used telekinesis to open the cafeteria door and walked in as if no one was around. Seeing Su Yi and Luya suddenly walk in, a group of survivors immediately surrounded them. Luya, how did you end up here with him? A boy suddenly asked. Su Yi turned to Luya. Do you know him? Luya nodded. He's my ex-boyfriend Shin Boming, a junior at the mechanical engineering department. Su Yi pinched Luya's face. So he still has feelings for you, doesn't he? Luya hurriedly shook her head. Of course not, we broke up a long time ago. Brother Yi is now my man. Shin Boming glared at the 2 of them, filled with anger. Luya, do you have no shame? To be so intimate with a man in front of so many people. What we do is none of your business. He is my boyfriend, and he can treat me however he wants. Luya retorted at Shin Boming. Shin Boming clenched his fists in anger. You shameless woman. I only slept with another woman once, and you want to break up. I bet you're only with him because of me. You're talking nonsense. He's my new boyfriend, and you've already slept with another woman. Do you think I'd still want to be with you? Luya said angrily. Shin Boming sneered. You're upset, huh? It seems you haven't forgotten me. Although I've slept with other women, I still like you in my heart. Come back to me, you will always be my woman. Don't delude yourself. Ooh, a piece of trash like you could never be my boyfriend. You are not even worth a single hair of ego. Luya provocatively looked at Shin Boming while holding Su Yi's arm. Luya, I now possess superpowers. Your boyfriend couldn't withstand even a single punch from me. I give you one last chance to be my woman, or otherwise after I kill your boyfriend, all my brothers behind me will have their turn with you. Shin Boming said coldly. Su Yi's eyes turned icy, and suddenly Shin Boming flew right in front of him. Shin Boming was somewhat confused. Why did he suddenly come over? Kid, what did you do? Do you also have superpowers? Shin Boming asked in surprise. You only have one chance to attack me. Su Yi said indifferently. Shin Boming instantly felt anger surge within him. Ever since he gained superpowers, no one dared to look down on him. Today was the first time he felt humiliated. In the next moment, his entire body turned metallic, resembling an Iron Man. Shin Boming clenched his fists and attacked Su Yi, but his fists could not advance even a bit closer to Su Yi. Shin Boming's face contorted in rage. He exerted all his strength to attack, but could not reach Su Yi at all. Seeing this outcome, Su Yi felt bored and threw a flying knife that pierced Shin Boming's head. Shin Boming's body reverted to his human form, collapsing to the ground without a sound. Su Yi looked at Luya and asked, You won't be angry if I kill your ex-boyfriend, will you? I wanted to kill that scum long ago. Igu is just doing a good deed. How could I be angry? Luya lazily glanced at Shin Boming lying on the ground and sweetly replied to Su Yi. Su Yi chuckled lightly, so obedient. Just as the 2 were being affectionate, a few people from the crowd walked towards Su Yi. Hey brother, you're being a bit excessive. Su Yi snorted coldly, and his psychic energy surged out, causing 9 flying knives to simultaneously hover above the heads of the group. Am I being excessive, Yi? The group turned pale and cautiously swallowed their saliva. I ask you, are the 4 school flowers here? Su Yi asked coldly. A boy nodded slightly yes. Here the Art Academy's Jiang Mingqi is here. She just became my girlfriend. Su Yi raised his chin. Bring her over. The boy immediately gestured to his lackey behind him to bring Jiang Mingqi over. In the next moment, a stunningly beautiful girl emerged from the crowd, exuding the softness characteristic of Jiangnan women. He says he is your boyfriend, is that true? Su Yi asked Jiang Mingqi. Jiang Mingqi first nodded, and then shook her head. Su Yi looked at the school flower in confusion. What do you mean by that? I am his girlfriend, but it was coerced by this Li Long, it was not my choice. Jiang Mingqi explained. Su Yi glared at Li Long. You forced her to be your girlfriend, have you touched her? Li Long quickly shook his head. No, we just confirmed our relationship yesterday, I haven't touched her. Is that true? Su Yi asked Jiang Mingqi. Jiang Mingqi gently nodded. He hasn't touched me, he wants me to willingly become his girlfriend. Hearing this, Su Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief. It would be such a pity if this prominent school flower were to be violated by that beast. Are you willing to be my woman? Su Yi asked. Jiang Mingqi quickly nodded without a moment's hesitation. Su Yi was somewhat puzzled. You agreed just like that, don't you want to ask a few more questions? Do I have a choice? Your strength is formidable, and you like me, I have no choice but to agree. Jiang Mingqi smiled as she said this. Su Yi smiled. You agreeing so quickly is making me a bit unaccustomed, but since you agreed, you will be my woman from now on. With 2 other school flowers accompanying you, you won't be bored. Jiang Mingqi was slightly taken aback. 2 other school flowers also became your women. Su Yi nodded. Ye Chutang and Han Yue are already my women. With you, that makes 3 school flowers. You must be looking for the 4th school flower, Xia Xining, right? Jiang Mingqi asked. Do you know where she is, She is in the 3rd dining hall. Originally, I was supposed to go with her, but Li Long brought me to this 2nd dining hall. Jiang Mingqi replied. Su Yi's face lit up with joy. Finding the last school flower so quickly was indeed good news. Then Su Yi informed everyone here about his plan to clean up the entire Tsuling University before flying towards the 3rd dining hall with Luya and Jiang Mingqi. Originally, he wanted to select the girls who met the beauty standards in the 2nd dining hall, but now he was more eager to find the last school flower, Xia Xining. Su Yi barged directly into the 3rd dining hall and quickly found Xia Xining. Xia Xining had awakened her abilities and had some strength, so she was relatively safe. Upon seeing Su Yi enter with 2 women, the people inside the 3rd dining hall immediately surrounded him. Mingqi, why are you here? Weren't you in the 2nd dining hall? Xia Xining asked in confusion. Jiang Mingqi pointed to Su Yi beside her. He came to find you, wanting you to become his woman. Xia Xining glared at Su Yi with a cold face. You lecher. You see, Mingqi is soft and easy to bully, so you want her to be your woman, right? Now you come to me to become your woman too. Do you want to gather all 4 school flowers? Su Yi nodded. Exactly, that's what I think, and I already have 3. I just need you to be the last one. Xia Xining's face flushed with anger. How shameless. Just because the apocalypse broke out, does that give you the right to do this? Su Yi chuckled. You have quite the fiery temper, quite the opposite of Mingqi. I will never become your woman, I'll give up on that thought. Xia Xining gritted her teeth. Impossible. If I want to clean up the entire Tsuling University and integrate everyone, this place will be my sanctuary. Those who do not obey me will either be expelled or die. Xia Xining's face turned ashen. Do you really have to act on your selfish desires and do such things? Even if you get my body, you won't win my heart. I will never like you. Su Yi looked at Xia Xining as if she were a fool. Why would I want your heart? What I want is your body. I don't believe you are that strong, you must be boasting. Xia Xining said angrily. Su Yi smiled slightly, stepped down, and immediately left a deep footprint in the ground surrounded by cracks. Then Xia Xining involuntarily flew towards Su Yi and ended up in his arms. Hey, why are you throwing yourself at me? Just now you said you would never become my woman. Su Yi teased. Xia Xining struggled in Su Yi's embrace, but her strength could not compare to his. Xining, stop struggling, you can't win against him. His strength is too overwhelming, he already crushed everyone in the 2nd dining hall. Now that he has set his sights on you, you cannot escape. You might as well become his woman like me. After all, he has gathered all 4 school flowers, and we can chat together in the future. Jiang Mingqi softly advised. Xia Xinyan's face was filled with despair. Is he really that strong? Jiang Mingqi nodded helplessly. Yes, I was too lazy to struggle, and just became his woman. I guess he must have visited several cafeterias already, otherwise he wouldn't have found all 4 school flowers. Su Yi holding Xia Xinyan smiled at Jiang Mingqi. You're quite clever. I have indeed visited a few cafeterias. Those cafeterias have already been suppressed by me. I just need to finish visiting all of them, and then gather everyone together. Xia Xinyan stopped struggling. You want to torment us after we become your women, right? Su Yi shook his head. Of course not. After becoming my women, all you need to do is accompany me in bed, and I can provide you with ample food, a safe environment, and the means to become stronger. Hearing this, Xia Xinyan finally agreed. Okay, I promise to become your woman. Only then did Su Yi release her, and look at Jiang Mingqi. Mingqi, thank you so much. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to gather all 4 school flowers so quickly. Xia Xinyan looked at Jiang Mingqi in confusion. Mingqi, what does he mean? Why is he thanking you? Because it was Mingqi who told me you were in the 3rd cafeteria, otherwise I would have had to search through each cafeteria one by one to find you. Su Yi said with a smile. Xia Xinyan widened her eyes in disbelief, looking at Jiang Mingqi. Mingqi, did you sell me out? Jiang Mingqi chuckled awkwardly. He would have found you eventually, I didn't really sell you out. Besides, he has already found 3 of the 4 school flowers. It would be bad to leave you out. In the future, the 4 of us can hang out together. Xia Xinian immediately became a bit unruly. I took you as a friend, and this is how you treat me. I was scared of becoming his woman, all alone, you know, and the most timid. With you with me, I wouldn't be so afraid. Jiang Mingqi shrank her neck and explained softly. Xia Xinian was completely at her wits' end. What kind of friends were these, always selling out their teammates? Su Yi patted the heads of the 2. Don't be afraid, I'm not a bad person. Every woman who follows me will not suffer. You'll understand my goodness later. Xia Xinian gently wiped her tears. I, Xia Xinian, a school flower of my generation, am only 21 and have to marry someone else betrayed by a good friend. Truly the heavens are unjust, and my fate is full of misfortunes. Su Yi frowned in dissatisfaction. What nonsense are you talking? Meeting brother Yi is your fortune. Look at how many people want to become my women. I'm offering you the opportunity, and you dare to complain. You must be asking for trouble. Xia Xinian immediately fell silent, but her beautiful eyes still accused Su Yi. Su Yi pointed at her. Don't look at me like that, be careful, or it'll directly bring out the bed. Xia Xinian was so frightened that she quickly hid behind Jiang Mingqi. If you're going to bully someone, find her first, please don't find me. Su Yi rolled his eyes at her. They'll deal with you at home. Then Su Yi led the group out of the cafeteria, and no one dared to stop them. Now there are still 4 cafeterias left to visit, but bringing along these few people is too troublesome. So Su Yi planned to kill some zombies today to obtain corpse crystals, helping Jiang Mingqi and Xia Xinian all rise to the 2nd tier. Jiang Mingqi had not even awakened her abilities before, mainly because she was too timid and scared of zombies. Su Yi didn't even know how she had survived. It seems he still had to thank that Li Long, otherwise he would be short 1 schoolflower girlfriend. Su Yi, where are we going now? Xia Xinian asked softly. Su Yi frowned. Stop calling me Su Yi, from now on call me Brother Yi. Xia Xinian pouted, reluctant to call him that. I'm going to kill zombies to collect corpse crystals, then help Mingqi awaken her abilities and break through to the 2nd tier. If you don't call me that, then I won't help you break through. Xia Xinian immediately made a bitter face at Su Yi. How can you, a big man, be like this? It's just a title. Meanwhile, Jiang Mingqi was happily holding Su Yi's hand. Brother Yi, can I also awaken my abilities? Can I also punch zombies to death? Su Yi smiled and ruffled Jiang Mingqi's hair. Of course, I will help you awaken your abilities and break through to the 2nd tier soon. By then, Xinian won't be your opponent anymore. That's great. Let's hurry up, Brother Yi. I can't wait to know what my abilities are. Jiang Mingqi hugged Su Yi's arm and pulled him forward. Xia Xinian, standing behind her, had a changing expression. Jiang Mingqi, you're also a schoolflower. Can't you be a bit more reserved? Just because he said to call him Brother Yi, you do. Jiang Mingqi stopped and turned to look at Xia Xinian. I've already become Brother Yi's woman. What's wrong with calling him Brother Yi? Mingqi, you're really good. I will prioritize helping you break through whenever there's an opportunity. Su Yi said with a smile. Jiang Mingqi became even happier and stood on her tiptoes to kiss Su Yi on the cheek. Thank you, Brother Yi. You're so nice and you're the handsomest. Xia Xinian watched the 2, her teeth nearly grinding to dust. Adulterers. Su Yi led the group to the vicinity of the sports field, which was even more spacious, and there were more zombies. You all just stand by the side, wait for me to finish killing the zombies, and then you can come over to collect the corpse crystals. Su Yi said as he looked at Jiang Mingqi. Jiang Mingqi nodded, and then stood well with Luya. Xia Xinian glanced at Su Yi and impatiently stood to the side. Su Yi took out 9 vibranium flying knives and immediately began to kill zombies. Instantly, large groups of zombies fell, leaving Xia Xinian and Jiang Mingqi, who had never seen such a scene, dumbfounded. Is this still human? It's only been over 10 days since the zombie outbreak. How can he be so strong? Xia Xinian murmured in shock. Jiang Mingqi, on the other hand, had shining eyes. Brother Yi is so strong. Then he'll be safe following him in the future. Are you really planning to become his woman? Xia Xinian asked softly. Why not? Brother Yi is so powerful. Whether it's 1st-tier zombies or 2nd-tier zombies, they are all ants in front of him. If I don't cling to him with my less than 2.5 combat power, I wouldn't survive 3 seconds outside. Now I just need to accompany him in bed and make him happy. How simple. Moreover, I look so pretty. Brother Yi definitely wouldn't be willing to kill me. Since that's the case, what do I have to worry about? I just need to lie down and take it easy. Jiang Mingqi clasped her hands tightly, gazing admiringly at Su Yi's back. But he has so many women. Oh, what's the good outcome for you? What if one day he gets bored and tosses you aside? Jiang Mingqi turned to Xia Xinian. What do you suggest? Can you run faster than him? You can only choose one between dying and becoming his woman. I don't want to die. Oh, anyway, I will act cute and pretend to be pitiful. He will definitely like me a bit more for a few days. Xia Xinian widened her eyes. Aren't you the most innocent one? When did you learn to manipulate men like this? Jiang Mingqi showed a sly smile. Just now. As long as I please him, he will be very happy and willing to help me awaken my abilities and break through to a higher tier. Xia Xinian gritted her teeth and glared at her. I knew you were acting cute just now. Turns out you were calculating this. Jiang Mingqi shrugged. What can I do? I can only act cute and be charming. Others say that the cutest woman has the best fate. Su Yi quickly eliminated all the zombies in the area, leaving the ground littered with their lifeless bodies. Among them were 7 or 8 second-tier zombies whose corpse crystals Su Yi had already collected, intending to use them to help Ye Chutang upgrade to 3rd tier. Su Yi returned to Jiang Mingqi and said, "The zombies have been dealt with. Collecting the corpse crystals should not require my assistance, right?" Jiang Mingqi quickly waved her hand. "I can handle this, brother. You just rest here." After Jiang Mingqi left, Xia Xining hurried over and wiped Su Yi's face with her sleeve. "Brother, you must be tired from killing zombies. Let me help you wipe off your sweat." Xia Xining smiled brightly, diligently helping Su Yi wipe his sweat. In no time, she was fanning him with both hands. "Are you feeling hot, brothery? Do you want me to fan you?" Su Yi turned his head, looking at Xia Xining with confusion. "Have you been possessed? I only left for a short while. Why are you acting so strangely?" Xia Xining smiled awkwardly. "I just felt that I hadn't been nice to brother Yi before, so I wanted to make it up to you." Stop, stop, stop. Don't talk like that. If you keep it up, we'll go for a stroll in the small woods together." Xia Xining quickly covered her mouth and looked at Su Yi with her big sparkling eyes. Su Yi helplessly gazed at her. "What exactly do you want?" Xia Xining gently tugged at the hem of Su Yi's clothes, mimicking Jiang Mingqi's cute demeanor. "Brother Yi, could you please help me break through to the 2nd tier?" Su Yi chuckled, lifting Xia Xining's chin with his finger. "Are you trying to curry favor with me?" Xia Xining nodded her little head. "Yes, so can brother Yi help me reach the 2nd tier?" "Go ahead, these corpse crystals are enough for both of you." Upon hearing this, Xia Xining instantly beamed with joy. "Thank you, brother. You're so wonderful." With that, Xia Xining dashed out to collect the corpse crystals with Jiang Mingqi. "Mingqi, your cute tactics really work. As soon as I acted cute, Su Yi couldn't resist. You have to teach me some more tricks," Xia Xining said proudly to Jiang Mingqi. Jiang Mingqi raised her chin. "Of course you should see how my 2.5 combat power has survived until today. No man has been able to endure my cuteness over the years, which is why I dare to rely on brotherly. So will you teach me or not? We are good friends," Xia Xining said eagerly. Jiang Mingqi displayed a sly smile. "This is my unique secret. Don't you think you should pay some tuition to learn?" Xia Xining scratched her head. "Mingqi, do you want money?" "But I don't have any right now." Jiang Mingqi rolled her eyes at her. "This is the apocalypse. What do I need money for?" Xia Xining suddenly realized. "Oh right. So what do you want?" "Hee, when we return home with brother Yi, we have to become his true women. But with my small frame, I definitely cannot withstand his torment, so I need you to help me block 3 disasters." Jiang Mingqi raised 3 fingers. Xia Xining widened her eyes. "You are truly cunning. You want me to bear the disasters for you without any reason, hoping I will suffer while you enjoy, right?" Jiang Mingqi immediately showed a wronged expression. "You know I've been weak and sickly since childhood. I can't endure such things. Although it will improve after awakening, I still need to take care of my body." Xia Xining was on the verge of tears. "What should I do? Why are you, my good friend, so scheming? All this is just magical damage. You can't say that. I'm giving you an opportunity. If you spend more time with brother Yi, he will definitely like you more, and when good things come, he will prioritize you," Jiang Mingqi said in response. Xia Xining pondered over Jiang Mingqi's words and finally grit her teeth. "Twice at most, if you agree." "I agree." Before Xia Xining could finish, Jiang Mingqi immediately interjected. Xia Xining stared into Jiang Mingqi's eyes. "Why do I feel like you are scheming against me? How could that be? We are good friends. Hurry up and collect the corpse crystals. Don't you want to break through to the 2nd tier?" Jiang Mingqi quickly changed the subject. Xia Xining frowned. "I still feel like you are plotting against me. Why did you agree so readily just now?" Jiang Mingqi patted her shoulder. "How could that be? You are my best friend. I would even teach you my secret skills. Do you really not trust me?" Xia Xining pouted. "All right then, but you must teach me early once we get back." Jiang Mingqi made a no gesture at her. "I promise to teach you everything when we get back." Su Yi, seeing the 2 of them dawdling, could only call Luya over to help. Luya was very obedient to Su Yi's commands and immediately began collecting the corpse crystals without hesitation. Su Yi took out a bottle of drink and a chair, sitting quietly to watch the 2 school beauties busy themselves. To be honest, school beauties are indeed school beauties. They are truly incomparable to others. Just their looks alone score over 95 points. I really need to think about who will be better tonight. Mingqi is delicate and easily toppled, while Xining has a slender waist and long legs. It's quite a tough choice. Su Yi pondered while sipping his drink about with whom he would spend the night. After about 10 minutes, the 3 women finally collected all the corpse crystals. "Brother Yi, there are a total of 425 first-tier corpse crystals," Jiang Mingqi said while holding a bag of corpse crystals. Su Yi collected half and left the other half for them. "You can use the remaining half. Start absorbing the corpse crystals now. Once you're done, it will be about time for us to head home," Su Yi said. Upon hearing Su Yi's words, Jiang Mingqi and Xia Xining immediately began to absorb the corpse crystals. Xia Xining had already awakened her vine ability, so breaking through to the 2nd tier wouldn't take too long. As for Jiang Mingqi, she had not awakened any abilities before, so it would definitely take her some time. Su Yi escorted the 3 of them to a safe classroom building while he went to clear out the obstacles and other cafeterias. Su Yi still had his roommate Lin Yao as enemy to deal with, which was also why he chose to clear each cafeteria one by one. Although Lin Yao was not primarily targeting him, he was Li Chaos #1 lackey, who had bullied Su Yi throughout their 4 years of college. Su Yi could not let it go without taking care of him. Unfortunately, Su Yi's luck had been rather poor. He had suppressed 4 cafeterias without finding Lin Yao, and had just cleared 3 more without any luck. It seems that Lin Yao is hiding in the first cafeteria. Unfortunately, it's already late today. Oh, I'll let him live for one more night. Tomorrow morning, I'll come to kill him. Su Yi returned to the classroom building, preparing to take the 3 women home. Have you finished absorbing the corpse crystals? It's time to go home. Seeing Su Yi return, Jiang Mingqi exclaimed joyfully, Brother Yi, I awakened my water ability. I can shoot water balls now. Saying this, she shot a few water balls at Su Yi. Su Yi lightly dodged, not bad. Although the water ability has lower attack power, it can produce clean water. Now I'm a second-tier ability user, and I can create at least 30 liters of water at once. Jiang Mingqi said proudly. Look at how smug you are. Tonight it's your turn. Huh. When Su Yi returned to the villa with the 2 campus beauties, Ye Chutang and Han Yue were astonished and gaped. Do you collect stamps, Go? Han Yue asked with a strange expression. Su Yi smiled lightly. I did have that thought in the past, but it was impossible to realize, so now I can only collect beautiful women for fun. All the women cast disdainful glances at Su Yi. Are you all looking at me like this because you want to have a little meeting? Su Yi said faintly. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately dispersed, and Su Yi went upstairs to take a shower. Mengqi Xining, how did both of you end up being rescued by Su Yi together? Ye Chutang asked curiously. Xia Xining gave a little snort and turned her gaze to Jiang Mingqi. Jiang Mingqi smiled awkwardly. I was seeking refuge in the second cafeteria, and Igu happened to be there and saved me. Then he wanted to find Xining, so I brought him along. Han Yue immediately laughed. Ha ha, Mingqi, you are such a good teammate. Next time don't get too close to me, I'm afraid you'll sell me out. This good sister has really wasted her efforts to gain favor with Igu. You instantly sold me out. I even suspect you want to drag me down with you. Xia Xining glared at Jiang Mingqi. I didn't really sell you out, you were in the third cafeteria. With I's determination to dig you out, even if I didn't say anything, you'd only have an hour more. Where could you run to? Jiang Mingqi explained in a low voice. Ye Chutang immediately came out to mediate. Actually, being I's woman isn't a bad thing. It's very safe here with plenty of food, and I's strength is immeasurable. We won't be at a loss. Xining pouted. That's true, but we are the 4 campus beauties of Tsuling. To think we were collected like stamps, what a twist of fate. Upon hearing Xia Xining's words, the others who were still unaware immediately became interested. Xining, are you for the 4 campus beauties of Tsuling? Lin Shiyun asked in surprise. Xia Xining nodded. Yes, is there a problem? Lin Shiyun showed an astonished expression. Ego is too strong. There are over 50,000 students at Tsuling University, and he managed to gather all 4 of you beauties in just a few days. Xia Xining frowned. Perhaps this is the fate of beautiful women. We are destined to face such trials. Du Qingwan's cheeks flushed, but that's not a bad thing, right? I like Igub. Being with him is my good fortune, and he is indeed a good man. Qingwan Jie, have you been enchanted by Ego? How could such a flirt like Ego be a good man? Just look at how many women he has found, and he only picks the young and beautiful ones. He doesn't even spare young girls like Qian and Chuyu. It's utterly inhumane. Xia Xining complained. Ye Chutang frowned slightly. Xining, your words are excessive. Although Ego has many women, he treats everyone well. He saved us, helped us strengthen our abilities, provided food, and ensured a safe environment. You can't speak ill of Ego. Xia Xining's eyes widened. She couldn't believe how Ye Chutang was defending a man. Chutang, you've changed. You used to be a bookworm only concerned with studying, and now you're defending a man. Xia Xining's mouth drooped, as if she had been hit. Ye Chutang's gaze flickered, and she said softly, I just think what you're saying is wrong, and I also like Ego. Xia Xining stood up with her hands on her hips, looking fierce. Impossible. If Qingwan Jie likes him alone, that's fine, but Chutang, you are a campus beauty. How could you possibly fall for a man in just a few days? Zhao Xiaoxue snorted coldly. It's not impossible. Oh, Chutang took the initiative to find Ego back then, and Ego managed to charm Chutang in just one night. Exactly. With Ege's powerful combat ability, which woman wouldn't say they like him? Lin Shiyun followed up. Xia Xining bit her teeth, clearly not believing it. What about Qian? She just started college, as she can't possibly like Ego, right? Xia Xining placed her last hope on Li Qian. Li Qian's face turned red. I actively sought to be Ege's woman, and I like Ego the most. Xia Xining was instantly overwhelmed by the last straw. You all must be crazy. With our looks and figures, we would attract countless men no matter where we go. Isu is just a bit stronger. What's so worthy of your affection? Xia Xining tried hard to change everyone's opinion of Sui. Ego is great in bed. Being with him is very happy, Zhao Xiaoxue said quietly. Xia Xining almost spat out a mouthful of old blood upon hearing this explanation. Can that even be considered a merit? Can you be any more rash? Zhao Xiaoxue pouted. Of course it counts. If you don't believe me, ask Yue, but she tried it last night. Seeing everyone looking at her, Han Yue immediately covered her face with her hands. Don't look at me, I don't know anything. Zhao Xiaoxue immediately pulled Han Yue's hands away. Yue, don't be shy, boldly speak out, and let her see guess prowess. Jiang Mingxi shrank her neck in fear. Is it really that terrifying? What should I do? Is it too late for me to run now? Zhao Xiaoxue scoffed. Even if Ego lets you run for a day, he can still catch you. The moment he sees you, you can't escape. Becoming his woman is your only choice. Jiang Mingxi was extremely frightened then. What should I do? Ego said tonight is my night. I've been weak and sick since childhood. Is tonight my day of sacrifice? Then Jiang Mingxi placed her hope on Xia Xining. Xining, you promised me. You owe me twice tonight. Can you consider it the first time okay? Xia Xining was so scared that she scooted aside, her small hands tightly clasped, clearly reluctant to agree. Xining, do you want to go back on your word? You promised me. Xia Xining gritted her teeth. Whether I die early or late, I will die. Tonight I will agree to your first time. Jiang Mingxi was overjoyed and cried tears of joy. I knew you wouldn't abandon me in my time of need. I just started living a good life. If I die like this, it would be too worthless. Seeing Jiang Mingxi so terrified, Du Qingwan comforted her. Mingxi, you don't need to be afraid. Although Ego has a strong demand in this aspect, he is quite gentle. I didn't feel much pain before. Really? Jiang Mingxi asked. Du Qingwan nodded. Yes, I had no experience in this area before, but Ego was very considerate that night. I hardly felt any pain, so being Ego's woman is quite happy. Han Yue rolled her eyes at her. If you believe that, then you're a fool. My kidneys are still sore. Su Yi descended the stairs directly in a bathrobe after taking a shower. He sat down on the sofa and lifted Ye Chutang, placing her on his lap. Then Su Yi took out 100 first-tier corpse crystals from his personal space and handed them to Han Yue, followed by taking out more than 20 second-tier corpse crystals for Ye Chutang. These are the second-tier corpse crystals I collected today. I will give them to Chutang first. After she reaches the third tier, I will help each of you upgrade one by one. You have no objections, right? Su Yi asked. The others shook their heads. After all, it was very safe here, and with Su Yi around, whether they upgraded or not made no difference to them. Ye Chutang happily took the second-tier corpse crystals handed to her by Su Yi and gave him a kiss on the cheek. Thank you, brother. I will perform even better in the future. Ye Chutang leaned her head against Su Yi's chest sweetly. Su Yi gently embraced her, a smile on his face. Your performance has always been excellent, and I like it very much. That's why I let you be the first to reach the third tier. Ye Chutang's cheeks flushed. As long as brother Yi likes it, that's enough. Xia Xining turned her head away, not wanting to witness the affectionate scene between the two. She truly couldn't believe that Ye Chutang would act this way, especially being so proactive towards a man. Can you be more mindful of the occasion? There are so many people here. Xia Xining pouted. Su Yi glanced at her. You are all my women, what is there to be shy about? Chutang acting like this is how to win my favor. If you continue with that attitude, you might as well leave. The zombies outside won't be as patient with you as I am. Realizing Su Yi's reprimand, Xia Xining's expression changed instantly, no longer displaying her previous arrogance. I'm sorry, brother. I just came and haven't adapted yet. I won't do it again. This is the only time, no second chances. Only obedient women can earn more affection and benefits. Su Yi played with Ye Chutang's delicate and soft hands, speaking lightly. Xia Xining lowered her head in silence, feeling frustrated with her inability to hold her tongue. She thought it would be better to learn from Mingxi and say less, showing charm at crucial moments. She indeed lacked experience. All right, tonight we will have hot pot to welcome the two new members. Su Yi placed Ye Chutang back on the sofa, stood up, and walked over to the dining table to fetch some utensils for hot pot, as well as plenty of vegetables and meat. Zhao Xiaoxue happily walked over, saying, Great. I haven't had hot pot in such a long time. I will go wash the vegetables and cut the meat now. Qianqian Xiaoyao, come help me. Li Qianqian and Yi Chuyu immediately took the ingredients to the kitchen. Jiang Mingxi quietly approached Xia Xining and said softly, Xining, we are currently at someone else's mercy. Don't always provoke brother Yi's anger. They say that men's psychology is akin to child psychology. You must stroke their egos and not go against them. When you don't know what to say, just decisively keep your mouth shut. Silence is a bowtie's essential lesson, and this is the first lesson I taught you. Xia Xining's face was full of grievance. Why didn't you tell me this sooner? I wouldn't have provoked brother Yi otherwise. Jiang Mingxi sighed helplessly. Setbacks are the best learning opportunities. Only when you feel pain can you remember it. Although you provoked brother Yi today, tonight is your best chance to make amends. Your figure and looks are your assets. You must utilize them well. Brother Yi brought you back because he appreciates this. As long as you can make him happy, your mistakes will be insignificant. This is the most important point in male psychology, and this is the second lesson I taught you. Are you sure? Brother Yi's tone was a bit cold earlier. Is he really that easy to forget? Xia Xining asked, half believing. Jiang Mingxi nodded gently. I majored in art in college with a minor in psychology, and male psychology is my strong suit. Although brother Yi is powerful, he is also fond of beauty, which is his weakness. As long as you cater to his desires, you need not worry about provoking his anger. No man can refuse a docile little kitten, just like Chutang did earlier. She has completely mastered this point, aligning her every word and action with Brother Yi's wishes, thus winning his favor most effectively. This is the third lesson I taught you. Xia Xining widened her eyes at Jiang Mingqi. Mingqi, I find you truly terrifyingly capable. No wonder you, despite being so weak, have managed to survive until now. With Li Long as your devoted protector at school, Brother Yi is also satisfied with you. What can I say? Being weak is unavoidable. Relying on the strong is the best way. I have to make a living too, Jiang Mingqi said with a faint smile. Now I finally understand why you didn't resist back then. Xia Xining steadied her mind and said. Hearing this, Jiang Mingqi was curious at once. Then tell me why I didn't resist. You made yourself appear weak from the start to gain Brother Yi's sympathy and favor. After agreeing to be Brother Yi's woman, you took the initiative to reveal your position to him, actively demonstrating your value, further enhancing Brother Yi's affection for you. You labeled yourself as a delicate little white rabbit. You have been using us all along. Xia Xining said in shock. Jiang Mingqi looked at Xia Xining with satisfaction. It seems you have learned all 3 lessons I just taught you. Being able to see through my motives means you have graduated. Xia Xining frowned slightly. There's one point I still don't understand. Can you tell me the answer? Ask away, Jiang Mingqi said while snacking. Why do you want me to help you avoid disaster? According to your reasoning, pleasing Brother Yi has only benefits and no drawbacks. Since Brother Yi is fond of beauty, being with him would gain his favor more easily. This is clearly a win-win situation. Why do you want me to do it? Xia Xining asked in confusion. Hearing this question, Jiang Mingqi chuckled lightly. Who said there are only benefits and no drawbacks? Those things can be very painful, and I fear pain the most. Besides, I don't need to be Brother Yi's favorite woman. Why tire myself out for that? Xia Xining was completely won over by Jiang Mingqi. What you said makes so much sense. How do you know all this? I clearly haven't seen you date anyone. Those men are merely attracted to my beauty. Dating them would only be detrimental to me. When I actively show goodwill towards them, it means they have something I need. Once I get what I want, it's time for them to leave. Heaven has bestowed me with such beauty, not for it to be wasted. A beauty must learn to utilize her advantages, and this is the 4th lesson I taught you. Jiang Mingqi said lightly. Xia Xining scratched her head, looking at her strangely. I feel like you're just a heartless femme fatale. Even worse than Lu Ruyan. Jiang Mingqi shook her head gently. No. These are all things I earned with my beauty. They are what I deserve. I provide emotional value to men, and they return to me what I want. This is merely an exchange of equal value. Everything has value, and so do people. When you cannot guess the value of something, it means you cannot afford it. This is the last lesson I taught you. Before departing, Su Yi filled Du Qingwan's ring space to capacity, ensuring the women would not starve should he fail to return. Having completed all preparations, Su Yi soared into the sky toward Xiuling University, simultaneously absorbing the 7 Grade 2 zombie crystals he had acquired the previous day. Within minutes, he arrived at the university's main gate, his absorption complete. Rank Grade 2 Physique, 186 Agility, 180 Mental Acuity, 182 Abilities, Star Gods, I Telekinesis, Loyalty, Forged Bound, to 8 individuals, Flight Title, Scourge of Locusts. Su Yi had now absorbed 14 Grade 2 zombie crystals. Once he exhausted the full quota of Grade 2 crystals, his body could assimilate all 3 core attributes, which surpassed 200. Such figures were staggering. Even newly ascended Grade 3 awakened beings rarely possessed such overwhelming stats. Moreover, his Loyalty Forged ability continuously granted him attribute points, rendering him virtually unmatched at this juncture. Su Yi strode calmly toward the gate. Dozens of zombies clustered there, more densely packed than any he had yet encountered. A mere eastern entrance of Xiuling University teemed with over 100 zombies, including 3 Grade 2 specimens. A faint cold smile touched Su Yi's lips. So this place was indeed worth visiting. And those university students must still be trapped inside. Otherwise, the gate would not remain sealed by the undead. Drawing his long blade, Su Yi advanced into the horde. With his current physical agile and mental prowess, both Grade 1 and Grade 2 zombies fell before him in a single stroke. Alone amidst the writhing mass, he carved a path of annihilation, slaying every last one in under 10 minutes. After collecting their crystals, he continued deeper into campus. Xiuling University was not only the finest institution in Xiuling City, but also the preeminent university across the entire southern province, and ranked among the nation's elite. Its sprawling grounds spanned more than 8,000 mo. The campus was renowned for its serene beauty and comprehensive facilities, including an artificial river that once meandered gracefully through its heart. Now, however, the riverbed lay dry and desolate, littered with corpses half submerged in thick, stagnant mud. Su Yi moved swiftly, cutting down zombies as he went, until he stood before the dormitory building where he had once lived. An eerie silence hung over the structure. Not a whisper, not a rustle disturbed the stillness. Yet his awakened ability already revealed several survivors hiding within. He had come here first, not merely to survive, but to settle scores. His former roommate Li Chao, a scion of wealth, had spent 4 years cultivating contempt for ordinary people. Su Yi bore the brunt of his arrogance and cruelty. Even worse, Li Chao's disdain had poisoned Su Yi's other 2 roommates, Zhang Pengfei and Lin Yao, who in turn ostracized him. To live side by side for years without forging even a single bond of friendship. That was the quiet, grinding agony Sue had endured throughout university. I hope you're still breathing. You deprive me of so much pleasure if you weren't. Sue gazed coldly upon the dormitory, then pushed open its heavy doors and stepped inside. Ceiling University's dormitory tower rose 7 stories high. Su's room occupied the 6th floor. Activating his perception ability, he scanned each room floor by floor. The lower levels housed only a handful of survivors, strangers he ignored entirely. By the time he reached the 3rd floor, his gaze had already locked onto Li Chao, 6 floors above. A glacial smile slowly spread across Su's face. You're still alive. My time hasn't been wasted after all. He ascended rapidly to the 6th floor, pausing before the door, curious to hear what Li Chao and the others were saying. Pengfei, how much food do we have left? Li Chao asked, his expression grim. Zhang Pengfei dragged a cardboard box from beneath his bed. Everything remaining is here. If we hadn't raided every neighboring dorm for supplies, we'd have starved weeks ago. Li Chao slammed his fist against the bed frame in fury. Lin Yao demands 20 packs of instant noodles and 40 sausages just to rescue us. And we don't have nearly enough. Zhang Pengfei clenched his jaw. We're all roommates. Yet the moment he awakened, he abandoned us without a second thought. We never should have entrusted those zombie crystals to him. That traitorous worm is no better than Sue, both lowborn vermin. Damn it. I'll kill them all given half a chance. Li Chao spat the curse, then sighed. What do we do now? Our rations will last only a few more days. The ground floor swarms with zombies. Hardly anyone remains alive in this entire building, and every survivor hoards their food, terrified others will steal it. Zhang Pengfei exhaled heavily. Li Chao tightened his fists and barked, kill them all. All of them. Li Chao nodded. Every last one. Consolidate all remaining food. We already possess 6 zombie crystals. We need just 4 more to reach 10. Then I'll awaken. Once I do, we'll break free and seize control of stores, cafeterias, and everything else we desire. Agreed. Kill them all. I haven't touched a woman in a month. I'm about to explode. Zhang Pengfei snarled. You'll never touch another woman again. Sue kicked the dorm door inward and strode in. Li Chao and Zhang Pengfei recoiled in shock, their faces paling. They remembered clearly Sue had left weeks ago for an internship, nearly 20 kilometers away. How then had he returned? Sue, what are you doing back here? Li Chao sneered, his voice laced with disgust. Sue offered a faint, chilling smile. Is that truly your final utterance? How tragically ungrateful you are. Zhang Pengfei lunged, swinging a steel pipe at Su's skull. Sue deflected it with effortless grace, severing the pipe clean in 2, then sent Zhang Pengfei crashing backward with a single kick. 8 or 9 ribs snapped beneath the impact. Blood gushed from Zhang Pengfei's mouth in violent torrents. Li Chao, poised to charge forward, froze instantly, his legs trembling, his grip slackening on the pipe in his hand. Sue, let's talk this through. We've shared 4 years as roommates. We're brothers. Don't act rashly. Li Chao stammered. Sue rested one hand lightly on his sword's hilt, studying Li Chao with detached amusement. Roommates. Were we ever truly roommates? Of course we were. I admit, I had a temper and sometimes I hurt you. I apologize sincerely. From now on, Pengfei and I will serve you as loyal underlings. Command us and we obey without hesitation. Sue held Li Chao's gaze unblinking. If I ordered you both to die, would you go willingly? Li Chao saw the hatred burning in Su's eyes and gritted his teeth in silent defiance. Sue, leave room for reconciliation. There's no need to burn every bridge. Zhang Pengfei groaned, hauling himself upright, his eyes wide with terror. We can make amends for the past. We're classmates, roommates. There's no reason for this to end in mutual annihilation. You've already injured me. Surely our debts are settled now. Su's frigid gaze locked onto Zhang Pengfei, and in the next breath Zhang Pengfei hurtled violently toward him. An awakened being. You're an awakened being. Li Chao and Zhang Pengfei cried out in unison. Sue seized Zhang Pengfei by the throat. You always loved playing lapdog, even before the collapse. What kind of life is that? Worthless. With a contemptuous flick of his wrist, Sue hurled Zhang Pengfei through the open doorway, sending him plummeting 6 stories. A shriek tore through the air, descending floor by floor, until it ended in a sickening thud followed by absolute silence. You can manipulate objects. You've awakened a superpower as well. Lin Yao's earlier arrogance had vanished. His face now bore an expression of grave seriousness. That answer Li Chao and Zhang Pengfei will give you. Lin Yao clenched his teeth. Sue, you don't get cocky. I have awakened a superpower too. Who will prevail remains undecided. Sue smiled faintly. Is that so? Unleash your full power. Today I will break every single bone in your body, one by one. Lin Yao was clearly enraged by Su's brazen contempt. In the next instant his body swelled, his clothes bursting apart as coarse brown fur erupted across his skin, transforming him into a raging brown bear. Turned into a giant bear, have you? This ability suits you rather well, Sue remarked coolly. Lin Yao roared in fury and charged headlong at him. Watching Lin Yao barrel toward him, Sue merely stepped back with his right foot and drove a clenched fist straight into the bear's muzzle. A sharp crack echoed instantly, The force sent Lin Yao flying over 10 meters before he tumbled several times to stop his monstrous transformation forcibly undone. Su-Yi crooked a finger, and Lin Yao shot forward hovering helplessly before him. Su-Yi gazed down towering and implacable. Impossible. How could you be this strong? Lin Yao clutched his face, disbelief etched across every feature. Su-Yi sneered. Do you still think him the timid, subservient Su-Yi of before? Do you truly believe awakening a superpower makes you invincible? With that, Su-Yi planted his foot squarely upon Lin Yao's chest, blood and viscera erupting from his mouth in a violent gush. Su-Yi, please spare me. Lin Yao began pleading desperately. Yet Su-Yi felt not a shred of mercy. When you isolated me, did you ever imagine this day, eh? Su-Yi stomped again, shattering both of Lin Yao's legs. Please, spare me. I never meant to target you. Lin Yao whispered, his breath ragged and fading. Su-Yi stepped back 2 paces, then levitated Wang Hai's iron rod and brought it down, again and again, upon Lin Yao's broken form. I said I would break every bone in your body. I am not a man who breaks his word. Su-Yi spoke with chilling detachment. Lin Yao lay motionless, battered beyond recognition, until life finally bled out, leaving only mangled flesh and gore. Everyone around stood frozen in terror. Su-Yi in that moment resembled a bloodthirsty demon, awe and dread radiating from him like a palpable aura. In truth, several other awakened individuals lurked among the crowd, but Wang Hai and Lin Yao's powers dwarfed theirs, rendering resistance unthinkable. Now a sovereign force had emerged, one who effortlessly slaughtered both Lin Yao and Wang Hai. They had no choice but to await Su-Yi's command. He withdrew a sheet of paper, wiped his immaculate hands, and discarded it with disdain atop Lin Yao's corpse. His gaze swept across the assembly. From this day forth, I am the sovereign of Chutang University. You will obey my orders without question. Anyone wishing to resist, step forward now. I shall grant you immediate exile. Silence fell, absolute suffocating. Not a single soul dared move. Su-Yi nodded, satisfied. Excellent. Since you willingly submit, you now fall under my protection. All awakened, step forward. Within moments, over a dozen stepped forward. Su-Yi studied them before asking, so many of you awakened. Yet why did none dare oppose Lin Yao and Wang Hai? Because their powers far surpassed ours. A confrontation would have left us all crippled, so we simply acquiesced to their rule. A quiet, unassuming boy offered the explanation. Hearing it, Su-Yi let out a cold, derisive laugh. You've played dog for so long you've forgotten how to stand. Even at their strongest, they were only 2. You could have worn them down, even in succession. It wasn't strength you lacked, it was courage. Shame washed over the crowd, heads bowed low. They had no rebuttal, because every word was irrefutable truth. Simply surviving until now had been arduous enough. Now, having awakened, their odds of enduring, so long as they avoided recklessness, had improved considerably. Resistance, however, promised only exhaustion and loss. Su-Yi selected all women whose appearance ranked above 80, 52 in total. All remaining personnel disperse to the other 7 cafeterias and gather every survivor within Chutang University. Afterward, I will purge all zombies from this entire zone. Su-Yi addressed the assembled crowd. Hesitation flickered across their faces. Boss, if we go to the other cafeterias, will those people even listen to us? A young man asked softly. Su-Yi gave a light, knowing smile. Rest assured, I've already cleared all the others. You are the last. Eyes lit up in unison, reverence for Su-Yi deepening instantly. Depart immediately. Within 2 days, Chutang University will be mine in its entirety. Su-Yi's voice dropped resonant and commanding. At his words, the crowd scattered swiftly toward the other cafeterias, while Su-Yi himself set off toward the densest zombie-infested zones. Over the past few days, he had already scouted roughly 70% of the university grounds. Though most of his time had been spent hunting second-tier zombies, first-tier ones he often passed by, deeming them unworthy of his effort. But now, with all survivors gathered, leaving densely packed zombie zones unaddressed would waste precious time he could ill afford. After all, among 5,000 survivors, fewer than 100 had awakened, and several of those had just been eliminated by him. Su-Yi completed his sweep of the remaining zones, collecting over 50 second-tier zombie crystals, and pushing his stock of first-tier crystals past 3,000. These he reserved for the selected women. A quick calculation confirmed it. Across the 8 cafeterias, roughly 250 women met his criteria, more than enough for the 3,000 first-tier crystals to awaken them all. His motive was twofold. First, to cultivate loyal adherence. Once bound to him, these women would become unwavering pillars of his domain, deserving of rigorous cultivation. Second, he could not guarantee perpetual presence at their side. Awakening granted them essential self-defense, a vital safeguard in his absence. Having purged the high-density zombie zones, Su-Yi returned to the cafeteria district to verify whether the survivors had fully assembled. Upon arrival, he found the entire assembly gathered at Cafeteria 8. Slowly descending from the sky, he hovered above 5,000 upturned faces, each filled with awe. Now that you are united, I assign you 3 critical tasks, Su-Yi declared, his tone stern and authoritative. First, eradicate all zombies within Chutang University. I have already slain every second-tier specimen. Divide yourselves into teams. Each must include at least one awakened individual. Second, dispatch teams to systematically search every building. Rescue any survivors you find and integrate them into your ranks. A girl previously chosen by Sue-yi cautiously asked, "Do we also need to go with them?" Sue-yi shook his head. "Those of you I selected don't need to do these things. I will take you away from here soon." The girls selected by Sue-yi all showed expressions of delight, while those who were not chosen could only feel envy. "Let's start moving now. If there are any troubles you cannot solve, come find me." In the next moment, everyone was divided into dozens of groups and headed in various directions. Only Sue-yi and 248 girls remained in place. "You have all been chosen by me, and you will all become my women. Next, I will take you to a villa area several kilometers away, which will be your home from now on." Sue-yi said in a deep voice. "How are we supposed to get there?" "We can't take a car now," a girl asked curiously. Sue-yi smiled slightly, and then 100 girls immediately floated into the air. "The rest of you wait for me here. I will be back soon." Having said that, Sue-yi flew away with the 100 girls toward the villa area. Sue-yi was currently at the 3rd level, and lifting 100 girls was already his limit, otherwise he would prefer not to make multiple trips. After half an hour, Sue-yi brought all the 200 girls back to the villa area. Ye Chutang and the others looked at the crowd of girls at the entrance with astonishment. Did Ye raid a women's den? Why did he bring back so many women? Lin Shiyun asked in shock. Han Yue coughed lightly and explained, "These are all students from our Tsuling University. Looking at their appearances, at least they are all above 80 points. It seems Ye has gathered all the survivors from Tsuling University and selected the more attractive women to bring back." Everyone swallowed hard. With so many women, can Ye handle it? Li Qianqian asked curiously. Sue-yi slowly walked toward them. "What is this amount?" "I could handle 10 times this number," Sue-yi said with a smile. Seeing that Sue-yi had heard her, Li Qianqian could only smile awkwardly. "Ye is right. No matter how many women there are, Ye can handle them all," Li Qianqian quickly flattered. Sue-yi did not respond to her, but turned to Ye Chutang. "Chutang, you all help me assign these people to different villas, and in each villa select one person to manage the others and receive supplies." Sue-yi said slowly. Ye Chutang nodded. "Okay, Ye, I will arrange them well. I'm at ease with you doing things. I still need to return to the school. I will leave this to you all," Sue-yi said with a smile. Hearing Sue-yi's praise, Ye Chutang was also very pleased. "You go and be busy. Just leave this to me." After Sue-yi left, Han Yue pouted, examining a smug-looking Ye Chutang. "Chutang, you are getting more and more skilled at this. Ye always entrusts things to you," Han Yue said somewhat gloomily. Ye Chutang looked at Han Yue in confusion. "What's wrong?" "I don't see anything wrong." Han Yue pouted. "What's wrong? You are now Ye's first favorite. With you around, Ye doesn't even glance at us." Ye Chutang smiled helplessly. "No, this is just because I am a bit more familiar with Ye. He feels more at ease with me handling things. There is something to it. Yesterday, Ye only held you on his lap and didn't hold anyone else. Besides, Ye even gave you the 2nd-level corpse crystal to help you advance to the 3rd level. Isn't that favoritism?" Han Yue said angrily. Hearing this, Ye Chutang could only shrug. "If you think that way, I can't say anything, but who told me to be the most familiar with Ye? I am also the most obedient, so what's strange about receiving Ye's rewards?" Han Yue snorted coldly. "Humph, I don't believe the other 3 school beauties can't compare to you." Hearing her name mentioned, Jiang Mingqi quickly waved her hand. "I don't need it, I just need to be full, and the rest is up to you all." Xia Xining also moved a few steps toward Jiang Mingqi, on the same. Han Yue's chest rose and fell, her small face turning red. "You all really have no ambition. Wait until Ye forgets about you too, and I want to see what you eat." Ye Chutang rolled her eyes at her, and then turned to Jiang Mingqi and Xia Xining. "Don't worry, Ye is not that kind of man who starts chaos and abandons people. You will always have enough food to eat." "Then thank you, Chutang. You know my temperament. I dislike fighting for things the most, so as long as I can eat enough, that's fine," Jiang Mingqi said with a smile. Hearing this, the others couldn't help but chuckle softly. All right, let's quickly settle these people. This is the task Ye assigned to us." Ye Chutang interrupted everyone, reminding them. Soon Sue-yi returned to Tsuling University, where he found that everyone was obediently carrying out the tasks he had assigned. At this moment, Sue-yi was flying low, just a few dozen meters above the ground, which also made it easier for him to control flying knives to clear zombies. Before the zombie outbreak, there were estimated to be over 40,000 people in Tsuling University. Now there are around 5,000 survivors, and he has cleared nearly 5,000 zombies, leaving about 30,000 zombies remaining. "Boss, we found 3 2nd-level zombies ahead," a younger brother below shouted as he saw Sue-yi arriving. Sue-yi quickly descended upon hearing the voice. "Where are the 2nd-level zombies?" Sue-yi asked. The younger brother hurriedly pointed ahead, right in front of us. "We originally wanted to pass through here, but we found that 2nd-level zombies were blocking the way, and just as we were thinking of taking another route, you arrived, boss." Sue-yi flew toward the direction pointed by the younger brother, and after flying about 500 meters, he indeed saw 3 2nd-level zombies along with quite a few 1st-level zombies. In the next moment, 9 flying knives shot out, piercing the heads of the 3 2nd-level zombies. In an instant, while the surrounding first-level zombies quickly fell to the ground. After collecting the second-level corpse crystals, He turned to see a younger brother who had turned into an Iron Man fighting several first-level zombies in close combat, and he soon killed them. "What's your name?" He asked him. The man quickly walked up to He and replied, "Boss, I am Li Zhengyang." He smiled lightly. "Your strength is quite good. When I'm not around in the future, you will be one of the managers here. I hope you can manage these people well." Li Zhengyang was instantly overjoyed. "Thank you for your appreciation, boss. I will definitely manage this place well for you." He nodded. You all continue to clear zombies and search for other survivors. If you encounter any second-level zombies again, call for me." Li Zhengyang happily nodded. "We will strictly carry out the boss orders." He then flew off in another direction. Other younger brothers looked at Li Zhengyang with envy. Currently, he was the only one who received He's appointment. "Zhengyang, you're going to be impressive now. Apart from the boss, you have the most power in all of Tsuling University. You will be able to protect us," a younger brother said while rubbing his hands together. Listening to the flattery, Li Zhengyang was completely immersed in a state of elation. "As long as you all work hard for the boss, there will be great rewards. I am a good example, but if you want to take shortcuts and form cliques, don't blame me for being ruthless," Li Zhengyang said in a deep voice. A few younger brothers laughed awkwardly. "We wouldn't dare, we just want to work with Zhengyang to do our best. After all, Zhengyang is now the boss right-hand man." Li Zhengyang slowly revealed a smile. "All right, you will work under me from now on, and we will all follow the boss to do great things together." After a day's thorough cleaning, Tsuling University has been cleared of about a quarter of its zombies. At this rate, in just 3 more days, the zombies within Tsuling University can be completely eradicated. Tsuling University will also become He's second stronghold. Given He's strength, he hardly needs to regard Tsuling University as significant. He chose to cultivate his own influence to leverage them to collect beautiful women for himself. His unique ability allows him to rapidly enhance his power by binding women. He dismisses those who are unattractive but finds those who are decent-looking to be too few. If he had to search for them one by one outside, it would take too much time. There are over 200 women at home waiting for him to bind. Thus, those subordinates serve as tools for him to collect beautiful women. With Tsuling City being so vast, there must be plenty of survivors who, once the base is developed and promoted, those survivors will naturally gather. Moreover, once he has bound all the beautiful women he has currently collected, his attributes will exceed 2,500 points. This is an extremely terrifying figure, reaching over 200 times that of an ordinary person. At that time, He's strength will surpass 10,000 pounds. Strength exceeding 10,000 pounds, just a bit more, and he'll reach the peak of the blood transmigration realm. Perhaps I could also become a legendary emperor. He imagined his formidable strength and the glorious feats he would achieve at the pinnacle. Upon returning home, Zhao Xiaoxua had just finished preparing dinner, and everyone was waiting for He to return to eat. "Looks like I came back just in time, I can eat right away," He said with a smile. Zhao Xiaoxua pulled He to sit down. "I made a lot of delicious food today. You should try it to see if it's good." He glanced at the chives, oysters, and grilled lamb kidneys in front of him, then turned to Zhao Xiaoxua. "Are you hinting at something? Or do you think I'm not capable?" Zhao Xiaoxua quickly waved her hands. "I absolutely didn't mean that. I just saw that you were busy today and must be tired, and you still need to do heavy work later, so I wanted to prepare something to help you recover." He chuckled. "In the future, you don't need to prepare these things for me. And if you think I'm not strong enough, I'll just have to be stronger from now on." Zhao Xiaoxua lowered her head, slightly disappointed. "No need to be stronger. If you are, the bed will break." Puffed. The others burst into laughter at Zhao Xiaoxua's dangerous remark. "Chutang, how is the accommodation for the others? Is there enough supplies?" He asked. "Everything has been set up, but we are short on many daily necessities. Because there are quite a few people, there aren't enough beds and blankets, though the food has all been distributed." Ye Chutang replied. "Don't worry about the beds and blankets. I have plenty in my space. After dinner, I'll put them into Qing Wan's storage ring, and you can take them to her." Ye Chutang nodded gently. "Okay, I'll take them to her later." Dinner was quickly finished. After He put the items into the storage ring and handed them to Ye Chutang, he went upstairs to take a shower. He had run back and forth several times today and was quite sweaty. After showering and returning to his room, he saw Jiang Mingqi waiting for him. "You are being so proactive today. You came without me even having to say anything." He looked at Jiang Mingqi, who was lying in his bed. Jiang Mingqi's face quickly turned red. "I will eventually become guest woman, so being a bit proactive should make you happier, right?" He chuckled twice. "You really know how to understand a man's thoughts, or perhaps you're an expert in this." Upon hearing this, Jiang Mingqi's face froze. She believed she was hiding it well, while he was just a naive young boy. "How did he see through me? I thought I was acting really well," Jiang Mingqi said, not intending to continue pretending, realizing that He's words weren't random and further pretense would be pointless. He crossed his arms and looked at Jiang Mingqi with interest. "Your performance was indeed great, but because you acted so well, it feels unreal. There is no perfect thing in this world, and everything perfect hides its imperfections behind it." Hearing this, Jiang Mingqi self-deprecatingly smiled. I was just boasting to see Ning about my secrets. I didn't expect that in the end, I would be the clown myself. Su laughed heartily. You're not a clown, at worst you're a little beauty. Gu is also my age, and I didn't expect your observation and thinking to be so remarkable. This must be why you've come this far, right? Jiang Mingqi quietly leaned against the headboard looking into Su-Yi's eyes. Su-Yi was uncertain if he wanted to hide himself, he wouldn't have exposed Jiang Mingqi. You are a clever woman, and I enjoy dealing with clever people. I brought you back because of your appearance and figure. Your choices and ambitions mean nothing to me. In the face of absolute power, everything else is but an illusion. Su-Yi said lightly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mingqi showed no sign of discouragement, her face bright, with a cheerful smile. I've been able to easily manipulate men's hearts since the differentiation of genders, but today encountering someone who only likes my face makes me feel so powerless. It seems that only you can truly handle me. Su-Yi sat beside Jiang Mingqi and hugged her. Of course only I can handle you, no one else qualifies. Plus the fact that you are no longer pretending makes me even more interested. Jiang Mingqi leaned softly against Su-Yi, her delicate hands fanning the flames. If I can make Ego interested in me, it seems my charm isn't too bad. I hope Ego won't cut off my rations in the future. I'm most afraid of going hungry. Jiang Mingqi blinked and said, Rest assured you won't go hungry. Early in the morning, Jiang Mingqi was awakened by Su-Yi's getting up. Ego, are you getting up so early? Don't you want to sleep a bit longer? Jiang Mingqi asked in a hoarse voice. What else can I do if I don't get up? Your stamina is the weakest among them, Su-Yi replied. Jiang Mingqi pouted. What can I do? I've tried my best, okay? Who told me I had a weak body since childhood? Su-Yi helplessly chuckled. Then I'll help you level up a few ranks, then your physical fitness will improve. Okay, Ego, you must keep your word. Jiang Mingqi replied cheerfully. I'm just afraid you, this little waist, can only be tough for a few minutes. Su-Yi rolled his eyes at her. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mingqi's face turned red, her chest heaving violently. Am not a little waist. And don't tell anyone else. After saying this, Jiang Mingqi buried her head in the quilt looking like a small ball. Su-Yi just smiled and left the room, heading downstairs while also collecting today's rewards. Looking at the ring in his hand, Su-Yi felt no regret. He lacked nothing now and wanted a few more of these rings to give to several women. With more people in the villa area, Su-Yi had no time to manage it himself, so he entrusted it to Ye Chutang and others. Having a few more true love rings would certainly make things simpler. Ever since Su-Yi handed the first true love ring to Du Qingwan, Ye Chutang had become even more obedient and clingy. Soon several people came downstairs and Ye Chutang was among them. As soon as they sat down, Su-Yi handed the ring in his hand to Ye Chutang. Seeing the ring suddenly offered by Su-Yi, Ye Chutang appeared somewhat at a loss. Isn't this ring of King Wan's ego? Why are you giving it to me? Su-Yi directly slipped the ring onto Ye Chutang's ring finger. This isn't King Wan's, but rather one I've prepared for you. I've placed a lot of supplies inside along with over 60 second-tier corpse crystals for you to absorb when you have time. Hearing Su-Yi's words, Ye Chutang's face was filled with delight. Her gaze remained fixed on the ring, the pink gem radiating an alluring glow that made it hard to look away. Ego, I truly love you so much. Ye Chutang leaped onto Su-Yi and kissed him several times on the cheek. Once Ye Chutang returned to her seat, Su-Yi cleared his throat a few times and said, It's just a small trinket. There will be even better things for you in the future. As long as it's a gift from Ego, I like it. Ye Chutang sweetly replied. Ye Chuyu licked her lips and cautiously sat down next to her sister. Sister, can I wear it too? I've never worn one before, Ye Chuyu requested. Ye Chutang didn't even glance at her. What would a little girl like you do with this? Don't you have homework to go back and do? Ye Chuyu angrily slapped her. We're in the apocalypse now. My school is gone, where would I have homework to write? Are you even serious with me? Ye Chutang snapped back to attention. Then go practice your abilities, don't bother me for no reason. Ye Chuyu's face turned blue with anger. I just got up, what abilities should I practice? If you don't want to let me wear it, just say so, okay? I really don't want to let you wear it, Ye Chutang bluntly stated. At that moment, Du Qingwan also came downstairs and sat on the sofa. Don't think you're the only one with a ring, Sister Qingwan was the first to receive a ring. Ye Chuyu said angrily. Ye Chutang was unfazed. Oh. Ye Chuyu exasperated ran to Su-Yi to complain. Ego, look at sister, she's so stingy. I just want to wear it, and she won't let me. Su-Yi patted her fluffy little head. I only have 2 rings right now, I will give you one in the future. Ye Chuyu sniffled. Alright Ego, remember to give me a ring the next time you have one. Du Qingwan smiled, and then handed the ring from her finger to Ye Chuyu. Xiaoyao, you can borrow this ring to play with, but remember to return it to me, okay? Ye Chuyu happily accepted the ring. Sister Qingwan, you're so nice. Unlike my sister, who's such a stingy person. I used to look up to her, but now it seems Sister Qingwan is my true role model. Not only did you graduate from a prestigious school, but you also started a company. Your looks are also 1 in a million. You are the best candidate for my role model. Xiaoyao, your sister treats you well too. You should understand her, Du Qingwan said. Ye Chuyu pouted. She does treat me well, but if it's something Ye Ge gave her, she won't let me touch it. I won't break it. Ye Chutang rolled her eyes at her. You can take whatever else you want, but the things Ye Ge gave me are mine. Even if you're my sister, you can't touch them. While the sisters were still arguing, Gu Yifei quietly sat down beside Sui. Yifei, do you have something to say to me? Sui asked. Gu Yifei hesitated but eventually spoke. Good, do you not like me anymore? Sui looked puzzled. When did I ever say that? But you haven't looked at me for several days. Since Yue and the others came, you haven't sought me out, Gu Yifei explained softly. Sui smiled then hugged her. Don't worry, I've just been busy with the new arrivals lately and haven't had time to accompany you. Upon hearing Sui's explanation, Gu Yifei's worries dissipated. That's good. I thought he didn't like me anymore because I wasn't pretty enough. Sui pinched her fair face. You're quite pretty too. There's no need to compare yourself to them. As long as you have me in your eyes, that's enough. Gu Yifei's ears immediately turned red, her cheeks flushed. All right, I will remember that. Then Sui picked her up and walked towards her room. After all, he hadn't fully enjoyed himself due to Jiang Mingqi's poor stamina, and now that someone was actively seeking him out, he naturally wouldn't let the opportunity slip by. An hour later, Sui walked out of his room feeling refreshed and sat down at the dining table. Gu, isn't Yifei hungry? Zhao Xiaoxue asked curiously. Sui picked up his breakfast and replied while eating, she's not hungry, let's eat first. Everyone had become accustomed to such matters. Being not hungry was a lie. The truth was they lacked the energy to eat. After finishing breakfast, Sui flew to Tsuling University. In just 2 to 3 days, all the zombies in Tsuling University would be cleared out. When Sui arrived, Zhao Xingyang and the others were having breakfast. Since the dormitory area had been cleaned up, they had a good rest last night. Zhao Xingyang hurriedly put down his bowl and walked up to Sui. Boss, you're here. Is there anything you need me to do? Sui shook his head. You all continue eating. Once you're done, we'll continue clearing zombies like yesterday. All right. With the boss here, it will only take 2 to 3 days to clear all the zombies in the school. Then we can follow the boss to do great things. Zhao Xingyang flattered. Sui simply smiled. Yesterday, I took a look and Chu Xian's son Hao and Ma Wenhua are quite capable in both strength and abilities. In the future, those 3 will be like you, the managers here. You can discuss anything that arises when I'm not around. Got it, boss. In the future, the 4 of us will help you manage these people well, Zhao Xingyang nodded. As long as you do your job well, you can remain in the management here indefinitely. Moreover, I will focus on nurturing you all, and I will also help you elevate your ranks. Sui said calmly. Upon hearing Sui's words, Zhao Xingyang nearly knelt and worshipped him, his grin stretching from ear to ear. Thank you, boss. In the future, I will definitely work hard and be the most loyal dog for the boss. Zhao Xingyang exclaimed excitedly. Sui waved his hand. All right, just do your job well. Once you have cleared all the zombies, I will give you the next plan. On this day, Sui stayed on campus to help clear out the zombies and accumulate some first-level corpse crystals for future use. Due to Sui's appointment and promises, others were evidently more diligent, and the speed of clearing zombies significantly increased. In just one day, they cleared half of the area within Tsuling University and rescued hundreds of survivors from other buildings. Among these survivors were the principal of Tsuling University and several professors. Sui found it somewhat strange. He wasn't very familiar with the principal of Tsuling University, having rarely met him, yet he knew the man was over 50 years old. At this age, to have not been infected by the virus and to still be alive today is truly remarkable. Student Sui, I knew from the very beginning that you must be a dragon among men. Now that I see you, it is indeed true. You are undoubtedly the most outstanding student of Tsuling University. Principal Yin Dongxing exclaimed. Just from this one sentence, Sui already understood the principal's general character. He was merely a sycophant. Sui chuckled and said, that is all thanks to your guidance, principal. Now that I have become the leader here, you have no objections, do you? Before Yin Dongsheng could respond, the dean of the computer science department, Han Liang, coldly reprimanded Sui. Although significant changes have occurred at the school, the principal is still the principal, and he should be the leader here. You are just a student. Sui glanced at him indifferently, and then continued to look at Yin Dongsheng. Principal, is that also your opinion? Yin Dongsheng smiled professionally. I am getting old, and am nearing retirement, I wouldn't care about such power. However, your experience is still insufficient, and you have not managed so many people before. So I would like to help you manage for a few years. Once you gain enough experience, I will return the leadership position to you. Sui scoffed. The principal truly cares about the students. But you should ask the others if they are willing to listen to you. If they agree, then I will agree too. Hearing Sui's words, Yin Dongxing instantly felt a bit more confident. He had managed Tsuling University for over a decade, and he did not believe these kids who had yet to enter society would not listen to him. Yin Dongxing cleared his throat and said, Dear students, I am glad to see you survive in such harsh conditions. We can only choose to forge ahead in the face of calamity. Now we urgently need a leader, and I, Yin Dongxing, as the principal of Tsuling University, have over a decade of management experience. If everyone follows my leadership, surely we will all be able to live well. Yet until he finished speaking, no one paid him any attention, leaving him to perform a solo act. Seeing this, Yin Dongsheng immediately signaled Han Liang to start. Understanding the principal's intent, Han Liang immediately prepared to set an example. They had collaborated on such matters for over a decade. The principal spoke so well he supports us in this desolate land with his not-so-young body. He is truly worthy of our respect and admiration. With him leading us, we can surely live well in this apocalypse. The crowd looked at the two with bewilderment. They had personally killed every zombie here, yet he claimed that the principal was the one supporting this land. Why didn't they just get involved in a pyramid scheme? Seeing that no one spoke, Ye Chutang revealed a pained expression. Students, I understand that this is your first encounter with such a situation and that some are terrified. However, no matter what, as long as we are alive, we must continue to live well. Your current state truly pains me as your principal. I have watched you all grow over the past 4 years. In my eyes, you are like my children. How could I ever harm my own children? Zhao Xingyang could no longer hold back. Old man, you've had enough. You two have been performing a duet for half the day. Are you not done yet? You think you can lead us with your uselessness? Keep dreaming. You can't even move a table. If you stood quietly to one side, maybe our boss would throw you a scrap of food. If you keep talking nonsense, you won't even get a bite of shit. Ye Chutang's face turned red with anger. He had never been so humiliated since becoming the principal of Tzuling University. Which department are you from? And who is your advisor? Do you know how to respect your teachers? Have you wasted years of education? Don't go around claiming to be a student of Tzuling University in the future. Ye Chutang said angrily. Zhao Xingyang stepped forward slowly. I am Zhao Xingyang from the business management department. My advisor was turned into a zombie and killed by me. Even in an apocalypse, you still talk about respecting teachers. Are you the fool, or am I the fool? Ye Chutang's face turned pale with Zhao Xingyang's crude words. So vulgar, too vulgar. How could my esteemed University of Daxiao produce such a student as you? Everyone around burst into laughter upon hearing this. Are you pretending to be foolish, or are you really foolish? Tzuling University no longer exists. What are you pretending for, old useless man? Are you going to make us starve for 3 days and eat 9 meals? We are not fools, Zhao Xingyang said disdainfully. Ye Chutang and Han Liang were left speechless with anger. Xingyang, I really didn't expect you to be so good at retorting. Are you a professional at this? Su Yi said with a smile. Zhao Xingyang turned back and smiled. I used to be bullied by these teachers every day. Today I can vent my frustrations by cursing. Ooh, I can't let these old fools think it's still the same as before. Not bad, I like your personality. In the future, if someone displeases you, just curse at them, and if it still feels unsatisfactory, slap them. Thanks, boss. With the boss words, I fear no one, Zhao Xingyang said excitedly. The people around were envious to the point of drooling. They too wanted to be the boss lapdog. Su Yi smiled at Ye Chutang. Principal, look, they are not listening to you at all. Oh, I can't help it either. Ye Chutang clutched his chest and looked at Su Yi with deep sorrow. Student Su Yi, I originally thought you were a good student who understood compromise, but I didn't expect you to be so enamored with power. As scholars, we must learn to be uncontentious. Only when you have no desires can your spirit be elevated, allowing you to comprehend the great righteousness and patriotism of ancient sages. Power can lead to the loss of your mind, erode your nerves, and trap you in its depths. Your experiences are still too few to grasp these matters. Principal, I only wish to help you and these unfortunate students as someone who has been through it all. Su Yi twisted his neck impatiently. Listening to you old geezers is quite annoying. I should have known better than to waste time with you. Su Yi turned to Zhao Xingyang. Xingyang, where do you think we should throw these two? Zhao Xingyang chuckled. Boss, let's throw them into the horde of zombies and let them experience the treachery of human nature. Su Yi smiled. It's all thanks to you. Get a few people to toss them in front of the zombies. Upon hearing Su Yi's command, several people immediately dragged Ye Chutang and Li Hanliang away. Su Yi, I don't want to be a leader anymore. Just let me go. I've been a principal for many years, and I can help manage this place. I have my uses, please spare me. Ye Chutang struggled frantically, pleading with Su Yi. Li Hanliang also shouted, Su Yi, I am the dean of the computer science department. I once awarded you a scholarship. Please tell them to let me go. I didn't intentionally target you earlier. I just want to explain. Su Yi couldn't be bothered with these two and simply waved his hand, instructing the others to throw them farther away. Then Su Yi turned to the remaining teachers. What about you? Do you want to stay here and work for me, or would you prefer to end up like them, being used as zombie fodder? The few immediately shook their heads and pledged loyalty to Su Yi. Su Yi, I am Song Qingsong from the medical school. I have been a professor for nearly 10 years and can help treat your subordinates' injuries and illnesses. Su Yi nodded. I do need people like you. I hope you can do your job well. Song Qingsong quickly nodded. Sure, I will make use of everything I have learned. Su Yi then looked at the others. Are there any teachers from the agricultural college here? A man and a woman stepped forward. Su Yi, we are teachers from the agricultural college. How can we assist you? Seeing that he had found the people he needed, Su Yi smiled with pleasure. I need you to help me grow food crops, and if you can find poultry later, you should cultivate them as well. Can you manage that? The two immediately nodded. No problem. This is what we do. Although we are unsure if there will be issues after the zombie outbreak, we are willing to give it a try, and we have plenty of seeds available in our agricultural college. Su Yi was very satisfied. Very well. As long as you can cultivate food and vegetables, I will help you awaken your abilities. If you perform well, I can also upgrade you and improve your treatment. Hearing this, the two were overjoyed. Thank you, Sue. We will definitely work hard, but we might need some more hands. No problem. Once we clear out all the zombies in the school, I will send some people to assist you too. I hope you can work efficiently in your cultivation. Sue nodded. No problem at all. We will definitely have good news soon. Sue instructed Zhao Xingyang. Xingyang sent a few people to escort these teachers to a safe place and ensure their safety. Zhao Xingyang selected a dozen people to escort the teachers to a secure dormitory to rest. Next, Sue continued to clear zombies within Chuling University. By around 5 or 6 in the afternoon, 80% of the zombies in the university had been cleared. Sue once again obtained over 20 second-tier zombie crystals, some of which were stragglers, while others were newly appeared second-tier zombies. It seems the evolution speed of the zombies is also accelerating. In just a few days, dozens of second-tier zombies have emerged, and soon we may see third-tier zombies as well. Sue contemplated this, and then flew towards the villa area. Upon arriving home, he gave Ye Chutang the second-tier zombie crystal she needed. Now that Chutang is about to become a third-tier ability user, you will need to take a few people around the villa area every day to clear out any wandering zombies to prevent any from entering without you noticing. Sue said to Ye Chutang. Ye Chutang took the zombie crystals Sue handed over and stored them in her storage ring. Alrighty, go. I will take a few people every day to clear the surrounding zombies and check the walls and iron gates around the villa area. Sue nodded. Yes, with the current zombies only being first or second tier, you have nothing to worry about with your third tier strength, but still be cautious when you go out. Ye Chutang smiled. I understand. We have already cleared the zombies around the villa area before, so we are quite familiar with the surroundings. After finishing dinner, Sue went to start his work in the other villas. His plan was to bind 3 people each day, aiming to complete the binding of everyone within 3 months. The next morning, Sue woke up to find a curled-up girl sleeping beside him. He left behind 110 first-tier zombie crystals at the bedside before leaving. The reason Sue didn't let everyone absorb the zombie crystals at once to awaken their abilities was that there were too many people for him to count, so he would leave crystals for each one after binding them. Then Sue began to draw today's rewards. Prize 3-dimensional attributes 5. Although it was just a reward for 3-dimensional attributes, Sue did not hesitate to accept the reward and open the system panel. Tier 3 physique, 409 agility, 404 mentality, 405 abilities, Eye of the Star God telekinesis, heartfelt submission, bound 15 flight, rapid regeneration titles, locust invasion, bloodthirsty butcher. Currently Sue's heartfelt submission ability is bound to 15 people, and all 3 attributes have surpassed 400 points. At this point, Sue is the embodiment of invincibility. I truly feel terrifyingly powerful now. I never imagined that humanity could possess such horrifying attribute values. Should I marvel at the power of abilities, or should I praise the strength of the system? Sue once again headed to Chuling University to prepare for the final cleanup. After today, there would no longer be any zombies in the university, and he wouldn't need to visit every day. Xingyang, are the teachers safe? Sue asked Zhao Xingyang. Zhao Xingyang nodded. Don't worry, boss. I've arranged everything. The teachers are currently safe in the dormitory where I live, and I've left some people to protect them, so nothing will happen. Sue nodded in satisfaction. Very good. After today, all the zombies in Chuling University will be cleared out, and you will have new tasks afterwards. Xingyang smiled. Just arrange everything, boss. We will follow your lead. Let's set off and clean up all the zombies as soon as possible. Sue said lightly. The final day of cleanup had begun. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon, all the zombies at Chuling University had been cleared away, and everyone could walk out of the building openly without fear. Sue looked at everyone and said, "For managers will stay behind while the rest of you should gather the corpses of the zombies and burn them to prevent pollution in the campus environment and the spread of the virus. Additionally, a team of ability users should patrol the campus to check for any left-behind zombies." Hearing Sue's command, everyone began to act. Now that there were no zombie attacks, smiles appeared on everyone's faces, no longer worrying about being attacked. "Boss, is there something you want us to do since you kept us here?" Sun Hao asked curiously. Sue nodded. "Yes, the campus is now stable, and I may not come here every day, so you 4 will manage this place most of the time. If you encounter any trouble, feel free to come find me." "Where should we find you, boss?" Zhao Xingyang scratched his head. Sue raised an eyebrow. "In the villa area, just over 10 kilometers away. If the network hadn't gone down, you could have just called me." Upon mentioning the phone, Zhao Xingyang's eyes lit up, and he immediately ran into the dormitory building. A few minutes later, he returned with a package. "Boss, here you go." Zhao Xingyang handed the package to Sue. Sue took the item out and discovered it contained 6 satellite phones. A look of joy appeared on Sue's face. "Can these satellite phones still be used?" Zhao Xingyang nodded. "Yes, we've tested them. I remembered these when you mentioned the phone." Sue smiled, knowing that with these 6 satellite phones, he would only need to come back when problems arose. He took out 2 satellite phones and handed them to Zhao Xingyang, keeping the other 4 for himself. "These 2 satellite phones will stay here for you to use, and I'll take the rest. You can call me if you encounter any trouble, and I will come back quickly." Zhao Xingyang took the satellite phone and asked, "Boss, what should we do next?" Sue replied, In the next few days, you should organize everyone. I will give you 10,000 first-level corpse crystals, and each of you can take 100 to break through to the second level. Also distribute some corpse crystals to help those who perform well awaken their abilities and break through, and keep some as future rewards. After saying this, He took out a bag of corpse crystals and handed it to the four of them. The four of them excitedly accepted the corpse crystals as it was the first time they had seen such a large bag, and they were about to break through to the second level together as the joint managers of Chutang University. In addition, send some of those who are not good at fighting to assist the two teachers from the agricultural college in cultivating food and vegetables. This is our top priority. The four nodded, clearly understanding Ye's intentions. Relying solely on the supplies within Chutang University could not sustain them for long. Even if they went outside to collect some supplies, it would be a drop in the bucket. Only self-sufficiency could ensure sustainable development. By the way, boss, can we go outside to gather some supplies or bring back some survivors? Sun Hao asked. Ye smiled and nodded. Of course, this is also a task I'll assign to you. As long as you find beautiful women and bring them back to me, you will receive second-level corpse crystals. After you rank up, you can even get higher-level corpse crystals. The four stared at Ye in disbelief, never expecting that he would actually offer second-level corpse crystals as a reward, and that they could receive even higher-level corpse crystals in the future. As long as they had enough second-level corpse crystals, they could break through to second level and even higher levels. The boss is a hero, definitely deserving of more beautiful women. We promise to help the boss collect countless beauties and send them to you. You don't need to send them to me. Just keep them here after you find them, and when there are enough, call me to take them away together. Also, I don't recommend you go too far now. Ma Wenhua looked puzzled. Why not, boss? There are so many of us here. What is there to be afraid of outside? Ye chuckled softly. Do you think you are very powerful now? The zombies outside are even more numerous than those inside the school, and the number of second-level zombies is continually increasing. If you go too far, you could easily lose your life. Ma Wenhua smiled awkwardly. I thought the situation here at the school was already dangerous enough, though I didn't expect it to be even more dangerous outside. Of course, outside not only are the zombies dangerous, but humans are even more so. You could easily be ambushed by other survivors, and you might also encounter other shelters. So for now, explore the vicinity of Chutang University, gather all supplies back to the campus, and bring back all survivors you encounter. If there are any who refuse to obey, kill them without wasting words. This is not a nursing home. Everyone who comes here must obey orders. Ye slowly outlined his plans for this base. Don't be stingy with the corpse crystals. The sooner we create more ability users, the faster we can seize the surrounding supplies. The increase in ability users will also help us gather corpse crystals faster. In this apocalypse, the strength of ordinary people is worthless. When I become truly powerful, even firearms will struggle to kill us. Boss, can your current strength withstand firearms? Zhao Xingyang asked curiously. Ye scoffed. Unless the military launches a nuclear bomb at me, without my knowledge, no one can kill me. Even now, the military is overwhelmed and many military systems have collapsed. So here no one is my opponent, and in the future it will be even more so. What Ye said was not just self-praise, it was indeed the truth. His attributes were way too high, and his ability star gods I allowed him to perceive everything within a 300-meter radius. His own attributes had exceeded 400 points with astounding reflexes. Even if a shell were to attack him, he could sense it before it hit, using telekinesis to slow its speed, and then flying away to a safe position. Even if he were injured, he could use super speed regeneration to heal, so saying he was invincible was not an exaggeration. Bullets which were less powerful than shells were not a concern at all. Those shot at him would not even penetrate his telekinetic field, and would be stopped midair. Thus, except for nuclear bombs and other large-scale thermal weapons, it was impossible to kill Ye, let alone threaten him. The four looked at Ye with admiration, as his power had completely surpassed their understanding of strength. Those who assist me shall be considered my own. From now on, no one will dare to bully the people here. If you find yourselves unable to defeat your opponents, simply call me, and I will handle it. However, there are several points you must bear in mind. As Ye spoke, his tone suddenly turned cold, and the four of them focused their full attention on him. Boss, we are all listening. Ye said solemnly. Although there are no laws to bind us in this apocalyptic world, I hope you will not indulge in senseless killings, arson, or looting. You may freely take anything that is ownerless, but when it comes to women and children, do your best to avoid violence. If they are willing, you can bring them back here. Zhao Xingyang instantly appeared troubled. But boss, how do we distinguish between good people and others? What if they try to ambush us? Wouldn't it be easier to just kill them? Ye scoffed. When you are strong enough, who would dare to strike at you first? Of course, I am not saying you should just stand there and take hits. When facing vicious people, we must be even more ruthless than they are. The four of them trembled slightly, a sense of boldness taking root in their hearts. Boss, we understand now. We will bring back the weak and develop them as our own, and we will eliminate the other villains, take their women, and seize their resources. Zhao Xingyang said in a deep voice. Ye nodded in satisfaction. Very good, just like that. You four must manage this place well. It's possible that it could become the largest sanctuary in Chutang City. We will definitely manage it well, and soon the entire Tsuling city will be at your command, boss, the four of them said respectfully. Su-Yi waved his hand. All right, I leave this to you. Put more effort into cultivating food, as that will be our future capital. After that, Su-Yi left Tsuling University. With this base established, he could relax a lot, and many tasks no longer required his direct involvement. Moreover, once the crops were cultivated, he wouldn't have to worry about food shortages and could enjoy fresh vegetables every day. However, what troubled Su-Yi the most was whether the outbreak of the zombie virus would affect those crops, and if they would still be edible. In that case, I can only find some animals or people to test it. If what we grow turns out to be inedible, humanity is doomed. Who the hell created this virus? Su-Yi could only silently curse. His understanding was still too shallow to grasp the fundamental cause of the apocalypse. Even during those first 3 days of the apocalypse, when the internet was still functional, there were no significant reports, just some news of terrifying events and statements from the military, which were utterly useless. Lost in thought, Su-Yi returned to the villa area. As soon as he landed, Han Yue and the others approached him. Ego, why are you back so early today? Have you finished the matters at Tsuling University? Han Yue asked curiously. Su-Yi smiled and nodded. Exactly, I have completely taken control of Tsuling University. They can now develop freely without my daily supervision. Han Yue immediately became excited. Then he, good, does that mean you can stay at home every day? Su-Yi lightly smirked. Am I to understand that you're hinting at something? Hearing this, Han Yue shrank her neck and hid behind Ye Chutang. No, that's not what I meant. I just meant that Ego can take a good rest without going out. Su-Yi walked towards the villa. I thought you were trying to seduce me, but after all that you just said this. He sat down on the sofa and took out a bottle of drink. Ego, you accomplished something significant today. Shouldn't we celebrate it? Ye Chutang said with a smile. Su-Yi agreed, realizing it was indeed the case. After all, it took him nearly a week to gain control of Tsuling University, and it was worth celebrating. Tonight, we're throwing a barbecue party in the villa area. Each villa will receive several barbecue grills, and will provide unlimited food and drinks for everyone to enjoy. Upon hearing Su-Yi's words, everyone was so excited that they nearly jumped up. It had been half a month since the apocalypse began. Although they had not had to worry about food and drink since following Su-Yi, they had only eaten hot pot once and had never had barbecue. This was not the life of modern people. Now they could finally enjoy delicious barbecue again, and everyone was thrilled. The excitement was greater than when they had barbecued before the apocalypse. While other survivors were still struggling to survive in various places, Su-Yi was happily barbecuing with over 200 beautiful ladies in the villa area. If others learned of this, they would surely attack. As night fell, the villa area was brightly lit with dozens of people gathered downstairs in every occupied villa, joyfully barbecuing. Because of Su-Yi's promise of unlimited food and drinks, everyone indulged in eating. Plates of beef, lamb, pork belly, various fish balls, meatballs, and seafood were brought to the table. Of course, vegetarian options were also plentiful. Corn, leeks, mushrooms, eggplants, potatoes, and lettuce were skewered and placed on the grill. Oh, how delightful. I can't even tell if this is the apocalypse anymore. Aside from not being able to play on my phone or computer, everything else is just like before. Plus, there's a movie room, a game room, and a swimming pool, which is much happier than my previous life. A girl said joyfully. Another girl with a baby face had her mouth full of barbecue with both hands clutching skewers as she devoured them. Inging, can you eat a little less? Although Ego said it's unlimited, there's no need to eat like this. Aren't you afraid that Ego won't like you if you gain weight? A woman named Lu Menghan adjusted her forehead. Inging awkwardly smiled. I haven't had barbecue in so long that I just couldn't help myself. But I don't need to worry about gaining weight because I have a body type that doesn't gain weight no matter how much I eat. Lu Menghan showed a look of envy. I really envy you. I can't do that. If I eat too much meat, I'll gain weight. Since the beginning, I've only had 2 skewers of meat. Following Ego means no worries about food and drink. There will be plenty of opportunities like this in the future. You shouldn't envy me, it should be the others who envy us. Inging said with a grin. Lu Menghan nodded. You're right. I am most grateful to Ego now. If it weren't for him, I would still be at the school cafeteria drinking wind. Inging shook her head. No, I am most grateful to my parents. Thanks to them, I have this face and figure close to 90 points, otherwise Ego would not look at me. Now I don't have to rush for the early class, worry about finding a job after graduation, or dread the life of a corporate slave. This place is my paradise. I was just about to graduate from my senior year and officially become a worker. But then fortune smiled upon me, and I became a guest woman. Now I don't have to attend classes or go to work, I just need to eat and drink every day. It's so enjoyable. Let's raise a glass to thank Ego for choosing us. Let's clink our glasses. At a barbecue gathering, Zhao Xiaoxue and a few women continuously grilled oysters and lamb kidneys for Su-Yi, and when they got greasy, they would eat some chives to cleanse their palates. Waking up in an unfamiliar room in the morning, Su-Yi found a serene girl lying beside him. As soon as he moved, the girl woke up. Brother, you're awake. Aren't you going to rest a bit longer? The girl said sweetly. Su-Yi gently shook his head. No need, you should rest well today. Absorb these corpse crystals, and once you do, you'll become an ability user. Thank you, brothery. You're so good to Inging, the girl said shyly as she accepted the corpse crystals. Su-Yi smiled, gently ruffled her hair. and said, "Continue resting, you'll be on my way." The girl obediently nodded and lay back down to rest. Returning to Ye Chutang's villa, breakfast was already prepared and laid out on the dining table. "Brother, how did you feel last night? Did you feel your blood boiling?" Zhao Xiaoxue blinked and asked. Sui glanced at her. "Want to know? Forget it. You should go find Chutang. She's now a tier 3 ability user and can definitely match you in a contest." Zhao Xiaoxue said with a smile. Just then Ye Chutang came down from upstairs. "I just woke up and heard someone wants to sell me out." "Xiaoxue, you really are making enemies everywhere." Ye Chutang teased. Zhao Xiaoxue pouted. "I didn't sell you out, I was just stating the truth. You are now on the same level as Brother Yi. Even if you can't confront him directly, you can definitely hold your own in a match." Ye Chutang ate her breakfast, trying to ease the awkwardness. "What do you mean hold your own, and in a match? I don't understand. Can you not say things that might be misinterpreted so early in the morning? Oh, now you're pretending to be innocent. Usually you're the loudest, even louder than you weigh." Zhao Xiaoxue teased. Ye Chutang's hand, which was holding her breakfast, froze in midair, and then her face began to redden. She dropped her breakfast and ran back upstairs. "I'm still not fully awake. I'm going to take a quick nap." Zhao Xiaoxue covered her mouth and chuckled. She actually feels shy. Clearly, she was the first one to take the initiative. Sui ate his breakfast while also claiming today's rewards. Prize quality upgrade voucher. One-time item quality upgrade voucher can upgrade the quality of drawn items. Each voucher can only be used once. Sui stared at the prize in a daze. This was the first time he had drawn such a one-time item. And according to the description of the quality upgrade voucher, he could even upgrade the drawn items. To verify his guess, Sui immediately used it after claiming his reward. Ding, the quality upgrade voucher has been used successfully. Mental power ability has been upgraded to divine mental power ability. Divine mental power, an advanced ability of ordinary mental power with strength and control range 5 times that of mental power, and the consumption speed of the ability is half that of mental power. Sui was completely astonished by the upgraded divine mental power. Strong. So strong. If the control strength is 5 times that of mental power, it means Sui can now fly with up to 500 people at once, while previously he had to make 3 trips to carry the 248 women. Now he only needs to do it once. Moreover, the control range of divine mental power is 5 times that of mental power. If mental power has a range of 50 meters, then divine mental power has a range of 250 meters. Currently, the exploration range of his star god, I, is only 300 meters, so Sui can now point and strike at will within that range. What Sui loves most is the consumption speed of divine mental power, which is surprisingly only half that of mental power. With enhanced strength and range, yet reduced consumption, it's truly a bug-level ability. Sui could only marvel, and place the system is amazing. The reason Sui chose to upgrade his mental power ability first is that his current attack methods are primarily based on mental power, and upgrading it would greatly enhance his strength. Aside from mental power, Sui had initially considered upgrading the ability of heartfelt submission, but the introduction of this ability stated that its quality cannot be improved. If heartfelt submission could also be upgraded, it would definitely be his first choice, as it significantly enhances the 3 attributes and becomes quite terrifying when stacked. However, the surprises brought by upgrading mental power have already been substantial. In the next moment, Sui activated divine mental power, and a small stone over 200 meters outside the villa suddenly flew up, heading towards a beautiful girl who was taking a stroll. Ouch! The girl covered her butt and exclaimed, then turned to look around, finally fixing her gaze on her friend who was walking with her. "Lu Rian, was that you who threw a stone at me just now?" the girl asked fiercely. The girl named Lu Rian looked confused. "Xin Yue, if you have a problem, go to the hospital. I was right next to you walking together. How could I have thrown a stone at your butt?" Xin Yue's face turned red. "But there's only the 2 of us here. Who else could it be? I think you're just jealous that Brother Yi chose me last night, and not you, and you want to take revenge on me." Lu Rian also flushed with anger. "You're talking nonsense. I said it wasn't me, so it wasn't me. And even if Brother Yi chose you last night, so what? He didn't even stay at your place. What are you proud of? You're just jealous of me. If you don't apologize today, don't expect me to forgive you." Xin Yue gritted her teeth. Lu Rian placed her hands on her hips. "Even if I die outside today, I won't apologize to you. And if Brother Yi hadn't been drunk last night, why would he have chosen you? Who doesn't know that I, Lu Rian, was almost one of the 4 school flowers of Chu Ling? What do you have to compete with me?" Xin Yue's face turned dark, her eyes glaring with resentment at Lu Rian. "All you can do is flaunt that. What would happen if Brother Yi found out you've had many boyfriends? What if he knew that during your 4 years in college you were tangled up with different men?" Lu Rian's face instantly turned pale. "Yue, I'm sorry. I threw a stone at you just now because I was jealous of you. And although I've had many boyfriends, we never crossed that line, so I'm still clean. Please don't tell Brother Yi about this, okay?" Xin Yue smiled triumphantly. "Miss Lu admitted it so quickly. I thought you were going to act tough. How many boyfriends you've had is none of my business. Whether you're clean or not has nothing to do with me. If you try to take action against me again in the future, don't blame me." After saying that, Xin Yue covered her butt and walked away, leaving Lu Rian stamping her feet in anger. "Who the hell set me up? If I find out, I'll definitely seduce him and then ruthlessly dump him, making him realize how treacherous people's hearts can be. Lu Rian cursed angrily. The grand play concluded, yet the instigator Su Yi feasted lavishly on breakfast in the villa. Brother Yi, you're so bad. Zhao Xiaoxua looked at Su Yi with disdain. Su Yi smirked slightly. They say if a man isn't bad, a woman won't love him. So if you say I'm bad, does that mean you love me? Zhao Xiaoxua rolled her eyes at him. Brother Yi, you have quite the potential to be a typical male narcissist. Su Yi set down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth. Zhao Ziox's rations will be halved from now on, and her workload doubled. Hearing this, Zhao Ziox's face instantly turned the color of pig liver. Brother Yi, I was wrong. I'm just a typical female, please don't cut my rations, Zhao Xiaoxua pleaded pitifully. Su Yi burst into laughter. I'm a typical male, you're a typical female, we make a perfect pair. In that case, let's have the rations for 3 days. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yi flew away, leaving Zhao Xiaoxua sitting at the dining table with a bitter melon face. Ha ha, Zhao Xiaoxua, you finally got your comeuppance. I knew your mouth would one day offend Brother Yi. Lin Shiyun mocked. Li Qianqian moved closer to Zhao Xiaoxua to comfort her. Sister Xiaoxua, don't be sad. It's just a halving of rations for 3 days, consider it a diet. Then can you give me your half? Zhao Xiaoxua asked softly. Li Qianqian immediately sat back down. No way, I'm still growing. I can't eat less, otherwise Sister Xiaoxua, you'll just have to keep being sad. Zhao Xiaoxua then turned her gaze to Ye Chuyu. Ye Chuyu immediately shook her head. I can't afford it either. I'm only 18 and my body hasn't fully developed yet. 3 days, 9 meals, eating half each time, how could I not lose several pounds? Zhao Xiaoxua said with a grievance. Han Yue frowned. Sister Xiaoxua, you've gained weight recently. What's wrong with eating less? Zhao Xiaoxua looked at her little belly. I might as well go back to sleep. That way I won't feel hungry as quickly and eating less won't bother me. At this moment, Su Yi was soaring hundreds of meters in the sky. His outing was partly to gather some supplies and partly to scout the surroundings for any third-year zombies. Now with more and more women around Su Yi, the demand for resources was immense. If he didn't hurry to collect more supplies, how would he feed his women? While flying, Su Yi spotted a supermarket and went into loot. In just half an hour, he had emptied 3 small supermarkets and taken down many zombies. To Su Yi's surprise, there were particularly many second-tier zombies during this outing, far more than when he rescued Du Qingwan. Last time Su Yi found only 7 second-tier zombies in one afternoon, but this time in just half an hour he had already collected over 20 second-tier zombie crystals. Zombies are evolving faster and faster. The proportion of second-tier zombies has notably increased. I really wonder what third-tier zombies look like and how powerful they are. As Su Yi flew, he arrived at a wholesale market, the most famous in Xuling City, known as Furong Street Wholesale Market. This street is long-lined with stores dealing in wholesale. Before the apocalypse, it was always bustling with people, with many small vendors wholesaling goods. But now it was desolate, the entire street empty, only a few wandering zombies visible. Su Yi came here because he had his eyes on the food reserves. This area had dense housing and a considerable population, so there were many stores wholesaling rice and flour. Additionally, some agricultural merchants sold sweet potatoes and potatoes, which could be stored for long periods. Su Yi had already gathered several thousand kilograms upon arrival. As Su Yi opened the door of a shop, what greeted his eyes was a mountain of rice and flour. Wow, so much rice and flour. This must be nearly 1,000 tons. With these I can definitely support a few more women. Su Yi looted shop after shop, each time his joy grew. A warehouse full of potatoes and sweet potatoes. Countless various brands of alcohol, including Su Yi's favorite Budweiser. Boxes upon boxes of noodles, instant noodles, and ham sausages were taken by Su Yi. With each shop he passed, one would be emptied. Su Yi also spotted several fruit wholesale stores, but many of the fruits inside had rotted. He only took the apples, pomelos, pomegranates, cantaloupes, and some well-preserved watermelons. Su Yi also found a bottled water wholesale store with hundreds of thousands of boxes of bottled water in its warehouse and a basement full of barrels of water. Due to concerns that the virus outbreak would contaminate the water supply, Su Yi and his women drank the bottled water they had collected earlier while using the underground water from the villa area for washing. At this point, Su Yi had already looted most of Furong Street, taking everything regardless of availability. Not even the clothes from clothing stores were spared, and he even took items needed by women during their periods. Just as Su Yi was looting a bedding wholesale store, 8 survivors suddenly entered his area of investigation. Leading the group was a woman extraordinarily beautiful. This was the first time Su Yi had seen a woman who could be described with muscular grace. Her legs were long and straight, her waist slender, her firm and perky buttocks showcased a captivating curve. The lines on her flat abdomen were subtly visible, exuding a vitality and healthy beauty. She must be a fitness enthusiast or a trainer without a doubt. Such a figure is alluring. She is definitely mine. Su Yi quickly abandoned the unfinished sheets and pillows and rushed over. The survivors were happily gathering food, each carrying a bag already stuffed to the brim. Sister Vera, we finally made it safely to Furong Street this time. With some of this food, our community can hold on for a while longer. Vera was also quite pleased. She was originally a fitness instructor, and after the zombie outbreak, she had killed many zombies with her exceptional combat skills. By chance, she also awakened a physical ability, her physical strength being extraordinarily powerful, allowing her to take down groups of people even barehanded. She had further improved herself by collecting zombie crystals reaching close to the level of a second-tier ability user, and her strength could already be considered second-tier. Yes, we previously tried several times to break out of the community, and this time we finally succeeded. We need to gather more supplies focusing mainly on high-calorie items. Vera replied with a smile. Thanks to Sister Vera's strength, her power is comparable to that of 7 or 8 men. If it weren't for her, I fear many people in our community wouldn't have survived. A man sighed. Vera just smiled helplessly. Don't call me Sister Vera, you're all older than me, you're making me feel old. The man who spoke earlier awkwardly scratched his head. Isn't it because Sister Vera is so powerful? After all, this is the apocalypse, and the strong are respected. What is strong is respected. What a strong figure to behold. Su-Yi smiled as he leisurely approached them, his steps seemingly slow, yet arriving before them in the blink of an eye. The group immediately eyed Su-Yi warily, each hiding their backpacks behind them. Su-Yi, however, paid them no mind, stating, There's no need to be nervous. If I wanted to kill you, you wouldn't survive 3 breaths. Vera nervously bit her lip, having sensed Su-Yi's power as he approached. As a pure physical ability user, she had a strong control over her body, yet even she could not achieve the perfect mastery of every inch of flesh as Su-Yi did, highlighting the man's extraordinary attributes. My friend, we have had no unpleasantness between us. Why do you block our path? Vera asked cautiously. Su-Yi smirked, saying, I am not blocking your path. I heard everything you just said, so I want to offer you a chance to choose. A chance to choose? Vera pointed at herself, looking puzzled. What do you mean? I want you to be my woman, Su-Yi stated bluntly. The group erupted in anger. Vera was their leader, the one who had rescued them and cleared the building of zombies to protect them. Now with Su-Yi insulting Vera, how could they stand by? You will not insult Sister Vera. In the next moment, the 3 men behind Vera dropped their bags and charged at Su-Yi with knives too quick for Vera to stop them. However, just a few steps forward, a glinting flying knife hovered above their foreheads. The 3 men turned pale, beads of cold sweat already forming on their foreheads. Su-Yi maintained a calm smile, stating, I told you if I wanted to kill you, you wouldn't survive 3 breaths. Just stand quietly and do not act foolishly. Vera clenched her delicate fists, frowning at Su-Yi. My friend, don't you think you are being too insulting? Not only are you asking me to be your woman in front of others, but you are also threatening my companions with flying knives. Vera spoke in a low voice. Su-Yi gently beckoned 3 flying knives back to his side, saying, I always enjoy listening to beautiful women. You see, the moment you spoke, I released them. I'm being nice to you. At this moment, Vera wanted to curse. If this could be considered kindness, then there were no good people left in the world. What do you really want? We only have some food in our backpacks, and there are so many stores here that you can take what you want freely. If all of this is your property, we can return the food in our backpacks to you. No way. We worked hard to get here. What will happen to the others without this food? A man exclaimed angrily. Vera turned to look at him. We can find more food, but we cannot lose anyone. The man clearly wanted to speak further, but bowed his head under Vera's warning gaze. I don't want your food. You can take as much food as you want from here, but you must be my woman, Su-Yi said indifferently. Vera's previously good upbringing began to crumble bit by bit. Are you insane? This is only our first meeting. Just because there are no laws to bind you now does not mean you can burn, kill, and loot at will or force women. Su-Yi, upon hearing this, was not angry. I am merely offering you a choice for all of you. This is just a transaction. Vera gritted her teeth, glaring at Su-Yi. What transaction? Be clear. The 9 flying knives circled slowly around Su-Yi, their cold glint intimidating everyone present. If you become my woman, I will ensure your needs are met and help you grow stronger. The others can also find safety in my shelter and live peacefully, Su-Yi stated calmly. Vera's anger was still simmering. How can we trust you? How can you convince us? Su-Yi smiled slightly, then all the doors of the nearby stores swung open and items began to fly out one by one, all collected into Su-Yi's spatial storage. The 8 people stared at the seemingly divine Su-Yi in terror, unconsciously swallowing hard. In just a few minutes, everything had been emptied by Su-Yi, and they could only see boxes of ham, sausages, instant noodles, beer, and many clothes and daily necessities suddenly disappearing as they approached Su-Yi. Are you human or a ghost? Vera asked, her voice trembling. Su-Yi, holding a flying knife, looked at her with a hint of exasperation. Of course I'm human. Oh, otherwise why would I want you to be my woman? But everyone only has one ability. Your exquisite muscle control when you walked over implies you should have a physical ability, and your control over flying knives shows you possess telekinesis or similar powers. The way those supplies vanished when they got close to you indicates you have spatial abilities. How can one person possess 3 abilities? Vera said in disbelief. Su-Yi smirked. If I weren't strong enough, why would I want you to be my woman? How could I establish a shelter for 5,000 people? 5,000? It's only been a little over half a month since the apocalypse began. Oh, how could anyone establish a shelter for 5,000? Vera was nearly at her breaking point. Su-Yi chuckled lightly. This is just a little thing I've put together in a week. There's no need to be too surprised. Once you become my woman, that shelter will belong to you as well. Vera swallowed hard and tentatively asked, what will you do if I refuse you? The moment she finished speaking, the flying knife spinning on Su-Yi's fingertips suddenly came to a halt. Those who refuse me generally do not end well. Have you really thought this through? Su-Yi asked coldly. Vera grimaced, but I don't like you. There won't be any love between us. What good result can come from being forced together? I don't need you to like me. My liking you is enough, Su-Yi replied with a smile. Vera's face was filled with conflict. To her, Su-Yi seemed like a devil. His unparalleled strength and mysterious demeanor made it clear, though he claimed it was a choice, he only offered one option. How could he bully her like this? Vera forced a smile. I know we cannot be your match. If we resist, it will only lead to our deaths. But I still want to know why you're so fixated on me. While there are few survivors, there are certainly many prettier than me, and you could easily find someone else. From the moment I laid eyes on you, I was enamored with your appearance. Entering into a transaction with me is not a loss for you. Besides, I'm showing you a lot of respect. If it comes to it, you would already be lying in my bed. Su-Yi said indifferently. Upon hearing this, Vera seemed to deflate completely, her previously clenched fists now entirely relaxed. Vera's face was filled with bitterness. Ever since she awakened her abilities, she had never encountered this situation. Now she could neither resist nor refuse. Did she have no choice but to accept and become a mere plaything? Oh, this tragic world. Sister Vera, I think this person is powerful, and the shelter has over 5,000 people. He would be entirely suitable as our brother-in-law. Why don't you just agree? A man said softly. The three men who had rushed out also cleared their throats and said, Shaoli is right. There are only a few dozen people in our community. The food we bring back is just a drop in the bucket. We exerted great effort to get here, and whether we can succeed next time is still uncertain. I agree to him being our brother-in-law. Vera looked at the two of them in disbelief. Do you all hope that I will become his woman this much? The two men showed a hint of embarrassment on their faces. We just think he is powerful and suitable for you, Sister Vera, and this is a good opportunity to save everyone in our community. The man explained. Vera looked weakly at Su-Yi. Can you promise that you will keep your word? Su-Yi nodded with a smile. Everything I say will be done. Su-Yi would never stoop to deceive a woman. So you're just forcing a woman, Vera thought to herself. I am willing to become your woman, but I hope you can first take the people from our community to your shelter. Vera said. Upon hearing the word willing, Su-Yi felt relieved. Of course, but we need to wait until I finish taking the supplies here before I can send them over. You don't mind, do you? Vera shook her head. That's fine as long as you keep your promise. Next, several people followed Su-Yi, watching in astonishment as he waved his hand and emptied an entire store of goods. It turned out he hadn't even used his full strength yet. In less than an hour, Su-Yi emptied all the supplies from Furong Street. The 8 of them looked at their small backpacks and could only smile bitterly. He truly looked down on such meager supplies. All right, the supplies have been taken. Now it's time to head to your community. Next, you need to guide me. Su-Yi turned back and said. In the next moment, all 8 of them followed Su-Yi into the air. Up. They began to scream in panic. Su-Yi impatiently chided. What are you screaming for? It's so noisy. It's just flying. Hurry up and show me the way. The group quickly covered their mouths and pointed in a direction with trembling hands. Su-Yi accelerated and flew forward, reaching the community they mentioned in less than a minute. Su-Yi looked at them, feeling speechless. It was only a little over 1,000 meters. Oh, why was it so difficult for them? Their combat strength was too low. Su-Yi slowly landed, and as soon as they landed, the others squatted on the ground and began to vomit, nearly bringing up their last meal. Can you be a little tougher? You look like a bunch of useless people. Su-Yi complained. The others felt bitter. This was a speed of 80 meters per second. That 20 seconds had nearly taken their lives, and the wind on their faces felt like knives. Vera, unlike them, did not appear embarrassed. Her physique was quite strong. After flying, she only felt a bit uncomfortable. All right, let's hurry up, my time is precious. Su-Yi said impatiently. Vera cautiously tugged at Su-Yi's sleeve. There are quite a few zombies ahead, and some particularly strong ones. Shouldn't we be careful and go around them? Su-Yi couldn't be bothered to listen to such nonsense. There were only a few zombies. What could they do to make him Su-Yi take a detour? 9 flying knives shot out from his spatial storage, hovering around the group. Whenever a zombie approached, it would be instantly decapitated, and the zombie crystal would return to Su-Yi's hand along with the flying knife. The others watched in awe, afraid to breathe. It was terrifying. No zombie could withstand a single flying knife from him, and the zombies couldn't even enter a 10-meter radius around him. At this moment, Vera felt a headache coming on. What kind of existence had she provoked? Was it really possible for someone to become a god among men? He claimed he was just a person, but how could one person possibly have 4 types of abilities, or even more? Moreover, as Su-Yi fought, Vera noticed a layer of barely perceptible blood-red mist swirling around him. As the mist thickened, it seemed to enhance his strength further. Was he really still human? Su-Yi led the group directly into the community, and the survivors inside rushed out as soon as they heard the commotion. Su-Yi scanned the area. There were a total of 43 people, and with the 8 from Vera, that made 51 in total. Among them were several people over 50 years old and 7 or 8 children. Are all the people here? Sui asked. Vera nodded gently. There are 51 survivors in our community, all here. The people inside the community were unaware of what had happened, and a few of them wanted to ask questions. A woman quietly approached Vera and asked, Vera, what on earth happened? Didn't you go to find supplies? Why did you bring someone back? He is someone we met while looking for supplies. He said he could take us to his shelter to live, Vera explained. Everyone immediately became excited, treating Sui as their savior. This young man is what Vera said true. Can you really take us to your shelter? A man asked, gathering his courage. Sui nodded lightly. I came here to take you to my shelter. But let me make it clear, the shelter is not a retirement home. Everyone needs to work and follow the rules. There is no free ride. Everyone nodded in unison. Thank you, young man, we understand. We are all willing to work and accept your management. They all said respectfully. Sui nodded in satisfaction. I will give you 10 minutes to pack your things. Try to bring all the necessary daily supplies. I can help you hold them temporarily. Once 10 minutes is up, I will take you to my shelter. Upon hearing Sui's words, everyone immediately scattered and ran into the building to start packing their things. Sui noticed Vera hadn't moved and curiously asked, Don't you have anything to pack? Vera looked at Sui with some frustration. Now that I've become your woman, you wouldn't begrudge me even these daily necessities, would you, eh? Sui smiled. Good awareness, you can take whatever you want. Now that you are my woman, your clothing, food, accommodation, and transportation are all my responsibility. You can enjoy yourself without worry. Vera turned her head, no longer paying attention to Sui. After all, she surely had not consulted the almanac before going out today. After finally reaching Furong Street, she suddenly became this devil's woman. This is really too much. 10 minutes later, everyone stood outside the apartment building with bags of all sizes. Sorry, is it a bit too much? A woman said somewhat apologetically. Sui shook his head. It's fine. Is everyone here? Once everyone arrives, we'll set off. We're all here. With a wave of his hand, Sui stored everyone's luggage into his spatial pocket. I've taken care of your things. He'll return them to you once we arrive. Now let's set off. With that, Sui led everyone into the sky, heading towards Tsuling University. It's only about 30 kilometers to Tsuling University, and at Sui's speed, it wouldn't take 10 minutes. Soon Sui landed within Tsuling University. Vela looked at Sui in surprise. Tsuling University is your shelter. Sui nodded. That's right. Is there a problem? I heard there are 50,000 students at Tsuling University, and you have 5,000 survivors here, so there are still over 40,000 zombies on campus. Are you sure you've cleared them all? Vela asked incredulously. Sui looked at Vela as if she were foolish. Did you think I spent the past week napping? Sui directly took these people to find Zhao Xingyang so he could make arrangements. Boss, what brings you here today? Is there something going on? Zhao Xingyang asked in surprise upon seeing Sui. Sui tilted his head. These are the survivors I've encountered. Please make the arrangements. Zhao Xingyang immediately nodded. No problem, I'll arrange them right away. Is there anything else you need, boss? Nothing else, I just came to deliver them. It's time for me to leave now. Sui said lightly. He then handed everyone their luggage and left with Vela. Hey brother, who is your boss? How can he be so strong? A man asked curiously. Zhao Xingyang replied coldly. You don't need to know about our boss matters. Just know that he is the owner of this shelter, and don't ask too many questions. Everyone immediately lowered their heads and followed Zhao Xingyang out. Hey, where are you taking me now? Vela asked curiously. Sui grinned wickedly. Taking you home to have babies. Are you happy? Vela's face instantly froze, and, not so soon, right? Sui gently lifted Vela's chin. Why not? I'm thinking about it since I was on Furong Street. Vela was so nervous, she was almost in tears, her hands tightly gripping her clothing. Seeing her pitiful appearance, Sui couldn't help but laugh. It's really fun to tease you. Don't worry, even if I wanted to, it wouldn't happen until tonight. You don't need to be concerned right now. Vela felt extremely humiliated as Sui always toyed with her emotions. So what are we doing now? Vela asked angrily. Sui suddenly stopped and looked at Vela. Are you still a first-tier ability user? Vela nodded. Yes, but I've absorbed over 80 first-tier zombie crystals already. I'm about to break through to the second tier. Sui took out 20 first-tier zombie crystals and handed them to Vela. Here are 20 first-tier zombie crystals. Once you absorb them, you'll be a second-tier ability user. Today, you'll gather enough second-tier zombie crystals for you to break through to the third tier. Vela stared at Sui blankly, momentarily forgetting to reach out and take them. Sui waved the crystals in front of her. What are you thinking? You aren't falling for me, are you? Vela angrily snatched the zombie crystals Sui offered. You idiot, don't think that giving me some benefits will make me like you. Anyway, I'm already your woman, so giving me these is only right. Sui nodded in satisfaction. I thought it would be that easy for you to fall under my charm, but it's good that you haven't. It would be too boring if I could tame you so easily. I actually enjoy the process of taming you. Vela's face turned redder. She was now completely convinced that Sui was the craziest, most typical and shameless man she had ever seen in her life. She angrily turned her head away from Sui and began absorbing the zombie crystals. To keep Vela quiet while she absorbed the crystals, Sui used his divine sense to guide her while searching for the traces of second-tier zombies. After just a few minutes, Vela successfully broke through to become a second-tier ability user. A joyful smile spread across her face as she felt the surge of power within her, and she was extremely satisfied. Originally based on her ability, it would have taken her at least 3 to 4 days to collect these zombie crystals, but now she had received them effortlessly. Vela secretly stole glances at Sue-Yi, and for a moment she thought Sue-Yi wasn't so bad after all. He was powerful, generous, and kept his promises. Sue-Yi also noticed Vela stealing glances at him. He suddenly turned his head to look at her. "Hey girl, you were just spying on me, and yet you say you haven't fallen for me." Vela rolled her eyes at Sue-Yi speechlessly. She thought to herself that this guy was the epitome of a typical man and a king among them. Truly, he had a big mouth. "Is this a breakthrough to the second tier?" Sue-Yi asked after assessing her. Vela nodded glumly, not wanting to say much. Sue-Yi took out 50 second-tier zombie crystals and handed them to Vela. "Continue absorbing. I only have 50 second-tier zombie crystals right now. I'll give you more once I collect them." Vela happily accepted the zombie crystals and quietly began to absorb them. It felt great to gain without effort. This was Vela's first time seeing that second-tier zombie crystals were actually black. With her strength, she found it relatively easy to defeat first-tier zombies, but if there were too many, she would have to run. If she encountered second-tier zombies, she could only flee without looking back, so this was her first time seeing second-tier zombie crystals. While absorbing the zombie crystals, Vela observed Sue-Yi, who was like a god of death, leaving a trail of fallen zombies in his wake. "Here, these are 20 crystals. You still need 30 more second-tier zombie crystals to break through to the third tier." Sue-Yi handed the crystals to Vela. She habitually accepted them and began to absorb them. The two continued like this until around 5 in the afternoon, when Vela successfully broke through to become a third-tier ability user. "That's great. I'm now a third-tier ability user. I feel like I could knock out a tiger with one punch." Vela exclaimed excitedly, raising her small fist. Sue-Yi smiled at this moment. "Punch me, so I can see your strength." Vela wore a sly smile, finally able to vent her previous grievances. Vela clenched her fist and struck at Sue-Yi with all her strength. Sue-Yi simply enveloped Vela's fist with his palm and felt her strength. "Not bad. Your physical attributes should be around 250 points. Normally third-tier ability users are about 200 points. Your strength is already quite impressive." Sue-Yi analyzed. Vela's fist was firmly held in Sue-Yi's palm, and no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't move it an inch. "Can you let go after your analysis?" Vela said with embarrassment and anger. She felt humiliated realizing that Sue-Yi was still squeezing her hand. "Your little hand is unexpectedly soft. Squeezing it feels so pleasant," Sue-Yi said with obvious enjoyment. He released her hand after a moment. He was quite satisfied with that sweet, yielding touch. "Sue-Yi, just how high are your 3 core attributes? Why did I awaken a physique ability, yet my strength isn't even as great as yours?" Vela asked with curiosity. "A little over 200 points higher than yours," Sue-Yi replied calmly. After last night's 5 consecutive peerless feats, all of his 3 core attributes had already climbed past 450 points. Rank 3rd tier. Constitution 462. Agility 457. Spirit 458. Abilities Xing Shun's, Iu Xinyan Force, Xingyue Qingfu Sincerely Subdued Bound 20, Flight, Hyper Regeneration. Titles Locust Crossing, Bloodthirsty Butcher. These were Sue-Yi's current stats. Even without awakening strength or physique powers, his 3 core attributes still far outstripped everyone else's. "Then why is your strength stronger than mine?" Vela pressed. "You'll know tonight," he answered. Vela cocked her head in puzzlement. "What do you mean? Why only tonight?" Sue-Yi's mouth curved. "Because night is when pleasurable things happen." Vela's mind went blank for a moment. "Pleasurable things? Like dinner," she ventured. Sue-Yi shook his head gently. "Of course not dinner. Then what is it? Can't you stop hinting and just say it?" Vela said a little huffy. "I'll eat you," Sue-Yi said. "Huh?" Vela's expression cracked piece by piece. "Tonight? Right now? Of course. Why would I save you for the new year?" Sue-Yi said bluntly. Vela pursed her lips and her expression dulled. "All right, I understand." Sue-Yi pinched Vela's fair cheek. "You are already my woman. This is something you will face sooner or later. There is nothing to be frightened of." Vela twisted her fingers together until the tips whitened. "We've only known each other a day, and I've never experienced that sort of thing before." Sue-Yi's eyes brightened. "That's perfect. If you don't know how, Brother Yi will teach you. I have plenty of experience." Vela froze. "You have a lot of experience." Sue-Yi nodded with pride. "Naturally. Wait until I take you home, and you'll see. There's still time now. Let's slay zombies for another hour, and then go back." Sue-Yi continued guiding Vela as they hunted second-tier zombies for corpse crystals and scavenged useful items. An hour passed quickly. Sue-Yi lifted Vela into his arms and flew upward into the sky. "Sue-Yi, isn't this the wrong direction for Chuling University? Weren't we going back there?" Vela asked in confusion. Sue-Yi shook his head. "Our home isn't at Chuling University. Chuling is only the shelter I set up. Our home is the villa district 30 kilometers away." Minutes later, they landed at the gate of a villa. Lin Shiyun and Li Qianqian immediately came out. "Wow, what a beautiful sister. Look at those perfect curves, that streamlined waist, and that peach." Li Qianqian gushed. Weila's face flushed crimson at once as she felt at a loss. Su, is that your sister? Why are they so enthusiastic? She asked awkwardly. No, I'm brother Yi's woman. Li Qianqian snapped back. Weila gaped, unsure what to say. This girl looked barely of age. Was Su Yi truly such a beast? At the sound, Ye Chutang, Han Yue and others also came out. Brother Yi, you're back? And you even brought such a beautiful woman with you, Ye Chutang said in surprise. Ye Chutang's surprise had nothing to do with Su Yi bringing a woman home. It was Weila's looks and figure that astonished her. A woman with such a body would be irresistible to any man. She found herself as a woman openly envious. Su Yi led Weila inside. Xiaoxue, is dinner ready? Xiaoxue shook her head. Not yet, but nearly. 10 more minutes or so. All right, keep cooking then. Li Qianqian chattered. Pretty sister Li Qianqian. What's your name? Introduce yourself to us. Weila forced a small smile. Hello everyone, my name is Weila. I'm 25. I used to be a fitness instructor. If any of you want training, you can come to me. Wow, sister Weila, you used to be a trainer. No wonder you look so fit. If I train with you, will I look like you too? Li Qianqian asked hopefully. Weila shook her head lightly. Exercise doesn't guarantee the same result for everyone, but training does improve physique and refine the Buddhist lines. Then will you train me, sister Weila? Li Qianqian pleaded. Me too, Lin Shiyun, Ye Chutang, and Du Qingwan quickly chimed in. Weila agreed one by one. No problem. If you want to work out, I'll teach you. Gu Yafei pinched the flesh on her belly. I've been overeating. It's time to exercise and lose a little weight. Lose weight? I like a bit of softness. It's fine by me, Su Yi said lightly. Gu Yafei's cheeks flushed. If brother Yi prefers me this way, I won't diet. He'll just exercise to stay busy. Weila's eyes widened at Gu Yafei's words. Yafei is also one of Su Yi's women. Gu Yafei looked puzzled. Of course, I'm not the only one. Everyone here is Su Yi's woman. Weila looked around in disbelief. Counting Zhao Xiaoxue in the kitchen, there were 12 women present. In other words, Su Yi already had 12 women, and she would be his 13th wife. Moreover, Weila noticed another girl who looked even younger than Li Qianqian. Whether she was of age was uncertain, she looked like a high schooler. So with me included, Su Yi already has 13 women. Weila asked, her body trembling. Lin Shiyun shook her head, then pointed to other villas whose lights were on. Far from it. There are over 200 more in the other villas. Weila sprang to her feet, her face collapsing with disbelief. Over 200. Su Yi has over 200 women, she screamed. Ye Chutang cleared her throat awkwardly. To be precise, 261. Weila nearly felt sick as she had thought this was the limit, but she had been naive. Su Yi collected so many women, and they were all breathtaking beauties. Did he treat the apocalypse like his private harem, taking women at will? Beast. 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 He was utterly beastly. What's so strange about it? I've protected them all, and now they're living happily. Su Yi said dismissively. Vera's chest heaved violently. Your protection is quite creative, you've even brought them to bed. Su Yi glanced at her, and replied indifferently. This is called close protection. Oh, it better demonstrates my sense of responsibility. At this moment, Vera was utterly speechless in front of Su Yi, a quintessentially oblivious man, utterly hopeless. Initially, she had a change of heart towards him due to his strength and generosity, but now she had almost no good feelings left for him. Vera angrily turned her head away, stubbornly refusing to speak. At this time, Zhao Ziox's dinner was also ready. Everyone come eat quickly, stop chatting. Everyone hurried to the table to eat, and Vera sat awkwardly among the crowd. Su Yi glanced at Zhao Xiaoxue, who was happily devouring her food. Xiaoxue, didn't you say your rations were cut in half? How come you're eating so much? Zhao Zioxu's hand holding the chopsticks froze instantly, and she looked at Su Yi with a pained expression. Brother Yi, I'm truly hungry tonight. Can't you let me have a few more bites? Su Yi shook his head lightly. Of course not. Since I said the rations are halved, they must be halved. Zhao Xiaoxue immediately felt wronged, and took small bites of her own rice. Vera, unable to tolerate Su Yi's domineering attitude, immediately spoke up. Su Yi, aren't you being too overbearing? All this dinner was made by Xiaoxue. You only need to sit there and wait to eat. Why shouldn't you let Xiaoxue eat her fill? Zhao Xiaoxue was startled by Vera's boldness. No one had dared to speak to Su Yi this way for a long time. Vera, stop it, it's my fault. I made a mistake this morning, which is why my rations were cut in half. Zhao Xiaoxue said anxiously. Well, Vera was momentarily at a loss for words. Su Yi looked at Vera with a slightly cold gaze. I'm the one in charge here. Tell me how I am being overbearing. Vera's face flushed red, but she didn't know what to say. If you have nothing to say, hurry up and eat. We still have serious matters to attend to after dinner. Vera wore a frown, facing the delicious dishes on the table, but having no appetite. Half an hour later, Su Yi finished his meal and went upstairs to take a shower. Vera sat on the sofa in the living room, her expression flustered. Ye Chutang also noticed Vera's unusual behavior. She patted her shoulder. Don't worry, it's nothing. We all went through this. Actually, brother Yi rarely gets angry. As long as you don't provoke him, he's quite easygoing. Xiaoxue is just a bit mouthy, which is why she angered brother Yi. Li Qianqian echoed. That's right, brother Yi hardly loses his temper. We've been here for almost half a month and haven't seen him angry. Today is the first time. Vera's previously anxious heart was instantly calmed. She then looked at the quiet Du Qingwan. Du Qingwan smiled. What they said is true. I used to be the boss of Brother Yi's company. Su Yi is indeed a very calm guy. He's highly capable and intelligent. You might have some misunderstandings about him. Vera's face showed confusion. Misunderstanding. What misunderstanding? Su Yi all by himself has 261 women. He is not the same person you all are talking about. Ye Chutang sighed helplessly. Vera, it seems you still don't understand the outside world. Right now zombies are everywhere, and every survivor lives in dire straits. If they can have even one meal, some people sell their wives and children, and cannibalism might even happen. You can ask the others here if they voluntarily became Brother Yi's women. Vera glanced around only to find everyone nodding. Then what about the other 200? I refuse to believe they are all willing. Vera said stubbornly. Xia Xining laughed. You're completely mistaken. They are indeed all willing. Impossible. Vera said with certainty. Jiang Mingqi, munching on snacks, explained, there's nothing impossible about it. Those 200 girls are students from Chuling University. Originally they were trapped in a few canteens by zombies and couldn't get out. Although they had enough food for a short time, there were too many of them to last long. Without Brother, they would have had no way to survive. Are you saying they have to become his women just because he saved them? That's too overbearing. Vera said angrily. Jiang Mingqi scoffed. Sister, you're too naive. Do you really think there's such a thing as a free lunch in this world? Everything is an exchange. Besides, if they don't become Brother Yi's women, what else can they do? In this apocalypse, they have no choice. Vera gritted her teeth. It's not as serious as you say. With so many of them, they could easily form a shelter and live well. You're really living in a fantasy world. A shelter. Without a powerful leader, even if they established a shelter, what good would it do? Could they fend off zombies? Can they find enough food? Can they resist attacks from other survivors? You can't. They are all women, and their faces determine that they can only rely on the strong to survive. So what's wrong with choosing a powerful man with abundant resources? Jiang Mingqi said mockingly. Vera's face turned pale, and she was left speechless for a long time. Jiang Mingqi looked at Vera with a slight smile of mockery. Although you're a few years older than us, your thinking is too innocent. Do you know how comfortable we are here? We eat vegetables and meat every day, can fill our stomachs, don't have to face zombie attacks, and occasionally enjoy hot pot and barbecues. Look around apart from Xiao Xue, who isn't wearing a smile. You being able to join here is your fortune. If Brother Yi hadn't found you, you might have starved to death in a few days. Xiao Xue, already unhappy for not having enough to eat, became even angrier at Jiang Mingqi's teasing. Mingqi, why are you rubbing salt in my wounds? I've only been punished by Brother Yi this once. Xiao Xue said discontentedly. Jiang Mingqi awkwardly waved her hand. Haha, I'm sorry. I was just giving an example and didn't mean to offend you. Vera kept pondering Jiang Mingqi's words. She wanted to refute, but she also admitted that what she said was reality. She struggled for half a month in the community, only reaching the first level, not even the second level. But Su Yi in just one afternoon elevated her to the third level, and he had barely put in any effort. She found it hard to imagine how terrifying Su Yi would be if he unleashed his full power. Perhaps this was the true reason these women chose to become Su Yi's partners willingly. A good bird chooses a good tree to perch on. They and Su Yi are engaged in a voluntary transaction, one seeking protection and the other seeking enjoyment. Perhaps everyone is not wrong, including Su Yi. What should I do now? Vera asked softly. Just go find him and apologize properly. Ego is easy to coax. If necessary, you can charm him with your beauty. After all, you will have to reach this point eventually. Xia Xining said with a grin. Jiang Mingqi brushed off the crumbs of chips from her hands. Exactly, Xining has the most say in this matter. On her first day here, she also made Ego angry, but by the end of the night he was fine. It's just that Xining had a rough time. Xia Xining pouted at Jiang Mingqi. Don't say everything out loud, okay? Don't I have any pride? Besides, Ego also calls you little useless one. What are you so proud of? Upon hearing those three words, Jiang Mingqi's previously relaxed expression instantly froze. Who told you that? Ego clearly promised me he wouldn't mention it. Jiang Mingqi asked angrily. Xia Xining chuckled. No one told me. That morning I was in a hurry and happened to pass by Ege's room, and I accidentally overheard it. Jiang Mingqi nearly spat out blood. Social death. It's too humiliating. Her embarrassing moment had become common knowledge. Xia Xining playfully patted Jiang Mingqi's cheek. Don't be sad. In front of Ego, all the girls are equal. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Jiang Mingqi angrily swatted Xia Xining's hand away, stubbornly turning her head away in silence. Is Su Yi really that strong? Vera asked curiously. Han Yue snorted coldly. Strong. He's incredibly strong. Not gentle at all. Vera couldn't help but swallow hard. Is he really that terrifying? Can I still escape now? It's too late. Running now is pointless. Zhao Xiaoxue declared. Then she added, but I can give you some tips. Vera's eyes lit up. What tips? Tell me quickly. Play dead. After you enter the room, just close your eyes and lie there without caring about anything else. Does that really work? Vera hesitated to ask. In the next moment, the sound from the second floor stopped. Zhao Xiaoxue pushed Vera upstairs. Don't worry, it will definitely work. Just do as I say. With no other options, Vera had no choice but to take the chance. Su Yi was half reclining against the headboard. You're right on time, come here. Sensing Su Yi's aura, Vera recalled Zhao Zioxu's words and obediently complied. Open your eyes and look at me. Why are you closing your eyes? Su Yi said coldly. Vera was momentarily stunned. What should she do? She wasn't taught any other methods. Why can't I close my eyes? Vera asked aggrievedly. Su Yi's expression was indifferent. That's my rule. He lifted Vera's chin with his hand. I went through great effort to elevate you to the 3rd level. Is this how you repay me? Vera gritted her teeth. Since she couldn't escape, she might as well give it her all. In the early morning, the living room on the 1st floor was already filled with people all staring at a pair of panda eyes. Last night I really didn't sleep for even a minute. Staying up late feels terrible. Zhao Xiaoxue said with a twitch of her mouth. Haha, I'm going to borrow a bed from another villa to sleep. I really can't take it anymore. Han Yue complained. Everyone's faces turned red, some unable to imagine the situation. Jiang Mingqi shrank her neck. I really hope Yi Ge can quickly find more people to come back. I can't handle this kind of torment, otherwise I might as well move to another villa. Xia Xining sneered. Do you dare to leave before Yi Ge speaks? Be careful not to get caught and face the consequences. Or we could go hunt some zombies for a while. By the looks of it, they probably want to eat breakfast. It would be awkward to stay here. Ye Chutang suggested. Everyone quickly nodded. Let's go. I can't hold on any longer. If I stay here, I'm going to explode. Lin Shiyun said hurriedly. As lunchtime approached, Ye Chutang and the others finally returned. I'm exhausted. I'm sleepy, tired, and hungry. I can't take it anymore. Li Qianqian leaned weakly against the sofa. Zhao Xiaoxue forced a smile. Who isn't? It's a double torment of both body and spirit. It seems to have stopped upstairs, Ye Chutang suddenly said. Hearing this, everyone held their breath and listened attentively. Indeed, they heard no sound. Finally stopped you. I can finally rest properly now. Zhao Xiaoxue cried with joy. Lin Shiyun stood up. Xiaoxue, let's hurry and cook. After we eat, I need to go to sleep. Everyone stood up preparing to help. Su Yi gently stroked Vera's pale face. Are you hungry? Do you want to get up and have something to eat? Hearing about food, Vera nodded with some effort. Su Yi helped Vera sit up and then took out a bottle of water to feed her a little. You rest for a while. I'll go downstairs and bring up some food for you. After getting dressed, Su Yi said. Vera did not refuse, as she had no strength to do these things right now. After all, it was this man who had put her in this state, so just bringing her food was a small favor. As Su Yi slowly walked downstairs, he saw Ye Chutang and the others already eating. You made lunch quite early today, Su Yi said with some surprise. Zhao Xiaoxue shot him a glance. It's already noon. How can it not be early? Su Yi glanced at the clock on the wall and only then realized it was already the next day at noon. He cursed under his breath, having forgotten the time after a night of hard work. The warmth of gentleness was truly too easy to get lost in. Zhao Xiaoxue pushed a bowl of white porridge in front of Su Yi. Quickly let Vera drink some porridge. If we don't let her eat something soon, she might starve. Su Yi suddenly felt he had been a bit cruel, entirely focused on himself without considering Vera. The next moment, he immediately took the porridge back to his room. Su Yi scooped up a spoonful of porridge and fed it to Vera. Drink some porridge first and wait until you feel better before eating anything else. Vera looked aggrieved, her eyes glistening as she looked at Su Yi. Is there no meat? I want to eat meat. You haven't eaten anything since last night. Eating meat now will be hard to digest, so drink some porridge first. I'll ask Xiaoxue to make more meat for you to eat tonight. Su Yi gently reassured her. Vera sniffled slowly, leaning toward the spoon, then drank the porridge. Su Yi, can I ask you for a favor? Vera asked cautiously. Su Yi shifted his gaze from the porridge to Vera. Go ahead. Can you not be like this in the future? I'm a bit scared of this side of you. Vera bit her lip as she spoke. Su Yi's face showed regret. I'm sorry, I was too much last night. Vera let out a gentle sigh. I didn't mean to blame you, it's just. Su Yi scooped up another spoonful of white porridge and fed it to her. It won't happen again. You don't need to be afraid of me. It was the first time Vera had seen such a gentle Su Yi, and her heart instantly softened. Thank you, Su Yi. They'll be good and listen from now on, Vera said, her eyes bright as she looked at Su Yi. Su Yi smiled. Eat a few more bites. I won't allow you to lose weight. This look of yours is my favorite. You need to maintain it well. Vera nodded lightly. I will take good care of myself. After finishing a bowl of white porridge, Su Yi gently pulled the blanket over her. Rest well, I'll prepare a feast for you tonight. As Su Yi walked downstairs, he noticed Zhao Xiaoxue looking at him with a sly smile. Why are you looking at me like that? Do I have flowers on my face? Zhao Xiaoxue chuckled. Ego, it seems you really tortured Vera badly. You even have to feed her. Does she not have the strength to hold a bowl? Su Yi chuckled softly. If you're so curious, why don't you try it yourself? Zhao Xiaoxue instantly fell silent, lowering her head and eating quietly. Su Yi looked curiously at the listless group of people. He hadn't felt anything after a night without sleep, yet they all had dark circles under their eyes. Did you all team up to commit a robbery last night? Why do you all look like giant pandas? Su Yi asked in confusion. Everyone paused their chopsticks and looked at Su Yi with resentful expressions. Ego, you must be asking on purpose. I don't believe you don't know why we look like this. Lin Shiyun complained. Su Yi frowned. What do you mean? How would I know what you all did last night? Ego, maybe you should check if your bed is still in good shape or it endured pressures it shouldn't have last night. Li Qianqian said tactfully. Su Yi suddenly realized. Was it very loud? I remember I closed the door. Lin Shiyan shot Su Yi a glance. Closing the door doesn't help. You two started a world war, and we couldn't sleep a wink all night. In the morning, we were a dozen giant pandas sitting in the living room. We cleaned up zombies outside for a whole morning, and it was only when we returned that you two finally stopped fighting. Su Yi hadn't expected his noise to be so loud. In his impression, it hadn't seemed that loud. Perhaps he was too invested. Tonight, he'll sleep in another villa to let you all rest well. After all, Vera needs to recuperate too, Su Yi said calmly. Zhao Ziox's eyes widened. How serious is her injury that you even mention recuperation? Su Yi glared at her coldly. You make sure to prepare more meat tonight. If there's not enough, he'll take out some more later and cook a pot of pork rib soup for Vera to drink. Okay, I got it. Tonight, he'll make sure to replenish Vera well. Ye Chu sighed softly. I think Vera is quite pitiful. She just came on the first day and is already in such a bad situation. She didn't even get to enjoy herself properly. Oh, last night, I noticed she hardly ate dinner. Why do you care so much, you little child? Just focus on eating your meal, Su Yi said lightly. Ye Chu huffed softly. I'm not a child anymore. Besides, you know how old I am. Can you stop treating me like a kid? Su Yi glanced at her and replied, I only said that because I know how old you are. Huh. The Joker turned out to be me. I shouldn't have said anything. Ye Chu quietly lowered her head. Well, I can still see my toes. Ye Chutang gently patted her sister's head. You'll still grow. You're only 18 years old, and our family's genes in this regard are quite strong. Ye Chu looked at her sister and then thought of her mother, feeling encouraged instantly. Su Yi said while eating, Don't worry, Yi Gu here has a broad mind and won't discriminate against anyone based on size. Li Qianqian quickly finished her rice. Yi Gu, if you hadn't spent more time with Chutang and Xiaoxiu, I might have almost believed what you just said. Su Yi chuckled. You've misunderstood me. The time I spend with you is entirely up to you. You can't do it, and blame the road for being uneven. Meng Qi is just a little useless, even worse than Xiaoyao. Hearing Su Yi's words, Jiang Menqi's expression froze instantly, then shattered bit by bit. Why does this world judge a person based on time? I've been trying hard enough. Su Yi patted her on the head. Being a little useless is fine. Oh, after all, you're quite pleasing to the eye. Jiang Mengqi became even more distraught. She realized that if you can't comfort someone, it's better to keep quiet. With Su Yi's exceptionally high attribute values, going without sleep for 1 or 2 days would cause him no discomfort whatsoever. Such elevated attributes conferred advantages, but also drawbacks, an overwhelming surplus of vitality. Moreover, most women possessed far inferior attributes, leaving him perpetually responsible for reigning in their encounters. Thereafter, Su Yi revised his original daily quota, increasing it from 3 to 5, so that at this pace he could complete his objectives with every woman residing in the villa within just 45 days. By then, Su Yi's attribute values were expected to surpass 3,000, sufficient perhaps for his bare physique alone to slaughter zombies with terrifying ease. I must exercise greater restraint henceforth. Vera remains the only one thus far capable of enduring me perfectly. Should I inadvertently damage her, all would be lost. Having forgotten in the morning's rush, Su Yi performed today's system lottery only after lunch, only to receive a meager increment in his 3 core attributes. As second-tier zombies grew increasingly prevalent, Su Yi soared dozens of kilometers in the afternoon to gather second-tier zombie crystals and cautiously sought traces of 30th-tier zombies. Inspired by yesterday's serendipitous encounter, Su Yi now eagerly anticipated his next meeting with a beautiful woman. To increase his chances, he deliberately targeted zones rich in supplies, hoping once more to meet another paragon like Vera. Have I exhausted all my fortune in a single day? Today alone I've gathered over 100 second-tier zombie crystals and supplies beyond count. Yet not a single lovely young woman has appeared. Refusing to accept defeat, Su Yi shifted locations repeatedly, yet found nothing. Just as he prepared to relocate again, an inexplicable floral fragrance drifted toward him, utterly incongruous amid the surrounding desolation and decay. Following the scent, Su Yi entered a park pathway lined with willow trees. One willow in particular bore clusters of pale yellow blossoms, the very source of the fragrance. Su Yi's expression froze, as if he'd glimpsed a specter. It was common knowledge that willows do bloom, yet their flowers are minute fuzzy, faintly yellow, lacking both distinct petals and any discernible fragrance. Yet this willow defied all such truths. Its tiny blossoms displayed vivid, well-defined petals, and its perfume was astonishingly rich, so potent that Su Yi had detected it clearly from hundreds of meters away. Could even plants be infected and mutated by the virus? Su Yi advanced cautiously, 9 flying daggers already hovering before him. Encountering such a mutated plant for the first time, Su Yi treated it with grave seriousness. At 10 meters distance, several willow branches lashed out toward him, transformed from supple twigs into rigid needle-sharp projectiles. Su Yi directed his daggers to sever each attacking branch, yet severed limbs regrew instantly, leaving no trace of injury at the cut sites. A subtle furrow formed between Su Yi's brows. This willow possessed astonishing regenerative capacity. In the next instant, even more branches surged forward. No longer holding back, Su Yi unleashed the full power of his 9 daggers, severing branches faster than they could regenerate. His gaze sharpened. With a thought, he guided one dagger straight toward the trunk. A rooted plant was after all a motionless target. The dagger carved a shallow wound into the bark, releasing a pale green sap that oozed forth like blood. Even trees bleed. Could it be that trees too can awaken sentience? This willow did not merely attack autonomously. It wielded offensive power rivaling that of a second-tier cultivator, and its extraordinary regeneration rendered it vastly stronger than any such opponent. Having assessed its capabilities, Su Yi lost all interest in further play. His daggers hammered relentlessly against the trunk until the entire tree collapsed cleanly at its midsection. The severed canopy tumbled sideways, its branches flailing wildly like unmoored chains. Yet within minutes, all movement ceased entirely. Approaching the stump slowly, Su Yi observed green sap still welling steadily from the cut surface, alongside a luminous amber-hued gelatinous mass nestled within. Using his psychic force, Su Yi extracted the gelatinous mass. Bathed in sunlight, it shimmered like translucent jelly encased in a thin, transparent membrane. With a precise slash from his dagger, Su Yi pierced the membrane, releasing an indescribable fragrance that flooded his nostrils. Every cell in his body trembled with visceral longing for the substance. What is this? Why does it stir such an overwhelming urge within me to consume it whole? Su Yi stared unsettled at the floating object before him. Gently dipping a fingertip into the gel, he licked it, and instantly a searing warmth surged through his entire being. His eyes flared with sudden brilliance. An exceptional treasure. Without hesitation, Su Yi swallowed the entire mass. A far more intense wave of heat flooded his body. His skin expelled impurities and decades-old scars vanished completely. A profound sense of ease washed over him, erasing the faint fatigue lingering from last night's exertions. It felt as though countless tiny hands massaged his bones and flesh, so blissful he nearly moaned aloud. As the euphoria gradually subsided, Su Yi clenched his fist, feeling palpably stronger. Immediately, he opened his system interface. Tier 3rd Physique, 505 Agility, 500 Spirit, 501 Abilities, Stellar God, Eye Psychic Force, Sincere Devotion, Bound to 21 Flight, Hyperregeneration. Titles: Locust Plague, Bloodthirsty Butcher, Truly Extraordinary. Excluding the attribute gains Vera granted last night, this gel must have raised each of my 3 core attributes by roughly 30 points. What might I achieve with more? Su Yi instantly realized how wastefully he'd spent his time. Had he dedicated even a fraction of each day to exploration, he might have discovered many more such mutated flora. He resolved immediately nocturnal activities only. Daylight hours would never again be squandered, instead devoted fully to scouting mutated plants, hunting 3rd-tier zombies, and seeking charming companions. This world grows ever more astonishing. The emergence of zombies alone was harrowing enough. Now even plants mutate. Other animals, surely, must undergo similar transformations. If even mindless flora could mutate, animals were all the more likely to do so, though Chuling City, where Su Yi currently resided, held few surviving creatures. He had yet to encounter a single living animal, only the corpses of cats and dogs. To find animals, one must go to the zoo. Perhaps their 2 mutated specimens await. In that instant, Su Yi settled tomorrow's mission: a thorough survey of the zoo, assessing animal mutations and determining whether they, like the willow, offered extraordinary benefits. As Su Yi returned home, he saw Vera with both hands clutching a whole roasted lamb, taking large bites, while tears of happiness welled in the corners of her eyes. "Vera, why do you look like a starving ghost, eh?" Su Yi remarked. With her mouth full of grease, Vera looked at Su Yi with a resentful gaze. Try enduring such torment for so long, having only eaten a bowl of plain porridge. If I don't eat, you probably won't see me tomorrow. Vera has such a huge appetite. This is the first time I've seen a girl finish an entire roasted lamb, Du Qingwan said in astonishment. Su Yi chuckled. This is the influence of her supernatural ability. Her ability significantly enhances her physical attributes, which means she requires a lot of energy, so it's normal for her to eat more. Du Qingwan nodded, somewhat understanding. She grasped the words, but still couldn't comprehend how Vera managed to fit an entire roasted lamb into her small stomach. Why do you keep staring at Vera's stomach? Do you think she's gotten pregnant so quickly? Or are you wanting a child? Su Yi teased. Du Qingwan's face instantly flushed red. You always wear protection. How could we possibly have a child? Moreover, this is the apocalypse. It's not safe to have children now. She pouted at Su Yi. Su Yi smiled and pulled Du Qingwan into his embrace. If you really want one, it's not impossible. My strength can easily protect you. Let's talk about it later. Having a child now is a curse, not a blessing. Du Qingwan shook her head. You're right. The situation is unclear, and we haven't even figured out the real cause of the zombie virus outbreak. It's indeed not the right time to have children, and we'll discuss it once things stabilize, Su Yi replied slowly. Du Qingwan gently touched Su Yi's face. Can I ask you a few questions? Su Yi raised an eyebrow and said lightly, ask whatever you want. I've always wanted to know why you've changed so much. The current you is completely different from the you before the apocalypse. Su Yi chuckled lightly. Are you saying I have too many women? Du Qingwan shook her head slightly. Not really. I can't handle you alone, the more the merrier, so they can keep me company and relieve my boredom. Then what do you mean by change? In the next moment, Du Qingwan's hand rested over Su Yi's heart. It's here. Your heart has changed completely different from before. Su Yi's expression turned indifferent. People change, especially in this environment. But I believe you've long buried a seed in your heart. When the apocalypse arrived, it finally took root and sprouted. Perhaps that's why you can adapt so quickly to this new world, Du Qingwan said, staring intently into Su Yi's eyes. Su Yi slowly smiled. You used to take care of me to cultivate me, but do you not see me now? Du Qingwan pouted. The current you is beyond just catching my eye. Su Yi leaned down slowly. Oh, can you elaborate? Before Su Yi finished speaking, Vera, quietly eating the roasted lamb, couldn't help but cough a few times, her face turning beet red. Du Qingwan instantly understood the implication behind Su Yi's words. Blushing, she pushed him away and walked straight back to her room. Su Yi took out a bottle of water, twisted off the cap, and handed it to Vera. Your reaction speed indicates you are quite the veteran. How come you're so different from last night? Are all girls naturally perceptive? Vera glared at Su Yi in embarrassment. Don't talk nonsense. I just choked earlier. I didn't understand what you were saying. Don't assume everyone is as dirty-minded as you. Su Yi stroked his chin. If you didn't understand, then how did you know my words were inappropriate? Vera was momentarily speechless, her big eyes staring at Su Yi, her face flushed. Su Yi laughed heartily. Keep eating. It's fun when you can ride in my car. If I'm the only one driving every time, that would be so boring. Vera ignored Su Yi, venting all her anger on the roasted lamb, gnawing at the thick lamb leg until her mouth was stuffed. Where did everyone go? Why is it so quiet today? Su Yi asked curiously. Vera swallowed the lamb meat hard and answered sullenly. They all went to catch up on sleep. Xiaoxue said she couldn't cook dinner, so she told you to handle it yourself. Su Yi looked helplessly at Vera. She roasted such a large lamb for you. You should have saved some for me, right? Vera handed the remaining bones of the roasted lamb to Su Yi, looking innocent. Are you still going to eat? There's only this little bit left. Looking at the clean bones in front of him, Su Yi shot Vera a speechless look. Vera's face also flashed with embarrassment. I was too engrossed in eating and forgot to save some for you. How about I cook for you? Su Yi looked at Vera in surprise. You can cook. Vera shook her head. No. Then why would you offer to cook for me? You're not thinking of getting back at me for how I treated you last night, are you? Su Yi said coldly. Vera shrank her neck. Although I've never cooked before, I think it shouldn't be too hard. I definitely won't poison you. Su Yi snorted coldly. I initially felt guilty for being a bit rough with you last night, but now I feel I was too lenient. Once you're better, I'll make you pay double. Why are you picking on me? You have 260 other women. I was just being kind when I said I would cook for you. You can't suspect my intentions just because I can't cook. Vera said plaintively. Su Yi walked over to the dining table and sat down, then took out a self-heating hot pot for his dinner. Your words are questionable. Now I trust my speculation even more. Su Yi said lightly. Vera reluctantly walked behind Su Yi, quickly wiped her hands clean, then gently pressed on Su Yi's shoulder. Brother Yi, are you tired? Is my strength enough? Vera asked sweetly. Su Yi scoffed. You've learned a bit of Xiaoxue's skill, but only mastered a third of it. Vera bit her lip and shot Su Yi a fierce glare. I forgot to tell you, even if you stand behind me, I can see all your expressions. Su Yi said in a low voice. Vera's expression froze for a moment, quickly transforming into a forced smile. Brother Yi is just joking. Of being beside brother Yi makes me happy. You can't misunderstand me. Saying such disgusting words from her own mouth made Vera feel like vomiting, but now she could only try hard to please Su Yi. Su Yi chuckled. Looking at your hypocritical appearance is quite amusing. You were also so restrained last night, making me want to tease you. Vera gritted her teeth in anger, cursing Su Yi 1,000 times in her heart. Why were you like that with Qingwan just now, but treat me this way? We are all your women. How can you do this? Scumbag. Vera said, feeling aggrieved. A smile rose on Su Yi's face. Is that too much for you? You have such poor mental fortitude, little girl. Vera was now so angry that her teeth itched. I'm not a little girl. I'm 3 years older than you. You're the one who's young. Su Yi shot a cold glance at Vera. I'm young. Vera swallowed nervously and quickly shook her head. You're not young. I'm young. I'm a little girl. At dawn, Su Yi awoke on a plush, oversized bed. A delicate and charming young woman nestled against his chest. Another nameless woman. Such was the downside of having too many girlfriends. Names slipped effortlessly from memory. Su Yi reclined contentedly for a moment, then claimed his daily reward. Reward 50 attractiveness to the opposite sex. He scoffed inwardly. Given his appearance, strength, and profound cultivation foundation, this reward felt less like an enhancement and more like an insult. Only pretty-faced novices needed such superficial, useless embellishments. The girl in his arms stirred drowsily and lifted her head slightly to gaze up at him. Brother Yi, you're awake so early. Won't you rest a little longer? She murmured softly, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Su Yi gently ruffled her tousled hair. I need to go out and gather supplies to feed you all. She pressed several tender kisses onto his cheeks. You've worked so hard, Brother Yi. We'll eat less from now on. That way you can rest longer. A faint smile curved his lips. My women need never scrimp or skimp. I take genuine pleasure in feeding you well. Rest a while longer, or I'll be off now." With that he rose dressed and left the room. He walked back to Ye Chutang's villa for breakfast. Today he still had to visit the zoo. As Sui stepped inside, Han Yue blinked in quiet astonishment. He seemed somehow more magnetic today. So much so that her gaze lingered, reluctant to stray. "Brother E, why do you feel different?" she asked, brows faintly furrowed. Sui pinched her soft cheek playfully. "How exactly am I different?" "It's just, you're more captivating, more compelling," she ventured uncertainly. He chuckled. "You're missing me already, don't worry. Tonight I'll keep you company." Her cheeks flushed crimson as she gently pushed him away. "That's not what I meant. I'm telling the truth. Ask Mingqi and Xining if you don't believe me." Jiang Mingqi and Xia Xining, seated on the sofa snacking, turned toward Han Yue in mild confusion. Why summon them mid-snack? Mingqi, look, doesn't brother E seem different today? Han Yue tugged Jiang Mingqi closer. Jiang Mingqi studied Su E carefully, and without realizing it, her own cheeks began to flush. "Why are you blushing? I asked you to observe him, not fall into a daze." Han Yue sighed exasperatedly. "Well, he is different. He seems more virile, more commanding." Jiang Mingqi mumbled bashfully. Han Yue rolled her eyes. "Look at you, pathetic. A true little good for nothing." At the words little good for nothing, Jiang Mingqi shot Han Yue a fierce glare. "Don't call me that again, or I'll fight you to the death." Jiang Mingqi declared, eyes blazing. Han Yue shrugged. "That's his verdict, not mine. Take it up with brother E." Su E soothingly patted Jiang Mingqi's head. "Don't sulk. Calling you little good for nothing is my term of endearment." Jiang Mingqi gazed at him, wounded. "What if someone called you little good for nothing? What would you do?" Su E stroked his chin thoughtfully. "If anyone dared call me that, I'd slaughter their entire bloodline." The others stared at him speechless. How utterly double standard. Calling her little good for nothing was affection, but calling him the same would warrant annihilation. "Scoundrel!" In playful reprimand, Su E seized her hair with both hands and tousled it wildly. "Losing your temper before breakfast. Consider this your punishment." Jiang Mingqi glared at him, flustered, yet too timid to protest further. She fled to her room to fix her disheveled hair. Su E settled at the dining table and began his breakfast. Vera sat beside him. "Brother E, are you heading out again today?" He nodded. "Yes, why do you ask?" Vera set down her chopsticks, her eyes shimmering with quiet hope. "Brother E, could you take me with you? I want to see the world beyond these walls." Su E frowned. "Isn't it safer here at home? Why go out with me?" Vera pouted. "Back in the residential complex, I rarely had the chance to leave, and the one time I did, I met you. So, I've never truly seen the outside world." After a pause, Su E relented. "Fine, I'll take you today, but stay close, no wandering off." Vera threw her arms around him, overjoyed. "Thank you, brother E. I promise, I'll stay right by your side." He patted her head. "Eat quickly. We leave as soon as you're done." The others watched Vera enviously. None of them had ever been granted the privilege of accompanying Su E outside. Vera released him swiftly, picked up her chopsticks, and devoured her breakfast with gusto. Restless by nature, confinement indoors had long grown unbearable for her. Han Yue cleared her throat, then asked shyly, "Brother E, could I come too? I promise I won't wander." Su E glanced at her once and shook his head. "No." Han Yue's face fell. "Why not? If Vera may go, why can't I? I have urgent business, not leisure. Taking a crowd would only complicate matters." Su E replied coolly. "But I want to go," she whispered. "Next time, I'll take you all. Today duty calls." Han Yue nodded quietly. "All right." Su E finished his meal, set down his chopsticks, and retrieved several items from his spatial storage, placing them in the living room. Everyone watched curiously as Su E laid out the assortment. "Brother E, what are these?" Ye Chutang asked, intrigued. Su E smiled. "Materials salvaged from a water park. You've all seemed rather idle lately, so I brought them back for you to enjoy. I also have a vast inflatable pool stored in my spatial realm. Just fill it with water, and it's ready." Ye Chutang and the others stared stunned, then burst into delighted cheers, circling the pile of equipment like children at a treasure trove. "Brother E, you're simply too kind. Being your woman is pure bliss." Han Yue exclaimed, elated. Xia Xining lunged forward, grabbed Su Yi's face, and planted fervent kisses all over it. He recoiled, mildly disgusted. "You've smeared me with saliva." Xia Xining laughed awkwardly twice, then joined the jubilant water park preparations. "Wow, today's got real purpose. I'm claiming the water park first. Perfect timing given this heat wave." Jiang Mingqi cheered. Li Qianqian sprinted off toward neighboring villas to rally every woman in the compound. Su E merely smiled, then patted Vera's head and led her toward the door. Before departing, he placed the inflatable pool upon an open lot within the villa complex, and then soared skyward with Vera. High above the ground, Vera clung tightly to Su Yi's neck. "Brother E, where are we heading now?" she asked curiously. Su E gazed ahead impassively and replied, "The largest zoo in Xiuling City, the Xiuling Wildlife Park." A puzzled expression crossed Vera's face. "Brother E, it's the apocalypse now. Zombies lurk everywhere. Could any animals possibly survive in a zoo?" Su E smiled faintly. "You'll find out once we get there. Surely you don't not want to go." Vera instantly tightened her embrace, her voice tinged with nervous excitement. "No, no. I absolutely want to go. Then hold on tight. I'm accelerating. With that, Su Yi surged forward at blinding speed toward the zoo. The Tsuling Wildlife Park lay over 60 kilometers from Su Yi's villa district, a distance he could cover in mere minutes. Carrying Vera, he descended gently before the park's main gate. Wow, brother, look. So many zombies. Vera exclaimed, exhilarated. Her innate combativeness coupled with formidable cultivation stirred her blood. She nearly leapt forward for battle then and there. Su Yi handed Vera the second-rank flowing flame blade he'd used previously. Keep this blade, he said. Just stay unharmed. The flowing flame blade was merely a second-rank artifact, and Su Yi now relied primarily on telekinetic force, making the blade long obsolete. Gifting it to Vera was both practical and fitting. Vera accepted the blade with delight. What a beautiful sword. Thank you, brother E. Without hesitation, she gripped its hilt and charged toward the nearest zombie. Watching her eagerness, Su Yi rubbed his forehead in quiet exasperation. How could such a young woman revel so fiercely in carnage? Yet these zombies posed no real threat, and none exceeded the second rank, and Vera's strength rendered them negligible. Still, Su Yi drew 9 throwing knives and swiftly dispatched the remaining zombies. His priority now was locating living animals, untainted, unmutated ones he could take back to keep his companions entertained. If he encountered mutated beasts, however, he would savor a far more engaging contest. In moments, the last zombie fell, its skull shattered in an instant. Vera pouted at Su Yi. Brother E, I hadn't even warmed up. You killed them all. Let's enter first and search for living animals. You'll have the whole day to fight your fill. Su Yi said calmly. With a flick of his hand, he gathered every zombie crystal, then strode into the park, with Vera trailing closely behind. They followed winding paths for some time, encountering numerous zombies, each instantly eradicated by Su Yi, yet not a single animal appeared. Brother E, not a single animal. Could they truly all be dead? Vera whispered anxiously. Su Yi shook his head. Unlikely. This park is vast. Some must have slipped through the cracks. To expedite their search, Su Yi lifted Vera and skimmed low above the ground, gliding swiftly across the terrain. After only a short flight, Vera pointed excitedly. Brother E, look over there. Isn't that an elephant? I just saw it move. Su Yi darted toward her indicated direction. Within seconds, he stood before the massive creature. Upon closer inspection, he sighed wryly. This elephant has been infected. It's no longer an elephant. It's a zombie elephant now. The zombie elephant roared upon spotting the intruders and charged headlong at them, thundering across the earth. Vera's heart hammered wildly as the colossal beast bore down. Brother E, kill it quickly. I want to see if its brain holds a zombie crystal too. Su Yi remained unruffled, but curiosity burned within him as well. In the next breath, 9 throwing knives shot forth in unison. One severed both of the beast's forelegs, sending it crashing helplessly to the ground. The remaining blades rained down in relentless fury, shattering bone, rending flesh, until the elephant's massive head was cleanly severed. Su Yi manipulated a knife to split open the skull, and there gleaming darkly lay a black zombie crystal. The crystal floated towards Su Yi. He retrieved a second-rank human zombie crystal for comparison. Brother E, this one looks exactly like the second-rank crystal. Does that mean zombie animals are identical to human zombies? Vera stared intently at the 2 indistinguishable crystals. Su Yi closed his palm around them, sensing their energy. Indeed, they're identical in composition. Animal-born zombies mirror human ones in essence, though at equivalent ranks they possess greater physical prowess. Vera scrunched her nose. Then hunting zombie animals is terribly inefficient. Same crystal yield, yet far tougher opponents. With me beside you, does any of that truly matter? Of course not. Not with Brother Yi's strength. Let's hurry and search for other animals. Vera grinned. Su Yi resumed low-altitude flight, with her scanning the landscape below, until after a brief distance he touched down. A target had emerged. A gaunt tigress lay pinned beneath a bull's-eyed male tiger, engaged in a primal, unspeakable act. Su Yi watched the pair with undisguised revulsion. Brother E, it's disgusting. Vera covered her mouth, recoiling. Startled by the sudden intrusion, the male tiger flinched violently, causing the tigress beneath him to expire instantly. Zombies have overrun the world. Living tigers are near extinction, yet you still kill off the last breeding female. No wonder you'll die a bachelor. Vera muttered disdainfully. The male tiger pawed gently at the lifeless tigress, receiving no response. A mournful howl rose from his throat. Then his eyes blazed with feral fury, locking onto Su Yi. Are you insane? You killed your mate, yet you blame me. Su Yi's temper flared. With a roar, the tiger launched himself, a blur of muscle and rage hurtling toward them. Su Yi instantly pulled Vera behind him and stepped forward alone. To be growled at by a beast ignited Su Yi's wrath. This time he wouldn't waste a blade. He clenched his fist and met the tiger's lashing claw heat. With attributes surpassing 500 points, even a mutated tiger stood no chance against him. At impact, the tiger's claw shattered, and the sickening snap of breaking bone echoed sharply. Beast remains beast. Today I'll butcher you and bring your meat home. Su Yi's voice was ice cold. From behind him, Vera cheered. Brother, you finish it. I want all 4 tiger paws. Su-yi offered only a wry, affectionate smile at her insatiable appetite, already fixating on the tastiest morsels at first glance. Truly a connoisseur of cuisine. The male tiger rolled on the ground twice, then immediately limped to its feet and fiercely glared at Su-yi. Su-yi met its gaze directly, his expression still calm and composed. My woman wants to eat your four paws, and I have my eyes on other things about you. So today you will stay. Su-yi stepped towards the male tiger, each step causing the tiger to tremble. The male tiger slowly retreated, dragging its injured leg. It had broken a leg from just one frontal collision and naturally knew it was no match for the human before it. Seeing it attempt to escape, Su-yi directly used telekinesis to pull it towards him. The remaining 3 good legs of the tiger resisted fiercely, leaving deep furrows in the ground. Su-yi slowly raised his fist and delivered a heavy punch to the tiger's forehead. Instantly, the sound of the skull shattering reached the ears of Su-yi and Vera. Vera excitedly ran to Su-yi's side, inspecting the lifeless tiger. Brother Yi, you're just too strong. You killed a tiger the size of a water buffalo with just 2 punches. You're practically a modern-day Wu Song. Vera's eyes sparkled with admiration as she looked at Su-yi. Su-yi merely smiled. This tiger was still a bit too weak, but its attributes are quite high, probably around 300. Indeed, mutated animals are much stronger than ordinary ability users. Upon hearing Su-yi's evaluation of the tiger, Vera was somewhat surprised. Her own strength was only about 250 points, and she could only reach 300 after activating her physical ability. Yet this tiger before her possessed such formidable strength. Brother Yi, if I were to fight this tiger, could I defeat it? Vera asked curiously. Su-yi replied with a hint of mockery in his tone. Your strength could indeed match it, but your speed and skills would make you seem like a child in front of this king of the forest. However, with your physique, you could certainly provide it a hearty meal. Vera lowered her head dejectedly, as she truly couldn't defeat it. Why does my ability only enhance my physique? Why can't it help me improve my speed as well? Vera complained. Su-yi stored the tiger into his spatial pocket. Don't worry, there will be ways to improve. Yesterday I killed a mutated plant, and after consuming a gelatinous substance, it produced my 3-dimensional attributes increased significantly. Vera's eyes lit up as she looked at Su-yi. Brother Yi, is that true? Where can we find such things? Su-yi shrugged. How would I know? I only saw one mutated plant yesterday. Vera wrapped her arms around Su-yi's, showing a pleading expression on her face. Brother Yi, can you take me to find mutated plants too? I want to have a taste. Su-yi shook his head lightly. That's not possible. Those things are too hard to find, and I still want them for myself. Vera tugged at Su-yi's arm, swaying it. Brother Yi, your physical attributes are already so high. Missing one won't matter much. Can you really not give me one? Su-yi still shook his head. Vera gritted her teeth. If you give me one next time, I will do as you say. Su-yi lowered his gaze to her. You are already my woman, isn't it only right for you to follow my lead? Vera was momentarily speechless, as that seemed to make sense. But she still wanted to negotiate further. She hugged Su-yi's waist, leaning against him. So if I take the initiative next time, could you give me one then? Upon hearing this, Su-yi immediately became interested. Now that you've said that, I can consider it. But about the timing. Vera's chest rose and fell rapidly, and after taking a few deep breaths, she muttered, whenever you want. Su-yi smiled. All right then, today I'll help you find one, and I'll give it to you once we find it. Vera immediately pulled Su-yi to search for the mutated plant. Hurry up, brother. Let's find it quickly, maybe we can find it today. Vera urged. Su-yi, however, walked ahead at a relaxed pace, showing no sense of urgency. Vera tugged at Su-yi's arm and took big strides ahead, nearly breaking into a run. Brother Yi, speed up. At this pace, when will we find it? Vera complained softly. Su-yi glanced at her indifferently. What's the rush? Mutated plants are hard to find. Your urgency won't help. Today, besides wanting to see mutated animals, I also want to find a watchdog to bring back. It's too quiet in the villa area. Hearing Su-yi's words, Vera was somewhat confused. Brother Yi, isn't that big tiger just perfect for a watchdog? It's strong and imposing. Su-yi lightly tapped her forehead. You women are not enough for that tiger's teeth. If one day I step out, I'll have to go to those little pits to find you all when I return. Vera's face turned bright red. Su-yi's words were too disheartening. With so many of us, we still can't handle that tiger. Brother Yi, you underestimate us too much. Besides, you just said my strength could match it evenly. Vera protested. Su-yi replied calmly. But did you not see its speed at the start? With your 2nd and 3rd tier abilities, you wouldn't even last a round against it. Moreover, that tiger's intelligence is clearly much higher than an ordinary beast. It only needs to perform normally to deal with you all. Su-yi said lightly. But aren't you also at the 3rd tier? Vera muttered softly. Su-yi tapped her forehead again. Your man is no ordinary 3rd tier. Even a 4th tier would be nothing before me. Besides, if I hadn't waited so long without encountering a 3rd tier zombie, I wouldn't still be at the 3rd tier. Vera covered her forehead in pain, looking at Su-yi with a pair of aggrieved eyes. Why do you always have to hit my head when you speak? Su-yi walked ahead with his hands in his pockets. Your brain is simple and your limbs are developed. If I don't tap your head, who else should I tap? They say big chest, no brains is indeed true. Vera unconsciously looked down only to find she couldn't see her toes. How had she never noticed they were this big before? Vera hurried to catch up with Sui. She always lost in conversation with him, so being a mute wasn't bad, or at least she was a beautiful and curvaceous mute. The two strolled through the zoo searching for traces of mutated plants and animals. Originally Sui planned to fly low to find quickly, but he discovered that the scenery here was quite beautiful with plenty of trees around, and the path was shaded by them. Vera wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead and softly said to Sui, Brother, I've been to this zoo before. There used to be many animals here. Why have we only seen those two tigers alive? As they walked, they saw very few animals, all of which had turned into zombies with very few still alive. Sui took out 2 bottles of water and handed one to Vera. Perhaps they have already run out of the zoo or were eaten by that tiger. With its size, its appetite must be quite large. Vera took the water and quickly drank the entire bottle. What should we do then? Brother, isn't the watchdog you wanted already impossible to find? Vera asked as she wiped her mouth. Just then Sui's eyes suddenly brightened. That's not necessarily the case. Sui quickly pulled Vela forward. Vela, being dragged along, was somewhat confused about why they had suddenly started running. After running nearly 300 meters, Sui finally stopped. Vela was panting heavily, struggling to keep up with Sui's speed. She looked around and discovered that a vine had tightly bound a small brown bear in front of them. The bear was struggling incessantly, its mouth tearing at the vine. Sui smiled as he looked ahead. What a cute little dog. This is the guard dog I was looking for. Vela couldn't help but chuckle. Brother, that's a brown bear, not a little dog. Sui was unfazed. Isn't it called a dog bear? Then it is a dog. From now on it will be my dog. Vela covered her mouth with a light laugh. Then let's raise it like a little dog. It does look quite small, probably only a few months old. Sui turned to Vela. You only see that dog and didn't notice the vine. Vela looked at Sui in confusion. Vine? What about the vine? In an instant she seemed to realize something, excitedly grabbing Sui's arm. Is that a mutated plant? Sui nodded lightly. Of course. Otherwise how could it attack this little dog? Ordinary plants don't have autonomous attacking abilities. Vela was overjoyed. Finally you are here. Sui raised his chin. Go ahead, I'm right beside you. It can't hurt you. Vela tightly gripped her long knife and swiftly attacked the vine. As she approached, several vines lashed out at her, and she hurriedly swung her knife to chop them. When the two met, a sound of metal clashing rang out and sparks scattered. However, the second-tier flowing fire knife's attack power was still quite strong, leaving a scar on the vine. Vela was very strong. The collision did not make her retreat, but instead ignited a battle spirit within her. She continuously rushed forward to hack at the vine, and soon many severed vines fell to the ground with green sap dripping from the cut ends. The little bear, still bound, was struggling. During Vela's battle with the vine, it managed to bite through the vine that bound it, then it angrily gnawed at the root of the vine to vent its fury. Sui looked at the little bear with interest. It has quite the temper, it really suits being a dog. Vela, busy fighting the vine, glanced over to see the bear gnawing at the vine's root, and instantly became furious. That little dog, stop it. It's my prey, or it'll have dog meat for dinner tonight. Vela kicked the bear away with all her might. If this little bear ruined her efforts, she would have worked hard for nothing. The little bear tumbled twice and quickly got up, baring its teeth and growling at Vela. Vela ignored it. Dealing with the vine was the priority. Sui smiled and used his telekinesis to pin the little bear in place, allowing Vela to continue her battle with the vine. After a few minutes, Vela, finally panting heavily, severed the vine's main body. The soft vines before the apocalypse had become as hard as iron after mutation, and the main body had grown so thick. Sui summoned several flying knives to chop at the broken part of the vine. In an instant, wood chips flew everywhere, and soon a jelly-like object appeared in their view. Vela excitedly crawled over to pick up the object and received a bottle of mineral water from Sui to clean it. After washing it clean, Vela held the object in her palm. Brother, this thing is so soft, just like jelly. Sui nodded in agreement. Indeed, but it doesn't have much flavor. The one I ate yesterday was even bigger than this one. Vela looked at the jelly-like object in her hand with delight. Brother, do you know what this is called? I don't know either, but I like to call it the spirit of plants. Sui replied casually. Vela excitedly grabbed it with her hand. The spirit of plants. That's a lovely name. Can I eat it now? Vela asked hopefully. Sui smiled slightly. If you eat it, you must fulfill what you promised me. If you are sure, then you can eat it. Vela's beautiful eyes sparkled, and she immediately swallowed the spirit of plants. An incomparable sense of comfort flowed through her body, instantly dispelling her fatigue. Her delicate skin became even fairer and softer, her face rosy and exuding a more alluring charm. Seeing the changes in the person before him, Sui was momentarily astonished. He didn't expect that eating this spirit of plants could make a woman more beautiful. It seems he would need to find more spirits of plants for his other women to try as well. Vela closed her eyes in comfort, feeling as if she were soaking in a hot spring, completely enveloped in comfort. After a while, she finally opened her eyes and immediately pounced into Sui's embrace. Brother, this thing is so effective. I feel like my physical attributes have improved a lot, and my skin has also gotten a lot better. Sui raised his hand to pinch her face. Oh, indeed, her skin felt smoother and more delicate, as if it could produce water with a gentle squeeze. Not bad, not bad. This feels much better. I should let others try it later. I can't be biased. Sui exclaimed. Vela moved Sui's hand away and gently rubbed her reddened face. That hurts. Brother, could you pinch a little gentler? Vela complained softly. Sui flashed a charming smile. Aren't you meant to be in pain? Vela turned her head in embarrassment and irritation. Stop saying such things. Let's check on that little dog first. Sui stopped teasing her, and the two squatted down beside the little bear. The little bear glared fiercely at Vela, clearly displeased with the kick she had just given it. Vela angrily tapped its head. Little dog, you can't show such an expression. The little bear was instantly bewildered, its head tilted in disbelief as it looked at Vela, as if asking her to open her eyes and see what it really was. Brother, doesn't it look more like a little dog now? Vela teased. Sui also smiled. Indeed, the little bear's confused expression did resemble that of a village dog. The little bear was furious, its eyes bulging as it bared its sharp teeth, ready to bite Vela. However, Sui's telekinesis kept it pinned in place. Despite straining with all its might, it couldn't move a single step. This little dog can actually understand human speech. How smart is it? Vela asked in surprise. Sui explained calmly. Because it has also mutated, otherwise how could it bite through iron vines? Hearing this, Vela couldn't help but sit down on the ground, astonished that this little bear before her had also mutated. Sui picked up the bear, inspected it for a moment, and then set it down. It's still a little female bear. If it were a male bear, it wouldn't be able to be my guard dog. Vela looked at Sui in confusion. Why can't a male bear be a guard dog? Isn't a male bear stronger? Sui snorted lightly. Because in my villa area there can't be a single male besides me. Vela rolled her eyes at him, truly domineering. Look, it's so fierce. Can it really behave like a proper guard dog? Vera propped her chin in her hands and asked. The young bear was on the verge of collapse. It was a top-tier brown bear, apex predator of the food chain, not some lowly canine. Baring its teeth and claws, it glared furiously at the two humans. Sui slapped it hard, sending it flying several meters, then dragged it back with telekinetic force. A disobedient dog just needs a beating. If it still won't obey, well, we might as well eat it. Bear meat would pair nicely with tiger meat for dinner. Sui spoke coldly. The young bear had forgotten the sting of the slap, utterly stunned by his words. I'm a Class II nationally protected species. How dare you, a mere human, openly threaten to devour me in broad daylight? Seeing the bear dazed, Sui struck it again, another sharp slap. Yelping, it tumbled twice before rolling back to their feet. It lay flat on the ground, eyes dull and vacant, no longer registering the two humans' appraising gazes. Just end it. I'm exhausted. Vera poked its snout with a finger, but the bear refused to respond. Is it about to die? I heard spoiled dog meat can't be eaten. Should we hurry and dispatch it? Vera asked. In an instant, steam puffed from the bear's nostrils. Its forepaws twitched rapidly before it scrambled upright, straining to appear energetic and alert. Vera's earlier excitement evaporated. I thought it was dead. On TV, bear paws are said to be delicious. I'd even hoped we'd try them tonight. The young bear hastily tucked all four paws beneath its belly. This pup's got such timid nerves. I was only joking, yet it trembles like this. Vera scoffed. The bear shuddered faintly, cursing inwardly. Wouldn't you be terrified too if someone announced they'd eat you? Sui gazed at it impassively. I know you understand us. I need a guard dog, and you're quite suitable. If you agree, bark once. Terrified, the bear clamped its jaws shut, silent. If I go with them, my paws might end up on the dinner table tonight. Sui tossed a jar of honey before it. Refuse, and I'll eat you tonight. Agree, and you'll feast on meat and honey every day. The bear stared at Sui in delighted disbelief. Then, gathering courage, let out two soft howls. Ow. Ow. Sui frowned. You're meant to be a guard dog. You must bark like a dog. Glancing at the tantalizing honey, the bear instantly abandoned all vestiges of wild dignity, lowered itself onto its belly, and yelped twice like a puppy. Woof, woof. A slow smile spread across Sui's face. From now on, you're mine. This jar is your reward. At his command, the bear clasped the honey jar in both paws and devoured it ravenously. It was barely 6 months old, too young to forage or hunt for itself. Yet after the zombie outbreak, it had swiftly mutated. Its intellect sharpened dramatically, and its teeth and claws grew unnaturally sharp. It had been lured and ensnared by the scent of valuable essence emanating from that vine. Though mocked as a puppy by Sui and Vera, earning honey was reward enough. At worst, it would simply stand guard, guaranteeing meat, honey, and freedom from the perilous search for food. Give it a name, Vera suggested. Sui paused, then said, call it Xiaohe. At the name, the honey-gorging bear froze momentarily, then resumed eating. Xiaohe wasn't elegant, but it was tolerable. Vera's lips twitched. Xiaohe, that's dreadful. I think Tsuehua suits it far better. At the word Tsuehua, the bear recoiled, shaking its head violently, clearly horrified by the suggestion. Vera huffed. In Buni bears, Tsuehua is the beloved goddess of Xiongda and Xiong'er. I've bestowed upon you a name of sublime elegance, yet you dare reject it. Desperately, the bear turned its gaze to Sui. Being called Tsuehua would shame my ancestors more than death itself. Sui chuckled, ruffling its fur. Xiaohe it is. Tsuehua truly is unrefined. The bear nodded vigorously, rubbing its head against Su Yi's pant leg, indistinguishable from any loyal dog. Vera pouted. You have no taste whatsoever. Suehua is magnificently majestic. Sui rose and said calmly, let's move on. There are many plants here. We may yet discover more mutated specimens. Hearing him, Xiaohei shook its head and immediately clung to Su Yi's leg. He looked down puzzled. What is it? Don't tell me you plan to stay behind. Xiaohei quickly shook its head, then raised one paw pointing firmly in a direction. Su Yi glanced that way. Then realization dawning, dropped instantly to his knees beside the bear. Do you know where more such mutated plants grow? Su Yi asked, excitement brightening his voice. Xiaohei nodded, eagerly jabbing its paw insistently toward the same spot. Without hesitation, Su Yi lifted both Xiaohei and Vera with telekinesis and soared toward the indicated direction. After a brief flight, Xiaohei began barking urgently. Su Yi understood at once and descended. The moment they landed, countless pine needles shot toward them, only to freeze midair, halted by Su Yi's telekinetic barrier. Before the towering mutated pine tree, a slow, satisfied smile spread across his face. Indeed, a mutated plant. Xiaohei gets extra chicken legs tonight. At those words, Xiaohei wagged its tongue joyfully, still clutching the honey jar Su Yi had gifted it. Pine needles kept raining down, yet each halted in mid-flight. Su Yi drew his throwing knife and swiftly felled the mutated pine, extracting the wooden grass spirit essence from its trunk. As the glowing essence drifted toward Su Yi, Vera's mouth watered involuntarily. He rinsed it clean, then swallowed it whole, eager to test whether repeated consumption yielded diminishing returns. He focused inward and sensed a gentle warmth flowing through him, though far less intense than the first time. Yet this essence was visibly larger than the previous one. Soon Su Yi fully absorbed the essence. His attributes rose, but the gains were noticeably smaller than before. Rank Tier 3 Physique, 573 Agility, 568 Mental Strength, 569 Abilities, Star Gods, I Divine Telekinesis, Heartfelt Obedience, Bound 26 Flight, Hyper Regeneration. Titles, Locust Plague, Bloodthirsty Butcher. Su Yi shook his head, slightly regretful. Clearly the wooden grass spirit essence could not indefinitely elevate all three core attributes. Noticing his sigh, Vera asked curiously, Ego, what's wrong? Can this essence no longer boost the three primary stats? Su Yi replied coolly, not exactly. Its efficacy diminishes with repeated use. The second dose granted only half the benefit of the first. Vera's expression darkened. After finally uncovering a path to self-enhancement, such a limitation felt bitterly disappointing. Su Yi didn't feel it was a pity. After all, he had other methods to accumulate attribute points, and they were continuous. Vera vented her frustration by hacking at the nearby bushes with her long knife. There aren't even any third-tier zombies now. Oh, isn't that making it impossible for me to continue improving? Su Yi stroked his chin and said, well, it's not entirely hopeless. Hearing this, Vera's eyes lit up as she eagerly asked, what method is there? Is there really another way to enhance physical attributes? Su Yi smiled lightly. Of course, otherwise how could my attributes be so high? Vera pursed her red lips and asked, what is the method? Can you tell me? Su Yi gently pushed Vera's head away as she leaned closer. Helping you enhance your physical attributes will require a lot of effort, and I won't be able to sleep all night. That's a big loss for me. Vera looked at Su Yi with a pitiful expression. Brother Yi, I was born restless. It's too hard for me not to fight. Please help me. I am willing to endure any hardship as long as you assist me. Su Yi raised the corners of his mouth. Oh, you can really endure any hardship. You can persist no matter how tiring it is. Vera nodded vigorously. Yes, I can persist. I love the feeling of becoming stronger. Su Yi nodded lightly. All right, since you're begging me like this, I will reluctantly help you. I hope you won't regret it later. Vera patted her chest. I promise I won't regret it. Little Black sat on the ground, happily licking honey, completely ignoring the two. Su Yi squatted down and looked at Little Black. How did you know there was a mutated pine tree here? Little Black stopped licking the honey and then shook its behind. Su Yi noticed several small holes on Little Black's behind, now scabbed over. Su Yi then understood that Little Black had previously wandered into this area and was shot by the mutated pine tree a few times, and now it was bringing him for revenge. Do you know where there are other mutated plants? If you do, is there a reward? Su Yi continued to ask. Little Black shook its head. Although it had been here for over 10 days, it had never dared to run around. The few needles it was shot with by the pine tree had yet to heal. It was already impressive that Little Black knew of one. Su Yi then continued to lead Vera and Little Black in search within this zoo. The two, along with the bear, searched the entire zoo until after 3 o'clock in the afternoon. In the end, Su Yi found 2 mutated plants and harvested 2 spirit herbs. Additionally, he found a mutated wild wolf and a mutated lion. However, Su Yi thought the wild wolf was too ugly and the lion had too much of a temper, so he killed them both and took them away. After all, they could be used for meat. After leaving the zoo, Su Yi flew to a nearby commercial street. Feel free to fight here, but remember not to run around. If you dare to run, I'll break your legs and bring you back, Su Yi said to Vera with a calm expression. Vera pouted. I won't run away. Stop trying to scare me. Su Yi slightly curled his lips. I'm not trying to scare you. Those who betray me will not have a good ending. Even if it's you, I will show mercy only if you serve me faithfully. I can tolerate your little temper at times, and I can help fulfill your wishes. The choice is yours. Vera sensed a chilling aura, even though Sue-Yi was smiling, which made her involuntarily want to kneel. Vera cautiously swallowed. I understand. I know how to choose the best option. Besides, I am already your woman, and I will never betray you. Sue-Yi patted her cheek. Saying is always easier than doing so. They'll only watch your actions. Destroying a woman is too easy. I guess you don't want to try that, do you? Vera didn't dare to breathe loudly, and just nodded cautiously. As long as you don't betray me, you can boldly be yourself in front of me. Now if you want to fight, you can do so freely. I'm nearby. After saying this, Sue-Yi took Little Black towards a nearby shop. Once Sue-Yi left, Vera exhaled heavily. Sue-Yi just now was too terrifying. It was the first time she had seen such a Sue-Yi. He is definitely a man of his word. If I choose to run away or betray him, he will definitely kill me himself without an ounce of mercy. Vera sighed softly. She never considered running away or betraying Sue-Yi, so she wasn't overly worried about it. Although she didn't seem very smart, she knew what the best choice was. Following Sue-Yi, she had no worries about food and drink, and with so many sisters accompanying her, what was there for her to be unsatisfied with? Although following Sue-Yi was exhausting at times, she could accept it with so many people sharing the burden. If she were still in that community, it would be a life of suffocation. It would be too difficult for her to live well on her own. Rather than surviving like an ant in the ruins, it was better to rely on a giant. What Sue-Yi had just said was not only directed at Vera, in fact, he had said the same to every woman. Betrayal was something he could never accept, and those who chose to betray him would suffer his endless revenge until their death. This was both a warning and advice. Sue-Yi couldn't control everyone's thoughts. The choice was theirs. Sue-Yi believed that no one would want to endure his revenge. Sue-Yi walked into each shop and moved everything useful out. After all, his space was large, and he could take as much as he wanted. In this area, Sue-Yi even saw a swimsuit store with truly abundant styles. Sue-Yi instantly collected all the clothes just in time for those women to wear while at the water park. Vera, on the other hand, was enjoying her battle. Since her strength had grown stronger, she had been looking forward to fighting zombies. Each time she killed a zombie, it ignited a sense of joy deep within her. She collected all the crystal cores from the zombies she killed and handed them to Sue-Yi, clearing out all the zombies in the shops to facilitate Sue-Yi's collection of supplies. She was having fun killing, but she didn't dare to run too far. If she accidentally got lost and made Sue-Yi misunderstand that she wanted to escape, it would be disastrous. She was still so young and beautiful, but she didn't want to die early. Little Black, on the other hand, followed Sue-Yi like a little dog. As Sue-Yi was now in charge of its food, sticking close to him was the right choice. They collected from one end of the street to the other, clearing another street. By this time it was past 5 in the afternoon, and Vera wiped the sweat from her forehead. Brother-y, it's getting late. Shouldn't we head home? Vera asked. Sue-Yi nodded. Today's harvest was quite good. It is time to go home. Then Sue-Yi took Vera and Little Black and flew towards their home in the villa area. As Sue-Yi and Wei La returned home, they saw over 100 beautiful young ladies playing and splashing in a massive swimming pool filled with water. Numerous sunshades and beach chairs surrounded the area. Ye Chutang and Ye Chuyu were lounging under a sunshade sipping on drinks. Ye Chutang's ability was ice, so any drink she held would instantly turn into a chilled beverage. A group of young ladies joyfully splashed water at each other. Upon seeing Sue-Yi return, Ye Chutang immediately stood up and handed him a bottle of freshly chilled drink. Brother, quickly have a sip of this chilled drink to cool off, she urged. Sue-Yi smiled as he accepted the drink and took a big gulp. It was already June, the time of the college entrance examination, yet there was no hint of that tense atmosphere. You all know how to enjoy yourselves. You've made this place so perfect in just one day, Sue-Yi commented as Xia Xining, Jiang Mengqi, and others also approached. With so many of us, it's bound to be quick. The weather is hot, and going out easily leads to sunburn. Everyone was excited to play in the water park, Xia Xining said, while holding a bucket of chilled milk tea. You all have become increasingly skilled with your abilities. Using ice powers to chill drinks, water powers to add water, and earth powers to alter the terrain, Sue-Yi remarked, raising an eyebrow. Everyone felt a bit embarrassed, scratching their heads. In this apocalyptic world, their enjoyment felt somewhat extravagant. Yet Sue-Yi was happy that they could have fun. After all, the abundant resources in his space were meant for enjoyment. Chutang and Qingwan, come here for a moment. I have something to discuss with you, Sue-Yi said while walking toward the house. Ye Chutang and Du Qingwan immediately followed him. Wei La quickly tossed aside the little black bear she had and picked up a bottle of chilled drink to sip on. Li Qianqian and Ye Chuyu curiously looked at the little black bear Sue-Yi had brought back. Sister Wei La, why did you and brother Yi bring this little black bear back? Is it for eating? Li Qianqian asked curiously. The little black bear immediately ran to Wei La's feet and squatted down, not daring to approach the humans who were ready to eat it. Wei La moved it aside with some disdain. This is the little black bear that brother Yi brought back to guard for us. You can call it Xiaohei. It can understand what you are saying, so don't scare it. Ye Chuyu's mouth slightly opened in surprise. It was her first time seeing a bear that could understand human speech. Xiaohei, turn around and show me your bottom. Ye Chuyu said excitedly. Although Xiao Hei looked unwilling, it still yielded for the sake of its future happy life. In the next moment it turned around and even lifted its bottom. Ye Chuyu looked at Xiao Hei, excited to find a bear that could actually understand human language. A group of young ladies gathered around to tease Xiao Hei, who could only comply. Back in the house, Su Yi took out 2 pieces of wood spirit and handed them to Ye Chutang and Du Qingwan respectively. The 2 of them curiously squeezed the jelly-like items. "Brother Yi, what is this?" "It looks like jelly," Ye Chutang asked. Su Yi sat on the sofa sipping his drink. "This is the wood spirit I obtained today. Eating it can enhance your physical attributes and also make you more beautiful." Upon hearing this, the 2 of them's eyes instantly lit up. Anything that could make them more beautiful was definitely a good thing. They were just happy for a moment before handing it back to Su Yi. Su Yi looked at them in confusion. "Aren't you going to eat it? This is a very precious item." Both of them shook their heads. "We don't need to fight. Brother, you eat it. Besides, I feel that I am already quite beautiful. I don't need this," Ye Chutang explained. Du Qingwan added, "Yes, brother, you often have to battle zombies. This kind of item that can enhance strength is better for you. We just stay in the villa area all day and don't need these things." Su Yi smiled and handed the wood spirit back to them. "Take it. I've already eaten one. Eating too many of these will reduce their effectiveness, and it's more suitable for you to have it." They happily accepted the wood spirit, and under Su Yi's gaze swallowed it down. A warm flow circulated, enhancing their physical attributes, and impurities within their bodies were expelled through their pores. A few minutes later, the 2 of them opened their eyes simultaneously, looking excitedly at Su Yi. "This wood spirit is truly amazing. The enhancement to our strength is so obvious, and it also expels impurities. My skin feels so smooth now," Ye Chutang said as she touched her arm's skin. Du Qingwan took out a compact mirror to check her face, which looked beautifully flushed. "All right, you 2, stop admiring yourselves. If you want to play, just go back to playing. I need to take a shower after sweating a bit today," Su Yi said, heading upstairs to wash. The 2 of them immediately ran out of the villa to continue playing in the water. Ye Chuyu was still teasing Xiao Hei, who was now so tired it lay flat on the ground, panting heavily. "Xiao Yao, this is brought back by brother. You don't wear it out." Ye Chutang hurriedly ran over to stop her. Ye Chuyu reluctantly set down Xiao Hei. "This little bear is too weak but got tired after just a little while." Ye Chutang glared at her. "Look at how small it is. It's only a few months old. With so many of you teasing it, how can it have any energy?" "Fine, next time I'll give it more meat to fatten it up a bit." Ye Chuyu pouted. "What did brother Yi just tell you?" Ye Chutang cleared her throat and then raised her exquisitely fair face. "Just now, brother Yi gave each of Qingwan and me a wood spirit." Everyone looked at Ye Chutang and Du Qingwan in confusion. "Chutang, what is the wood spirit?" Han Yue asked curiously. Brother Yi said the wood spirit is something produced after plant mutations. It looks like jelly and can enhance physical attributes and expel impurities when eaten. "Qingwan and I's skin has improved a lot now," Ye Chutang explained. Everyone eagerly reached out to feel the texture and found it truly was as Ye Chutang described. "It's really smooth. Does brother Yi only have 2 wood spirits?" "I want them too," Xia Xining said enviously. Jiang Menqi's gaze had not left Ye Chutang's 2 delicate hands filled with envy. Seeing this, Wei La stepped forward to explain, "The wood spirit is a precious item. Brother Yi and I searched for a long time today and only found 4. Brother Yi ate 1, I ate 1, and the remaining 2 were given to Chutang and Qingwan. Brother Yi said he would give you more when he finds them later, so you don't need to rush." Upon hearing this, everyone felt relieved. Ye Chutang and Du Qingwan were already beautiful, but after eating the wood spirit, they became even more exquisite and ethereal. If this continued, Su Yi would probably become too lazy to pay attention to others. These women relied on Su Yi to live. Without him, their future lives would be challenging. Su Yi stretched lazily and sat up from the soft bed. Beside him lay the frowning Vela. He had to admit that Vela was indeed working hard to become stronger, and her proactive nature was quite charming. Leaning against the headboard, he initiated today's lottery, and the prize turned out to be another ring. Su Yi directly slipped the ring onto Vela's finger before leaving the room. After having breakfast downstairs, Su Yi left the villa again. The world had changed too much. Every time he stepped outside, he discovered something new. Perhaps he could even find the source of the virus. Su Yi flew aimlessly in one direction. Perhaps not being intentional would yield rewards. After flying for 10 minutes, he landed, occasionally killing a few second-tier zombies, but he didn't spend too much time on that. This time Su Yi was fortunate. He directly collided with a mutated plant, and he reluctantly accepted its heart of wood. When Su Yi fell from the sky once again, he happened to encounter a group of men fighting against zombies. What truly caught Su Yi's eye were the guns in their hands. Guns were rare items. Before the apocalypse, ordinary people could hardly even see them. Even the police stations they could access only had firearms of lower power. The firearms in the hands of these people were all of excellent quality, something Su Yi had only seen on television. He remembered that type of gun was called the Type 95 assault rifle, with an effective range of 400 meters and a maximum range of 800 meters. Moreover, the rifle was equipped with a scope and could hold a 30-round magazine, making it a truly fearsome weapon for slaying zombies. The organization that could currently possess firearms was most likely the military. Su Yi hid nearby, wanting to see what their intentions were. In the distance, a team of over 10 people was engaged in combat, with a few zombies' bullets continuously firing from their guns aimed at the zombies' heads. First-tier zombies were easily shot down by bullets, but second-tier zombies had strong resistance, their physical attributes significantly higher, often requiring more than 1 or 2 bullets to take them down. Liangge, these zombies are really annoying. It feels like we can never kill them, all one man complained. The man known as Liangge had already soaked his forehead with sweat. He was also an ability user, a second-tier ability user, but his energy had long been exhausted during the battle with the zombies, leaving him to rely solely on his firearm. Xiao Luo, stop complaining. If we don't clean out these zombies, we'll always be hiding in the corners. Moreover, the commander has already issued orders. We must eliminate all zombies in this area within 3 days and escort the survivors to safety. Liangge said solemnly. Xiao Luo exhaled heavily. I'm just venting a bit. When will these damn days come to an end? Originally, first-tier zombies were easy to deal with, but in just a few days the number of second-tier zombies has increased so much. Some with long claws, others with iron fists, and even those with wings. This world is too crazy. Who says otherwise? Zombies are everywhere, and the number of survivors is pitifully low. Originally, Chutang City was a populous city, but now the survivors are not even 1/10 of that. I can't even dare to fully close my eyes at night. Another young man said angrily. As the few men complained, zombies charged towards them once again. You bastards, if you want to curse, can't you just go back and do it? Right now, steady your hands on the guns. If anyone talks nonsense again, I'll kill him. A fierce-looking man shouted angrily, bullets continuously firing from his rifle. After being lectured, the few men dared not provoke the captain any further and kept shooting at the approaching zombies. After nearly half an hour of fighting, they had almost exhausted their bullets and the team's abilities were also running low. They could only choose to retreat, returning to restock before tackling this tough challenge again. Seeing the opportunity ripe, Su-Yi moved closer and cleared all the zombies nearby with ease. The team of over 10 people was initially planning a strategic retreat, but in the blink of an eye, all the nearby zombies were wiped out by a young man. Everyone looked at Su-Yi in astonishment. The captain of the team, Chen Chuan, immediately approached Su-Yi, thanking him. Comrade, thank you for saving us just now. Chen Chuan said politely. Su-Yi nodded slightly. You are military personnel, right? Hearing Su-Yi's words, Chen Chuan was a bit taken aback. He hadn't expected Su-Yi to be so direct, but there was no need to hide this. You guessed right, we are indeed military personnel. Comrade, are you a survivor from Chutang City? Su-Yi lightly acknowledged and continued. I saw what you just did. Can you tell me what you are doing, or update me on the current situation of humanity? Chen Chuan furrowed his brow, seeming to have something difficult to say. If there's anything you can't mention, just tell me what you can. Su-Yi said, lightly, wanting to understand the general situation without expecting to know everything. After some thought, Chen Chuan said, all of us here are military personnel from Chutang City. After the outbreak of the zombie virus, our military launched a rescue operation that has not stopped until today. Our recent mission is to clear out the zombies in this area and rescue the survivors within. Su-Yi raised an eyebrow. What he said was practically no different from saying nothing. So what's the current situation of humanity? What plans does our Hua country have, and how are other countries doing? Su-Yi asked. Chen Chuan's face showed an apologetic expression. I'm sorry, but that information belongs to military secrets and cannot be disclosed, so I cannot tell you. Su-Yi felt like cursing. He couldn't say this or that. What was there to hide about such trivial matters? Then take me to find someone in Chutang City who can talk to me. I have something to discuss with him. Su-Yi said coldly. Chen Chuan's expression twitched, and he awkwardly replied, we cannot take you to meet the current highest leader of Chutang City, but if you want to go to the safe zone we established, that can be arranged. Su-Yi, infuriated, grabbed Zhao Chuan by the neck. Are you kidding me? I've said I have something to discuss with him. Is he made of gold? I can't even meet him. Chen Chuan's breath was abruptly cut off, his face turning from red to purple, his mouth opening and closing helplessly. You are not military personnel, so cannot. Chen Chuan explained in a stuttering manner. The other members of the team surrounded Su-Yi, but no one dared to take action as their captain was still in Su-Yi's grasp. Comrade, please don't act rashly. This is our rule. We truly cannot take you there. Can you let go of our captain first? Liangge spoke up to advise. Su-Yi discarded Chen Chuan onto the ground as if he were trash, then disdainfully wiped the sweat, not his own, from his palm. Team members quickly helped Chen Chuan to his feet. The image of Su-Yi instantly annihilating every zombie moments earlier remained vivid in their minds. They dared not offend him further. Chen Chuan slowly rose, massaging his stiff neck before offering Su-Yi an apology. Comrade, we're deeply grateful for your rescue, but we truly cannot disclose information about those matters. If you wish to speak with the military leadership of Chutang City, you may relay your request through our platoon commander. Su-Yi turned his head slightly toward the pale-faced Chen Chuan. Where is your platoon commander? He's operating somewhere within this zone. He won't leave until every survivor here has been evacuated. Chen Chuan replied. Su-Yi clenched his teeth in frustration. What utter nonsense. You expect me to search this entire vast area for him? Chen Chuan gave an awkward smile, suddenly aware of how foolish his statement had sounded. Su-Yi turned to the others. Does anyone know where your platoon commander is right now? Xiao Luo responded swiftly. Before departing today, I overheard the commander say he'd clear the Xingfu Li residential complex entirely. I'm certain he's there now. Su Yi frowned. Is your military that impoverished? No communication devices at all. The group fell silent, averting their gazes in collective embarrassment. We're merely a small team of a dozen people. How could we possibly possess such equipment? After the global network collapsed, satellite phones became our only long-range option. Short-range radios do exist, but even those are now exceedingly rare. Su Yi inwardly scoffed. These were supposed to be military personnel, yet they were reduced to such dire straits. At least tell me which direction Xingfu Li lies in. Su Yi asked, exasperated. Qinchuan pointed. Approximately 2 kilometers that way. Having obtained the precise direction, Su Yi lifted them all into the air, using telekinesis, and soared toward the complex. The moment they ascended, the group screamed in terror, only to fall utterly silent under Su Yi's icy rebuke. Within half a minute, Su Yi had already arrived at the Xingfu Li residential complex. The instant they touched down, each person collapsed onto the ground, retching violently. They were merely level 1 awakened individuals. Su Yi's flight speed far exceeded their physical tolerance. Su Yi watched them vomit with undisguised contempt. When carrying women earlier, he deliberately slowed his pace. But with these men, he felt no need for restraint. Speed was paramount. Lead me to your platoon commander. Grown men collapsing after such a brief flight. You disgrace the very notion of masculinity. Their faces paled and flushed in turn, nearly seething with indignation. Gritting their teeth, they straightened up and led Su Yi into the complex while he activated his ability to scan the surroundings. They hadn't walked far before Su Yi spotted the woman they called their commander, a figure clad in crisp military uniform. Upon seeing Qinchuan, her expression hardened with anger. Qinchuan, what business do you have wandering off like this? I assigned you a completely different sector, she demanded coldly. A profound sense of existential despair washed over Qinchuan. Humiliated by Su Yi just moments ago, and now reprimanded by his superior. Life indeed was unbearably difficult. Commander, it wasn't my choice. I came because someone wished to meet you. That's why we brought him here, Qinchuan murmured, lowering his voice in explanation. Hearing this, the woman's expression softened slightly. She turned her gaze towards Su Yi, and only then noticed the young man standing before her. Qinchuan quietly recounted what had transpired, emphasizing Su Yi's extraordinary power. Hello, I am Chu, launching platoon commander of the 7th Company Special Warfare Brigade, Sealing City. Hello, Commander Chu. My name is Su Yi, and I wish to meet Sealing City's highest-ranking leader. Su Yi, you must understand the gravity of the current crisis. Zombies infest every corner, survivors cling to life by sheer will. Even our military struggles to maintain order. Our top leadership's security is paramount. Granting you access is simply out of the question. Are your people truly so weak and spineless that they can't even grant a simple audience? Su Yi's voice dropped icy and sharp. In response to the insult, fury surged through Chu Lanqing. She lunged forward, fist raised, only for Su Yi to glance at her indifferently and repel her several meters back with telekinetic force. Chu Lanqing's chest heaved, her face darkened to a livid shade. Su Yi, I am sincerely grateful you saved my people, but you will not insult us. Your strength is undeniable, yet you remain flesh and blood. Do you truly believe you can withstand bullets? To me, you are nothing more than insignificant insects. If you dare raise a hand against me, measure your courage well. Su Yi mocked, his tone dripping with disdain. Chu Lanqing drew her sidearm in one swift motion, its cold muzzle leveled directly at Su Yi. Faced with such brazen provocation, she resolved to teach him a lesson, even if she couldn't kill him. She fired 2 warning shots into the ground before Su Yi, but he didn't flinch. He stood utterly unmoved, as though already certain the bullets would never strike him. Enraged, Chu Lanqing aimed squarely at Su Yi's shoulder. Wounding him was acceptable. She could always treat him afterward. But if she failed to assert dominance now, everyone would soon trample upon their authority. Yet what followed left them all stunned. The bullets froze midair the instant they exited the barrel, then clattered to the ground with a sharp metallic ring. Chu Lanqing's heart hammered with mounting dread. She fired again. Again the bullets hung, suspended, motionless. Su Yi observed her like a clown performing for his amusement, his mockery unmistakable. Chu Lanqing now grasped the nature of Su Yi's ability, likely object manipulation. Combined with his earlier flight, he was almost certainly a dual-awakened individual. The military had 2 such dual-awakened individuals, both now elite figures commanding unparalleled resources and influence. Given Su Yi's dual awakening, defeating him seemed virtually impossible, especially when even gunfire posed no threat whatsoever. Su Yi, I acknowledge your formidable strength, but your insults are unwarranted. Our supreme leader is our most vital asset. Even our own personnel face near impossible odds securing an audience. Yet, if you insist, there is one path forward. Chu Lanqing suppressed her fury and spoke calmly. At the mention of a solution, Su Yi's expression eased, just slightly. Then tell me, what is this path? Speak plainly, or regret it. Chu Lanqing's sharp tongue towards Su Yi was truly unbearable. Reflecting on her own upbringing in a crowd, she wondered when she had ever suffered such indignities. If her brother and father knew about this, they would have long since beaten him to the ground. Chu Lanqing gritted her teeth and said, "The only way is for you to join our military. Once your identity and intentions are fully confirmed, given your talents, our highest leader will certainly meet with you." Sui's expression grew cold once more. "Join your military? What qualifications do you have to let me join? It's been over half a month since the apocalypse, and I haven't seen you suppress the zombies in Sealing City. How can you have the face to ask me to join you?" Chu Lanqing was so enraged that she wanted to tear Sui's mouth apart. Chen Chuan saw this and tightly held on to Chu Lanqing. Even if everyone here was tied together, they wouldn't be a match for Sui, and charging forward would be seeking death. Before the apocalypse, he would have been arrested by the police. Now in the apocalypse, if you die, it would be in vain. "Squad leader, please don't be angry. Sui just speaks very directly and means no offense. I am insulting you." Sui replied nonchalantly. Chu Lanqing was about to explode with rage. Chen Chuan alone could not hold her back, and Xiao Luo and Liang Gu rushed over to help restrain Chu Lanqing. "Sui, you are just one person. What are you so arrogant about? Your strength is hardly worth mentioning in our military. If I didn't see your dual abilities and want to help you develop better, I wouldn't even bother with you. One day you'll be bitten to death by zombies, starve to death without food, or die alone in loneliness." Chu Lanqing cursed fiercely, unleashing the most offensive words she could think of. Her family had produced military leaders for generations, and she had grown up in such an environment. Since childhood, she had been strict with herself, and this was her first time losing control like this, provoked by a kid who seemed younger than herself. "You can't even curse without using foul language. Tsk tisk, looking so old yet unable to insult properly, you must not have a boyfriend, right? With such a bad temper, no one would want you. Otherwise you wouldn't be getting angry so easily." Sui teased with a smile. Then, as if he thought of something, he stepped back 2 paces in disdain. "You're not going through menopause at just 20-something, are you? While having hormonal imbalances at such a young age means no one will want you." Chu Lanqing's eyes turned red. It was too insulting. This was the first time she had been humiliated like this, especially in front of so many subordinates. In the next moment, Chu Lanqing burst into tears, sitting on the ground and sobbing uncontrollably. This scene shocked everyone around. Was this really their iron-willed Chu Lanqing? How could she be reduced to tears by someone? Previously, she hadn't cried, even when an ability user who had committed numerous crimes had his arm broken. Sui looked at Chu Lanqing in disbelief. He hadn't even used a third of his strength before she cried. When he had teased his own women, he had been much harsher. "No way you've broken down this easily. How did you become a squad leader like this? It can't be through family connections, right?" Sui asked, twitching his lips. Hearing this, Chu Lanqing cried, even louder, like a kettle boiling over. Sui, feeling annoyed, gritted his teeth and said, "Can you stop crying? You're really annoying. You're nowhere near as obedient as my women." Yet Chu Lanqing completely ignored this and continued to cry loudly. Sui, exasperated, slapped her across the face. "What are you crying about? It's driving me crazy. If you keep crying, I'll kill you," Sui said fiercely. Chu Lanqing was slapped to the side, and Sui's aura frightened her into stopping, yet her face still bore the expression of wanting to cry, but holding back. Sui pointed at Chu Lanqing, saying, "If you cry again, I'll slap you." Chu Lanqing covered her slapped face, looking at Sui with grievance, having cursed him thousands of times in her heart. Sui took a deep breath, clearing his frustration. "I may not need to meet your highest leader, but I want to know all information regarding the zombie virus." Chu Lanqing hesitated for a moment, and just as Sui scolded, "Is this also something you can't discuss? This is the apocalypse, what information can't be shared?" Chu Lanqing's face turned pale with anger as she gritted her teeth. "This isn't something I can decide, but my father can. I need to go back and discuss it with him." Sui pulled out a piece of paper, wrote down his satellite phone number, and tossed it in front of Chu Lanqing. "This is my satellite phone. Notify me within 3 days. If I don't receive your call, I'll come find you directly. Don't doubt my abilities. The consequences are something you can't bear." After saying this, Sui left immediately. Staying here would drive him mad. Chu Lanqing picked up the crumpled paper from the ground, clenching it tightly in her palm, her fair hand now veined. "I swear I won't let this grudge go. The next time you come, I will definitely have my brother teach you a good lesson." Chu Lanqing stood up, looking at her subordinates who were exchanging glances. "What are you looking at? Don't you know to clear out the zombies? If you don't clean this community today, don't expect to eat. Get lost. Heaven and earth clash, the little ones suffer." They had just done nothing and were already affected. Their hearts ached. Yet due to Chu Lanqing's status and background, they could only obey orders. After Sui left, he vented his anger on the zombies, but these zombies were too weak, hardly even qualifying as opponents. After obtaining a spirit of wood, Sui returned home directly. This was the first time he had come back around 3 in the afternoon. After flying for a dozen minutes, as soon as he got home, Sui threw the spirit of wood to Gu Yifei, who was walking towards him. Then he pulled Ye Chutang into his room, leaving everyone else looking bewildered. What's going on with Ye Gu today? Why did he pull Chutang into the room as soon as he got home? Did Chutang make Ye Gu angry? Gu Yifei asked in confusion. Ye Chutang shook her head hurriedly. Impossible. I've been with my sister all day, she couldn't have made Ye Gu angry. Ye Gu looked a bit cold just now, or maybe someone outside annoyed him. The villa was immediately filled with sounds that made one's face flush and heart race. Han Yue smiled with satisfaction. See, I knew I guessed right. How could that scheming girl Chutang make Ego angry? Ego just wants to vent his frustration. We can continue playing outside without worry. Ye Chutang looked worriedly at the second floor. Gu Yafei held the spirit of wood, and under the gaze of the crowd ate it. Did someone upset you, Ego? Why are you? Today? Su Yi gently touched Ye Chutang's cheek. I'm sorry, I'm a bit irritable today. Ye Chutang shook her head, blushing. No, I just noticed Ego seems a bit angry. Su Yi held Ye Chutang a bit tighter. You've worked hard. A smile appeared on Ye Chutang's face as she reached up to touch Su Yi's brow and eyes. It's fine as long as Ego isn't angry anymore. Su Yi held Ye Chutang's small hand and kissed the back of it. You're certainly the good one. Why is it that no one else is even half as good as Yue? Ye Chutang softly asked. Ego, can you tell me why you were angry? I want to know. Su Yi recounted the events of the day to Ye Chutang. After hearing this, Ye Chutang was also somewhat angry. How could that woman be so unreasonable? Ego, you saved her subordinate, and now you only want to meet with them, yet she's being so stingy. Seeing Ye Chutang's angry little expression, Su Yi couldn't help but smile and pinched her cheek. She certainly can't compare to my Chutang. With her unattractive appearance, it's no wonder she doesn't have a boyfriend. Next time we meet, I'll bring you along. She'll definitely fade in your presence. Ye Chutang beamed and nestled into Su Yi's embrace. All right, next time I'll go with Ego. I'll wear the prettiest dress and help you scold her. How dare she make Ego angry? That's unforgivable. Chutang, every time I'm with you my mood seems to be exceptionally good. You're truly my little treasure. Ye Chutang blushed deeply. Thank you, Ego, I'm already your girlfriend after all. Hearing this, Su Yi smiled again. If you had been my girlfriend in high school, how happy I would have been. What a pity. Ye Chutang kissed Su Yi on the side of his face. Back then I only thought about studying and never considered dating. Now that I think about it, it is indeed a bit regrettable, but it's not too late now. I'll always be yours. Right, it's not too late now? You will always be mine. The sunlight outside the window gradually disappeared, and dinner time was approaching. Ego, I'm a bit hungry. Can we go eat? Ye Chutang covered her stomach and asked. Su Yi immediately got up dressed, and then carried Ye Chutang downstairs to eat. Ego, put me down. I'm really fine. Ye Chutang said shyly, wrapping her arms around Su Yi's neck. Su Yi smiled. You made me very happy today, so carrying you downstairs for dinner is my reward. Ye Chutang then stopped talking, quietly resting her head on Su Yi's shoulder to enjoy the moment. As Su Yi entered the living room, everyone stared at the two in astonishment. Just a few hours ago he had been so fierce, yet he was now soothed by Ye Chutang. It seemed her comforting skills had improved. Ego, did my sister get hurt? Why do you have to carry her downstairs? Ye Chu asked. Su Yi placed Ye Chutang on a chair by the dining table. Of course not. Today Chutang performed so well that I just wanted to carry her downstairs. Everyone looked silently at Ye Chutang as if trying to bore a hole into her. It's confirmed. Completely confirmed. This scheming girl Ye Chutang must have often secretly practiced her comforting skills, otherwise how could she have managed to soothe Su Yi like this? Everyone, let's eat. Chutang just said she was hungry, and being hungry for too long isn't good for the body. Su Yi said lightly. Everyone grit their teeth. You two were upstairs doing your thing, while leaving us downstairs waiting for dinner. Everyone sat down to eat, but some would steal glances at Ye Chutang, which left her a bit confused. After everyone finished eating, Han Yue immediately pulled Ye Chutang to sit on the sofa. A dozen people immediately surrounded her, blocking her in the middle. Ye Chutang's eyes twitched. What are you all doing? Han Yue crossed her arms, looking at her with annoyance. What do you think we're doing? How dare you ask us? You should explain how you managed to charm Ego into such a daze. Ye Chutang was somewhat confused and tilted her head. When did I charm Ego into a daze? You guys are talking nonsense. Zhao Xiaoxue had directly pushed Ye Chutang down onto the sofa, her face showing a fierce expression. Chutang, although we only got to know each other after the apocalypse, we've been together for so long, we are good sisters. If you have such a good skill, not sharing it with us is being inconsiderate. Ye Chutang's cheeks turned red as she pushed Zhao Xiaoxue away in annoyance. What do you all want? I really don't understand what you're saying. Xia Sining pulled open Ye Chutang's collar, revealing the small hickey Su Yi had just given her. Look for yourself, what more is there to say? Ye Chutang panicked and adjusted her collar. What's the big deal? You've all seen it before. Is this really worth making a fuss over? This certainly isn't worth making a fuss over, but just a few hours after Egu returned in a fierce mood, he was completely charmed by you. When did you gain such skills? Han Yue said straightforwardly. Ye Chutang brushed her slightly disheveled hair. Don't talk nonsense, I just spent some time with Ego. I don't have such skills. Jiang Mingqi snorted coldly. I originally thought I was the one with the deepest thoughts, but it seems you Ye Chutang are the schemer here. Pretty women are never simple, and only Sining is a bit naive. Xia Sining bumped Jiang Mingqi. I'm just a bit slow-witted, I'm not naive. Jiang Mingqi coughed awkwardly, and then said, I was just giving an example, I meant no harm. What's most important now is to learn Chutang's skill. Xia Sining immediately fixed her gaze on Ye Chutang. Mengqi is right, if you confess now we can overlook your past offenses. Otherwise don't blame us for being ruthless. Ye Chutang stood up angrily. What can you do to me? I've said I did nothing yet you still don't believe me. We live together every day, how could I learn such things? You're going too far. Han Yue spoke with some skepticism. Do you really not have any skills to charm men? Ye Chutang rolled her eyes at her. We've been best friends since childhood, how could you not know if I do or not? Besides, Mingqi is minoring in psychology, so she understands men better than anyone. I haven't seen her actively teach you, why come to me for help? I'm also a novice in romance. Everyone's gaze shifted to Jiang Mingqi. Jiang Mingqi took a few steps back in fear. Don't be fooled by her as she's just trying to shift the fire onto me. I'm minoring in psychology and her tricks won't fool me. If we try hard enough we can definitely get those skills out of her. Everyone looked back at Ye Chutang. But Ye Chutang was completely nonchalant. Believe it or not, as Mengqi's top disciple Sining definitely knows how much Mengqi understands men. If you don't believe me, you can ask Sining. Xia Sining, being straightforward, said, that's true. Mengqi really understands men. She even summarized her 5 major theories. I've learned them, and they are quite useful. Everyone immediately surrounded Jiang Mingqi, puffing with anger. Oh, so you're the one hiding the deepest. Just now you tried to shift the blame on Ye Chutang, wanting to continue hiding while monopolizing ego, right? Lin Shiyun said in a deep voice. Ye Chutang added fuel to the fire. Yes, she must be thinking like that. I just got to know ego a bit earlier, so I don't have those comforting skills. Jiang Mingqi is the real boss here. Zhao Xiaoxue pushed Jiang Mingqi down onto the sofa again. Quickly hand over your 5 major theories and teach us a lesson, or you won't get to leave. The others also rolled up their sleeves, secretly threatening her. Jiang Mingqi felt wronged and was about to cry. How did things escalate this way? If she had known, she would have just sat quietly and watched. And that silly girl Xia Sining, truly a waste of teaching her, admitting it so quickly and immediately losing her status as the top disciple. In the end, Jiang Mingqi could only reluctantly give a lecture on men's psychology, and everyone listened attentively and took notes. For 3 consecutive days, he did not go out spending time playing with these women while waiting for a phone call. During these 3 days, he also received several rewards, including 2 rings and a cow. He gave the rings to Ye Chuyo and Zhao Xiaoxue, with Ye Chuyo constantly clamoring for hers. The cow was the reward he received on the 3rd day. Yes, you read that right, it's a cow. However, this cow is no ordinary cow. It is a mutated cow twice the size of a regular cow and producing more than 5 times the milk. Moreover, this cow is exceptionally docile, unlike other mutated animals that tend to be aggressive. He also learned from the system that the milk from this mutated cow has the effect of enhancing physical attributes, although the enhancement is limited and requires long-term consumption. This doesn't have much effect on Sui, but having fresh milk is still nice. Li Qianqian excitedly circled around the cow as it was her first time seeing a cow, and especially a mutated one. You go with this cow, won't we have unlimited milk from now on? Li Qianqian asked happily. Sui nodded. Yes, this is a mutated cow, and its milk production is much higher than that of a regular cow. You all need to take good care of it, regularly milk it, and store the milk in the fridge. Make sure not to waste any. Li Qianqian even specially arranged for someone to build a small house for the cow to live in and scheduled shifts to take care of it. Sui rested for 3 days, indulging in food and fun, playing in the water, and snacking, truly enjoying himself. Moreover, his attributes greatly improved. Rank Tier 3 Physique, 744 Agility, 739 Spirit, 740 Abilities, Star Gods, I Divine Mind, Heartfelt Submission, Bonded 42 Flight, Rapid Regeneration titles, Locust Crossing, Bloodthirsty Butcher. His attributes were exceedingly high, nearly 75 times that of an ordinary person, and this was still less than 20 days into the apocalypse. After waiting for 3 days that Chu Lanqing still hadn't called, which made him somewhat annoyed. Today was the last day. If she really didn't call Sue, he would rush over early tomorrow morning to take them hostage and find a military-specific location. He must understand the cause of the zombie virus. The feeling of living in uncertainty was too tormenting. Only by knowing the specific cause of the zombie virus could Sue proceed with his next plans. He was not one to sit idly by. His strength was his confidence, and he had already stored plenty of 1st and 2nd-tier corpse crystals in his spatial storage, sufficient to support him in prolonged battles. Even if it were a solo meeting, going in and out 7 times would be a piece of cake. Therefore, Sue was not in a hurry at this moment. He was lying on a lounge chair sipping a cold drink while watching over 200 beauties in cool outfits playing in the water. At that moment, Han Yue, with her peach blossom eyes and wearing a swimming ring, excitedly waved at Sue. You come play with us. The sisters all want you to join. Sue smiled cheerfully and playfully splashed her with a handful of water. Han Yue wiped the water droplets off her face, looking a bit aggrieved as she stared at Sue. Go, why are you so naughty? You've wet my hair. Sue, feeling playful, splashed more water at Han Yue, causing her to flee in panic, but no matter where she hid, she would get splashed. Han Yue immediately pleaded for mercy. Go spare me. With so many people here, go splash someone else. Li Qianqian, hands on her hips, looked at Han Yue, who was drenched. Sister Yue, you've turned into a drenched chicken, but that hairstyle looks quite unique on you. As soon as she finished speaking, a splash of water fell on her head, instantly turning her into a drenched chicken as well. Han Yue laughed out loud. Haha, you wanted to mock me. You're a drenched chicken too. Let's all be drenched chickens together. Han Yue stood in the pool splashing water at those around her, and the scene grew increasingly chaotic with most of the participants ending up as drenched chickens. Just as Su Yi was laughing and watching everyone splash water and fooled around, an overdue phone call rang out. Su Yi pulled out his satellite phone, glanced at the number, and found it wasn't from Zhao Xingyang. Did that silly girl finally call? I thought she wouldn't. Su Yi gently pressed the answer button. This is Su Yi, state your business quickly. On the other end of the line, Chu Lanqing was immediately furious, her face turning dark. Hearing this voice made her want to hit someone. My father has agreed to meet you. When do you have time? Chu Lanqing said in a deep voice. Su Yi chuckled. I'm a free man available at any time. Where is your location? I'll come find you. Then come to this place before, we'll be waiting for you here. No problem, I'll be there shortly, Su Yi replied casually. Just as Su Yi was about to hang up, the drenched Han Yue ran to his side, seeking refuge. Iga, save me. Your girlfriends are all attacking me, and I can't handle it alone. Han Yue said pitifully. Su Yi pulled her into his embrace. Be good, don't speak. I'm on the phone. On the other end of the call, Chu Lanqing suddenly heard a very pleasant female voice and the sounds of many girls fooling around, which struck her as quite strange. Su Yi, what exactly are you doing? Why are there so many women's voices around you? Chu Lanqing asked with a frown. Su Yi casually replied, it's just my girlfriends playing in the water, don't mind it. Chu Lanqing's forehead throbbed with anger. Girlfriends. Do you know that's illegal? Even though it's the apocalypse, how can you take advantage of your strength to bully women? I must tell my father. Han Yue nestled in Su Yi's arms quietly asked, Iga, who is this woman? Why is she so fierce? What does it matter to her how many women you have? It's not like she's feeding you. Su Yi pinched her cheek, just a shrew, not even half as good looking as Yue. Hearing Su Yi's praise, Han Yue heavily kissed him on the cheek, twice. Haha, just from her voice, I can tell she must be ugly, and I've been learning to be good lately. You just bullied me. Wasn't I just playing with you? How could that be considered bullying? Su Yi said lightly. Listening to the flirtation on the other end of the phone, Chu Lanqing was almost spitting blood. To hear someone say she was ugly and call her a shrew in front of her combined with such indulgence made Su Yi's reputation in her eyes drop to that of a social failure. Furious, Chu Lanqing hung up the phone, fearing that if she said more she might suffer a heart attack. Seeing that Chu Lanqing had hung up, Su Yi put away the satellite phone. He patted Han Yue, saying, go play with the others. I need to step out for a while. Hearing this, Han Yue quickly hugged Su Yi's arm, saying, no. If you leave him, doomed. They were just attacking me. A mischievous smile appeared on Su Yi's face, and the next moment he used his telekinetic power to toss Han Yue into the pool, landing right in the middle of the group. I hate you, Iga. Han Yue shouted tearfully. Su Yi chuckled, went back to his room to change his clothes, and prepared to head out. Ye Chutang rushed over, asking Iga, are you going to meet that woman? Can you take me with you? You said last time you would take me along. Su Yi thought for a moment and agreed, reasoning that he could ensure safety and bringing one more person wouldn't hurt. All right, hurry and change your clothes. You can't possibly go dressed like that. Su Yi glanced at her outfit and said. Ye Chutang nodded, I'll change right away. Iga, wait for me. Su Yi sat on the sofa waiting for Ye Chutang, and after a few minutes she finally came down. She wore a light green fluffy dress, her long black hair cascading down to her waist. With just a light touch of makeup she still looked stunning, her alluring red lips adding to her charm. A smile appeared on Su Yi's face. So you really plan to go and taunt that woman? Ye Chutang placed her hands on her waist defiantly, saying she dares to make Iga angry. Ew, I can't tolerate that. Today I will make her feel utterly humiliated. Su Yi hugged Ye Chutang and walked out together, saying, then let's make her feel utterly humiliated together. Su Yi quickly soared into the sky, leaving only afterimages for the people in the villa area to see. Why is Chutang dressed so beautifully today? Is he good taking her out? Han Yue, who was being attacked, asked. Ye Chuang shook her head. My sister didn't tell me about this. I don't know what they're up to. Do you think Iga is taking Chutang on a date? Zhao Xiaoxue said in a low voice. Zhang Mingqi immediately perked up, saying, I told you Chutang isn't as simple as she seems. That night when you all attacked me, she clearly diverted the fire onto me. Now you all see I was right. Han Yue gritted her teeth in anger, saying, I've been her best friend for 20 years. She even deceived me. What a scheming B2CH. I must torture her tonight. Maybe my sister just had something to do and nothing else. Ye Chuang quietly defended her sister, though she wasn't too sure herself. Lin Shiyun snorted coldly, does she need to dress up so beautifully just to run errands? Besides a date, there's no other reason she must be trying to monopolize Iga. Du Qingwan hesitated and said, I don't think Chutang is that kind of person. We might be misunderstanding her. Oh, let's not be so rash. What if she really did monopolize Iga? Zhao Xiaoxue asked coldly. We must capture her tonight. Du Qingwan gritted her teeth and replied quickly. Meanwhile, Su Yi had already brought Ye Chutang to their destination. As soon as Ye Chutang landed, she quickly took out a small mirror to check if her look was in disarray. After touching up her makeup, she raised her head confidently and followed Su Yi into the neighborhood. Upon entering, they saw Chu Lanqing sitting on a bench with a displeased expression, tightly gripping a satellite phone. Ye Chutang immediately attracted everyone's attention. Beautiful. So beautiful. With a tall figure and black hair cascading like a waterfall, her light green dress perfectly accentuated her figure. Her flower-like features made it impossible for every man to look away. In the presence of Ye Chutang, the proud Chu Lanqing couldn't help but lower her head, her previously accumulated aura dissipating instantly. She glanced at the clean and exquisite Ye Chutang, then at her own dirt-stained clothes, and suddenly felt a sense of inferiority. Chu Lanqing tightly pressed her lips together, unsure of how to start. Upon seeing her subordinates gazing at Ye Chutang with dazed eyes, she instantly became furious. Have you all never seen a woman before? What's so special about her? Chu Lanqing gritted her teeth and shouted at her subordinates. Ye Chutang proudly curled her lips, a bright and charming smile appearing on her face. Why is this sister so angry? They say that getting angry often can make one age faster. No wonder you look like you're in your 30s despite being only in your 20s, Ye Chutang said with a soft voice. Her melodious voice flowed into the ears of those present, causing them all to unconsciously swallow hard. Su Yi silently gave her a thumbs up, thinking that she knew how to play with words. Indeed, only a woman understands another woman. A simple sentence hit the mark, completely breaking down their defenses. Chu Lanqing's face turned pale, gritting her teeth and saying, "You are just good-looking. With no power in this apocalypse, you are merely a vase. Besides, with so many women around Su Yi, do you really think he would like you forever?" Ye Chutang leaned against Su Yi, her face soft with affection. "Egu is so outstanding. Oh, how could I possibly deserve him? Let alone monopolizing him. Just being by his side makes me incredibly happy. Sister, if you haven't been in love, you wouldn't understand the feeling of having eyes only for him." Chu Lanqing instinctively raised her hand to cover her heart, feeling utterly crushed. This was the second time her defenses had been breached. Chu Lanqing was panting heavily, her face filled with anger. "You are just degrading yourself. A woman should live for herself. Relying on others only brings fleeting warmth. Being strong is fundamental." Ye Chutang lightly parted her red lips. "Then may I ask what level of ability user you are now, and how strong are you?" Hearing this question, Chu Lanqing's confidence finally surfaced. "I am already a second-tier ability user, and I have absorbed 10 second-tier corpse crystals. In another half-month, I will definitely break through to become a third-tier ability user," Chu Lanqing said in a deep voice. Upon hearing this answer, Ye Chutang covered her mouth and chuckled, a hint of cunning in her beautiful brows. "Then sister, you really should work harder. It's been nearly 20 days since the apocalypse, yet you're still at tier 2. That's quite unacceptable. I became a third-tier ability user a week ago. If there were third-tier zombies now, Egu might have promoted me to tier 4. It's all because Egu is too kind, not wanting me to suffer even a little. Each time I can only wait at home for him. I feel so sorry for him." Su Yi smiled and patted her head. "You are my little treasure. If you went out killing, I would be so worried. Just stay at home, eat, drink, and have fun. That's what you should do. If you want to level up, just tell me, and I'll get the corpse crystals. Triple kill." Chu Lanqing could not withstand the blow and staggered back 2 steps. If it weren't for Chun Chuan's quick reflexes to support her, she might have fallen to the ground. "Is sister's health poor? Why do you look so weak?" Egu was right. Girls should be spoiled. After all the fighting and being covered in wounds, there's no man to care for you. If it were me, I would be in trouble. Ye Chutang feigned concern. "Quadruple kill." Chu Lanqing trembled all over, gripping Chun Chuan's arm tightly, causing him to wince in pain. Ye Chutang pointed a slender finger at Chun Chuan, whose face was contorted in pain, saying, "Sister, the big brother behind you looks like his face is about to deform from pain. Aren't you going to let go? A girl shouldn't be so violent. A gentleness is the ultimate weapon. Otherwise, it's very hard to find a boyfriend." Pentakill. The next moment, Chu Lanqing couldn't catch her breath and rolled her eyes, collapsing to the ground. Bang! The health bar was empty. The game was over. Upon seeing Chu Lanqing collapse, the surrounding people rushed forward to provide first aid. After 5 minutes, Chu Lanqing sat on a stool, clutching her rapidly beating heart to rest. "Has my sister's health deteriorated to this extent? Just a few words and she faints from low blood sugar?" Ye Chutang asked with a smile. Chu Lanqing pointed at Ye Chutang with trembling fingers. "You mustn't speak anymore." Ye Chutang pouted slightly, looking quite adorable. "Sister really has a temper, huh?" Ye Chutang murmured softly. Although her tone was low, it was just loud enough for everyone to hear. Chu Lanqing covered her chest, gasping for breath with a pained expression. Ye Chutang's face showed a smug look, as if to say, "You bullied my man." Su Yi subtly gestured for Ye Chutang to be quiet. Her anger was truly infuriating. After Chu Lanqing recovered for over 10 minutes, Su Yi finally spoke up. "We've wasted a lot of time. You should take me to meet your father now." Chu Lanqing's expression remained grim. This was undoubtedly the angriest she had been in over 20 years. If she weren't unable to defeat the person before her, she would have certainly fought back. With a stern face, she walked outside, not wanting to acknowledge Su Yi. Su Yi, however, was indifferent. All he cared about was the outcome. After walking a short distance, Su Yi frowned. "Hey, you're not planning to make me walk there, are you? What else do you expect? Should we send a car or a plane to pick you up?" Chu Lanqing replied irritably. Su Yi twitched the corner of his mouth. "Isn't that how it should be? My time is very precious, and what if my woman gets exhausted?" Chu Lanqing clenched her fists. "Then let's not go. If you want to go, keep your mouth shut." Ye Chutang gently took Su Yi's hand, hoping to calm him down. "Sister, how about you just tell Egu the direction? Let him take us there. It will take forever to walk. Chu Lanqing looked at the crowd. There are over 50 people here. How can he take us flying? You don't need to worry about how we'll fly. Just point the direction, Su, he said casually. Chu Lanqing snorted, coldly pointing north. Fly about 40 kilometers in this direction to reach it. Damn, you just wanted me to walk 40 kilometers. Su cursed. Chu Lanqing turned her face away. Who said that? There's a base about 10 kilometers ahead. Oh, we can take a vehicle from there. This area hasn't been fully cleared, so we can't drive yet. Hearing this, Su's expression brightened slightly. He then picked up Ye Chutang and used his telekinetic power to lift everyone up. Chu Lanqing began to float slowly, the sensation of weightlessness amplifying her inner fear until she suddenly screamed. Su shot her a cold glance. You silly girl, if you scream again I'll drop you. Chu Lanqing hurriedly covered her mouth, the sudden weightlessness making her panic. She regained her composure only after being scolded by Sui. As Sui flew northward, Ye Chutang affectionately leaned on his shoulder, looking quite pleased as she gazed at Chu Lanqing. I'm being held by such a powerful man, and you can only watch from the side. How envious you must be. Chu Lanqing closed her eyes in anger. Just a bit more. Once they arrived, someone would help her teach that social scum a lesson. That woman wouldn't be able to gloat for long. Being good-looking isn't impressive. A strong inner self is the true quality a woman should possess. After about 10 minutes, Sui and the others landed outside a base. Sui frowned at the dilapidated appearance of the base in front of him. Is this your headquarters? Sui asked disdainfully. Chu Lanqing pressed her lips together, feeling a bit embarrassed. This place hadn't always been like this. As one of the largest cities in the country, Chuling City was outstanding in terms of economic development and various other aspects. Their Chuling military district was one of the 5 major military districts in the south. Although this was not the main base of the southern military district, it was one of the 4 subsidiary bases. Before the apocalypse, it had been exceptionally well-equipped with weapons and technology at the global forefront. However, after the outbreak of the apocalypse, a large number of soldiers and the troops became infected with the virus, causing chaos within the base. Although firearms suppressed the zombies, it also led to ammunition explosions, leaving the area in much worse condition. The base before them was visibly scorched and cracked from the outside. If someone had claimed this was the Chuling military district before the apocalypse, no one would have believed it. To clear out the zombies in Chuling City and save more survivors, her father had not even had enough manpower to repair this place, only sending a few people to do a simple cleanup. The zombie outbreak spared no place. Even our military was not exempt. Even this place was saved with great effort on our part, Chu Lanqing said with a hint of sadness. Chu Lanqing used her credentials to bring everyone into the base. Once inside the base, Sui could see the dilapidation even more clearly. The ground was uneven, with numerous craters left by bomb explosions hastily filled in by someone, and the walls still bore many scorch marks. Introduce me to the commander here. You can't expect me to meet them while being completely in the dark, Sui said casually. Hearing Sui's words, Chu Lanqing pouted, unwillingly explaining. The Chuling military district has a Chilean main base and 4 subsidiary bases. The base we are currently in is the Baihu subsidiary base. The commander here is my father, Chu Xiangdong, known as the Baihu military lord with the rank of Major General. He is the one who agreed to let you meet him here. Upon hearing this, Sui finally gave a serious look to this hot-tempered silly girl. He never expected her to have such a background. Sui even vaguely felt that the highest leader in the Chilean main base might be related to this silly girl. After returning to the base, all of Chu Lanqing's subordinates left, leaving only her to take Sui and Ye Chutang to the base's conference hall. After walking for 10 minutes and sitting in a vehicle for another 10 minutes, the 3 finally arrived at their destination. This conference hall could be considered the best preserved building in the entire base, looking brand new with no signs of damage. As the 3 approached the entrance, over a dozen people were standing aggressively at the door of the conference hall. Sui easily sensed malice from them, particularly from the tall, muscular man standing in the center. His gaze had been fixed on Sui. His hawk-like eyes were intimidating. This was the first time Sui had encountered someone with such a terrifying aura. It wasn't that his strength was particularly formidable. After all, one couldn't know someone's exact strength without engaging in combat. The aura Sui sensed was a kind of inherent authority, as if he were a natural superior. As Sui approached, the man finally spoke his first sentence. So you're the one who bullied my sister. So you bullied my sister. Upon hearing the other party speak, Sui stood still with a calm gaze fixed on him. What if I did? What if I didn't? Before you take action against me, I hope you can consider the consequences thoroughly. Sui replied coolly. The man, known for his bad temper, immediately prepared to strike upon seeing Sui's disregard. Sui focused his mind and swiftly sent Ye Chutang to a safe place, then clenched his fist to collide with the man. However, his physical attributes could not possibly match Sui's, and he was instantly sent flying by a punch, crashing against the wall with a muffled thud. Chu Lanqing worriedly rushed to the man's side to help him up. Brother, are you okay? She then turned and glared fiercely at Sui. Are you crazy? Why did you hit my brother so hard? Sui coldly glanced at her. He struck first. Him still being alive is already my mercy. The man shook off Chu Langsing's hand and gritted his teeth, glaring at Su. Kid, I am Chu Yang, Chu Langsing's brother. Your physical attributes may indeed surpass mine, but I am a dual ability awakener. Once I unleash my abilities, there is no way you can match me. Now if you apologize to my sister, I can let you off. Otherwise, don't blame me for bullying the weak. Su chuckled lightly, bullying the weak. I truly cannot see where your strength lies. In this apocalyptic world, do you still think you can intimidate others with status? Chu Yang's expression was grim. In the next moment, the air around them became heavy, and Su felt as if his body weighed several times more than before, experiencing a sensation of sluggishness while moving. Gravity ability, huh? It's indeed a decent ability, Su casually remarked. The gravity ability could indeed restrict some of Su's movements, but due to his high physical attributes, this little limitation posed no threat at all. Su leisurely walked towards Chu Yang. You have another ability, why not use it? Relying solely on this ability is rather boring. In the next moment, several earth spikes abruptly shot up from the ground, but Su had already activated his probing ability, and everything around was under his control. Easily dodging the several mounds of earth, Su shook his head at Chu Yang. Too weak. Your control over your abilities is far too lacking. While having two abilities does give you some reason to be arrogant, using them like this should truly make you feel ashamed. Su's words were an insult towards Chu Yang, showing him no mercy whatsoever. He had already noticed the middle-aged man in the meeting hall, but since he did not intervene, it indicated that everything was either his intention or consent. After all, Chu Lansing was his daughter. Su had bullied her, and as a father he surely had to seek justice for his precious daughter. And his son Chu Yang was the most suitable candidate. Chu Yang's face turned ashen. Su, you are merely a young man in your 20s. What qualifications do you have to lecture me? When I was risking my life, you were still drinking milk. A flying knife appeared at Su's fingertips, spinning and leaping like a lively sprite. Is your strength inadequate, so you resort to your age as a crutch? A useless person will always remain useless no matter how long they live. Chu Yang's temples throbbed with anger. Coming from a military family, he had always been a notable figure. After joining the army, he easily became a king among soldiers, and by the age of 30, he had already become a regiment commander, earning the rank of lieutenant colonel. This was his long-held sense of superiority that no one could break. Even in the apocalypse, he was a figure akin to a chosen one. In the Chuling military district, there were only 2 dual ability awakeners, and he was one of them, with all resources tilted in his favor. He was now also a 3rd-tier ability user. Yet today he was insulted by a young brat who hadn't even fully grown up while avenging his sister. If he didn't restore his dignity, he would lose all face. Chu Yang unleashed his momentum to the fullest, his abilities reaching their peak, and he charged at Sui. Within the gravity ability domain, he could move freely without any restrictions, which was the advantage of being the ability's master. Although his strength was indeed lower than Su's, he believed his combat skills and killing methods were not inferior to anyone. But before he could engage in combat with Su, he was kicked away, crashing against the wall once again. I see you've been holding back for a long time without any results. It's making me anxious to watch. Su said, feeling quite speechless. Chu Yang clutched his chest, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Su, your strikes are way too heavy. You know you're stronger than my brother, yet you still attack. Are you trying to make an enemy of our white tiger base? Chu Lansing exclaimed angrily. Su laughed boisterously. Your brother is useless, but blames me for being too strong. Is this how your white tiger base treats its guests? What does it matter if I become your enemy? Can you capture me? After saying that, Su unleashed his spiritual force, and the air within 100 meters became viscous, pressing everyone down to the ground, with Chu Yang's face planted against the ground like a dead dog. My slight action is your peak. In my eyes, you are no different from ants. I came here merely to learn all about the zombie virus. If you remain obstinate, my actions will only become heavier. The cost of provoking me is something you cannot bear. Su spoke coldly. At this moment, Su's imposing presence had reached its peak, and Chu Langsing's fear of him had also reached its zenith. She could hardly imagine her invincible brother lying on the ground like a dead dog. Even more unimaginable was that Su's power was so terrifying it had reached a level beyond normal human capability. Rather than being human, it was more fitting to call him a demon. Within their white tiger base, there were a few ability users who had awakened mental abilities, but their powers could only manipulate objects within a distance of 20 or so meters, and the objects they could manipulate were limited, hardly able to lift a single person with a terrifying consumption rate of their abilities. Yet Su alone managed to overpower all of them, even hiding his strength. The air was so heavy that even breathing became exceedingly difficult. Su did not let these people off. He was waiting for the person inside the meeting hall to speak. Young brother, spare them. We were in the wrong. I apologize to you. Chu Xiangdong opened the door and stepped out. Su did not focus his spiritual force on him. After all, he was the head of the white tiger base, and it would not look good to have him lying on the ground. Moreover, Su now had a request of him, so it was not wise to slap his face too hard. However, reprimanding his children was certainly within the bounds of what he would accept. Otherwise, he wouldn't have waited until now to come out. If he truly wanted to act against Su, he would have ordered a group of people to surround him long ago. Seeing Chu Xiangdong had come out, Su Yi retracted his mental force, and Ye Chutang returned to his side. Chu Yang and Chu Lanqing clumsily climbed up from the ground. These two siblings had always been the pride of others' families, and being slapped in the face like this today left them utterly humiliated. I just taught your children a lesson. You shouldn't mind, right? Su Yi asked with a smile. Chu Xiangdong exuded a friendly aura, appearing cultured without the usual bloodthirst of a military man. Naturally not. Xiao Yang and Lanqing have always been arrogant and condescending. Young brother, you have taught them a lesson, and as their father, I should be thanking you instead. Chu Xiangdong said calmly. Meanwhile, Chu Yang and Chu Lanqing wished they could bury their heads in the ground. They had been beaten, yet their father was thanking someone else. Where could they go to seek justice? Little brother, come in and have a cup of tea. Let's talk inside. Chu Xiangdong slightly turned to Su Yi as he spoke. Su Yi naturally would not refuse, and promptly led Ye Chutang into the conference hall. Chu Yang and Chu Lanqing, the siblings, initially planned to sneak away, but were scolded by their father. What are you two running away for? Come in and listen. The rest can go about their business. After saying this, Chu Xiangdong walked back to the conference hall. Reluctantly, the siblings followed their father inside, feeling utterly embarrassed to be left behind. Chu Xiangnan sat in the main seat and gestured for Su Yi to take a seat. Please sit down, little brother. Su Yi directly sat across from him, while Ye Chutang sat beside Su Yi. Chu Xiangdong cast a cold glance at the siblings, who stood frozen like wooden statues. What are you dawdling for? Can't you even pour a cup of tea for the guest? All these years have been for nothing. The siblings dared not breathe a word and awkwardly went to pour tea for Su Yi. Su Yi wore a faint smile, saying Chu Junju is indeed a strict father. When children are useless, they must be strictly disciplined. I apologize for the embarrassment, little brother. Chu Xiangdong replied. You flatter me. If they are considered useless, then there are very few useful people left. As the two conversed, the siblings had already poured the tea and placed it in front of Su Yi and Ye Chutang. Chu Xiangdong raised his hand, signaling Su Yi to drink tea. Have a sip to moisten your throat. I will tell you everything you wish to know. Su Yi picked up the teacup and took a sip without hesitation. Chu Xiangdong appeared slightly surprised. Aren't you afraid I poisoned the tea? One must always be cautious. Su Yi smiled lightly and took another sip. A smart person wouldn't do something foolish, and you Chu Junju would be even less likely to. Chu Xiangdong laughed heartily, saying, interesting. This is the first time I've met such an intriguing young person. You are far superior to my two children. You flatter me. Young people often act impulsively without much thought. Chu Xiangdong waved his hand. All right, we've been testing each other long enough. It's time to discuss serious matters. It should be so. Thank you, Chu Junju. Su Yi nodded in response. In the next moment, Chu Xiangdong let out a heavy sigh. In fact, the emergence of the zombie virus occurred much earlier than you think. We humans discovered this miraculous virus long ago. Su Yi furrowed his brow slightly. Much earlier. How much earlier? In the days of the zombie outbreak, I checked the news, and it said the virus exploded globally in an instant. Chu Xiangdong nodded. That is indeed correct. The virus spread to every corner of the globe in an instant, but we humans had obtained the source of the virus 3 years ago. However, it was only obtained by one person who secretly kept everything hidden. Su Yi's eyes turned cold. Who is that person? Mate. Su Yi's eyes widened in shock. Mate? The top billionaire of the White Eagle Empire who possesses trillions in assets. Chu Xiangdong nodded. That's him. You must have heard of him. He possesses countless assets and industries all over the world involved in both daily necessities and cutting-edge technology. His Starlink technology is renowned globally. Then why would he do this? With his vast wealth, why not enjoy life instead of creating this apocalyptic disaster? Su Yi asked, bewildered. Because of greed. Human desire is infinite. He wants to create a new world. Chu Xiangdong said seriously. I don't understand what you mean. What benefit would it be for him if all of humanity turned into zombies? Su Yi asked, perplexed. In fact, the zombie virus does not belong to our planet. Chu Xiangdong suddenly dropped this bombshell. Su Yi stood up abruptly from his chair, his face filled with disbelief. The zombie virus is not a product of our blue star, but was obtained from outer space. Su Yi speculated in shock. Chu Xiangdong helplessly nodded. Yes, as I mentioned earlier, Mate's Starlink technology is renowned globally. He has launched many rockets into outer space. 3 years ago, a rocket named Miracle No. 5 brought back a strange substance from a small asteroid. Mate greedily kept it hidden and did not disclose it to the outside world. He spent a fortune recruiting numerous top scientists to help him study that substance. Due to the complete isolation from the outside world and high confidentiality, not a single rumor leaked out. After a year of research, those scientists discovered a substance resembling a virus within that mass, but it was entirely different from a virus as it carried no genetic material, but could divide based on energy. Moreover, the scientists found that injecting this substance into animals would induce mutations. Some animals grew several times larger, some developed metallic shells, while others could speak human language. This discovery shocked everyone, and Mate was even more astounded. From then on, he continuously increased his investment and demanded that a technology be developed to grant humans these abilities. Su-Yi's expression turned numb. He found it hard to believe that such a terrifying apocalyptic disaster was brought about by one person. Does he have some serious illness? Why would he meddle with such things? Isn't living well enough? Su-Yi exclaimed angrily. Chu Xiangdong poured another cup of tea for Su-Yi. Human nature is greedy. After such a shocking discovery, few can resist temptation. Mate is a prime example. In his youth, he was crazy about the Marvel heroes and movies and greatly admired their superpowers. All the Marvel movies we see today are funded and produced by him. What a madman! Su-Yi exclaimed. Chu Xiangdong agreed with Su-Yi's words. He is indeed a madman. After this discovery, new findings were continuously unearthed. Animals injected with that substance exhibited mental disorders, even exploding physically, and would attack others wildly. This was something Mate could not accept. Thus, he continuously amassed wealth and recruited scientists for research. However, in the third year of research, the situation changed. What change? Su-Yi quickly asked. Controllable. Those scientists developed a technology that could control animal mutations, allowing them to retain their sanity after mutating and master their altered bodies. Then how was the zombie virus created? At this research pace, it would be quite possible for them to develop a way for humans to become mutants in the Marvel world. Su-Yi looked puzzled. After they mastered the controllable technology, Mate impatiently began human experiments. He secretly captured homeless individuals to test his technology. Initially, everything was as they expected, and they truly created real mutants. Most of the homeless who were injected with the genetic serum successfully gained superpowers, acquiring strength beyond ordinary people, which bred endless desires. The first batch of superpowered individuals began to control all the scientists and destroyed all research materials, including imprisoning Mate. What they did not expect was that Mate's research was fundamentally flawed. The human experiments went too smoothly. Within less than half a month, the first batch of superpowered individuals began to exhibit abnormalities. The virus in their bodies started to mutate and evolve, leading them to become violent and uncontrollable, with their bodies starting to decay. What happened next? Is this the zombie virus? Su-Yi asked. Chu Xiangdong shook his head. No, this is not the zombie virus yet. It is merely a precursor. Those mutants released all the scientists and Matt in a desperate attempt to survive, hoping they could find a solution. However, the original experimental materials had already been destroyed, and there was simply not enough time to restart the research, which left the scientists no choice but to take risks. They injected more of the mutated serum into those mutants, hoping to force a new mutation that would help them escape the current predicament. But it backfired, creating the original zombie virus, and those mutants became the first batch of zombies, killing all the scientists and turning them into zombies. Matt was fortunate to escape with his life. Due to his speed, aware of his grave sins, he sent all that had transpired over the past 3 years to the United Nations and distributed the remaining materials and experimental resources. After hearing all this, Su-Yi felt a surge of frustration within him. It was utterly inconceivable that such a terrifying disaster had unfolded in this manner. Chu Xiangdong took a sip of tea and continued. Matt's situation has caused an uproar internationally. To prevent public panic, global leaders unanimously announced a news blackout and suspended all cross-border activities. Matt's experimental area was completely sealed off, and the White Eagle military even used high-yield TNT bombs to eliminate the first batch of zombies. No wonder I couldn't buy a plane ticket the week before the zombie outbreak. My sister and I had planned to return home for a reunion, but had to cancel because of this. Ye Chutang said, as if awakening from a dream. Chu Xiangdong sighed helplessly. That's right, all flights were canceled due to this, and it was a necessary measure. After receiving some original materials, our country made every effort to begin research. But time was too tight. The research that Matt gathered countless genius scientists for over 3 years could not be solved in just a few days, and even greater crises followed. Is the greater crisis the first generation of zombies from the White Eagle Empire? Su-Yi speculated. Chu Xiangdong nodded. That's right, it is them. Despite the carpet bombing by the White Eagle Empire, there is still one zombie that has not been eliminated. Because the human consciousness of that zombie had not been completely devoured, it retained its survival instinct. On the 4th day of hiding in a cellar, the zombie virus within it mutated, or perhaps it would be more appropriate to say evolved, granting the virus the ability to spread through the air. The room was suffused with a low pressure, and everyone fell silent. After a long pause, Su-Yi suddenly asked, on which day did the zombie virus spread to our country? On the 2nd day after the virus gained the ability to spread through the air, the entire world was completely engulfed by the virus in just 3 days. Research has shown that even at the poles, traces of the zombie virus were found. They are utterly unafraid of heat and cold, and no complete method to eradicate the zombie virus has been found on Blue Planet. Su-Yi's heart raced. Are you sure there is no way? Are there really no global scientists who can find a solution? Chu Xiangdong revealed a bitter smile. If we had mobilized all the global scientists before the apocalypse, we might have had a good chance of finding a solution in a short time. But after the zombie virus outbreak, less than 1/10 of the top scientists are still alive, and many cutting-edge technologies were damaged and cannot be repaired, which has led to today's situation. Su-Yi scoffed coldly. We can't just sit here and wait for death, can we? You've seen that the proportion of second-tier zombies is already approaching 30%. In a few days, third-tier zombies will appear, and even firearms will struggle to kill them. What will you do then? Thus, we need to save ourselves. While we may not be able to completely eradicate the zombie virus, we can control it, Chu Xiangdong said firmly. Are you referring to abilities? He nodded. That's right. We humans who have not been infected by the zombie virus can awaken abilities after absorbing a certain amount of corpse crystals, and the physical quality of awakened individuals is far superior to that of ordinary people. You should understand this well. Furthermore, scientists have found that awakened individuals have a stronger resistance to the zombie virus. If they are only slightly harmed by zombies, they will not be infected, and even if bitten through the skin, they may still survive. As a result, global leaders ultimately decided to implement the New World Plan. What does this plan entail? Sui asked. The main purpose of the New World Plan is to establish a brand new world relying on the ability users. They are the future's pillars. While ordinary people hold no power, they have been completely abandoned by this world. Chu Xiangdong spoke coldly. Sui could not help but shiver. It was madness. Too mad. To completely abandon all ordinary people and nurture more cutting-edge powerhouses using the law of the jungle to create a brand new era. Is this why you chose to conceal the truth despite having access to the internet 3 days before the zombie outbreak? Did you consider the possibility of human extinction? Sui asked angrily. Hearing this question, Chu Xiangdong smiled weakly. Did we have a choice? You have no idea how terrifying the zombie virus is. Their rate of evolution is too fast. Contacting them is humanity's greatest mistake. The country could choose to save those ordinary people, but in a world-ending scenario, resources are limited. It is a waste for mediocre people to obtain resources. Only those who rise from adversity can become kings. Damn you all. You are all useless, only thinking about yourselves when problems arise. Do you know the fear I felt in those first few days after the zombie virus broke out? Do you know the pain I felt after losing my parents? How dare you choose to hide everything while knowing so much? What right do you have to make decisions for us? Sui stood up and shouted angrily. Chu Yang and Chu Lanqing hurried over to calm him down to prevent Sui from losing control. Chu Xiangdong waved his hand, signaling the siblings to step back. Let him continue to vent. He is not wrong. This is the fault of us old folks. We have been too weak. We have lived in comfort for too long and completely did not know how to act in the face of such an apocalypse. We are selfish, having not considered those ordinary people. But Sui, you must understand that human power is limited. We also want to save them. The soldiers at our White Tiger base have been clearing zombies and rescuing survivors, but you have seen the results. Our ordinary weapons struggle to kill even second-tier zombies. Once third-tier zombies appear, ordinary firearms will be useless, and we will need powerful ability users as our main force. The next moment, Chu Xiangdong fixed his gaze on Sui. It is people like you whose strength far surpasses that of the current zombies. As long as you can remain ahead of the zombies, humanity will have hope. Those extraordinary individuals who rise from the mire are the key to establishing a new world. Sui suddenly burst into laughter. Hypocrisy. You are all so hypocritical. Why should I fight for your envisioned new world? Why should I live for others? Did you ever consider our lives when you chose to conceal everything? Now you want us, the ones you have abandoned, to bear the responsibility from your moral high ground. Why should we? How can you say that? Sui shouted loudly. Each question bent the spine of Chu Juanju, which had never bowed in his life. I will not pay attention to your so-called New World Plan, nor will I assist you in anything. I will only be myself. Sui will live for myself. Hearing Sui's words, Chu Xiangdong felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Indeed, why should someone who has already been abandoned by you contribute? It is inherently unfair. After a long pause, Chu Xiangdong finally spoke. Sui, I respect your choice. Regardless of what your choice is, our White Tiger base will not stand in opposition to you. If you need help, we will do our utmost to provide it. Sui shook his head lightly. I don't like owing favors. If I need assistance, I will offer something of equal value in return. Right now, I just want to know everything about this disaster and the zombie virus. I hope you can tell me all that you know. That is not a problem. I have already explained the emergence of the zombie virus and the occurrence of the disaster. What I know now is only about the awakening of abilities. Sui slightly frowned. Awakening abilities. Isn't it possible to awaken by absorbing 10 corpse crystals? Chu Xiangdong shook his head with certainty. That's one-sided. It is indeed possible to awaken by absorbing 10 corpse crystals, but there are a very small number of people who can awaken their abilities by absorbing fewer than 10 corpse crystals. The talent of such individuals is extraordinarily outstanding, just like Xiao Yang, who awakened dual abilities after absorbing only 8 corpse crystals. Another dual ability awakener from our military, Lu Xian, awakened after absorbing only 6 corpse crystals, and her strength is much greater than Xiao Yang's. Moreover, the intensity of the abilities of those who awakened with fewer corpse crystals is significantly higher than that of ordinary ability users. I'm afraid you, Sui, are even more so. Sui's heart trembled slightly. No wonder he could awaken with just 2 corpse crystals. He initially thought it was merely good luck, but it turns out it was due to his outstanding talent. The fact that he awakened with only 2 corpse crystals definitely cannot be disclosed, otherwise he would become a target for criticism. Do not tell anyone this answer, not even the closest of people. Chu Xiangdong said sternly. Sui nodded as well. He was no fool. From the current situation, it is true that Matt has succeeded. The corpse crystals are the perfect answer to his experiment, allowing humans to become mutants with almost no side effects. This new world was also opened up by his own hands. Chu Xiangdong sighed. Matt should be dead by now, right? Sui asked curiously. He is still alive, currently imprisoned in the White Eagle Empire's Jones prison. Sui's face exhibited indignation. Isn't it better to execute him directly? What use is he alive? Chu Xiangdong shrugged. This is the unanimous opinion of global leaders. We don't know why either. Sui was quite speechless. Why keep such a criminal who has committed heinous crimes alive, instead of executing him early? Must they wait for a crisis to arise and give him another chance to wreak havoc? You clearly just said to keep the number of corpse crystals used for awakening your abilities a secret. So why do you tell me about Chu Yang and Lu Xian? This contradicts what you said about confidentiality, Sui questioned. Hearing this, Chu Xiangdong smiled. Because you still do not understand our military well enough. We must ensure the loyalty of every individual, so we must expose ourselves completely to everyone's eyes. The awakenings of Xiao Yang and Lu Xian were witnessed by the military, so there is no way to keep it a secret. You are indeed quite honest. This is no different from being completely exposed, Sui retorted. Chu Xiangdong smiled helplessly. This is unavoidable. Our organization is too large, and there are bound to be rotten apples within. To reduce such situations, we must thoroughly evaluate each person. Even I, the White Tiger Commander, must do this. Sui nodded lightly. All right, you seem to be a decent person. As long as you do not cause me trouble, I will not trouble you. This exchange ends here. Just as Sui turned to leave, he was called back by Chu Xiangdong. Wait, I have one more request I would like you to help with. Sui turned back confused and looked at Chu Xiangdong. Our relationship doesn't seem to be at the level where I could casually help you, does it? Sui, you are being unreasonable. We have provided you with all the information about the zombie virus, yet you are unwilling to help even once. Is this what you call equal exchange? Chu Lanjing said somewhat angrily. Chu Xiangdong shot a cold glance at his daughter. Who told you to be so rude? This information was never a secret. Even if I did not say it, it would not be long before it was spread. After being reprimanded by her father, Chu Lanjing shrank her neck in fear, like a quail hiding behind her brother, not daring to speak. All right, your daughter is right. If you tell me this, I will owe you a favor. Please state your request. Sui said dismissively. Chu Xiangdong's expression softened. This request is actually my selfishness as a father. Lanjing has been spoiled by me and her mother since she was young, leading her to be willful and often act without thinking. Therefore, I hope you can help me manage Lanjing for a while to help her correct these bad habits. I can see that she is very afraid of you. Sui looked at Chu Xiangdong in astonishment. Have you lost your mind? You want a man you've only just met to discipline your daughter. Do you realize I am a man and I could potentially marry and have children? Aren't you afraid I would bully her? Chu Lanjing's face turned crimson from Sui's words, and she clutched her brother's arm tightly. Aunt! Chu Yang cried out in pain, looking at his sister with a face full of grievances. Why are you pinching me when our father is the one who wants to sell you? Chu Xiangdong had long been immune to the antics of this lively brother and sister duo, and their little actions were automatically filtered out. If you have feelings for Lanjing, letting her marry you is also acceptable. I believe there is no one more suitable than you nowadays. Chu Xiangdong said with a smile. Hearing that her father wanted to marry her off to a man before her, who was like a demon, Chu Lanjing felt a surge of anger boiling in her heart. Impossible. I will never marry this scoundrel. Father, do you know how many women he has? When I spoke to him on the phone, I at least heard the laughter of dozens of women. Does he think he can marry me? Dream on. Chu Lanjing shouted angrily. Chu Xiangdong was also furious, his heart aching. How dare you look down on others? What about yourself? You act all carefree like a man and can't even be bothered to dress up. How can you criticize others? Chu Lanjing pushed away the annoying Chu Yang in front of her. So what if I act like a man? Everything I have is earned through my own strength, much better than those who cling to wealth and power. Even if I never marry, I will never marry him. If you force me, I'd rather die. You ungrateful daughter. Chu Xiangdong felt a surge of anger, knowing that with Chu Lanxing's personality, it would be extremely difficult for her to survive in this apocalypse. As long as he is here, he does not need to worry about these things, but what about the future? Sooner or later, he will not be around, and the only way for her to live well is to find a good man. And Sui before him is the best choice, with exceptional talent and strength, a meticulous mind knowing when to advance and retreat. Only someone like him can disregard the apocalypse and easily protect Chu Lanxing. With tears in her eyes, Chu Lanxing glared at her father. If you don't want to kill me, I will never marry him. Sui stood by watching the father-daughter confrontation with a look of disbelief. Hey, are you not going to ask for my opinion? What makes you think I would be interested in her? Sui said with a frown. In the next moment, Chu Lanxing's expression froze, and she stared blankly at Sui. Do you find me undesirable? What right do you have to find me undesirable? You have so many women, you might have already become a loser. I'm just a young girl from a big nation marrying you, and you're secretly pleased. Now you dare to look down on me. Chu Lanxing shouted in frustration. Chu Xiangdong immediately slapped her. Where has your upbringing gone? Is this how I've taught you all these years? Apologize now. Tears streamed down Chu Langxing's cheeks. Why should I apologize? It's clearly his fault. Chu Xiangdong's anger surged. He had found a good match for her, yet she was unwilling. No one has called you a tomboy. I'm truly sorry. Chu Langxing has been spoiled since childhood. As her father, I apologize on her behalf. Chu Xiangdong said apologetically to Su Yi. Su Yi waved his hand, not caring about it. After all, he was leaving soon, so there was nothing to be angry about. Father, I believe my sister, and he are indeed unsuitable. Please do not force her, Chu Yang advised. Chu Xiangdong shot him a cold glance. Chu Yang immediately dared not speak further. He had always feared his father. Whenever Chu Xiangdong showed that look, it meant trouble. If he didn't watch his tongue, he might get into serious trouble tonight. Chu Langxing wiped her tears, looking stubbornly at her father. We simply cannot stand each other. No matter how you try to matchmake, it won't work. Chu Xiangdong sighed regretfully. I shouldn't have allowed you a girl to join the military. Look at what you've become. If you don't change your spoiled ways, this will be your life. He then turned to Su Yi, his eyes filled with pleading. Su Yi, consider this old man's request. If you truly cannot accept Langxing, let her be your maid instead. She can clean and serve tea and cook if needed. For this, I am willing to cooperate with you. I can provide you with any information you need, and Langxing can serve as a link between us. Su Yi pondered for a moment, then smiled gently. Commander Chu, you jest. How could your daughter be my maid? If you wish for me to educate her, I am more than willing. As long as your daughter is willing to follow me, she will be my guest, and I will not neglect her. Chu Xiangdong's face relaxed, nearly bursting into laughter. You are too polite. I wish us a pleasant cooperation. Chu Xiangdong extended a hand. Su Yi smiled and shook his hand. Pleasant cooperation. The two released their hands moments later. Chu Xiangdong looked at his daughter in high spirits. What are you still dawdling for? Hurry up and pack your things to follow Su Yi. Chu Langxing stomped angrily. You old fool, don't regret it. Unless you beg me to come back, you won't see me again. And let's see how you explain this to mother. I don't believe she would agree to let me serve someone I just met. Chu Xiangdong narrowed his eyes slightly. You need not worry about that. Your mother heard everything just now and agrees with my plan. Chu Langxing stood in shock. You're lying. Mother has always spoiled me. How could she allow you to do this? In the next moment, a middle-aged, beautiful woman walked out from a side door. I indeed agree with your father's decision, Langxing. You must change your spoiled temperament. You can insult your father in front of outsiders now. Oh, what will happen if you are not disciplined further? The middle-aged woman said with a not-so-pleasant expression. Chu Langxing looked at her mother with grievance. How can you do this? I just said a few words in anger. I won't say it again, but you can't hand me over to a man I've just met. The beautiful woman shook her head lightly. As long as you are with us, you will never change. Therefore, you must leave with brother Su Yi today, or otherwise you will no longer be our daughter. Mother. Chu Langxing looked at the person she had lived with for 25 years in disbelief. The beautiful woman turned her head. There's no point in saying more. Go pack your things. If you truly don't want to recognize us, you can leave directly. Chu Langxing clenched her fists, her lips nearly bitten through, and after a moment, she walked out of the council hall like a deflated balloon. Then the beautiful woman sat down, looking somewhat apologetically at Su Yi. I'm truly sorry for overhearing your conversation. I apologize in advance. Su Yi smiled faintly. No need to worry. I am never surprised by known matters. Everything can be heard by anyone. Chu Xiangdong and his wife exchanged glances, revealing wry smiles. Truly a natural-born ruler, controlling everything in his grasp. Your background is too impressive. This is also the reason we chose to entrust our troublesome daughter to you. I hope you can understand. Chu Xiangdong explained. It's just cooperation. Su Yi will not be so petty as to fuss over a woman. The beautiful woman slightly bowed her head in thanks. Thank you. If Langxing makes mistakes, you can punish her without worrying about us. Su Yi nodded to indicate understanding. The beautiful woman picked up the teapot and poured a cup of tea for Su Yi. Have a cup of tea. Langxing will be here soon. Su Yi smiled faintly and took a sip of tea. About 10 minutes later, Chu Langxing walked into the council hall with a large military backpack. Her face bore a look of intense anger, clearly still upset about what had just happened. Chu Xiangdong stood up. Su Yi, you must have urgent matters. I won't keep you any longer. Please take Langxing and leave. If there's anything in the future, you can come directly to me. I will instruct others not to stop you. Su Yi nodded. Please inform me if there is new intelligence. No problem. I, Chu Xiangdong, have credit in this regard. Chu Xiangdong assured. Then Su Yi took Ye Chutang and Chu Langxing and flew toward the villa area. Chu Yang stood in place for a while, hesitating before speaking. Father, I think your decision this time is too hasty. Hearing this, Chu Xiangdong sighed. I have no choice but to do this. Langxing has grown up in a sheltered environment, as she can't survive in this apocalypse by herself. Su Yi is her suitable match. I can protect my sister too. Do you think I can't? Chu Yang exclaimed loudly. Chu Xiangdong glanced at him blandly. You really can't. With your talent and intelligence, you can't compare to Su Yi. Chu Yang nearly spat out a mouthful of blood from his father's disdain. Am I really that bad? You didn't even think about it. Chu Yang asked, unconvinced. Chu Xiangdong tilted his head, signaling his wife to explain. Xiaoyang, your talent is indeed quite good, but in terms of wisdom you fall far behind Sui. However, even relying only on your talent you can ensure your own safety by protecting your sister would be somewhat insufficient. The beautiful woman explained. Chuyang lowered his head, feeling somewhat dejected. Is Sui really that strong? Strong enough that you trust him after just one meeting? The beautiful woman showed a bitter smile. You know what my special ability is. If you knew the results of my investigation, you wouldn't be asking this question. Chuyang instantly recalled his mother's ability to investigate. But this investigation wasn't a visual probe, it was an examination of the target's three-dimensional attributes with a chance to uncover the general information of the target's abilities. So mother, what were the results of your investigation? Chuyang asked, struggling to suppress his racing heart. The beautiful woman tightly gripped the teacup with both hands. His three-dimensional attributes all exceed 700, and he's not far from 800. Moreover, he possesses no less than 3 abilities. Even pushing my own ability to the limit, I couldn't uncover more, but I faintly feel he possesses 2 more abilities which are either exceptionally powerful or extraordinarily unique. His potential is far more terrifying than you can imagine. Chuyang gulped in shock. Chu Xiangdong, who had been holding the teacup, accidentally dropped it, causing a clear shattering sound. His breathing gradually grew heavier. This is too terrifying. He's only a tier 3. Normally tier 3 ability users would have over 200 in their three-dimensional attributes at most, and those related to physical abilities would only have around 300. How could he possibly have over 700? This is simply inhuman. Chuyang forced a smile that looked worse than crying. High attributes are one thing, but he actually has 5 abilities. Is this something a human can achieve? 5 abilities. This is 5 abilities. In our Chuling military, so many of us have only awakened 2 dual abilities, yet he alone possesses 5. Who could possibly match him? This is why I secretly informed your father to ensure that Lan Xing goes with Su Yi. As long as we can establish a relationship with Su, even if it's just a cooperative one, we would be on the same boat. Furthermore, Lan Xing would no longer need to live in fear. Su Yi's strength is sufficient to protect many people. If he is willing, I even want to bring him into the military directly. The beautiful woman spoke slowly. Chu Xiangdong sighed. This boy Su Yi is not likely to join the military. He is too opinionated, he prefers to take control of his own fate. However, this allows him to go further. It's just a pity that Lan Xing is not very endearing. If only the girl standing beside Su Yi earlier had been our daughter, it would have been perfect. With her beauty and inherent grace, she would definitely attract Su Yi, and then Su Yi could become my son-in-law. Hearing this, Chuyang suddenly slapped his thigh hard. I just bragged in front of Su Yi. I'm such a clown. It's all my sister's fault for bothering him. Otherwise, I could have been brothers with him. Chu Xiangdong snorted coldly. You're just realizing this. You spoiled your sister too much before raising her to have such a domineering personality. If she were a bit more graceful with my reputation, Su Yi would likely agree. Chuyang replied with a bitter face. How can you blame me? You both did the same. When my sister scratched that boy's face, I wanted to teach her a lesson, but mother said she was just a child and didn't understand. Father said girls should be spoiled and not scolded. Now at this critical moment, you're both blaming me. Hearing this, both husband and wife showed awkward expressions as those words were indeed what they had said. Chu Xiangdong straightened his face and said, forget about the past. From now on, both Lan Xing and you must change your bad habits. You should learn more from Su Yi's way of handling things. Look at how calm he is in front of me, showing no fixation on my status, treating our conversation as one between equals, unlike how you normally cower in front of me. Chuyang muttered quietly. If you taught me less, would I still be afraid of my old man at almost 30? Upon hearing this, Chu Xiangdong instantly became furious, reaching for his belt at his waist to hit him. Look at you. When Su Yi was here, you didn't use the belt on him. Now that he's gone, you want to hit me. You really are my biological father. And you want me to learn from Su Yi. What am I supposed to learn? Chuyang complained as he ran towards the door. Chu Xiangdong, enraged, puffed his cheeks and glared. You brat, just asking for a beating. You're almost 30 and have no girlfriend, and your brain still doesn't work. If I don't hit you, who should I hit? Chuyang hurriedly rushed outside. Sister is right, you're just an old fool. After saying that, Chuyang vanished in a flash. Only Chu Xiangdong remained at the door, furious, while clutching his belt. Alright, you 3 are all the same. I really am unlucky to have ended up with your family. The beautiful woman said irritably. Chu Xiangdong returned to the conference hall, looking at his wife with a very displeased expression. Shuiji, it's clearly those 2 brats' problems. How can you blame me? I still think my previous suggestion was quite good. Can't you reconsider? The beautiful woman looked puzzled, completely forgetting her husband's suggestion. When did you have a suggestion? I don't remember at all. Chu Xiangdong's face turned red. Just last night, when you were about to fall asleep, I mentioned it. The beautiful woman thought for a long time, but couldn't recall, so she asked, what did you say last night? I have no impression at all. I suggested that since our 2 kids are almost useless, why not try opening a small account for fun? Chu Xiangdong said softly. The beautiful woman, enraged, kicked Chu Xiangdong. What nonsense are you talking about? How old are we? Why are you saying such unrealistic things? Chu Xiangdong rubbed the spot where he was kicked, looking at his wife with a resentful gaze. Clearly you agreed to it last night. Why are you denying it today? The beautiful woman's face turned crimson. You tell me how I agreed. I was almost asleep, how would I know what you were saying? But you did agree. Chu Xiangdong murmured. Get lost, you old fool. As Su Yi and the others returned to the villa, Han Yue and Du Qingwan along with a dozen other people fixed their cold gazes on Ye Chutang. Ye Chutang felt as if she were being targeted by a pack of wolves, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. Su Yi noticed nothing unusual and thought it was just a matter between sisters. He led Chu launching straight into the villa. This villa has several rooms. You can pick one for yourself, so don't say later that I mistreated you. Su Yi said casually. Chu launching snorted coldly. Why should I share a villa with you? There are plenty of others available over there. Suit yourself. I don't want to live in the same house as you anyway, Su Yi said with a hint of disdain. Seeing the look of disdain on Su Yi's face, Chu launching felt a surge of unexplained anger. If you don't want to live with me, then I will definitely stay here to annoy you. Chu launching said resentfully. Childish. After saying that, Su Yi went straight upstairs, too lazy to deal with this crazy woman. Say that again. I'm 3 or 4 years older than you, and you dare to call me childish, you little brat, who's still in college. Chu Lingxing's face turned ashen as she stood in the living room gritting her teeth. Outside, a dozen women surrounded Ye Chutang, the atmosphere heavy with tension. Oh, isn't this our campus belle Yi from Chuling University? Why are you so well dressed today? Han Yue teased with a twitching smile. Ye Chutang swallowed hard, forcing an awkward smile. You? What's going on with you? I haven't done anything to wrong you. Ye Chutang spoke hesitantly. Han Yue scoffed, her eyes icy as if they were about to burst. The campus belle Yi hasn't answered my question yet. Are you feeling guilty or just afraid to speak? Ye Chutang forced a strained smile. How could that be? I just went out for a moment with Ego. What's there to feel guilty about? A pale hand slowly rested on Ye Chutang's shoulder, startling her even more as she was already tense all over. Sister, what's wrong? I just placed my hand on your shoulder. Why are you shaking? You wouldn't have really done something to wrong us, would you? Ye Chutang asked calmly. Haha, it's a sunny day, aren't you hot? How about I go make some ice cream for you? Ye Chutang attempted to change the subject. Du Qingwan crossed her arms looking at Ye Chutang with an inscrutable expression. Aren't you going to explain yourself? If this drags on, we can't guarantee what we might do to you. Hearing this, Ye Chutang could no longer hold back. If you have the ability, come at me. Don't think I'm afraid of you. When I get serious, I can be scarier than you. 12 pairs of eyes watched Ye Chutang with indifference, silently observing her. The next moment, Ye Chutang straightened herself, cleared her throat, and took a deep breath. Iga, save me. They want to commit domestic violence against me. Ye Chutang's astonishing declaration left the dozen women stunned, momentarily at a loss for words. Is this it? This is what you call being scary to the point of fearing yourself? Whoever dares to bully Chutang better watch out for my domestic violence. Su Yi's voice came from the second floor of the villa. Upon hearing Su Yi's response, Ye Chutang's face blossomed with a triumphant look. Cough, cough, I advise you not to make an enemy of me, otherwise whether you'll have dinner tonight is a question mark. Ye Chutang said smugly. Everyone glared at her through gritted teeth, but they had no way to retaliate. If they really went for it, they might end up missing dinner. You really are something, Ye Chutang. After all these years of friendship, it feels like a dog has eaten it. I never thought you'd stab me in the back one day. Han Yue said through clenched teeth. Ye Chutang said with a pained expression, don't be so angry. Have you ever considered that you might have misunderstood me? Zhao Xiaoxue clenched her fists. Are you kidding? You dressed up so beautifully. How could it not be a date with Ego? Even if you say you just went out, we wouldn't believe you. Ye Chutang looked at Zhao Xiaoxue with an incredulous expression. How could Ego and I suddenly go out on a date? Plus, why would we bring a woman back if we were on a date? Everyone finally realized that Chu Launching had returned with Su Yi. So what were you two doing? Du Qingwan asked, puzzled. We went to meet the commander of the White Tiger base who informed us about the true cause of the zombie virus, Ye Chutang replied irritably. Next, Ye Chutang spent over 10 minutes explaining everything she had heard that day. After finishing, she felt a bit dry in her mouth and took out a bottle of water to drink. Everyone was stunned. It had been over 20 days since the zombie outbreak, and yet the cause of the zombie virus explosion was so dramatic. It was hard to imagine that it was merely the result of one person's greed. After a long pause, they finally accepted everything. Now can you let me in? I'm about to melt from the heat. Ye Chutang said angrily. Du Qingwan voluntarily made way for Ye Chutang to leave, but before she could take 2 steps, she was pulled back by Jiang Mingqi. You explained that you went out together, but you haven't said why Iga took you and not someone else, and why you dressed up so nicely to go out. Jiang Mingqi asked with a frown. Ye Chutang felt a twinge of impatience. Oh, was this really that hard to get? We're meeting a high-ranking official from the military. If I don't dress up nicely, what if I embarrass Ego? The reason Ego brought me is that Chu Launching made him angry, and I went to help Ego vent his frustration. Han Yue suddenly seemed to wake up from a dream. So that woman was the one who angered Ego before. Chutang, you did well. Ye Chutang raised her chin proudly. Of course. If anyone bullies Ego, I will make them feel utterly ashamed. But Ego probably wouldn't be interested in that woman, right? With that appearance, no looks, and a flat figure, I wouldn't even want to comment. Lin Shiyun said disdainfully. Zhao Xiaoxue nodded. Exactly. I'd rather be wrapped in white silk than have less curve than her. Wei La pursed her lips. Don't say that. Maybe she's got a good personality. Han Yue suddenly burst into laughter. Her personality. When I called her that day, she sounded like a shrew. At first I thought I was talking to a man. Wei La was immediately speechless. She could find no other excuse to defend Chu Lanqing. Ye Chutang cleared her throat and said, Chu Lanqing is the daughter of Commander Chu, and the reason Ye Gu brought her back is due to a deal with Commander Chu. So don't bully her too much, just interact normally. If Ye's plan gets ruined, you'll be in trouble. Everyone nodded in agreement. Since it was Su Yi's plan, they naturally wouldn't ruin it. Inside the villa, Chu Lanqing found a suitable room for herself, and then went to the bathroom to take a shower, feeling furious all day long. First she was stabbed 5 times by Ye Chutang, then she was criticized by her parents, and finally, she was kicked out of her home. Chu Lanqing, who had never been treated like this in her life, felt extremely wronged. She clearly hadn't done anything wrong. Why should she be bullied like this? Now that she was here with Su Yi, she decided to enjoy herself and not let Su Yi have the upper hand. Chu Lanqing, dressed in a casual dress with her half-dried hair, walked downstairs. What were you all talking about outside? I finished my shower, and you just came in. Chu Lanqing asked. Just a conversation between sisters, miss. Chu need not be concerned. Ye Chutang replied nonchalantly. Seeing the indifference of the women before her, Chu Lanqing felt a twinge of anger, but she didn't lash out as she was spoiled but not unreasonable. Chu Lanqing took a deep breath and said, You all must know why I'm here, for the cooperation between my father and Su Yi. I don't wish to have a falling out with you, but if you actively make things difficult for me, I won't hold back my anger. If the cooperation falls apart, don't blame me. Upon hearing this, the gazes of everyone turned a bit colder towards Chu Lanqing. Making a show of authority, right after arriving, she really was a military young lady. We certainly won't make things difficult for you, but please behave yourself, and we will not disturb each other. Ye Chutang said in a deep voice. Chu Lanqing nodded. No problem. Since we have reached an agreement, why don't you tell me about the rules here? You wouldn't want me to break them as soon as I arrive, would you? Li Qianqian pouted. We don't really have any rules here. As long as you don't make Ego angry and don't act against the other sisters, you are free to do as you wish. Hearing this, Chu Lanqing was slightly surprised. Don't you all go out to clear zombies and collect supplies? Li Qianqian looked at Chu Lanqing in confusion. Collect supplies for what? Ego will provide for us. But if you want to clear zombies, you can go outside the villa area to do so. We sometimes go when we are bored. Then what about the schedule? I see that there are quite a few people here. You can't be so casual, can you? Chu Lanqing continued to ask. What schedule? We eat on time, and at other times we eat or sleep whenever we want. We don't have classes, so what's the point? Zhao Xiaoxue replied. Chu Lanqing was momentarily speechless. She had long adapted to the military habits, and suddenly hearing about a completely unrestricted schedule was somewhat surprising. You all don't go out of the villa area, so what do you do every day? Chu Lanqing asked with a frown. Eat, chat, play games, watch movies. Recently we even built a water park. Playing in the water during this hot weather is so much fun, Li Qianqian said, counting on her fingers. Hearing this answer, Chu Lanqing felt a bit depressed. So with so many of you, you just spend your days eating, drinking, and having fun. Can't you be a bit more ambitious? Don't you all have anything serious to do? Chu Lanqing asked through gritted teeth. Li Qianqian's eyes lit up. Of course we do. We train with Sister Weila every day. But in the last few days we've been having too much fun and kind of forgot about it. I need to make up for it in the next few days. Zhao Xiaoxue also chimed in. Yes, I forgot to continue researching cooking these days. Last time, Igu praised the boiled beef I made, so I need to keep researching. Du Qingwan couldn't help but sigh. Xiaoxue, you have a talent for cooking, but I don't. I've been learning embroidery recently, but I can't seem to get it right. It's driving me crazy. If I had the internet, I could watch videos to learn properly. Stop. I wanted to ask how you train, not how you spend your time. Chu Lanqing said irritably. Li Qianqian scratched her head. Training. Why would we train? It's too tiring. Chu Lanqing nearly choked on her words. If you don't train, are you just waiting to die? The world outside is unstable. Shouldn't you have the power to protect yourselves? Everyone paid no mind to Chu Lanqing's words, each one either munching on snacks, playing solo games, or lazily lounging on the sofa. These things are what Igu needs to worry about. We just need to look pretty, Jiang Mingqi said with a smile. Chu Lanqing's face turned red. How can Chuling University produce students like you? No ambition at all, and you completely abandon your dignity to rely on a man. Don't you worry that you might be abandoned one day? Jiang Mingqi touched her face. That won't happen. I'm quite good looking and can make men happy. Igu wouldn't kick me out. Chu Lanqing cursed, inwardly thinking, you're so confident just because you're a pretty vase. What a typical mediocre woman. Chu Lanqing crossed her legs impatiently and said, I won't sink to your level. From now on, I will go out every day to kill zombies and hone my skills. Also, I must have at least 2 meals a day, and at least one of them must be meat. That's my minimum requirement, and there's no room for negotiation. Seeing Chu Lanqing's dismissive attitude, Li Qianqian couldn't help but feel angry. If you want to go, just go. No one is stopping you. Besides, we have 3 meals a day here. You need to come on time, otherwise we won't save you any food. After getting the answer she wanted, Chu Lanqing immediately stood up to return to her room. In her heart, being with these aimless people was an insult to her noble soul. One day she would prove with her strength that she was right. After Chu launching left, everyone showed angry expressions. Zhao Xiaoxue snorted coldly. No wonder Ye Gu was angry before. If it weren't for worrying about Ye Gu's plans, I would have wanted to slap her twice. Han Yue also clenched her fists. Exactly. Does she still think she's the original young lady? Now that the world has ended, what does it matter that her father is the commander of the White Tiger Army? In front of Ye Gu, she's nothing. I really don't understand what benefits Ye Gu sees in cooperating with her. Just don't engage with her. The military has much more information channels than we do. Cooperating with them allows Ye Gu to know more useful information. Ye Chutang explained helplessly. Xia Xinian still wore an indignant expression. But she's so self-righteous. What's there to be proud of with her little strength? Sister Weila could take her down with a single punch. And she says we're sinking into depravity. If she didn't have a good father, she might be lying in a pit somewhere right now. Ye Chutio immediately laughed. Xingyang is right. Now that she's left home, let's see who she can rely on. She can only be proud for a few more days. By the time dinner rolled around, Chu Launching finally descended from the second floor. She had to admit that this villa was indeed much more comfortable than the previous base that had been nearly destroyed. After the apocalypse, she hadn't experienced such comfortable rest in a long time. Chu Launching found an empty seat and surveyed the steaming dishes on the dining table. Why are you all wasting so much food? There are only a dozen of us here and half of this is enough for us. Chu Launching said with some dissatisfaction. Su Yi glanced at her indifferently. Eat if you want, leave if you don't. No one is begging you to stay. I am not your father. Chu Launching lowered her head and ate with a grim expression. She truly couldn't understand why her father insisted she come here. This person in front of her was only slightly stronger. Could he really save the world? Today is my first day here, and I need to clarify some things. I will never be your woman. I hope you can abandon this idea. Even if my father pressures me, I will not agree. Chu Launching suddenly said. Sui, with food still in his mouth, nearly spat it out. Could you not say such nauseating things while eating? It's quite disgusting. Sui replied speechlessly. Chu Langsing's chest rose and fell rapidly. What do you mean? Even if I were blind, I wouldn't look at you. With over 200 women, how could any of them not be better looking than you with better figures? How could you think I would be interested in you? Chu Launching forcefully put down her chopsticks, creating a loud thud. That's for the best. I don't like you either. The moment my father agrees to let me go back, I will leave immediately. After saying that, Chu Launching returned to her room. This woman is so annoying. Can we make her stay in another villa? Li Qianqian said angrily. The others nodded in agreement, not wanting to share a room with her. All right, let her stay in another villa. Chudong, you go and tell her she should move out of here by tomorrow. Su Yi instructed. Ye Chutang quickly nodded. Okay, I will ensure she moves to another villa tomorrow. The next morning, Su Yi woke up from a gentle slumber, and the woman beside him let out a soft murmur before continuing to sleep soundly. Su Yi got up and left the room to collect today's system rewards, only to receive a few points in his attributes. It's been days since I got anything good. Can I get something exciting? Su Yi lamented helplessly. He had already broken through to the third tier for over a week, but had yet to see a third-tier zombie. At that moment, his satellite phone suddenly rang. Su Yi glanced at the number and saw it was Zhao Zhengyang calling, so he answered. Before Su Yi could speak, a hurried voice came from the other end. Boss, we have made a significant discovery. The loud voice made Su Yi move the phone away slightly. It better be a real significant discovery. Zhao Zhengyang noticed Su Yi's reaction and lowered his voice. Boss, you're not still discussing a multi-million project, are you? Should I call back later? Just get to the point to stop with the nonsense, Su Yi said flatly. Zhao Zhengyang cleared his throat before speaking. Boss, we just suspected we found a third-tier zombie. Are you sure? Su Yi's eyes lit up instantly. We haven't seen a third-tier zombie, so we can't be completely certain, but this zombie is obviously different from others, and I have strong confidence in this. Upon hearing this, Su Yi became excited. Quickly tell me where you are, I'll come right away. We're at the food street next to Tsuling University, Zhao Zhengyang replied. After knowing the location, Su Yi hurriedly hung up and rushed there without even bothering to give instructions. A few minutes later, Su Yi landed beside Zhao Zhengyang. Boss, you're here. Look over there, isn't that zombie a third-tier zombie? Zhao Zhengyang excitedly pointed at a zombie in the distance. Su Yi activated his scanning ability and observed the zombie, growing more certain that it was indeed a third-tier zombie. Although its appearance was similar to that of a second-tier zombie, its strength was vastly superior. Not only that, but it was currently extracting the crystal from a second-tier zombie's brain and stuffing it into its mouth, which was also why Zhao Zhengyang and the others believed it to be a third-tier zombie. Ordinary second-tier zombies would not harm each other, let alone easily kill one another, making it undeniable that the zombie in front of them was a third-tier zombie. Su Yi's lips slowly curled into a smile as 9 flying knives shot out towards the third-tier zombie. However, this third-tier zombie was clearly more agile. The moment the flying knives appeared, it noticed and slightly tilted its head to narrowly evade them. Su Yi was somewhat surprised. The previous second and first-tier zombies did not have such reflexes. His gaze sharpened, and the trajectory of the 9 flying knives immediately adjusted as they attacked the zombie from all directions. The third-tier zombie howled at Sue a couple of times before hurriedly using its hands to swat away the continuously flying knives. Its body was riddled with holes from the flying knives, but its head remained intact, which meant the combat effectiveness of the zombie had not decreased. Sue did not use his full strength, otherwise the zombie would have been dead long ago. He was testing the waters, wanting to understand everything about this first discovered third-tier zombie. After playing around for nearly 10 minutes, Sue finally controlled the flying knives to pierce through the zombie's brain, ending the creature completely. The flying knives were slowly retracted along with a red crystal. Indeed, it is a third-tier zombie. The crystal is a red one I've never seen before. Now that a third-tier zombie has appeared, I suppose more and more will follow soon. Sue murmured to himself. Seeing that Sue had dealt with the zombie, Zhao Xingyang and his team walked over. Boss, this is a third-tier zombie, right? Zhao Xingyang asked curiously. Sue smiled and nodded. Yes, this is indeed a third-tier zombie. You all contributed to discovering it today, and I will reward you. Then Sue took out a supply of crystals and presented them to everyone. 22nd-tier crystals floated in front of Zhao Xingyang. Zhao Xingyang excitedly accepted the crystals and put them in his pocket. Thank you for the reward, boss. We will continue to work hard in the future. Sue still wore a smile. Great, keep it up. By the way, why did you all come here so early? Did the food in the shelter run out that quickly? Zhao Xingyang scratched his head. Not really, but it's mainly because we found a lot of supplies here yesterday. The brothers couldn't sleep, so they came here early to haul the supplies. You all seem quite diligent. Why not call a few more people to help move? Is there anyone who dares to disobey? Sue inquired. Zhao Xingyang quickly shook his head. Of course not. It's because this area's supplies are all collected by my team, while the other teams are leading their efforts in different regions. Sue nodded casually. There hasn't been any major incident at Qingling University these days, has there? Zhao Xingyang pondered for a moment before saying, nothing major has happened. Those people have been intimidated by the boss' formidable strength. It's just that a few teachers from the agricultural college are having some difficulties with planting crops. What's the issue? What kind of difficulties are they facing? Sue asked with a slight frown. There are mainly two aspects. Firstly, for some unknown reason, a few plants that actively attack people have appeared in the planting area of Qingling University, and we have no way to deal with them. Secondly, the germination rate of the seeds we've planted is extremely low. Even if they miraculously survive, they are sickly and lack any vitality. Zhao Xingyang explained. The plants that actively attack people are mutated plants which can be easily dealt with, but the low germination rate of the seeds is a more significant problem. Later I will go back to school with you to deal with those plants. By the way, have those teachers figured out the reason for the low germination rate? They don't know the specific reason, but they have some guesses. The most likely reason is that the soil environment has changed. The plants that grew before could barely adapt, but the newly sprouted seeds simply cannot survive, so those teachers have been searching for seedlings that can survive in the current soil environment. Hearing this response, Sue slowly relaxed his furrowed brow. He had long felt that it would not be simple to grow food in the post-apocalyptic world. Everyone else continue moving the supplies. Xingyang and I will go back to school for a bit, Sue said calmly. He then took Zhao Xingyang and flew back to Qingling University. Upon arriving at the planting area of the agricultural college at Qingling University, they indeed discovered 3 mutated plants, 2 mutated pine trees, and 1 mutated camphor tree. Sue had seen the mutated pine trees at the zoo before, but it was his first time seeing the mutated camphor tree. After swiftly eliminating the 2 pine trees, he approached the camphor tree. According to Zhao Xingyang, as soon as someone approaches the camphor tree, it drops camphor seeds, which are not the ordinary seeds, but explosive ones. What a bizarre world. Now even plants can make bombs. Sue cautiously approached, and immediately a multitude of camphor seeds began to fall towards him. Sue used telekinesis to fling the camphor seeds aside, and as soon as they hit the ground they exploded. Although the power was not immense, the cumulative explosions from many seeds could not be taken lightly. Previously, Zhao Xingyang, who had transformed into an Iron Man using his powers, was left dizzy from the explosions and had to retreat. Fortunately, the attack range of this camphor tree was limited, so he did not engage it recklessly. The flying knives traced elegant arcs in the air, continuously striking the trunk, while a large number of camphor seeds fell from above. Sue gathered them together and threw them a bit farther away, and immediately a loud explosion echoed, creating a large black pit in the vision of everyone present. While this bomb is quite powerful, this large pit could hardly be made by a mere explosive package. Sue was somewhat astonished by the explosive power of these camphor seeds. Who knew such a small plant could wield such strength? The flying knives moved even faster, and within no time, they severed the camphor tree in half. Sue retracted the spirit of wood and flew over to Zhao Xingyang. All right, I've cleared away these mutated plants for you. You need to urge those teachers to cultivate food more diligently and offer them additional support. Zhao Xingyang nodded repeatedly. No problem, boss. I will definitely urge them to cultivate food more actively. Sue intended to leave when he was suddenly stopped by Zhao Xingyang. Boss, there's one more good thing. Oh, I believe you will be very pleased to hear it, Zhao Xingyang said mysteriously. Sue looked at him with interest. Have you found a beautiful woman? Zhao Xingyang nodded. The boss is indeed impressive. You guessed it so quickly, but you definitely can't guess who the woman is. Seeing Zhao Xingyang so certain, he couldn't be bothered to guess anymore. Just tell me directly. Oh, I want to see which beauty it is. It's the rising star of the entertainment industry, Zhao Xiaoman. Su's eyes lit up and a woman with a graceful figure immediately appeared in his mind. Are you sure? Zhao Xiaoman is a top star. How could she come here, and how did you find her? Zhao Xingyang wore a confident smile. We are surfing boys, we definitely won't mistake her, and she herself admitted that she is here because she is filming a university campus drama, and the filming location is right here at Qingling University. Zhao Xiaoman and her team had already visited our school, but you were out on an internship, so you didn't know about it. We found them at a nearby hotel. They looked emaciated and pale, likely having gone many days without food. Come on, take me to see her. This is my first time meeting such a big star. Sui smiled. Zhao Xingyang led Sui to the foot of a dormitory building. Boss, they are settled in this building. Let's go up. The two stopped in front of a door, and Zhao Xingyang gently knocked. Soon a very cute girl opened the door. She looked decent, though she appeared quite thin, and her complexion was a bit pale. Zhao Ge, why are you here? Are you looking for Sister Xiaoman? The girl asked softly. Zhao Xingyang nodded and pointed to Sui beside him. This is our boss. He wants to meet your Sister Xiaoman. The girl immediately stepped back a few paces to let Sui and Zhao Xingyang in. Sister Xiaoman is inside. You two hurry in. As soon as Sui entered, he saw Zhao Xiaoman, who indeed looked just as she had on his phone. With exquisite and defined features, clear and deep eyes, and a slender figure, she truly embodied the ideal of every man's heart. Seeing Zhao Xingyang enter, Zhao Xiaoman immediately walked up. Hello, Zhao Ge. What brings you here? Zhao Xingyang smiled and directly said, this is our shelter's boss. Starting today, you two will be our boss women. Both Zhao Xiaoman and the girl flashed a look of astonishment. Ever since being rescued by Zhao Xingyang and the others, they had known their fates might be controlled by others, but they never expected that day would come so soon. The two girls trembled faintly with nervousness, and silence settled over the room. Do you refuse? Sui asked coolly. Zhao Xiaoman gently bit her lower lip. Only when pain registered did she finally reply. It's just unexpectedly sudden. Sui gave a light chuckle. You'll grow accustomed to it soon. Go pack your things, they'll take you both away shortly. Having spoken, Sui stepped out of the room with Zhao Xingyang and waited outside. He handed Zhao Xingyang several grade 2 zombie crystals as a reward. Zhao Xingyang accepted them with a smile. He had already amassed quite a number of grade 2 zombie crystals, acquiring just a few more, either beautiful women or a grade 3 zombie. For Sui, he would likely propel him into the 3rd tier. Then Zhao Xingyang would become the first person at Qingling University, aside from Sui, to ascend to the 3rd tier. His long-awaited moment of glory stood vividly before him. Boss, you're busy. We'll go gather supplies. With that, Zhao Xingyang dashed off. He now carried dozens of grade 2 zombie crystals gifted by Sui, all urgently needing absorption. No reason to linger as an unwelcome third wheel. A few minutes later, the two emerged, each carrying a small backpack. They'd originally arrived here for filming, traveling light with virtually no belongings. Where are you taking us? Zhao Xiaoman asked softly. Home, of course. Where else would I take you? Zhao Xiaoman gazed at Sui, puzzled. But Brother Zhao said you're the leader here. Don't you live here? Sui shook his head faintly. This is merely a sanctuary I established, not my residence. Noticing their apparent familiarity, Sui asked, did you two know each other beforehand? You seem quite acquainted. Ye Chutang is my assistant. She's been with me for over 2 years. In many ways, she's like my younger sister, Zhao Xiaoman explained. You two are rather fortunate, surviving against such odds. At those words, Zhao Xiaoman's eyes dimmed slightly. The director had reserved the entire hotel for our production crew, but since the new drama was still in preparation and inexplicably all flights had halted, very few people had arrived. Ye Chutang and I had planned to arrive early, intending to explore Qingling University, but only 3 days after our arrival, the zombie outbreak erupted. We holed up in the hotel for half a month until Brother Zhao rescued us. Sui smiled wryly. Then I must retract my earlier remark. You're not fortunate. You're profoundly unlucky. Both women flushed with awkward embarrassment. Soon after, Sui escorted them back to the villa compound. No sooner had they stepped through the gate than Ye Chutang and the others stared in stunned disbelief. Zhao Xiaoman, alive? Am I hallucinating? Ye Chuyao asked, incredulous. Li Qianqian pinched her arm, and a sharp yelp instantly followed. It hurts. I'm truly not seeing things. Ye Chuyao's breath quickened. She rushed forward, footsteps echoing. Are you really Sister Xiaoman, or merely someone who bears her likeness? A warm, familiar smile softened Zhao Xiaoman's face. Hello, little one. I'm the actress Zhao Xiaoman. Hello, Sister Xiaoman. I'm Ye Chuyao. I'm your devoted fan. I've watched every drama and film you've starred in, especially your historical costume dramas. Your performances are simply extraordinary. Zhao Xiaoman's smile deepened. Thank you for your kind words. It's your unwavering support that has empowered my growth over the years. Ye Chuyao led Zhao Xiaoman and Lin Yutian to the sofa and introduced everyone present. Upon learning Sui maintained over 200 companions, she felt a jolt of astonishment, swiftly masked. Ye Chutang and I are newcomers. We sincerely ask for your kindness and guidance. Should we err in any way, please do point it out directly. Zhao Xiaoman spoke earnestly. Ye Chutang grinned. Sister Xiaoman, there's no need for such formality. We're all easygoing here. If anything arises, just come find me. Hearing this, Zhao Xiaoman exhaled inwardly in quiet relief. She knew nothing of Su Yi, and had these people proven difficult to get along with, her situation would have grown precarious. Fortunately, fortune favored her. Several among them were in fact her devoted fans. Thank you, Xiao Yao. I'll gladly lend a hand whenever needed. Su Yi scanned the room, finding no trace of Chu Lanqing, and turned to Ye Chutang. Has Chu Lanqing moved to another villa? Ye Chutang shook her head. Not yet. I meant to mention it this morning, but she'd left early to hunt zombies and hasn't returned even as lunchtime approaches. Su Yi frowned. That reckless woman sought trouble for no reason. Others' deaths might be inconsequential, but Chu Lanqing's could not be permitted now. Her death now would severely hinder Su Yi's access to military intelligence channels, and force him to expend far greater effort to obtain what he needed. In the end, Su Yi set out to find her. He soared into the sky and circled the villa perimeter, yet saw no sign of Chu Lanqing. Cursing under his breath, he expanded his search radius. Only after more than 10 minutes did he finally spot Chu Lanqing, fleeing desperately pursued by a horde of zombies. What startled him most was the presence of a grade 3 zombie among them. Su Yi routinely cleared zombies around the villa. Grade 2 specimens were rare here. How then had a grade 3 emerged? He had no time to ponder. Without hesitation, he dove toward the ground. Chu Lanqing's life hung by a thread. 9 flying daggers whistled past Chu Lanqing's sleeves, obliterating the skulls of nearby zombies, and forcing the grade 3 zombie backward with staggering force. The grade 3 zombie roared at Su Yi, then lunged again, claws bared, fangs bared. Unwilling to waste a second, Su Yi launched an all-out assault. The creature's skull pierced clean through in an instant. That morning, he'd already gauged the baseline strength of grade 3 zombies. Though still vastly inferior to him, their unnerving agility, and the flicker of something disturbingly sentient in their expressions, had unsettled him. He feared these creatures might continue evolving, eventually birthing an entirely new species, intelligent, self-aware, and perilous. Chu Lanqing collapsed onto the ground, utterly spent. A wave of dread washed over her. If Su Yi hadn't arrived, she would have perished on the spot. You reckless fool! What possessed you to run so far? Are you courting death? Su Yi snapped, furious. Knowing she was in the wrong, Chu Lanqing murmured apologetically, the zombies near the villa are too weak, so I ventured farther out. Su Yi stared at her, speechless. How far did you go? I've purged this entire region. There shouldn't be a single grade 3 zombie within miles. Chu Lanqing trembled as she extended her 5 fingers. Su Yi's anger flared instantly. You really are seeking death. How dare you run 5 kilometers away? Do you know that third-tier zombies have already appeared? With your meager skills, you wouldn't even be able to stuff their teeth. Chu Lanqing looked at Su Yi with a sense of grievance. I didn't know. I awakened a wind element ability that enhances my speed. Even if I couldn't fight, I could still run. How was I supposed to know that third-tier zombies had already appeared? Su Yi was too lazy to argue with her and directly pulled her up from the ground. Don't go out alone in the future. With the appearance of third-tier zombies, your personal strength is simply insufficient to deal with them. Chu Lanqing lowered her head and dared not speak. Today she was almost scared silly. After running so far, her abilities were exhausted, and those zombies were only a palm's distance away from her. I understand now. Today I caused you trouble, and I apologize. I won't do it again, Chu Lanqing proactively said. Upon hearing the apology, Su Yi seemed somewhat incredulous. This foolish woman who had been arguing with him for so long actually took the initiative to apologize today. It was as if the sun had risen from the west. Su Yi waved his hand. If you need anything in the future, talk to others first. Today I just happened to save you. There may not be another opportunity. If you really don't want to stay here, I can take you back and explain to your father. Chu Lanqing quickly shook her head. No need to take me back. I won't go out alone anymore. Then Su Yi took out some second-tier zombie crystals and handed them to her. Once you absorb these crystals, you'll be close to reaching third tier. This is a reward for the cooperation between your father and me. During the 3 days of waiting for Chu Lanqing's call, Su Yi had also been collecting some second-tier zombie crystals nearby. He still had plenty of them in his space, so giving her some was no issue, preventing her from getting into more trouble. Moreover, Su Yi had already upgraded the few women close to him to third tier, so these second-tier zombie crystals were mainly for other women or as rewards for Zhao Xingyang and his group. Chu Lanqing looked at the pile of second-tier zombie crystals in her palms and couldn't help but swallow. This was the first time she had seen so many second-tier zombie crystals. Back at the White Tiger base, every second-tier zombie crystal obtained was immediately distributed, making it rare to see so many at once. Even her brother Chu Yang, a military genius, had to receive his second-tier crystals bit by bit from the military, unable to get a large quantity at once. This was because they were currently in dire need of second-tier zombie crystals, and every crystal needed to be registered. First-tier crystals were not as scarce as a first-tier zombie could be taken down by firearms in large numbers. Are you really willing to give these second-tier zombie crystals to me? Do I not need to pay anything? Chu Lanqing asked somewhat disbelievingly. Su-yi glanced at her indifferently. I'm not stingy enough to take back what I've given to others. It's up to you to decide. With that, Su-yi took Chu Lanqing back to the villa area. At this time, Zhao Xiaoman had also become familiar with the other women in the villa. As an actress, she was most adept at interacting with people, so these things were not difficult for her. After lunch, everyone went about their own business. Ye Chutang decisively found Chu Lanqing to explain the situation. This time Chu Lanqing did not refuse, but directly moved out of the villa. Today she had owed Su-yi a favor. Staying here to annoy others would be too ungrateful. After all, she initially wanted to stay here mainly out of anger. She didn't actually want to live here. Ye Chutang was somewhat caught off guard by Chu Lanqing's quick agreement, as she had thought it would take a lot more time. After Chu Lanqing left, Zhao Xiaoman and her assistant Lin Yutian moved into her room. Before the apocalypse, the two of them were already as close as sisters, and now it was even more so. Having a familiar person to accompany her at night was somewhat more reassuring. Su-yi, on the other hand, was in his room absorbing the 2 third-tier zombie crystals he had just obtained today. He examined the 2 red crystals in his palm. This was the first time he was absorbing third-tier zombie crystals. It would be a lie to say he wasn't excited. After a few minutes, the zombie crystals were completely absorbed and Su-yi's attributes increased by 8 points, with each crystal providing 4 attribute points. Having tasted the sweetness, Su-yi continued to venture out in the afternoon to search for traces of third-tier zombies. The third-tier zombies that he originally couldn't find even if he dug 3 feet into the ground were now emerging like bamboo shoots after rain. Their evolution was baffling, but their rate of evolution was unmistakably clear. When he first discovered second-tier zombies, more second-tier zombies were constantly being found. The same was true for third-tier zombies. Just this morning the first one was discovered, and now even more had appeared. No wonder this isn't a virus, yet the military still calls it a virus. Its spread and evolution rate is simply too fast. Su-yi sighed inwardly. If it weren't for the system and the numerous abilities he possessed, it would truly be difficult for him to survive in this apocalypse. What Su-yi could do now was to continuously slay third-tier zombies and strive to break through to fourth tier as soon as possible. As long as he stayed ahead of the zombies, he could maintain his advantage. By then, he would also have a place on the pinnacle stage of the world. Throughout one afternoon, Su-yi found 8 third-tier zombies, totaling 10 third-tier zombie crystals collected today. According to the evolution rate of the zombies, he would only find more third-tier zombies in the coming days, and the time needed for him to break through to fourth tier would only shorten. From then on, Su-yi resumed his days of slaying zombies during the day and fighting fiercely at night. This continued for 4 consecutive days, and by the afternoon of the 4th day, Su-yi finally gathered enough 100 third-tier zombie crystals. After absorbing the last zombie crystal, all the abilities within him began to boil. His blood felt as hot as lava, and his skin turned crimson. Su-yi's eyes were filled with bloodshot veins, and the unusual sensation throughout his body forced him to exert all his strength to maintain control. About half an hour later, Su-yi was completely drenched in sweat. This feeling of being tempered all over reminded him of the first time he had chosen an ability. After breaking through to 4th tier, Su-yi felt that all his cells were exceptionally active. He could even breathe without needing to use his lungs. His skin could assist in breathing. His body now seemed to have transcended the mortal realm, and this change was so great that it was hard for him to imagine. Su-yi hurriedly opened the system panel to check his current 3-dimensional attributes. Level 4th tier physique 1192, agility 1188, spirit 1188, abilities star gods eye, divine mind, heartfelt submission, bound 62, flight, super regeneration, thunder punishment, titles locust invasion, bloodthirsty butcher. Su-yi's star gods eye detection range and divine mind control range had now reached 500 meters around him, and his flight speed had reached a maximum of 150 meters per second. Lightning punishment, capable of unleashing lightning attacks on targets within a radius of 100 meters. The power of the lightning diminishes as the number of targets increases. After breaking through to the 4th stage, Su-yi obtained the new ability lightning punishment from the system. The lightning-based attacks have always been incredibly powerful, excelling in both penetration and range. Su-yi gazed at the dancing arcs of electricity in his hand, filled with anticipation. In the next moment, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from his spot, and soon reappeared on a dilapidated street. Around him, zombies immediately rushed toward him. Su-yi had come to test the attack of lightning punishment this time. He shot a lightning sphere from his palm, instantly hitting a 3rd-stage zombie. At the moment of impact, the zombie twitched and fell to the ground, surrounded by wisps of white smoke, while the air filled with the scent of burning flesh. Witnessing the power of lightning punishment, Su-yi could not help but smile with satisfaction. Indeed, as expected of the supreme and strongest lightning technique, just a single palm lightning could take down a 3rd-stage zombie. Su-yi then concentrated the remaining zombies using his telekinesis and shot a bolt of lightning at them. As Su-yi increased the output of the lightning, the gathered zombies began to scream, eventually turning to charred remains on the ground. Haha, lightning punishment combined with telekinesis is truly a perfect match. If the targets are not concentrated, I will gather them together. The combination of these two abilities significantly enhanced Su Yi's capability in group battles. In the future, if anyone dares to ambush him, they will taste the power of 100,000 volts. Just as he returned to the villa area Su Yi received a call from Chu Xiangdong. Upon seeing the call, Su Yi was somewhat surprised. He had only met Chu Xiangdong a week ago. Could it be that there was new intelligence so soon? Su Yi quickly answered the call, and Chu Xiangdong's voice immediately reached his ears. Su Yi, third-stage zombies have been appearing for 4 to 5 days now. You should have broken through to the 4th stage by now, right? Chu Jianzhu, you didn't just call to ask if I've broken through, did you? Su Yi replied with a faint smile. Of course not. I called to tell you that our Qilin base will hold a central meeting, and I don't know if you want to attend. Chu Xiangdong said slowly. I'm not a part of your military, are you sure I can go? Su Yi furrowed his brow slightly. Well, you definitely couldn't go normally, but if you pretend to be my son-in-law, no one will stop you from attending, Chu Xiangdong chuckled. But you're a soldier, isn't doing this considered betraying the organization? Su Yi said, his face showing a hint of astonishment. Actually, the military isn't as unbreakable as it was before the apocalypse. Many people joined only after the end of the world, so we are merely huddling together for warmth, Chu Xiangdong explained. I feel like you're intentionally downplaying the situation. Your military still retains a lot of the forbidden weapons from before the apocalypse. The term huddling for warmth doesn't quite fit you guys, Su Yi scoffed. Chu Xiangdong wasn't offended and continued to explain, we do have quite a few weapons, but it's incredibly difficult to manufacture them post-apocalypse. We can only produce some lower-tier weapons, and those forbidden weapons hidden in the shadows are used sparingly, because their power is too great for regular use. Su Yi naturally understood this. If those forbidden weapons could still be easily manufactured in this apocalypse, all the zombies would have likely been eradicated already. Do you know the main purpose of this meeting? Su Yi inquired. Chu Xiangdong paused for a moment before responding. The specific content of the meeting hasn't been directly disclosed, but I heard through the grapevine that scientists have made a new discovery regarding the substance brought back by Matt. Su Yi's spirits lifted, and he immediately replied, good, I will go with you. Chu Xiangdong on the other end of the line looked pleased. Great. Bring Lan Xing along tomorrow, and then we'll head to the Qilin base together. Su Yi replied with a simple okay and hung up the phone. The apocalypse had been going on for almost a month, and finally, there was a new discovery. This discovery must be significant, otherwise there wouldn't be such a grand gathering of all bases in Xuling City to convene at the Qilin base. In the next moment, a transparent orb emitting a faint glow appeared in his hand. This was a puppet orb which Su Yi had drawn a couple of days ago. It could only be used once, but could turn others into his puppets. The puppets created by the puppet orb are not mechanical, like marionettes. Instead, they directly warp the target's thoughts, turning them into their own master. Moreover, as long as Su Yi is willing, he can relinquish control over the puppet, at which point the target will return to normal, although the puppet orb will be wasted. If the meeting at the Qilin base goes poorly, he could directly turn the highest-ranking leader of the Xuling military into his puppet, gaining an extra subordinate. However, the Xuling military is just one of the 4 major military districts of Huagua, so using the puppet orb like this feels a bit wasteful. Su Yi cannot guarantee that he would draw such an item again next time. If he could directly turn one of the highest-ranking individuals into his puppet, that would be perfect. But given his current position and experiences, he doesn't have access to that level yet. People are inherently afraid of death, especially those in high positions. If it were so easy to locate them, they wouldn't have survived for so long. In addition to the puppet orb, Su Yi also drew 2 rings, just enough to leave some supplies for these women. He wasn't sure how long the meeting at the Qilin base would take, and he might not be able to return in the short term. After a night passed, the next morning, Su Yi took Chu Lanqing and flew to the Baihu base. As soon as they landed, Chu Lanqing pale leaned against the wall, looking at Su Yi with some astonishment. She had flown with Su Yi just a week ago, but the speed at that time, while astonishing, was not as terrifying as it was now. Previously, Su Yi had given her many second-stage zombie crystals, and now she had already become a third-stage ability user. As if recalling something, Chu Lanqing tentatively asked, Su Yi, have you broken through to the 4th stage? Su Yi nodded lightly. There was nothing to hide about breaking through to the 4th stage. The military zombie crystals would be distributed centrally, so there must be quite a few talented individuals who are already third-stage ability users. You are progressing too fast, she said. Su Yi shot her a glare. Don't accuse me, I haven't tested with you. If others hear this, they might think I'm incapable. Upon hearing this, Chu Lanqing's previously pale face instantly flushed red. She quickly shook her head. That's not what I meant. My father said that 3rd-stage zombies have only appeared for 4 to 5 days. I didn't expect you to break through to the 4th stage so quickly. Su Yi quickly moved a couple of steps to the side. Chu Lanqing's tone was completely different from before, suggesting she might be unwell. You should speak as you used to. Your current tone gives me goosebumps, Su Yi said with some disdain.